He opened his eyes. All that he could see before his eyes was black. There he was in the dark darkness that spread like a tabernacle before his eyes, unable to distinguish any shape. He thought there was something wrong with his eyes, so he blinked. Even after closing his eyes a few times and opening it, all he could see was still a thick darkness. A pitch-black darkness took over him. He was in a completely dark place with no light coming in. He tried to move his limbs, but it felt like it was tied with chains. His body didn't move like he wanted it to. There was no strength in his hands and feet. His whole body felt helpless. The only thing that can move is his eyelids. He couldn't control the other parts of his body at all. This did not go in. There is nothing wrong with my eyes. He couldn't be sure because he couldn't even recognize his own limbs right away, but he instinctively realized that there's nothing wrong with his eyes. If he became blind, he would have felt something like pain, but there was no abnormality in his senses. Then it meant that there's nothing wrong with his eyes, but that the space in which he lay was unusually dark, a pitch-black location with no light coming in. Underground, he thought of the possibility. He had never heard of a building built with human technology that can block out light so perfectly. If so, then there was a high probability that the space he was lying in was a basement or a perfectly closed space where light could not reach him. Why did this happen? He slowly traced his memory. Who was he and why was he in this situation? His head throbbed as he tried to jog his memories. He couldn't think of anything, as if his brain had been struck. It hurts. Tears were soon streaming from his eyes. It was as if someone had put a finger in his head and swung it around. He forcefully swallowed the scream. It was painful, but he didn't stop thinking. Then, little by little, his memory returned. My name is Pio Wall. I am 14 years old, a drifter who aimlessly wanders the world like an orphan without parents. He has no roots, no dwelling place. Pio Wall furrowed his eyebrows in a frown. Again, the pain rushed in like a tidal wave, yet he forced himself to thinking. As a result, he was able to fully remember who he was. Now it's time to figure out why and how he ended up here. Pio Wall recalled the man who remained in his last memory, a middle-aged man whose characteristics was a plain face and sharp eyes that do not match. The man who he had stumbled upon in the midst of begging had said, "You look good enough." That was the last memory of Pio Wall. At the end of those words, Pio Wall lost his consciousness and woke up in the dark. The man in his memories must be related as to why he was left alone in such a space where no light enters. Pio Wall did not know the man's name nor identity. He didn't even know why he was locked up like this. It couldn't be because of a grudge. There was no way that he, an orphan who was just wandering aimlessly, would be the target of a resentment so deep that someone would do this. There must be some kind of purpose, a goal. If the captor's aim was to kill him, then they would have already killed him. They would not have gone through the trouble of locking him up without killing him. So they obviously must have some need or purpose for him. His head ached as if it would break. Trying to think deeply with his abnormal state had already consumed a great deal of mental power. Pio Wall closed his eyes. Whether he opened his eyes or closed it, there was no change. He wondered what it meant to close his eyes since his surroundings remained dark. Still, closing his eyes was less painful than keeping them open. He didn't know how much time had passed. Whether he had already lost his mind or was maintaining it, the boundaries were blurred. His head was a mess. Still, Pio Wall struggled to find a clear spirit. After a while, his mind became clearer as if his efforts paid off. Pio Wall was surprised with the involuntary sigh that escaped from him. The last time he woke up, he couldn't even breathe heavily. All he had to do was keep breathing hard, and he couldn't even dare to take a deep breath like this. Being able to breathe deeply was clearly a sign that body functions were returning to normal. Maybe it was an illusion, but he decided to think positively. It was painful to be alone in the darkness without a single light. The darkness made a person think a lot. Thoughts would flood in like a tidal wave, controlling over the mind and body. The overflowing thoughts would be enough to drive a person crazy, even more for Pio Wall, who was unable to move. The sense of isolation, as if alone in the darkness of the beginning, corroded his mind little by little. If time continued to go by like this, it was clear that he would go crazy with his own thoughts. Therefore, Pio Wall tried to think positively and cleared his mind. My name is Pio Wall, 14 years old. My father's name is Pio Hak, and my mother's name is Lee Sun Hong. In the midst of his countless thoughts, he tried to think only of things related to his identity. The only way to keep one's mind intact in the onslaught of thoughts was to solidify his identity. He didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been just one day, or it could have been weeks. It was impossible to comprehend the flow of time in such deep darkness. Moreover, Pio Wall's whole body was paralyzed. All the activity of the body had fallen to the floor. As long as he was barely holding his breath, most of the functions were at a standstill. Because of that, he couldn't even feel hunger. It was like dying alive. This was the most terrifying moment of Pio Wall's life. To overcome the fear, Pio Wall muttered endlessly, "My name is Pio Wall." Time continued to pass like that. His fingers moved slightly. It was proof that power was returning to his body. Although he wasn't sure what kind of expression he would be making because there was no light or mirror, his face must be glowing with joy. Little by little, the sensation of the whole body was returning. Power entered his fingertips, and his sense of smell was revived. The damp smell felt through the tip of his nose was telling him that this place was underground, as Payawal had guessed. However, the fact that this place was underground was not very important to Payawal. The most important thing for him is that the senses of his whole body are returning. His fingers wiggled, and he could feel a cold sensation in his toes. Payawal felt that he was alive, and he was grateful. It was unfamiliar for him to feel grateful just for the slightest sensation, but just being able to feel the fact that he was alive somehow made him feel more breathless. Payawal was going crazy and struggling to maintain his identity. If only a little more time had passed like this, he certainly would have gone crazy. No, he couldn't even be sure if he was crazy right now. No, that doesn't matter at all, he thought. He was just happy to know that now the sensation of his limbs has returned. With a little more effort, he will soon be able to move his arms and legs, but there was one downside. As the senses of his whole body returned, the functions of his organs were also revived. As the function of the organs was restored, he began to feel extreme hunger. The squeezing feeling in his stomach as if washing laundry was painful. His mouth was so dry that he could feel his own bad breath. It was then that Payawal realized that he was dying. He couldn't eat anything while he was trapped here, so it was clear that if he did not eat food for a few more days, he would die. There were only two options left for him: go crazy or starve. Payawal's mouth was twisted. Deep in his heart, anger rose toward the man who had locked himself here. Anger soon became hate. What the hell did I do wrong? It's a question he had asked himself dozens of times, but no matter how much he thought, he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't even beg in front of the man. He was literally just passing by, but the man had grabbed him and thrown him in this hellish place. Respect for human beings, courtesy towards oneself, etc. did not exist even after washing my eyes. No matter how insignificant he was, he shouldn't have been treated as inferior to an insect, at least if you're human. It was clear that the man did not consider himself human. That's why he had found himself in such a hellish place. Why? He questioned why he should be locked up here if he didn't do anything wrong. If he didn't do anything wrong, then there was no reason to be trapped here. Still, if he had been trapped here, it was clear that the man had done so with some clear purpose. Payawal contemplated on what the purpose of the man was, but there was nothing he knew about him. If he knew anything about him, he could possibly infer even a little bit, but he didn't have any information about the man. Payawal bit his lip. He felt the flesh ripping out and the blood flowing. Even after such a mess, his blood still seemed warm. That fact relieved Payawal. He still felt like he was alive. Fingers moved. It was not at the level of being paralyzed like before, but it was enough to open and close it as he wanted. The sensation in his feet has also returned. Now he was able to turn his ankles slowly. The hunger was still the same, so it remained painful. Still, Payawal was not frustrated. He looked like he was going to die of hunger, but the fact that his hands and feet were still moving gave him hope. Payawal held on to that glimmer of hope. What he needed now was a faint hope that he could live. He knew well that the moment he let go of that hope, he would fall into a pit from which he could not climb again. So he held on to hope like crazy and stretched out. One good thing is that the extreme hunger opened up all his senses. His nose smelled a variety of odors that he would never normally smell. The smell of moisture in the air, even the moisture rising from the floor. His ears were also wide open. His senses were so sharp that he could hear the faint sound of water running down the wall. What he needed most for his survival now was a sip of water. He really felt like he could sell his soul to the devil just for a sip of water. A rough breath came from his lips. His mouth was dry and cracked like a dry paddy field, and his upper and lower lips were glued together. In such a situation, the sound of harsh breathing was squeezed out, and it hurt as if his flesh was being torn. The more force was applied to the abdomen, the harsher breath flowed out, making it painful for Payawal. Still, Payawal did not stop giving strength to his abdomen. He didn't want to be hungry anymore. He didn't want to be thirsty anymore. So to turn over, he applied strength to the abdomen. He struggled to transmit the power from his abdomen to his limbs. He had been motionless for a long time, and his whole body was as dry as firewood. If he had time to spare, he would have studied how to slowly revive his muscles, but unfortunately, he didn't have much time left. If he keeps on waiting like this, he will soon run out of breath. He had to move before that. KQU. In the darkness, a groan like the cry of a beast rang out. Payawal really did everything he could to death. His body trembled slightly as if his efforts had paid off. The excitement grew, and when it finally reached its peak, Payawal exploded the ever-gathering power in a short time. Kurhyuk. With a scream, Payawal's body flipped. He felt the touch of the floor on his chin and forehead. Water drops were flowing along the curved side of the wall. Although it was a very small amount, it was the water of life that made Payawal hold the string of life. Payawal frantically licked the wall. It was only a little bit, but as the water entered his body, his hunger also went away a little. After drinking enough water, Payawal's rationality returned little by little. He leaned his back against the wall and sighed. As the water was supplied to the body that had been afflicted with gamel, strength returned little by little to his dried-up muscles. Payawal moved his arms and legs while breathing slowly. As time went on, his joints were gently loosening. His muscles were also getting stronger. When he had sufficient strength, Payawal leaned his back against the wall and tried to stand up. Okay, a painful moan came out of his mouth, and veins spurted out of his forehead. Simply crawling on the floor and getting up with strength in both legs required a different level of strength and concentration of mind. It was a painful challenge for Payawal, who had been lying on the floor for a long time with his entire body paralyzed. In his mind, he wanted to rest his back against the wall like before, but knowing that he could never get up if he did, Payawal endured the pain and gave strength to his legs. Both of his legs were trembling, and cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall from his body. All the water he drank a while ago seemed to be drained out as sweat. Turn it off. Payawal clenched his teeth and inhaled deeply. His body shook as if he was about to fall soon. However, Payawal barely managed to hold on to his center of gravity. He eventually stood up on his own two legs. The breath that had been suppressed came out. Payawal wheezed as he stood holding his thighs with both of his hands. He couldn't confirm it because he couldn't see it, but Payawal thought that hot steam would rise over his body. That's how hot his body was, like a volcano just before it erupts. Payawal had to spend a long time dissipating the heat. When the heat finally subsided, he looked around. All he could see was still a deep black darkness. Even though he had been here for quite a while, his eyes still did not adapt to the darkness. In the end, Payawal gave up looking with his eyes. Instead, he reached out and touched the wall in front of him. The walls were slippery as water flowed for a long time. He felt fine protrusions as well as bites on my hands. Moss is always present when there is water flowing. In particular, such a humid place was the optimal environment for moss to grow. Payawal skimmed the wall with the tip of his nail. When moss was caught on his nail, he ripped it off. He couldn't tell what color the moss was, nor can he tell what kind it was. Some moss is edible, but some can cause serious health problems. It could have been poisonous, or it could have harbored a disease. If he can see it with his eyes, he can easily decide, but now the only thing that Payawal can get information from was the sense of his fingertips. Payawal felt a twisting pain in his stomach. The hunger that he had forgotten for a while suddenly came back. Drinking water was nothing more than a temporary measure. He had to eat something. His fingertips alone wouldn't be enough to tell if the moss was edible. Still, the fact that he was holding moss in his hand made his mouth salivate. His worries didn't last long. Now was the time to eat something, even if it's poison. Payawal took the moss to his mouth. The mouth was tight. An indescribable hellish taste attacked his tongue. The taste was so terrible that Payawal almost sat down and gagged. Knowing that once he sat down in his current state, it would be impossible to get up again, Payawal forced himself to hold on. Water dripped from his eyes and nose. Since losing his parents, he has been wandering around the world and picking up all kinds of things, but he has never tasted something this horrendous. It was such a taste that he didn't want to taste it again. Payawal did not throw away the moss in his hand, despite his streaming tears and running nose. Hell was unfolding in his mouth, but fortunately he didn't feel any abnormality in other parts. If moss had harbored extreme poison, he would have lost his life as soon as it was eaten. Even if it did not have such an extreme effect, any abnormality should have been felt in the body. But he didn't feel any other abnormalities except that his taste buds were numb. It meant it was edible. Payawal hastily scraped the moss and brought it to his mouth. Since his mouth was already paralyzed, he no longer felt the taste of hell. It was painful nonetheless, but once he got used to it, it was tolerable. Diadic, Payawal randomly scraped the wall and collected moss. When it is collected to a certain extent, he puts it in his mouth, and he repeats the act of collecting the moss. I can live somehow. Chewing the moss, Payawal murmured. His tongue was almost paralyzed, and his voice never came out of his mouth, but his spirits were firm. He had to survive to get revenge on the man who imprisoned him here. At the very least, he would be relieved to find out the reason why he had been imprisoned here. He didn't know how much of the moss had been scraped off. There was no feeling of satiety. Still, the hunger went away to some extent. His tongue continued to tingle as if paralyzed. Payawal caressed the area around his mouth with his hand. Fortunately, after some time, the sensation of his tongue returned to normal. Payawal thought he was lucky. It was a gamble that risked his life. He doesn't know how big the space he's trapped in, but there's a lot of moss on the wall, so he'll be able to hang on to his life for the time being. Of course, he will have to endure that hellish taste every time. Payawal, who was standing and resting for a while, soon began to move, putting his hand on the wall. It was to estimate the size of the space in which he was confined. As he walked about 10 steps with his left hand against the wall, a dead end appeared. It is blocked by the wall. He walked again along the blocked wall. Again, after about 10 steps, a wall appeared. a rectangular space of about 3 square meters. It was only then that Pietwall began to visualize the size and shape of the space in which he was confined. I could roll. Pietwall continued walking along the wall. Then something was caught in my fingertips. It was a solid feeling, a different texture from moss. Pietwall moved his hand along the different area. It was a single line, a long and thin line, a square line like a space trapped by a table wall. Is it a door? Pietwall knocked on the part that was supposed to be the door with his hand. Thump, a dull sound echoed in the underground space where he was confined. T was a distinctly different sound from the other parts. Big, thick iron gate. Pietwall fumbled and looked around for a device that could open the door. However, the iron gate was smooth with no protrusions or indentations. There was no way to open it inside. It seemed like it could only be opened from the outside. Pietwall couldn't figure out a way to open the door, but he didn't despair. He survived the starvation crisis. There was moss and water to hold on for a while. It will be difficult and painful, but he will be able to survive for a few days. Pietwall slowly sat down, leaning his back against the iron gate. Now there was no fear that it would never happen again. Now that he has filled his stomach, it's time to rest. In the darkness, only the sound of his breathing echoed. Pietwall opened his eyes. In fact, it was unclear whether his eyes were open or still closed. He closed his eyes, but when he opened his eyes, all he could see was darkness. Pietwall lay still and tried to gauge how much time had passed. It didn't seem like a long time had passed since he didn't feel hungry. For the past few days, Pietwall had lived by eating moss on the walls. He thought he would never get used to it, but to his surprise, he got used to the hellish taste of moss. His tongue is still numb, but it doesn't feel as disgusting as it used to be. After solving his hunger like that, many thoughts flooded his mind like a tidal wave. It was quiet here. There was no sound outside. He couldn't see ahead, so he couldn't feel the passage of time. It was obvious that anyone would go crazy if they were locked up here. He had to hold his mind tight. If he lowered his guard, he would lose himself and go crazy. Pietwall constantly repeated his name and tried not to lose his identity. There was no promise of how long it would last like this. When he was hungry, he scraped the moss on the wall and licked the running water. He had to persevere in order to survive. Pietwall thought that he was getting thinner and leaner. Even if he wasn't, the fat that was unsightly was lost. Fortunately, he can still maintain his strength, but he did not know when the limit would come. The moss on the wall was not infinite. The day when all the moss disappears will be his last. Still, he thought he'd stick with it until then. He didn't know why he was holding on so badly like this. If he would just give up, his body could have been more comfortable. He didn't know that if he died, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. Such temptations came often. Each time, Pietwall bit his lip and endured. Overcoming the temptation of death, his mouth was torn and bursting. There was no day when his blood would dry. The wall suddenly felt peculiar. When he looked up, he saw someone looking down at him. "Who's there?" he questioned. The iron gate was clearly firmly shut. There was no sign of anyone coming in from the outside. Above all, it made no sense to see someone else's figure in this pitch-black darkness. Pietwall still couldn't see his hand. "It's not real. Is it a dream?" Pietwall raised his head and looked at the person looking down at him. The man with a skinny face and body and empty eyes strangely resembles himself. It was clear that if he had been skinny before he came in here, he would be like that. "It's me." It was then that Pietwall realized that the man he was facing was another version of himself. It was exactly himself in a dream, or it was his true form lurking within. In an extremely cornered situation, one would start to see things that you would never see in the normal way. Pietwall asked his inner self, "What? For what reason are you enduring so recklessly? Just let it go. If you let it go, it will be easier." His inner self replied. Pietwall narrowed his eyes because he didn't expect him to actually answer. He asked, "Why are you holding on so hard? For what reason when you don't have anything? What is a bastard who has nothing to protect endures so recklessly? Is there something I must protect? It's funny, why do you struggle so much? Because you can't afford to waste your life. Give up. Giving up makes it easier. Will you really feel comfortable?" "What? Will it really be comfortable when you let go? I don't think so. You're sick as hell. I'm going to live. It's a life that I can't afford to lose. I'm going to survive and see the end." "You're talking nonsense. It would be unfair to die like this. I'll put a knife on the guy who imprisoned me here. If I don't, then I won't be able to close my eyes even if I die. So I'm going to live. I'm going to live like a vicious person and get revenge on everyone who made me this way." The inner self squatted down and stared in each other's eyes. "Are you really going to get revenge?" "Yes." "You won't give up, never." His inner self smiled, as if he liked Pietwall's answer. Pietwall also smiled. Their smiles were strikingly similar. At that moment, Pietwall opened his eyes. His inner self was gone. Pietwall realized that he had woken up from a dream. At the same time, he realized that the other self he had seen was not just a dream. It was his inner heart demon Chinese letter, Chinese letter. If he hadn't been able to overcome the heart demon, he would have been devoured and gone insane, or his ego would be split in two. Darkness drives people crazy. Pyotwal had passed a new hurdle unknowingly. Pyotwal sighed. Chunkyung. Suddenly, the window at the bottom of the iron gate opened with a dull sound. The space was only small enough to fit one small plate. A faint light peered through the space. Even with the feeble light, Pyotwal's eyes hurt as if they were about to explode. Eyes that have adapted to darkness react violently to weak light. Suck. A small plate popped inside, and the window was closed again. Pyotwal's sense of smell was the first to respond. Food. Pyotwal hastily brought the plate to his face. An unidentified smell stimulated his sense of smell. He didn't know what kind of food it was. It was clear that the mix of things was probably a collection of leftovers. Still, it will taste better than the moss that Pyotwal had ever scraped. In fact, immediately after smelling the food, Pyotwal's mouth was constantly drooling. However, Pyotwal did not take food for granted. It was the food given to him by the man who imprisoned him here. He couldn't tell the contents inside of the food. If it contains poison, then he can die. He doesn't have a choice when it comes to eating moss. However, the situation is different now. He can choose whether to eat the food in the plate or eat moss. After all, there was still plenty of moss left. So even if he doesn't eat this food right now, he can still survive for a while. That thought didn't stop from saliva drooling from the ends of his mouth. Still, he had time to deliberate about it. He had to get information about the food. The means to get information in the dark, where a single light does not enter, were extremely limited. Since he cannot use his vision, which is the most convenient means of obtaining information, then it is necessary to mobilize the next developed sense, which is his sense of smell. Pyotwal took a deep breath, almost sticking his nose to the plate. A lot of smells mixed in. It was as if the garbage had been collected in one place and the various smells were mixed. Some were stinking, some still smelled edible. If it was the old him, he wouldn't be able to distinguish the smells mixed together. Before being imprisoned here, Pyotwal was just an ordinary boy. He was just a kid with no talent to stand out. However, while being trapped here, a great change took place inside him. He became vigilant and doubted everything, even if it's a minor thing. Being trapped in an underground space without a single point of light for a long time made Pyotwal's sense of smell as sensitive as a hunting dog. Pyotwal soon distinguished the odors that could never be distinguished one by one. He wouldn't have been capable of doing this before if he was still living on the outside. Pyotwal compared the odors he distinguished to those that remained in his memory. This smells like rotten fish and tea leaves. This is pork bone and the remaining shavings. The types of food in the small plate were incredibly diverse. It was incredible that Pyotwal himself could distinguish all of these smells. There was no poison mixed in. It was all the residue of food that someone had left behind. To some, it may be just rotting, stinky food, but for him, it was a valuable resource that provided a lot of information. There were more than 5 types of food that Pyotwal managed to identify. It meant that there were enough people to eat at least 5 kinds of food. As I thought, I wouldn't be the only one. He didn't think they would have made more than 3 by 3 square meter underground all for himself. To prepare such a space, considerable funds and manpower were required. It meant that it was not a space that could be created by an individual's deviation or obsession. If there were 5 kinds of food, there was a high probability that 5 or more people ate it. Plus, the different degrees of spoilage in each food meant that the time they were eaten was different. This meant that several people ate at a time lag. The amount offered was too much for 1 or 2 people to eat. Above all, each food contained the scent of a different person. There were only 5 body orientations that Pyotwal knew. It was clear that more than 5 people had imprisoned themselves here for some purpose. No, I can't be the only one. Pyotwal thought that there would be others who were imprisoned besides himself. Using such a space to confine only one person is too expensive and inefficient. Pyotwal organized his thoughts. The number of people who manage this place is at least 5, and the number of people in the same situation as me must be at least more. The thought bit the tail on the tail. Those who locked us up would have made this place for some purpose. The problem is, what could possibly be their purpose? He could not yet guess the purpose of those who locked themselves here. This was because the information was too scarce to infer with only one unidentified food mixed with food waste. Pyotwal did not worry. There was plenty of time left for him. After all, there was nothing else to do here. The best thing he can do to spend time with was thinking. If he continues to think and think endlessly, he will one day be able to come across the truth. Fortunately, there was no odor that could possibly be poisoned from the unidentified food. Pyotwal carefully began to eat his food. This was also a gamble. Nutrients other than moss were needed to restore stamina and muscle strength, even if it's a mix of garbage. After sorting out all his thoughts, Pyotwal began to eat the unidentified food on the plate with his hands. Furak, slurp. The sound of him eating food echoed in the darkness. The food tasted terrible, but it was still more edible than moss. Food was given at the same time once a day. The time was not actually accurate. It was just Payawal guessing with his sense. The quantity given is such that a person can barely survive for a day. The food also tasted different every day. This is because different kinds of food are mixed every day. However, there were foods and spices that were always present. Kohadimenenus, kohahinus, kopadidienus, koenkoinus, kosakyainus, koinenenus, koumsikwainus, kohyengsinjahainus, koisattainus. It was pork offal and hot spices. Whatever food was mixed, these two were always included. That meant that it was easy for the personnel here to get pork and hot spices. A place rich in pigs and hot spices. There are very few places like that in the world. Payawal has wandered the world alone since childhood. Thanks to that, compared to his peers, he had a lot more information. One of them was Sichuan province. There was a wide basin in the jar-like closed terrain. For this reason, it was particularly famous for raising large numbers of wild grass-eating animals, particularly pigs and sheep. And the unbearable heat continued in summer due to the nature of the basin confined to the high mountain range, and people sought spicy food to beat the heat. Spicy food using pork and lamb was known as a symbol of Sichuan province. Payawal thought that this place was somewhere in Sichuan. I didn't know the exact place name, but I had a feeling that it would not be a place far away from Sichuan. Sichuan Castle is famous for its unique closeness. The word closed also meant that it was an easy place to avoid other people's surveillance. In other words, the group that imprisoned Payawal here was planning something to avoid the eyes of others, and it was clear that they had chosen a place in Sichuan province as the location. It was never a good thing if they were trying to avoid the gaze of others like this. There's no way those who do good things can do such inhumane acts. Payawal bit his lip. Blood bursted out and moistened his lips, but he felt no pain. This kind of pain is nothing because he was already used to extreme pain. Payawal felt even great anger towards those who imprisoned him here. It was clear that he, as well as anyone, would be equally furious if they were trapped in this space for no reason and treated as nothing but a beast. Payawal suppressed his fiery anger. Feeling anger is in no way beneficial in this situation. He had to hide his anger and become more cold. He had to figure out as much information as possible and use it to his advantage. No one had taught him, but Payawal was learning his own way of surviving in the dark. Time passed. He guessed that he had been trapped here for at least 4 months by the amount of food he had eaten. The giver of food did not say anything to Payawal. The small window was just mechanically opened once a day and supplied him with food. Payawal also felt the limit of his mental powers because he couldn't talk to anyone for 4 months and was isolated in a dark space alone. More and more time was spent talking alone. After asking and answering by himself, he wondered if his mind was already split. But each time, Payawal held on to his spirits like crazy. It was as if time had stopped here. Staying sane in a place like this has never been easier. In particular, it was easy to go crazy if he had nothing to do. So what Payawal chose was to move. He walked along the wall in a narrow space of 3 or more in all directions. He walked and walked and walked until he collapsed from exhaustion. He was like a hamster running on a wheel. Calluses were formed on the soles of the feet, and little by little muscles started to form in the legs. When he remained standstill, his hunger was tolerable, but as he began to move, a feeling of extreme hunger tormented him. The food given once a day was insufficient, so he scraped up the walls and ate moss. He chose to eat moss to survive through the day despite the numbing hellish taste. Payawal's whole body was soaked with sweat. He would eat moss and roam the narrow space all day long. Thanks to this, he now has some muscle in his legs. The skin was still skinny due to a lack of nutrients, but it was not as weak as if it would break if he touched it with his fingers like before. When the leg muscles had gained some strength, Payawal contemplated on doing some upper body exercises. He soon decided on doing push-ups, so his time now is split into walking and push-ups. The push-ups cause him as much pain as the first time he walked. At first, just doing 10 repetitions made him out of breath. But as he endured the pain and continued trying, the number of repetitions increased day by day. A few months passed like that. Although he couldn't see it with his own eyes, Payawal felt that his body had changed quite a bit. He was still skinny, but it was not just the skin that was covered like before, but strong muscles under the skin. Payawal had to put in a lot of effort before this could happen. He was constantly fighting with himself, not with anyone else, to the point of collapsing. It was a different kind of pain from the initial hunger. Payawal learned how to endure such pain on his own. That wasn't the only thing he learned. He began to perceive the passage of time through his own internal body reactions. It is possible to measure the approximate flow of time through the defecation cycle, the time when the mind becomes clear, and various other body changes. There was another change. It was his eyes. His eyes began to adapt to the awful darkness. He didn't know when it started, but little by little the landscape around him slowly came into his eyes. It might just be distinguishing shapes and lines, but it was still a great progress. Payetwal was satisfied with at least being able to stop being blind. The underground space he saw with his eyes was desolate as he expected. There was not a single piece of furniture in the square space. On one side, the feces excreted by Payetwal had accumulated and gave off a foul odor, and unidentified insects gathered to eat the feces. It was surprising that so many bugs lived in a dark space where there was no light. Payetwal looked at the swarm of insects from a distance. If he had seen such a sight before coming here, he would have been disgusted and frightened, but now he doesn't feel anything. Isolation in the dark wore out his emotions, and his capacity for feeling fear seemed to have been killed. His wrists suddenly tingled. Surprised by the pain as if being stabbed by a needle, Payetwal looked at him and saw a small snake biting his wrist. It was a small snake with degenerated eyes like other bugs. The snake soon wrapped its entire body around Payetwal's wrist with a tight bite. Payetwal tried to get rid of the snake immediately, but at that moment his eyes suddenly turned red and the intense heat filled his head. Poison? That was the last thought he had before Payetwal lost consciousness. The snake biting his wrist fell. The snake crawled away from Payetwal and went back with the other insects. The food that snakes could eat deep underground was extremely limited. For the little snake, insects were its only food source. It was a coincidence that Payetwal was bitten by a snake that had come all the way to this place for the swarm of insects. The snake enjoyed its supper without paying any attention to the fallen Payetwal. Payetwal fell to the floor, unable to move. His whole body felt like it was on fire. The venom of a small, unknown snake was truly terrifying. Poison flowed through his blood vessels and attacked his whole body. Nerves and internal organs were attacked by poison. Despite the intense pain, Payetwal did not scream once. His whole body was so stiff that he couldn't even move. Payetwal's eyes were wide open in extreme pain. His eyes were red as if blood had burst all over and he was about to pour out blood. As the poison attacked his body, the heat continued to intensify. Payetwal could not even let out a scream and had to endure the pain. It would have been less painful if he had lost consciousness, but perhaps it was the effect of poison. His mind was rather clear, so he had to feel the excruciating pain vividly with his bare mind. 3 days passed in excruciating pain. The last 3 days felt more painful and longer than the time he had been confined in the underground space. Different parts of Payetwal's body were broken as he endured the pain by clenching his teeth. It was almost 3 days after the paralysis was relieved. The numbness that bound his body as if it were a lie was released, and the heat in his body disappeared. In the end, he won the battle against poison. He managed to hold on to his life, but the result did not come easily. He overcame the poison, but most of his internal organs, muscles, and nerves were damaged. He will recover to its original state over time. He has no energy to move right now, but he forced himself to. Payetwal crawled towards the only door leading to the outside. A plate of food was placed in front of the iron gate. His mouth was dry and he couldn't feel any taste, but he had to eat something to survive. Payetwal crawled like the snake that poisoned him. After crawling for a while, Payetwal, who barely reached the iron gate, hurriedly put his face into the plate. As he licked the food, Payetwal murmured, "I won't die, no matter what," his eyes now bright red in the darkness. Payetwal glanced at the snake passing near him. It was the one responsible for biting him. He almost died because of the snake's venom, but he felt no animosity. The cold reptile was the first one to settle down in this underground space earlier than him. If anything, Payetwal was the one intruding. Payetwal did not particularly hate or fear the snake since it did it out of survival. The snake had to bite for it to live. The snake slaughtered a large insect at the corner where Payetwal usually deposited his feces. While his eyes had slowly adapted to the darkness, he had never seen so clearly as he does now. It seemed that some change had taken place inside his body when he fought against the poison that penetrated him. This poison tolerance, he had heard of stories of people becoming stronger from surviving after being poisoned before. Payetwal thought that it would be the case for himself. The problem was that not only did he gain resistance to poison, some changes have also taken place in his body. It seemed that the poison had a synergistic effect and affected his eyesight. There was only one way to confirm his guess. Payetwal caught the body of the snake that was eating an insect and returned to where he was prior. The captured snake immediately opened its mouth wide and dug its fangs at the back of Payetwal's hand. The effect was immediate. He could feel the heat rising from the back of his hand. It was enough proof that the poison had started to penetrate his body. Payetwal prepared for the pain by gritting his teeth. Having resistance to the poison did not diminish the pain at all. Like Payetwal predicted, he could feel the excruciating pain at the sight of the snake's bite. Scorching heat rushed through his veins as if it was trying to burn his whole body. It was painful. He almost regretted his decision, but the pain was more bearable than he thought. The first bite had left him completely paralyzed, while the second time did not. Sure, it was still painful, but he can still endure it. When a day passed, the pain started to completely disappear. Payetwal was soon convinced that he had finally developed poison tolerance. It may only be towards a certain type of poison, but it was clear that he had his own weapon that others didn't know about. His vision also seemed to have gotten a little clearer. Okay, for the first time, a smile graced Pyotwal's lips. It was the first smile he made after being locked up in an underground space. After that, another change occurred in Pyotwal's daily routine. Once a day, he let the snake bite his wrists. He knew that his body had developed a tolerance, but Pyotwal never intended to be satisfied with his current level. He wanted a more perfect immunity, so he repeatedly let himself be bitten by the snake every single day. He also observed the behavior of the snake. The tiny snake with degenerated eyes was the only intelligent creature in the subterranean space, besides Pyotwal. When he stared at what the snake was doing, he can see that it rolls its head. Snakes were exceptional hunters. It can approach the prey without making a sound and kill it at once. It stealthily conceals its presence so that even vigilant insects will not notice. Occasionally, there would be insects who noticed the appearance of a snake, and when that happened, it made a peculiar cry of washing. Then the movements of the worms hardened like a lie. It can incapacitate its prey using sound, but even so, the snake is not greedy. It doesn't make the mistake of intimidating insects around it and chasing them away. The appearance of such a snake attracted Pyotwal's interest. So besides dedicating his time and training his stamina, Pyotwal would also come and observe the snake. For Pyotwal, watching the snake was his only means of entertainment. Pyotwal unknowingly fell in love with the snake's movements. To increase his strength, he tried to imitate the movement of a snake as he walked around the room. He practiced trying to navigate through the darkness without a sound or presence. The days went by quickly with him doing the same thing over and over. Pyotwal's routine would consist of eating the served food, observing the snake, and training his body. Pyotwal had to constantly repeat these three actions in order not to go crazy. Otherwise, he would have already gone crazy, engulfed in terrible pain. Eating food, training the body, observing and imitating snakes was the only way to lose weight. In the darkness, Pyotwal was resembling a snake little by little. Pyotwal opened his eyes to the sudden vibration. In an instant, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. It was because the iron door that had kept him locked up here for a long time was opening on its own. Pyotwal stood up. Soon the iron door was wide open. There was no difference in scenery between the inside of his room and the outside. The pitch-black darkness that covers his eyes and the humid air that irritates his skin remained. Pyotwal came out of the iron gate and looked around. Outside the door was a large hallway. On his left side were numerous rooms with doors all wide opened. Perhaps all of the rooms had opened simultaneously. The hallway has no end in sight. Pyotwal moved to the room adjacent to his room. He had to walk approximately 20 steps to reach the next room. Given the size of his room, which was only about 3 square meters or around 10 steps in each direction, there would be another 10 steps left that would serve as a barrier in between the rooms. So that's why I couldn't sense the presence of others. No matter how sensitive his senses were, it would not be able to overcome the thickness of the wall. Pyotwal looked inside the room. An awful stench stirred his nose. It was the smell of rotting flesh. Someone's body had been left decaying in the darkness. The foul odor indicated that the decomposition had already progressed considerably. Pyotwal went into the room and inspected the body, ignoring the foul smell. The deceased had its face collapsed, so he couldn't tell in much detail, but judging from the build of the skeleton, he could tell that it was a boy of the same age as him. Perhaps the boy was also imprisoned here at the same time as him. The situation in the other rooms was the same. In each room, either a boy or girl of a similar age as Pyotwal was dead. Unlike Pyotwal, they could not endure hunger and died of starvation. Their room was as humid as Pyotwal's room, so it was full of moss. They probably did not seem to consider consuming the moss. Maybe they weren't able to adjust well to the darkness like he did, and hence failed to notice the moss growing around the room. A bowl of rotten food was placed in front of their own doors. Similarly, with Pyotwal's case, the food was also rationed, but they must have been picky and left the food untouched. In the darkness, Pyotwal's eyes flashed red. He continued to walk straight down the hallway. 20 rooms passed, and 20 bodies were also found. One corpse per one room. Pyotwal soon reached the end of the hallway. There was a large iron door blocking the hallway. The iron gate was much thicker and larger compared to the ones that blocked their rooms. The bolts of the gate were also taken out. Pyotwal pushed the door hard and the towering iron gate opened slowly. Beyond the iron gate, the same hallway where Pyotwal had been imprisoned continued, and again, 20 iron gates were lined up in a row. The only difference is that there was only one survivor in the area where Pyotwal was, but in the new section, there were as many as 2 survivors here. It was a boy and a girl who seemed to be of the same age. They looked in the direction where Pyotwal appeared with wary eyes. Judging by their actions, it seemed that their eyes were not perfectly adapted to the darkness like Pyotwal. It was clear that they had noticed the appearance of a new character through the sound of Pyotwal's footsteps. Their pricked-up ears were proof. Pyotwal only looked at them without saying a word. Both the boy and girl were skinny, as if they had not eaten properly. but compared to Payawal, they still seemed to be in better shape. Payawal glanced at the next room. A body was seen through the door. He could see a food bowl next to the body. There's no doubt that there was a sufficient amount of food. So it was either that he died because he could not stand the loneliness and died of madness, or he could not overcome the disease he had acquired underground. One of the survivors spoke cautiously. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" "He and I are the only survivors in this section." The question was directed to Payawal. Payawal looked at the girl who asked the question. She was a girl who did not lose her beauty despite being locked in the basement for a long time. She was staring in the direction of the wall, like a cat full of poison. However, it seemed that she could not recognize Payawal's appearance since her eyes were not focused. The boy next to the girl also looked in the direction of Payawal with a very wary look. If it was too late, it had the momentum to attack Payawal. Their eyes weren't able to fully adapt to the darkness like Payawal, but their sense of hearing and smell still developed by leaps and bounds. It is for that reason that they managed to take notice of Payawal's arrival and become vigilant. Payawal opened his mouth. "My name is Payawal. I was locked up in the adjacent area next door. So are you saying there are other places like this?" "It seems so." In response to Payawal's answer, the girl bit her lip. The girl, like Payawal, did not know they ended up here and was captured here and lived for several months. Even as everyone in each of the trapped rooms was dying, she clenched her teeth and endured it until she eventually survived. It was the same with the boy. He has outstanding mental strength who succeeded in overcoming the feelings of despair and loneliness day by day. Payawal asked, "What are your names?" "I'm So Yowal, and he is Song Chun-woo." "Let's go." "Go where?" "I think there are more areas like this." Payawal's gaze was on the other side of the hallway. There was also a huge iron gate similar to what Payawal had passed through. It was proof that another section existed. So Yowal and Song Chun-woo did not recognize the existence of the iron gate that divided the different sections because they did not have eyes that could see through the dark. So Yowal's voice trembled. "Oh my God, there's more places like this. Follow me." Payawal took the lead. So Yowal and Song Chun-woo followed the sound of his footsteps. If they had held hands, they could walk faster, but Payawal didn't. Giving up your hand meant that he would not be able to use it in an emergency. It's like giving out a weakness. Even though no one had taught him that, Payawal was aware that in order to survive, he must not let anything easily slip into his gap. "Hold my hand." Song Chun-woo reached out to So Yowal. Payawal thought that she would hesitate for a moment, but So Yowal immediately grabbed Song Chio's hand and followed behind Payawal. As they moved on to the next area, they saw more survivors. This time there were 5. Like Song Chun-woo and So Yowal, they also gathered together and shared information. They were alarmed by the sudden appearance of Payawal, So Yowal, and Song Chun-woo. However, So Yowal came forward and explained it calmly, and soon the boundaries were softened. Payawal glanced into the room as the others were having a conversation. Most of the rooms also had decomposing bodies. Unlike Payawal's section, only a few people died of starvation. Instead, most of them showed signs of self-harm. Some had their heads broken, and others showed signs of strangulation. They must have been unable to endure despair, loneliness, and fear, so they chose to commit suicide. It was a harsh environment for children in their teenage years to endure. It only makes sense for them to commit suicide. The next thing Payawal looked at was at their food bowl. It was definitely bigger than the food bowl in the area where Payawal was confined, and the amount of food was greater. At least in terms of food, it was clear that they received more rations than the area where Payawal was confined. Were they discriminating? Whatever the purpose of those who imprisoned them here, it was clear that they managed it by giving each section a different level of treatment. In comparing the sections he has observed, the environment in the area where Payawal was confined was the harshest. It was a miracle in itself that Payawal managed to survive there alone. However, the children who were talking outside did not seem to realize that fact. When Payawal came out, So Yowal sensed his presence and said, "These children were also imprisoned at the same time as us. This is Lee Min and Go Shinnok," and as if they had already shared a common name, So Yowal introduced the children as the representative. Payawal silently remembered their names. In the 3rd district, Lee Min and Go Shinnok stood out. Lee Min was a beautiful girl similar to So Yowal, while Go Shinnok was a very handsome man. He had such a beautiful face outline and appearance that he could not be considered a man. There were probably a lot of girls who fell for him when he was outside. Lee Min spoke towards the direction she assumed where Payawal was. "Hello, I'm Lee Min. I'll be in your care from now on." He did not know what he was asking for, but Payawal silently nodded his head. The survivors continued moving on to the next section. There were a few more survivors in the next area. Around 8 people survived. Whenever they moved to other sections, the number of survivors continued to increase. In the end, the number of those who survived reached a whopping 100, while the number of those who died were more than doubled. 300 people were put in, and only 100 of them survived. It's not normal for 300 young children to be imprisoned. No matter how big Sichuan province is, if 300 children went missing all at the same time, the powerful sects will not remain silent. But if they expand their range to other parts of the world, then they probably won't be noticed. In the case of Payawal, he was arrested in Hanam, which was far away from Sichuan. So Yowal and Song Chunwu were also orphans, so perhaps others are as well. Even if they disappeared, no one would care and look for them. They were the perfect target for anyone to carry out some secret conspiracy. Payawal opened the door to the next area. However, the scenery that appeared this time was different from what he had imagined. A huge underground cave stretched out before their eyes. The underground cave was so huge that if not for the torches hanging all over to light up the place, it would be impossible to even guess the size. Ah! Outcries coming from the children bursted from all over the place. After being stuck in a place where there has been no light for the past few months, suddenly being exposed to a torch hurt so much as if their eyeballs were about to burst out. It was painful for Payawal too. Tears streamed down his eyes as if they were being stabbed by thousands of needles at the same time. Payawal tried to adapt to the sudden bright light with his eyes half closed. It took him a long time to get used to the light because his eyes had already perfectly adapted to the darkness. After a while, Payawal finally managed to adjust to the light, while the majority still couldn't open their eyes. Payawal paid them no attention and proceeded to look inside the underground cave. The cave seemed to have been formed naturally. The huge stalactites hanging from the ceiling were proof. The cave's structure was that it narrowed as it went up, like a bowl that had been turned upside down. Inside of the cave was full of buildings made out of wood. The buildings were made crudely as if they were modeled after a manner. What is this? The children, who recovered their sight belatedly, were surprised to find the buildings. It was already amazing to find such a huge underground cave, but seeing the wooden buildings standing in the middle, which were definitely made by human hands, made them vigilant. Payawal strode towards the building. So Yowal and Song Chunwu quickly followed behind him, followed by Li Min and Go Shinnok. Payawal looked into the building at the entrance and said, "There are no people here, really." A light of suspicion appeared on So Yowal's face. They continued to search all the other buildings, but they haven't found anyone. The children had bewildered faces. They were wary that they would discover another person, but they didn't know what to do now that they're alone. While the children were bewildered, Payawal didn't stop inspecting the building. The building wasn't very old. Judging from the condition of the wood, it was clear that it was made recently. The grain of the wood and the dust that had accumulated on it made it clear that it was made during the time Payawal and the children were locked up in each section. As a result, the building itself was in poor condition. From the outside it looked fine, but on the inside it was terrible. Only the appearance looked okay, but the inside was so crude that it was impossible for a person to live. It was as if they had deliberately constructed it that way on purpose. Payawal thought there must be a reason. One of the truths he learned while wandering the world alone is that everything happens for a reason. If a beggar who was begging next to him was beaten to death, it meant that he had no eyes that could accurately judge the person he was begging from. If someone offered food to him, they must also have a reason for doing so. Probably the figure of the beggar would have reminded them of their child or someone close to them. So sometimes Payawal was beaten to death. The reason was simple. Because the person he was begging for wasn't very good. Payawal's eyesight was already sharp as he had many experiences at a young age. Because of that, even the slightest strange point didn't go unnoticed. Payawal came out and looked at the layout of the building. The building itself is very rough, but the layout is excellent. Even Payawal, who is not familiar with architecture, knew that the buildings were arranged intentionally. But anything beyond that, Payawal couldn't find out. Then someone approached Payawal. "It's you, Payawal." The girl who spoke in a soft voice was Li Min he met in the 3rd district. It was the first time for Li Min to see Payawal in person. Unlike Payawal, she doesn't have eyes to see through the darkness. Li Min narrowed her eyes and looked at Payawal. Eyes set under dark eyebrows, a towering nose, and tightly closed lips. Although he was very skinny and his cheeks were sunken, he still had a very handsome face. However, it was not Payawal's appearance that Li Min paid attention to. It was his eyes. Payawal's pupils, with their hollow eyelids above them, were tinted with a soft reddish tint from the light. She doesn't know if it's because of the torch or if it's the eye's original color, but it felt very mysterious. "Was it always like that?" "What do you mean?" "Your red eyes." "My eyes are red." "Yes, looks like you didn't know." "Then it must have happened to you when you were here." Li Min reached out and touched Payawal's face. Payawal stood still and accepted Li Min's hand. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he was unaware of her touch. "Are my eyes red? Could it have something to do with snake bites?" Being different from others is never a good thing, especially when there are so many children gathered together. Children are accustomed to instinctively detect and reject beings different from themselves. Most of the children Payawal had seen while wandering the world were like that. Fortunately, his eyes did not turn completely red. According to Li Min, his eyes would appear to have a faint reddish tint when there's a torch nearby, but otherwise it's not very visible normally. Wall thought that was a good thing. Li Min asked, "What are you thinking so hard about, just this and that? You are different from other children. How so? You just are. While we're all here confused, you're the only one thinking deeply." Li Min stared at Wall. Wall also looked into her eyes. "What are you two doing over there?" So Yowal and Song Chun-woo approached them. "Just talking, just about this and that." Li Min shrugged. So Yowal looked at Lee Min-yoon with a puzzled look, but only for a while, and said to Wall with a nonchalant expression. A few kids decided to group themselves together. "What do you guys want to do?" "About what? You're coming with us, right?" So Yowal said with a very natural expression, and Song Chun-woo, who was behind her, nodded and agreed with her. Wall looked at them for a moment and then opened his mouth. "We'll see." "What do you mean you'll see? Are you saying you won't be joining us?" "I'm just saying that I'll wait to see how things go." Perhaps Wall's answer was unexpected, so Yowal was unable to speak for a moment. Song Chio looked like he was about to get angry at any moment, but being with So Yowal calmed his anger. He realized that being isolated for a long time in the dark will cause someone to lose their mind. Some have succeeded in holding on to their identity with strong mental powers, but not all of them can. What's more is that the people who are now trapped in this underground space were only children in their early to mid-13 years. Since they are imprisoned in a state where their mind is not fully developed, the breakdown of their ego was particularly serious. It may not appear on the surface right now, but no one knew what trouble it would cause in the future. Wall didn't want to mix with them yet. Wall did not trust the other children. He doesn't even believe in himself. He may have looked normal, but he can't tell if he had already developed some kind of problem mentally. On Wall's dumbfounded look, So Yoel gave a confused expression for a moment, but she quickly smiled and spoke softly. "Come back anytime you change your mind. Our door will always be open." Wall just nodded his head without saying a word, so Yoel looked at Lee Min. "How about you? What are you going to do?" Instead of answering, Lee Min looked at Wall and So Yoel alternately. Her troubles didn't last long. "All right, I'll join you. It's much better to stay together than to be alone." Lee Min went to So Yoel's side. The three went back to where the other children were, shoulder to shoulder, and Wall, who was left alone, looked at their backs. After only a few hours of getting to know each other's faces, the children soon found a group similar to themselves. The group was divided into groups led by So Yowal and Song Chunwoo, a group led by a child named Kang Il, a group led by a boy named Yo Miljung, and a group headed by a boy named Go Youngsun. The children who became the heads of each group have a remarkable and outstanding presence. Other children instinctively grouped around a leader with similar tendencies, and factions naturally formed in the underground cavity. Wall did not belong to any faction and watched the children. The children berated Wall and told him he was unlucky. "You said there were no other survivors in the mouth where that bastard was. Everyone else died, so how did he survive alone? Could he have killed them all?" Unfounded rumors spread. Everyone knew that Wall couldn't kill others because they were all individually locked up in solitary confinement. Still, the rumors spread secretly. Although there were only 100 or so, the world of children in the underground cave was no different from the world outside. They become similar to adults who are vigilant and jealous of someone differing from the majority and push them aside. He was no different. He was explicitly being ostracized, but Wall didn't seem to care. It's because he has been through a lot of things like this while wandering the world alone. Above all, Wall could not afford to care about the children. It was because there was not enough time just to seek survival. Wall roamed the underground cavity all day long. The first reason was to find out if there was a place to escape, and the second reason was to figure out the origin of the underground cavity. Although the structures in the underground cavity were recently improvised, it was clear that the underground space, where he and his children were confined, was built a very long time ago. It took at least several decades for the moss to form on the wall. There was a time gap of at least several years to decades between the room in which he was confined and the buildings here. Wall came to a conclusion. The underground space was built a long time ago. It's already been abandoned, but for some reason, someone is reusing it recently. The problem is the reason for reusing it. Perhaps they were the original owners of this underground cavity, or they could have discovered it by chance. Whoever it was clear that they have enormous financial power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to build such structures in such a short time underground. Wall was so immersed in thought when suddenly a dull sound resounded from the basement ceiling. Wall and the children's eyes turned to the ceiling. A ray of light seeped in, then a rope with a large basket came down. There were various kinds of food in a basket large enough for one person to eat. "It's food. Let's eat," the children cheered. The children's hunger was at its peak because they hadn't eaten anything since leaving their confinements. The children rushed towards the basket like an anglerfish. Because they had been starving for quite some time, the eyes of the children were turned upside down when they saw something to eat. "Wait!" At that time, So Yowal and Song Chun-woo stopped the children and shouted, "What the hell? Get out of the way." The children were, of course, angry. They growled as if they were about to attack the two of them at any moment. However, So Yowal was not afraid and said calmly, "Why don't we share it equally among us?" Her gaze was directed at the heads of each group. Kang Il, Yom Iljung, and Go Youngsun, the heads of each group, each nodded in agreement with her. They stepped forward on behalf of each group, and they distributed the food in the basket. Then Pyotwal stepped forward. "Wait, what are you?" Yom Iljung looked at Pyotwal with fierce eyes. So did the other bosses. Their eyes were full of poison to the point that even adults would shudder. The long imprisonment has turned the children into beasts. Those who imprisoned children here created 100 ferocious beasts. Anyone who faced such children's eyes would be saddened. However, Pyotwal was no different from the children, an animal that grew up eating poison and despair in the dark. That kind of gaze and pressure didn't work on him. Pyotwal calmly picked up the food and answered, "I'm going to take my share too." "Put that down." Yom Iljung grabbed Pyotwal's wrist. When Pyotwal looked at him without saying a word, Yom Iljung gave even a more ferocious expression. "No one can take the food from the basket without our permission. Everything in this basket is under our control." He looked at So Yowal and the other leaders. So Yowal and others nodded their heads in agreement with his words. An easy way to control the group you laid is to take control of their lifeline, food. Although they're still young, they knew they had to get their hands on food to ensure they had control over the other children. In other words, food was power. They had no intention of giving power to anyone but themselves. This is especially true for loners who go out alone without being able to form a group like Pyotwal. It was then, Puck Ak, something that no one had expected happened. All of a sudden, Yom Iljung uttered a desperate scream. In Yom Iljung's eyes, Pyotwal's fingers were embedded. Pyotwal pierced his left eye with his index finger. "What did you say? Say it again." Pyotwal asked indifferently, putting his finger in Yom Iljung's eyes. His eyes were glowing red-like when a torch was nearby. Kug Yom Iljung, whose eyes were pierced by Pyotwal's fingers, screamed and struggled. However, Pyotwal grabbed Yom Iljung's neck with his opposite hand and made it impossible to move. The index finger of his right hand was still inserted into Yom Iljung's eye. From the perspective of Yom Iljung, a mixture of liquid and red blood was flowing out. Many children shut their eyes at the terrible sight. For the past few months, living in isolation and full of poison, he was just a child who had not yet matured. They might have instinctively gathered and formed a group, but no one here was prepared to kill the other children. That was the difference between them and the Pyotwal. He was the only one who survived in the harshest environment. He was willing to kill other children in order to survive. So the result was a finger stuck in Yom Iljung's eye. "I told you to say it again, AH. Yom Iljung gave all his strength to get out of Pyotwal's hand, but he remained immovable. While the other children hoped and waited for the iron door to open, Pyotwal trained his body. The difference was huge between the growing children. "Let go of that hand, you crazy son of a bitch. Fuck, let go of him right now." Children following Yom Iljung surrounded Pyotwal. At that moment, Pyotwal put his finger deeper into Yom Iljung's eyes. Gah. The desperate screams of Yom Iljung continued to echo in the underground cavity. The eyes of the children, who were about to run to the creepy site, fell down. This behavior of Pyotwal was far beyond their imagination. They could never have imagined that there would be such a person in the same age group as them. They remember a viper from the figure of the Pyotwal, a small snake with a lot of poison that once bites it, it never lets go. No one dared to stop Pyotwal. They felt like they were going to get beaten up by Pyotwal if they dared to do something. So Yowal came out. She came in front of Pyotwal. "He's not in a situation where he can answer. Stop it." "Why should I? He should have understood after you did that much." "What about food? No one will touch your share." So Yowal's last words were directed towards the other children. No one opened their mouths to answer, but their intentions were conveyed to Pyotwal. At that time, Pyotwal pulled out the finger that had been stuck in Yom Iljung's eye and released the hand that was holding his neck. Yom Iljung sat down on the spot and covered his pierced eyes with the palm of his hand. He looked at Pyotwal, gritting his teeth. You bastard, what? Do you want me to do the same thing to your other eye? If you wish to be blind, then go ahead. My fingers are strong enough to pierce your other eye. Crazy, you bastard." Yom Iljung grinded his teeth. In his heart, he wanted to hit him to death, but the atmosphere in the hall was dominated by him. The other children have already been devoured by Pyotwal's momentum. It was impossible to expect a reversal in this atmosphere. In the end, Yom Iljung had no choice but to step back while covering his wounded eye. Pyotwal looked at him for a moment, then backed away holding his portion of food. So Yowal whispered to him, "What are you going to do now? You turned them all into enemies." "Even if they didn't turn into my enemies, I already consider everyone here as my enemies anyway." "What do you mean?" Instead of answering, Pyotwal shrugged his shoulders and moved on. The children in front of him stepped aside. Pyotwal passed by them and climbed onto the roof of a nearby building. The roof of the building has the best place to monitor the area. With what he did to Yom Iljung just now, Pyotwal made all the children in the underground cavity hostile. The highest place was chosen because it was necessary to monitor whether children would secretly approach him during their eating time. The food in Pyotwal's hand was a rice cake. It had been a long time since they had been made, so the rice cakes were hard and tasteless. However, Pyotwal silently chewed the rice cake without complaining. As he sat on the roof and surveyed the view, he could see the surrounding landscape in more detail. This is a test to filter out useful children. Throwing the children one by one in a space completely cut off from the outside was a clear process to filter out useful children. Such a process could not end immediately. This process would be repeated over and over again, and it was clear that many children would continue to die in the process. He could think of cooperating with other children to fight back, but Pyotwal did not believe that things would turn out so smoothly. It was their intention to drive so many children into one place. It will certainly put the children at risk by testing them in one way or another. Until now, they still haven't appeared and were still forcing the children to survive on their own. If so, it was clear that the same method would be used this time as well, making children kill each other or making them suspicious of each other. If that happens, everyone will be each other's enemy. If they were going to be an enemy anyway, it doesn't matter if they become his enemy a little earlier. Because he would be able to examine the situation a little more clearly. Pyotwal looked at the panoramic view under the underground cavity for a long time. Food came down once a day, always at the same time. As the food came down, each group fought a nerve war to get even a little more food. Food was directly related to survival, and in order to increase the probability of survival even by a little, the children tried to secure even a little more food. As time passed, the children's antagonism grew more and more intense. The more it happened, the more prominent the presence of the children who served as the heads of each group became. It was definitely Soyowal who showed the greatest presence among the leaders. Soyowal, who is a woman, secures the most food for her group. Then, after securing as much food as possible, she still only ate the smallest amount, and she took good care of the children who followed her. The strong loyalty of the children who followed Soyowal was natural. The next largest group was Kang Il's group. Kang Il had a very quiet personality. He was so silent to the point of not saying a word all day. Nonetheless, he took great care of the children who followed him. He was the type of person who showed his leadership through actions instead of words. The group led by Go Youngsun has a strong personality. It may be because Go Youngsun has a bubbly personality, but the personalities of the children who followed him were somewhat similar. Finally, there was a group led by Yeom Iljung. At first, many children followed Yeom Iljung, but when they saw him lose one of his eyes and was humiliated by Pyotwal, many children left. For that reason, Yeom Iljung harbored great resentment towards Pyotwal. Pyotwal knew that too, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He would only take his share of food and disappear somewhere else. Many children thought of him as a thorn in their eyes. However, the brutality of Pyotwal when he dealt with Yeom Iljung had left such a strong impression on them that they were reluctant to confront him, so they can just monitor Pyotwal's actions from afar. Pyotwal was constantly the subject of their attention. Numerous children were keenly aware of his movements. Except when eating food, Pyotwal was confined to the underground area where he was imprisoned. Each room was cleaned by putting the scattered bodies in one place. The other children did not understand Pyotwal's actions, who preferred to stay alone in the deepest part. The place where Pyotwal occupied was in the deepest darkness where it was impossible to see anything ahead. Pyotwal, who returned to such a place on his own feet, would only look strange in their eyes, but Pyotwal didn't care about what others thought at all. He chose the underground space where he was confined because he thought it was the safest place. It was good to live in an underground communal space, but there was no freedom of movement because it was open on all sides. No matter how secretly they move, they cannot escape the gaze of the children. For that reason, Pyotwal spent most of his time in the space where he was first confined, training his stamina or developing his tolerance to poison by being bitten by a snake. Having lived with snakes made them his close friends. At some point, even when he was bitten by a snake, he no longer felt any pain. It seemed that he now had complete tolerance for their poison. Pyotwal came out, rubbing his wrist that had recently been bitten by a snake. As he came out of the dark room, he could feel the secret glances the children threw from everywhere. The other children are watching him come out. The children were hostile towards Pyotwal, who chose a lifestyle greatly different from theirs. They could not understand Pyotwal, who chose to live alone without a group. However, Pyotwal looked at the ceiling, not paying any attention to their gaze. Now it was time for the food to come down. When the basket came down, the leaders such as Soyowal and Kang Il were already there. Still, because they were the leaders, they were quite proud. Yeom Iljung was staring at Pyotwal with his one eye. Despite the ferociousness in his eyes, there was also a fear. Kang Il and Go Youngsun were also wary of Pyotwal, but did not show any particular hostility. The only one who expressed good feelings towards Pyotwal was Soyowal. What's good staying in a dark place where you couldn't even see anything in front of you? Instead of staying by yourself like this, why not come and join our group? I believe I've already answered that question before. Shouldn't your answer change depending on the situation? Despite Pyotwal's blunt words, So Yowal did not lose her smile. It was so pretty that it made his eyes dizzy when she smiled lightly. So Yowal's face gained some weight because she ate well and was comfortable. As her health improved, her dazzling beauty also came back. Her beauty was also a big factor in leading her group. In fact, many of So Yowal's followers are those smitten with her beauty. Pyotwal looked at So Yowal without saying a word. He found her beautiful. After all, he was also a man. Although he was young, he was mature enough to serve as a man. If it had been before he came here, he would have succumbed to So Yowal's beauty and followed her. But the hellish times of the past few months have instilled in Pyotwal a strong patience. He thought more deeply than before and started to doubt everything around him. He didn't trust the children here yet. No, he couldn't. That was then. There was a dull sound from the ceiling and a basket of food came down. All the children's eyes turned to the basket. Kang Il murmured, "Aren't there going to be idiots like Gu Jaipyong again?" Gu Jaipyong was the name of a child who died a while ago. He made a plan to escape outside by getting in the basket. When the children had all their food, he climbed into the empty basket. However, while the basket was being pulled up high in the air, the rope that tied the basket from above was suddenly cut off. In the end, Gu Jaipyong fell to the floor and died horribly. The basket did not come down for 3 days after that. During that time, the children had to starve. It was a clear warning. If something like that happens again, they will starve again. Children who learned the lesson the hard way did not dream of escaping through the basket like Gu Jaipyong ever since. Tack. Finally, the basket of food came down to the floor. The expressions of the children looking inside the basket changed. Why is there only this much? The amount of food has decreased. What the smile disappeared from So Yowal's face, and the other leaders couldn't hide their bewildered expressions. Securing food was of paramount importance in this closed place. At first glance, food was reduced by almost a quarter. It could have been seen that there was not much difference, but the amount was so small that it reminded them of starvation Chinese letter for children who were barely satisfying their hunger. The evidence was that even the head children could not hide their bewildered expressions. In the darkness, a red tint lingered in Pyotwal's eyes. It has begun. He thought they would pick out the children in one way or another, but he expected that they would choose such an extreme and primitive method. Already, a hideous atmosphere was sensed among the children. So Yowal and the other leaders looked at each other. So far, they have fairly distributed the food. Although the quantity was insufficient, they were able to fill the stomachs of the children who followed him to some extent. However, since the amount of food has decreased, it was unimaginable to fully satisfy their hunger. It would be nice if they stopped at this level, but Pyotwal predicted that the food would decrease further considering their behavior so far. "I'm only taking this." Pyotwal only took care of his share with a glance. The food in his hand has significantly been reduced as compared to before. So Yowal and the boss's eyebrows twitched. So far they have implicitly acknowledged the share of Pyotwal. This was because Pyotwal left a strong impression, but things have now changed. Even the small amount that Pyotwal takes seems to be a waste. The only reason they haven't done anything is that the amount has decreased for the first time today. It is not clear how long it would last. In their minds, the quantity decreased today, but there was a feeling of expectation that it might return to its original state tomorrow. That's why they just let him go even though he looks at Pyotwal. But the Pyotwal knew. Those good times will never come back again. And as he had guessed, the food was noticeably reduced every day. And one day something terrible happened that should not have happened. Sam was a boy who survived the last section and joined the group led by So Yowal. Although he has the smallest build among So Yowal's group, he had pulled his weight through sheer tenacity, and that small man was lying on the floor dead. His appearance was truly miserable, as he had been brutally beaten up to the point of death. His face was mutilated to the point of being unrecognizable, and his body was full of black bruises. The appearance of the Sam was enough to bring out the anger of So Yowal and the crowd. "Who the hell did this? I won't let this go. You bastards." The children burst out in anger. It was difficult to believe in their eyes. There was only one reason for the death of Sam. He was the weakest link of So Yowal's group, and it is said that he has a habit of sparingly eating his rationed food. There were traces of food on his hands. It meant they were attacked before eating. Song Chunwoo frowned and asked the children, "Did anyone see who did this?" Everyone shook their heads. "Damn, we need to know who did this to get revenge." Song Chunwoo burst out in anger. Even though he wanted to take revenge, he couldn't do it because he didn't know the culprit, which made him even more furious. So Yoel opened her mouth. "It doesn't matter who. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter who made Sam this way. The important thing is that someone who followed us died. That's even though Sam is dead, if we decide to stay still, everyone will start to look down on us. Yeah, but to get revenge, we need to know our opponent, but it will be too late. It will take at least a day or two to find the person who killed Sam, and if we fail to find the culprit, we'll just be wasting our time, and that will certainly make the other groups look down on us. We must take revenge now in the same manner." So Yowal did not say who the subject of their revenge will be, but Song Chunwoo already has an idea who she's talking about. A weak and powerless child like the youngest among the other groups. They were So Yowal's targets. That night, the group led by So Yowal moved secretly, and the weakest child in the group led by Go Youngsun died. It was the beginning of the war. Pyotwal scratched the wall with his fingernail. It's been a while since he had scraped his hands against the wall recently. Pyotwal brushed a considerable amount of moss that he had gathered into his mouth at once. It still tasted disgusting, but it was still better than starving. The children's war also affected Pyotwal. The war was so brutal that it was hard to believe that it was conducted by children in their early to mid-teens. It was difficult at first, but once they saw others' blood spilled, the children stopped being hesitant. If they don't find the courage to kill someone, then they will be the ones who would die. Food was scarce, and it was impossible for everyone to share equally. In such a situation, the children chose to reduce the mouths to feed one by one. From the beginning, harmony and coexistence among them was impossible. Every time a night passed, someone was always found dead. One night, it would be one of So Yowal's group that had died, and on another day, the child would be from Yom Iljung's group. When the situation came to this, distrust flared up. The children who belonged to some groups began to leave one after the other. Since the leader decided that he could not completely protect them, he decided to survive on his own. So the 4 large groups were divided into 8 smaller groups. The children did not trust each other. The food became less and less day by day, and the children's fighting grew fiercer. The already hellish underground cave literally became hell in itself. No one could be relieved, and no one can guarantee one's own survival. Hunger-stricken children have become as ferocious as beasts. Chinese letter. Fortunately, the children have yet to reach the point of entering the space where Pyotwal is staying. Children instinctively still felt fear towards the space they were initially confined in. In particular, the deep darkness which hinders them from seeing anything ahead greatly stimulated their fear. Even if they were holding a torch or light, they would still hesitate in coming into such darkness. Thanks to this, Pyotwal has been able to live more comfortably than the other children. He can eat moss peacefully, but that peace seemed to have ended today. Thrack, a small rustle came to Pyotwal's ears. It was the sound of footsteps rubbing against the floor. The sound was so subtle that it would never be detectable by someone unless they have sensitive hearing like Pyotwal. They're here, in the dark. Pyotwal's eyes shone sharply. It wasn't just 1 or 2. At least 4 people were moving together. Pyotwal's residence was in the deepest area, so it was not a place where one could accidentally get lost. It was a place that could never be reached unless someone visits intentionally. So the people who appeared here must have come to Pyotwal for a certain purpose, a bad one at that. Are you sure this is the right place? Why, yeah, I'm certain. Why is it so dark? I can't even see anything in front of me. The voices of the visitors echoed in the darkness. They tried to whisper, but given that there was no furniture or objects in the room that could absorb the sound, their voices still resonated quite loudly. Then one of the children set fire to the torch he was holding in his hand. He wanted to move as secretly as possible, but when his vision was limited due to the darkness, he had no choice but to light a torch. When the torches were lit, their faces were revealed. They were Yom Iljung and the 3 more children who followed him. After losing one eye to Pyotwal, Yom Iljung was waiting for a chance to get his revenge. However, the memory of the day he lost his eyes to Pyotwal was so strong that he couldn't help but hesitate. Even though he was the leader of a group, he was only in his early and mid-teens. It's never easy to shake off the fear once imprinted in one's head. If not for the lack of food, the children would be in a peaceful situation. This would consequently cause Yom Iljung's revenge to be delayed. However, the sudden decrease in food led to a fight among children. As the death-and-death situation took place every day, his fear of Pyotwal faded away. Yom Iljung himself killed as many as 2 children. He became a beast that has tasted the blood of others. He thought that now was the moment to overcome his fear by killing Pyotwal. After killing Pyotwal, he will fight So Yowal and Kang Il and become the sole leader of the underground community. That was the end goal of Yom Iljung. Yom Iljung held a torch and lit every corner of the room. But Pyotwal remained nowhere to be seen. Why is he not here? And no, I'm certain he went here. Damn it, where is he? A bewildered expression appeared on the children's faces. That was then. AHGH. Suddenly, a child shrieked. Yom Iljung snapped his head towards the child in surprise. What's wrong? Something bit my foot. The screaming child did not speak and stepped back. When the torch illuminated the child's face, his face had turned black and foam started to form in his mouth. Thump. Then they heard something creeping into the darkness. Yom Iljung held the torch towards the area the sound was heard, but there was nothing there. Then another child screamed. When Yom Iljung turned his head quickly, he saw his henchman already lying on the floor, and then came the sight of a black object moving rapidly. The black shadow moved in an instant and moved behind the last boy's back. You bastard! The boy who was the target of the black shadow swung his fist. Like the other children, it was a fist covered in someone else's blood. While he's not as remarkable at anything else, he was confident enough to make a fist. His fists were sharp and elaborately aimed at the Black Shadow's head. But at that moment, the Black Shadow's head flickered like a candle in the wind and disappeared from view. Kugkek. Then the boy suddenly found himself unable to breathe. The Black Shadow quickly appeared behind him and stuck to his back like a cicada. The Black Shadow was Pyawal. Pyawal's strong arms were wrapped around the boy's neck like a snake. The boy's face turned white in an instant. The blood vessels in the neck are blocked and the blood supply to the brain is cut off. You bastard, let Jongha go. Yom Ilyung pointed a torch at the Pyawal and yelled. The strong light created dark shadows on Pyawal's face. The dark shade made the Pyawal's impression more intense. There was a glimmer of fear in the eyes of Yom Iljung, who was looking at Pyawal. The fear that he had struggled to suppress was instantly revived when he saw Pyawal. This kind of fear is like mold, and no matter how much you scrub and wipe it, it will grow and pollute your mind. There was a mixture of embarrassment, confusion, and fear in his remaining eye. It was because in an instant, all the children who came with him were mercilessly attacked by Pyawal. The fact that he did not even see how Pyawal used to suppress the children further amplified his fear. Kug. The boy who had been suppressed by Pyawal was running out of breath. If time continues to pass on, the boy will surely die. Both Pyawal and Yom Iljung knew that fact. Pyawal knew he was at a crossroads. If he kills the boy here, Pyawal would become a murderer. He will become exactly what the creators of this place want him to be. He thought that a moment like this would come one day, but that moment came faster than he expected. Pyawal could decide to not be a murderer and not have blood on his hands. It all depended on his choice. The red tint in Pyawal's eyes, which was only reflected by a torch if it's nearby, was visible. Seeing Pyawal's eyes, Yom Ilyung had an ominous feeling and shouted, "Enno." However, Pyawal did not care and gave more strength to his arm. He could feel the struggle of the boy as he was strangled by his throat. But after a moment, the boy had his tongue stuck out as he dropped to the ground. He has no vital signs. His breathing stopped and his body temperature gradually cooled. That was the boy's end. Pyawal did not delay his decision in becoming a murderer. The creators of this place forced the children to make decisions, and those who did not reach their desired standards would be cut off. It was natural selection. Throng, the boy's body collapsed as Pyawal relaxed his arms. Yom Iljung took a step back. The momentum he had when he decided to come here had long since disappeared. Hey, you devil-like bastard. To kill Jongha, he himself also killed several people, yet Yom Iljung still cursed at Pyawal for killing the boy. Pyawal doesn't have an excuse. He still considered himself weak, but actually he was not weak. Adapting to the darkness, he was more poisonous and stronger than Yom Iljung. Even Yom Ilyung instinctively recognized that fact. The fear that Pyawal had planted on him was like a fungus that continues to firmly stick in his mind. Even if he lets him live here, Yom Iljung will never be able to stand up to Pyawal again. The fear that Pyawal had planted in Yom Iljung's heart was terrifying to that extent. Yom Iljung, who had his 2 legs trembling and his face with sweat droplets flowing incessantly, had proved that. Pyawal approached him. "Sa, save me. If you spare me, I will become your subordinate. You will need a subordinate like me. I'm sure you'll be obedient at the beginning. But as time goes on, your fear of me might lessen, and you will do the same thing again." "And no, you're wrong. Never." Yom Ilyung, who was shaking his head quickly, opened his eyes wide. It was because the figure of Pyawal in front of him suddenly disappeared. Before he can even find Pyawal. Suddenly, a shattering pain overtook him. Pyawal's fist exactly hit the tip of his chin. His brain shook, blurring his vision. Pyawal put his arm around his neck, not missing that moment. With his right arm, he pulled Yom Iljung's neck, and with his left arm, he pushed his head forward. Yom Ilyung struggled with the suffocating pain. Save M, Yom Ilyung begged, but Pyawal did not release the arm wrapped around his neck. Pyawal murmured with strength in his arms. "The reason I'm killing you is because I'm still weak." The group that followed Yom Iljung was disbanded. This was because both Yom Iljung and his henchmen were found dead. Their corpses shocked the children who were busy quarreling in the underground cave. As food decreased, murder became a routine, but never did so many children die at once. Moreover, one of the deceased was Yom Iljung, the leader of a group. Although he was humiliated by Pyawal once, no one could ignore Yom Iljung. Yom Ilyung was one of the strongest in this underground community, and even the strongest group headed by Soyowal could not afford to do anything about him. But Yom Iljung and his henchmen were all killed. No one among them admitted that they killed the group of Yom Iljung. Soyowal, Kang Il, and Go Youngsun were silent. The children knew the meaning of their silence. "It's Pyawal. He killed the whole group of Yom Iljung." After the murder amongst the children, Yom Iljung openly talked about killing Pyawal. That is why the children knew that the Yom Iljung would one day visit Pyawal. Yom Ilyung went to Pyawal to get revenge, but he ended up losing his life. How strong is he to kill 4 people alone? That demon-like child. You can't be enemies with that bastard. It was a moment when the fear toward Pyotwal was deeply engraved in the minds of the children. Since then, the children's fight for food continued. Children continue to die day after day, but no one dared to go to the place where Pyotwal was staying. He's clever and spiteful. He obviously knows how to make people fear him. Go Youngsun murmured. He was also the leader of a group. As he tried to save his group, he too was forced to kill. Some children even said this. Why don't we negotiate with the other groups instead? If we reduce the amount we eat even a little bit, we don't have to kill each other like this. But in spite of his words, those who locked them here had their food distribution reduced to almost 3/4. They couldn't tell how much food would be further reduced. In order for the children to survive, they had no choice but to kill. Ha. Go Youngsun sighed and looked at his group. In the beginning there were 20, but now only 7 of them were left. Some went out to live separately, and some lost their lives in the process of fighting. The size of Go Youngsun's group shrank. There was another thing that changed. The eyes of all those who survived were full of poison. The children, who had never even killed a dog before being kidnapped here, have now become toxic enough to kill without hesitation. In order to obtain food, they had to kill others. Even though it was already difficult to get food, they still always end up hungry because of the lack of quantity. Because of the circumstances, there was always a violent tension in the eyes of the children. There are still some food left so they can still endure it, but if the food is cut off, they might start to crave human flesh. Pyotwal, that guy, had predicted this moment would come. That's why he took Yom Iljung's eyes at that time and didn't align himself with any group. They all knew they were going to be murderers anyway, and at the most opportune time, he killed one of the leaders and imprinted in everyone's mind the fact that he was the absolute strongest amongst them. Go Youngsun once again trembled at Pyotwal's scheme. He was one of the older kids here. He had a lot of experience and had met a lot of people. However, there were not many people who had a vicious heart at such a young age as Pyotwal. He told his other members, "You guys never touch Pyotwal. He's a different kind of guy, but he's alone. That's what makes it scarier. There's nothing scarier than a bastard who has nothing to protect. Don't even try to approach him, all right?" "Yes, okay." The children could not help but agree. "Boss." Then a child came running from the other side. It was the child Go Youngsun sent for reconnaissance. His feet are fast and he is quick-witted. "What? Why are you running?" There are 2 kids over at the red house in the north. I guess they're the ones who fell out of the So Yowal's group." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I checked it several times." At the child's confident answer, Go Youngsun bit his lips for a moment. "What about their food? I'm sure that they have potatoes in their arms. If we don't go now, they'll eat it." At the words of the boy who had been scouting, an urgent expression appeared on the children's faces. The children were hungry enough to consider murder for just 1 potato. Go Youngsun frowned. He thought about it for a while, but he had already decided. What about the opening? "I already figured it out. Most of the children were scattered and living in a war zone that someone had made. Although only the outside looks satisfactory and the inside is crude, a ray of hope still shines through, because it's better than living in an unknown underground area." It was the same reason why children were unable to leave the war zone even after the food scramble broke out. Most of all, it was here where the baskets of food came down. Leaving this place meant moving away from the food source, and for the children, it meant falling behind in the food battle. They had to stay here, dead or alive. Because of these circumstances, they were enamored with the geography of the area. Where can they sneak in and where can they get out? They clearly knew which places were advantageous for a surprise attack and which places were unfavorable. It was the same with the other groups. After fighting fiercely, they had completely mastered the geography of the interior of this place. But nevertheless, there was bound to be a secret passage that others did not know. The dog hole Go Youngsun mentioned was one of those places. They moved to the dog hole. As the boy who scouted said, there were 2 children peeling potatoes. The moment they saw the potato, the eyes of the children led by Go Youngsun changed dramatically. Potatoes, kill them. Even before Go Youngsun gave an order, the children rushed towards the 2 who were holding the potatoes. No. Go Youngsun shouted late, but he could not control the children whose eyes had already turned over. The children ran like an ogre, so the children holding the potatoes were startled and ran away. "Something is strange." A light of doubt appeared on Go Youngsun's face. Pack! Suddenly, an intense scream rang out. Go Youngsun looked up and saw a child running from the front with a broken head and collapsing. Behind the alley, someone swung a club and smashed the child's head. The children who had been hiding in the alleys and nearby fences were revealed. "Damn it, it's a trap. Everyone back off." Go Youngsun realized that they had fallen into a trap and shouted, but it was already too late. The children, led by So Yowal, completely surrounded them. "So Yowal." As Go Youngsun yelled, So Yowal and Song Chun-woo appeared from among the children. "Ho ho, I caught a big fish with just 1 potato. We can reduce the mouths to feed by a lot this time." So Yowal let out a cold laugh. Her face was painted with a victorious smile. "How dare you? What can you do by staring like that?" Crack! Go Youngsun grinded his teeth. Their situation was really grim. They were outnumbered, and the terrain was to their disadvantage. To make a mistake like this, he felt the agitation of the crowd. Everyone was clenching their teeth, but there was an uneasy feeling in their eyes. Go Youngsun stepped forward and said, "Can't you just end it with my life? The food situation is not good for that. Will you only be satisfied after killing them all? If you were in my position, you would have done the same thing too. Why are you pretending otherwise?" The request of Go Youngsun did not work for So Yowal. Her face remained cold. Food coming from the outside was becoming less and less. If the number of people is not reduced accordingly, everyone will end up starving to death. This was not the time to care at the situation of the other group. Kill them all. A cruel command fell from So Yowal's mouth. The group following her rushed towards the group of Go Youngsan. Arghh, kill them all. The children twisted together and fought. The children's movements were clumsy because they haven't even learned the basics of martial arts. However, their intention to kill their opponent was no less than that of an adult who had mastered martial arts, so it appeared more brutal. The sight of children pounding their opponents' faces until they shattered with clenched fists and biting their opponents' flesh with their teeth looked devastating. It is never easy for a man to kill another person with his bare hands. Children are doing things that are difficult for adults to do. They didn't look like people at all. The children looked like beasts that have gone wild. Kuggh, help me. Screams and clamors rang out dizzyingly. It was Song Chunwoo who faced Go Youngsun. Song Chunwoo put Go Youngsun into a corner with such agility that others wouldn't be able to believe that he was a child who still hadn't mastered martial arts. So Yowal did not intervene in the fight. Instead, she looked around and monitored carefully the other children who had gathered because of the commotion. But the other groups did not dare to intervene in the fight. This is because the power of the group led by So Yowal is much stronger. A sense of danger that they could be annihilated by a counterattack made them hesitant in trying to aim for So Yowal. Pyotwal watched the two groups fight on the roof of a nearby pavilion. The fight was about to end in favor of So Yowal's group. It was a one-sided victory. Pyotwal watched their fight from start to finish. From So Yowal planning a trap to Go Youngsun being properly caught, he saw everything. They used the terrain thoroughly. They tried to deceive each other's eyes using open holes and all sorts of shortcuts and lead the situation to their advantage. What Pyotwal paid attention to was how skillfully they used the terrain, just like the courtyard of their house. Suddenly he muttered, "So it was like that. Now it seems Pyotwal understood what the captures wanted from them. The way the children are now will be what they want them to be. There is a high probability that this place is a miniature or replica of an actual place, and there is a high possibility that it is a gentian blood that cannot be compared with this place." One of the things that Pyotwal felt while watching the entire fight was that it would be almost impossible to infiltrate if there were proper security everywhere. The creators of this place wanted children to get accustomed to this place. They seemed to want no hesitation as they tried to kill each other. There was only one answer. They are going to use us in the same terrain someday. In a place with such a large army, of course, there is a high probability that it is a manor of a large clan in Jianghu or a very influential person. The red light in Pyotwal's eyes grew even worse. Thinking up to this point, the question of why he had kidnapped himself and his children was resolved. We are tools that will be used once and thrown away, so that's why they're treating us so harshly. What they need is a usable tool, not a human who can think. In order to prevent a person from thinking and to forge them into the tools they want, no matter the nature of the person, when they are exposed to such an environment, they cannot think properly. What's more, the people here were young and their identity had not yet been established. If they stay in this environment for a long time, there is a high probability that they will gradually stop thinking. Children who do not have troublesome thoughts and would follow whatever orders they have. Everyone would turn out to be ferocious and fearless. Since they've already experienced killing in this underground cave, there would be no hesitation in taking another person's life. There is nothing more suitable as a tool. Pyotwal stood up and muttered, "They're going to turn us into assassins." So Yowal enjoyed her overwhelming victory with a smile on her lips. The group she led was also drunk with the afterglow of victory, but not everyone was like that. Some children were shuddering with a terrible sense of guilt. Li Min was one of them. She also killed another child today. She had blood on her small white hands. She didn't know how many times she had already washed her hands, but the smell of blood did not disappear and seemed to follow her. Li Min sighed softly. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, perhaps because she had been forcing herself to cry. "Keek, did you see that guy? You know, the guy who I strangled to death. He looked like a crucian carp when he gulped his last breath. It was really exciting." Our leader is truly the best. The children ate the food they had stolen from the Go Youngsun group and talked about their experiences, as if it was the most natural thing, like eating with food on their hands. They had become accustomed to blood, just like it's their natural inclination. It was terribly disgusting. No, the truly disgusting thing was being with them. Without knowing it, Li Min was already fed up. Suddenly, a dull noise resounded from the underground ceiling. What? Is it time for food to come down already? There should be another half day. The children looked at the ceiling with suspicious eyes. A huge basket was coming down. The children jumped to their feet expecting that the food was coming down. So Yowal said to the children, "You have to secure as much food as possible." "Yes, boss. Will do." So Yowal's group responded with equal momentum. As soon as the Go Yongsun group disappeared, there was no group left to oppose them. Of course, some groups are still alive, but they wouldn't dare compare and compete against So Yowal's group. So Yowal looked around the area with sharp eyes. Her eyes were searching for Pyotwal. Pyotwal was the only person So Yowal felt uncomfortable confronting inside the underground cavity. Pyotwal was different from other children in many ways. He wasn't leading a group like himself, and he wasn't engaging in conspicuous activities. He only takes his share of food, but So Yowal was strangely vigilant around him. If she wanted to, she could mobilize all her members to attack him, but the reason she didn't do so was because of Pyotwal's eyes. Pyotwal's eyes, with a tinge of red, were strangely deep, and she couldn't guess what's on his mind. Although they were living in the same space and time, she wasn't the only one who felt this way. Even the people following her were reluctant to take an action against Pwowal. They were all afraid. In particular, after killing a group of Yom Iljung alone, the fear of Pyotwal became increased. Not only So Yowal, but most of the children in the underground cave had the same sentiment. At some point, So Yowal's eyes lit up, because she found Pyotwal among the children. However, the expression on Pyotwal's expression was somehow strange. His expression stiffened as if he was on guard against something. Why does he look like TH? So Yowal unknowingly looked at the basket instead of asking Pyotwal, because Pyotwal's gaze was fixated on the basket. It was then. Suddenly people came out of the basket. They were all adults wearing masks. Instead of food, they were the ones who came down to the underground cave inside baskets. Each of them had a metal bats in their hand. What? Who are you? The moment the children screamed in surprise, the masked people riding in the baskets began to engage in merciless violence. KAGH. What's going on? Kayak, the iron rods of the masked men hit the children. The children were left helpless with their assault. A few hard-headed children rushed forward, but they were not opponents they could go against in the first place. The children were far too weak to deal with the grown-up adults, more so against fighters who were trained in martial arts. Perk, puck, the sound of flesh exploding resounded everywhere. No matter how poisonous they were, children were just buds that had not yet matured. Such sprouts were being trampled by the clubs of the masked men. The masked men were merciless. They continued the brutal assault without saying anything. So Yowal was no exception. She had to endure the assaults of masked men with her body bent like a shrimp. It was the same with Pyotwal. Pyotwal was beaten without any resistance. He had anticipated this. He could have escaped into the darkness of the underground area if he had made up his mind, but he didn't. If he were to do that, there was a high probability that he would unnecessarily attract their attention. Don't stand out or else his efforts will turn out for nothing. He'd just become a person who would be used as a consumable much sooner if he caught their attention. That was the reason why Pyotwal did not resist and was beaten like other children. Pyotwal looked at the basket, bending over and protecting his head with both hands. The gigantic basket once again went up to the ceiling and came down with new people. They were wearing masks like the masked people who are now assaulting. The moment he saw them, goosebumps ran all over Pyotwal's body. They are the real masterminds. There were 3 of them, and they had an atmosphere that was so intimidating that it could not be compared with the masked men wielding iron clubs. On their masks, the characters 1 Chinese letter, 2 Chinese letter, and 3 Chinese letter were written. They looked around the hall with sharp eyes. Not one child remained standing in the hall. All of them were on the floor collapsed due to the overwhelming violence. Neither So Yowal's leadership, the children's poison, nor the murder experience worked against the masked people who had overwhelming power. They were being tamed like this. Pyotwal trembled slightly at their cruel heart. Even animals are not tamed in this way. At least if they consider themselves as humans, they wouldn't treat people like consumables. They did not think of children as human beings. Just like Pyotwal thought they were being treated like a tool. In order to raise them the way they wanted, it was necessary to kill their spirit, hence the need for violence. The masked man with the number 1 Chinese letter written on his face raised his hand. The violence immediately ceased. The masked men gathered their clubs and stood behind the 3 masked men. The masked man with the number 1 Chinese letter on it opened his mouth. I am called First Sword Chinese letter Chinese letter. From now on, I will manage this place. Your life will be mine from now on. There are no exceptions. Who are you? One of the children shook his head. He was the leader of a small group. His character was also commendable, but he couldn't finish his speech. As soon as he opened his mouth, a masked man nearby hit him on the neck. The boy's head was rolling as he opened his mouth. It was a great shock to the children to see a human head rolling like that. I never gave you permission to open your mouth. At the indifferent words of the first sword, the children held back the screams that were about to come out. The children had a gut feeling that a new hell had opened. The number of remaining children was 49. The original number of children, which was over 300, has been reduced to almost 1/6. 200 people died of starvation or suicide because they could not endure despair, and the remaining 50 people died in the end because of the food war. In the midst of this, the children who survived to the end were poisonous among poisonous species. Although they bowed their heads at the merciless violence of the masked people and looked as if they were frightened, the eyes of the children were completely different. "These bastards will die by my hands someday. I will kill them. Just you wait." The children's eyes were full of poison. They still lack strength, so they have no choice but to endure for now, but their hatred and anger towards the masked people did not diminish at all. Even the masked people were aware of that fact, because it was them who raised those children that way. "They are cursed poison Chinese letter Kudoku," First Sword murmured. "If several poisonous insects are mixed in a jar, they will eat and kill each other until only one survives. The last one remaining insect that survives after eating the other poisons would emerge as one with the most venomous poison. That was cursed poison, the one with the strongest survival instinct among many poisons, a monster possessing the most venomous poison. Among the countless children, only the most wicked and the ones with the strongest survival instincts have survived, just as we wanted. Raising those children as tools is not a concern. They were full of poison. They will not be discouraged by any ordeal or training. The question was whether they could control the children as they wanted. Even so, the anti-skeletal temperament was abundant. If they can't exert control over the children, there is a high probability that they will become a double-edged sword. Even the enemy can harm the one holding the sharp sword. The one sword's gaze turned to the other sword. He asked in a low voice that children couldn't hear, "Which of them is worth paying attention to?" "It's so Yowal as you'd expect. As she leads the largest group, she has a great influence on children. If we don't break her spirit now, she will be much harder to deal with in the future. Grant her special attention so she wouldn't even dream of starting a rebellion. All right, who else is there?" Song Chun-woo and Kang Il are also noteworthy. Although they are overshadowed by So Yowal, they are the most outstanding in terms of their sense towards martial arts. The masked men were clearly aware of what had happened in the underground cavity. Unbeknownst to the children, there were several monitoring equipment throughout the underground cavity that could observe everything that was happening inside. Through the equipment, the masked people were aware of all the internal affairs. This underground cave was not made by them. It was a secret facility built a long time ago by a certain clan full of mages. The masked people just accidentally discovered the place and ended up recycling its facilities. All the kernels disappeared and only the shell remained, but that alone was enough for the masked people. Except for the masked people, no one knew about this place. It was the perfect facility to avoid the eyes of the world and do something. The best thing is that it didn't take a lot of money to run the place. Hence also the reason why they chose this place. A place where they can cultivate cursed poison will become their weapon. First Sword asked as if he had suddenly remembered. "How's that guy?" "Who?" "The lone survivor of Sector 1. If it's Pyotwal, then he's still alive." "Is that so?" First Sword murmured as he touched his chin with his hand. They managed each of the 10 underground sections separately. They tested each child's ability to survive in different environments. Among them, the conditions in the area where Pyotwal was confined was the most severe. They also provided the least amount of food. Pyotwal survived in such a harsh environment that even the masked himself was not sure that he himself could guarantee his survival. His survival was enough to attract the attention of masked people in many ways. "Keep an eye on him. He's not a normal guy." "Understood. There are only 6 years left. We must complete the quest within that duration. Given that only the poisonous and strongest who will survive, 6 years will be enough." After the first sword became silent for a moment, the other sword quietly went out. First Sword, who was now left alone, muttered as he pulled out a finely folded piece of paper from his bosom. Why did the captain accept a request like this? He unfolded the paper, privy only to the Blood Phantom Group captain. Requesting the assassination of. Duration, 7 years. Reward, 500,000 gold. Condition, to not leave a single trace related to the Blood Phantom Group. The third sword threw a booklet in front of the children. Learn this from today. On the cover of the booklet, 4 characters were written. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique 1. As the children looked at them with puzzled expressions, the 3 swords continued. "I'll give you 3 months. You must learn this within that time. After 3 months, I'll check your progress, and if you still haven't mastered it, I'll cut your throat off with my own hands." The children did not answer, because they were commanded to remain silent in any case. The 3 swords looked around the children with cool eyes and said, "The Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique is a cultivation method that the core obtained with much difficulty. The main characteristic of this method is that it is easy to learn. No matter how dull you are, if you use it consistently for a year, you can feel chi and build up your internal energy, so it's perfect for a beginner like you. A person who has achieved outstanding achievements in thunder-splitting cultivation technique will be given an even better mind method, so it would be better to work hard. The children's eyes lit up. The more you get a better mental method, the more likely you are to become stronger. The children listened to the words of the three swords, knowing that the stronger they became, the higher their chances of surviving. The third sword explained to the children how to operate the thunder-splitting cultivation technique in an easy-to-understand manner. The biggest feature of thunder-splitting cultivation technique is that it is easy to learn, just like the three swords mentioned a while ago. Even if one did not read the booklet containing the method of cultivation, but knew the overall gist, a person could already execute it immediately. The children listened to the explanation of the three swords. The third sword explained it in detail so that children could easily understand it. More than half of the children did not know how to read. They couldn't even read the booklet after it was handed out to them, so they didn't pay it any attention at all and just focused on the voice of the three sword. Thunder-splitting cultivation technique was a fearsome weapon that a soldier who had been assassinated by the Blood Phantom group. The warrior himself assassinated by the Blood Phantom group was only a second-rate martial artist, but the method of cultivation he possessed was exceptional. The uninhabited man also obtained the method of cultivation by chance, so even he did not know its origin. The reason why the Blood Phantom group left the cultivation method unattended even after acquiring the thunder-splitting cultivation technique is because it was judged that this method is only suitable as an introductory method for those who do not know any martial arts techniques at all. The Blood Phantom Corps will not accept those who have not mastered any skill. To become accepted as a member of the group, they have to be verified to possess a certain level of skill, so they did not feel the need to learn the thunder-splitting cultivation technique, which is a method for beginners. Hence why it has been neglected until now. Complex methods could not be used to make children a tool to use in the next 6 years. The idea is to create a foundation using the simplest method as possible to let them acquire the necessary skills fast. Learning skills quickly is possible, but instead the path to ascension Chinese letter was blocked. There are many sects and warriors in Jianghu, but there are not many clans who possess the deep cultivation method that can reach the mystery of ascension. It is because it deserves to be called a prestigious political faction of a strong man just because he has a mental method that embraces the mystery of ascension. Even within the Blood Phantom Corps, there were only a few who had learned the technique of ascending. It was all about the Blood Phantom Corps, Captain, and the 7 ghost swords. Even that was only possible because the Blood Phantom Corps had been active for a long time and obtained quite a number of strange books Chinese letter Kisho. First sword, second sword, and third sword were all members of the 7 ghost swords. However, they were old enough to retire from the front line. The Blood Phantom Group captain had ordered them to train the new batch of assassins. While the children were fighting in the underground cavity, the 3 swords studied the method of cultivation. This is so they can pass on the method to children and to smoothly move on to the next step. The third sword explained to the children the details of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique that he had studied so far. The children were fascinated by his words. Okay, that is all. If you have any questions, read the booklet and study it on your own. The third sword forced the children to sit cross-legged and then to breathe according to the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The masked men surrounded the children and watched to see if they were doing as instructed. The masked men were also assassins, acting as custodians and guards. No matter how simple the method was, there was no one who could execute it properly from the beginning. Not to mention, none of the children here had learned martial arts outside. No, there were a significant number of children who didn't even know that cultivation even existed. It was impossible for such children to feel the inner workings from the beginning. Still, as the 3 swords taught, the children tried to breathe and feel chi. Piatwal was one of them. He frowned heavily and breathed as the 3 swords had told him. Inner chi or internal energy Nigong is not created by practicing cultivation for just a day or two. The human body is at its purest right after it comes out of the mother's womb. If you utilize the breathing method at this time, you will be able to get a tremendous amount of internal energy. Because it is impossible to do so, the prestigious clan sects instead performs a practice of cleansing the bone marrow and cutting their hair Chinese letter, Fa Mao Zai Sui, to put the children's bodies in an optimal state for building internal energy. The achievements of children who have been subjected to bone marrow cleansing are unmatched by those who do not. That was the difference between those coming from prestigious sects and the not-so-famous ones. Differences in birth have created a gap that is difficult to overcome. The fortunate thing is that bone marrow cleansing is not something that everyone can achieve, and that only a few selected people in the whole of the stronghold of Jianghu are blessed. If Paiawal and the children had undergone bone marrow cleansing, they would have felt an accumulated inner chi at once, but it was impossible in the first place. First of all, they had to create a state of the body where they could feel the inner air. They had to nurture a field in which seeds called Qi Chinese letter could gather by stroking the Danshan Chinese letter with their breath. The breathing method, which they are now practicing, was the very first process. The process of cultivating a field is tedious and laborious because it is impossible to know when the seeds of Qi will germinate. Those who have developed a sense of Qi can feel it completely in a month or two, but those without talent wouldn't be able to feel the presence of inner Qi at all, even after years of learning. Now they're in the process of cultivating the Danshan that could contain Kai. The three swords watched with sharp eyes to see if the children were using the thunder-splitting cultivation technique properly. Fortunately, all of the children were immersed in the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The three swords said to the custodians, "If there is a guy who is fooling around or has other thoughts, kill him immediately." Yes, the custodians responded in unison. Their eyes as they looked at the children were full of life. Although they are serving as custodians because of the orders of the Blood Phantom Group captain, their main occupation was actually being an assassin, a person who kills others for money, with no cause or belief. To them, money was their belief and cause. Even though they were promised to be paid a decent price, there was no way they could be happy nurturing young children in such a dark place when they can be strolling outside. Because of that, their faces were full of poison. The thought that they would not let it go if even one small twig was caught was revealed on their face. Under their bloody surveillance, the children were forced to immerse themselves in the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The custodians pushed the children harshly. They split the day in half doing two things, except for sleeping. In the morning they spend the time learning how to do the thunder-splitting cultivation technique, and in the afternoon they train their physical strength. The custodians made the children run nonstop. The final battle over there is your goal. I will give the person who arrives the earliest to take a break. Conversely, I will let the person who arrives last know what hell is. At the words of the three swords, the children all started running in unison. There was no time to think. When it was time to roll their heads, they had to run toward the target at least one step faster than the other children. Damn it! Shouts erupted from the children's mouths. They ran with all their might. The terrain where the children were was clearly visible. Some children jumped over the fence, while others tried to shorten the distance by using a hole they had identified in advance. However, the children's attempts were in vain. This is because the custodians attacked from unexpected places. Pak Kwagh, a wooden sword struck his leg. The beaten child fell to the floor screaming. The child screamed like he was going to die, but the expression on the custodian's face remained cool. Who told you to scream at will? If you don't shut up right away, I'll pick you up. He at the threat of the custodian, the child covered his mouth with both hands, got up and started running again. The same thing happened all over the place. The custodians were secretly hiding and attacked the children running in front of them. The children's eyes were several times more sensitive than they were before they came in, but they can't detect assassins who have trained professionally for a long time. They can't. It's not just about getting to the battlefield quickly. Its true purpose is to detect the location of the hidden custodian and secure a safe infiltration route. Paiawal realized the true purpose of this training. He slowed down a bit. Unlike the other children, he adapted perfectly to the dark. The assassin's hiding was of no use to him, who could see the night as day like an owl. If he wanted to, he could reach his destination in the shortest time by using the only infiltration route where the assassins were not hiding, but Paiawal did not. He deliberately passed near where the assassin was hiding. As if waiting, the custodian attacked him. Pak Kug Paiawal bent over like a shrimp after being hit in the back by the surprise attack by the custodian. The chilly voice of the surprised bridgehead poured down the back of his head. If you move poorly like what you did just now, you won't survive until the end. Hurry up and run. Yes. Paiawal struggled to endure the pain and ran again. The custodian looked at Paiawal's back with a contemptuous gaze and then hid again. First and Two Swords watched the training of such children from the highest point of the fortress. Most of the children were beaten by the custodians, but some were not. Instead of running blindly like other children, they ran away from where the bridgeheads might be hiding. The sword opened his mouth. As expected, So Yowal is the best. Her intelligence is outstanding. Judgment, courage, and execution are all top-notch. First Sword nodded at the supplementary explanation of the other sword. So Yowal was the person who stood out the most so far. She overcame the physical disadvantage of being a woman and arrived at her destination at the fastest speed. So Yowal was never attacked by the custodians. Following her, Song Chunwoo and several children arrived. They too were commended. What about the Paiawal? He's mediocre. Right now, he's not particularly prominent. Was I mistaken? A light of disappointment passed through the sword's eyes. He had high expectations because Paiawal was the only survivor in the area, but he was disappointed that Payatwal couldn't stand out in the first training. But he didn't completely let go of his regrets. Still, we don't know, so let's wait and see. Understood. All the children were exhausted from the continuous forced march. As soon as the day was over, the children started falling asleep. It was the same with So Yowal, who stands out by far. Although her qualities were superior to anyone else, her physical strength was clearly inferior to that of boys, so she had to struggle most of the time. However, even when she was exhausted, she showed that she took care of the children who followed her. Because of that, the children's trust in her had further strengthened. On the other hand, Payatwal always maintained only moderate grades, average grades that are neither too outstanding nor too lacking. Because of that, the interest that had been focused on him from the beginning had long since disappeared. A lot of people think he survived in Sector 1 through luck. This was what Payatwal wanted. In his hand, he held the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique booklet. At first, there were children who read the booklet because they did not understand the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. However, when the method of cultivation became familiar to them at some extent, they stopped reading the booklet. Even the custodians didn't force the children to read the booklet of the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. The method was nothing more than an introductory mind method to move on to the next stage anyway. Thanks to this, Payatwal was able to monopolize the original copy of the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. Everyone thought of the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique as a passing stepping stone, but Payatwal had a different idea. Some time ago, something was sprouting in his danchan. The tickling thing gradually increased in size each time Payatwal used the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. Payatwal thought it was a Chi Chinese letter. The other children didn't seem to feel Chi yet. Even So Yowal, who is the most highly regarded of the custodians, did not feel the internal energy and was confused. On the other hand, Payatwal clearly felt the energy. That was the reason why Payatwal brought the original Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. Payatwal thought that maybe he was more sensitive to Chi than the other children, or maybe he had a particularly good compatibility with the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. There was only one way to confirm his conjecture. It is directly checking the original copy of the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique, so he dared to bring the original copy of the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. Payatwal sat cross-legged and began to read the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. Learning to write was the only legacy of his deceased father. Palag, Palag. In the darkness, only the sound of the paper flipping resounded. Time passed quickly even in the dark. The children quickly adapted to their training routine. Now most kids have noticed the real intention behind their running practice. The children tried to find out in advance where the custodians were hiding by spreading their senses as wide as possible. Of course, not all were successful, but So Yowal and a few children did stand out and succeed. And finally, they succeeded in building internal Chi through the method of cultivation. As they start to feel Chi, their senses become more sensitive. Thanks to this, they were able to excel better during training. As the number of children who felt the Chi increased, the custodians threw them a second cultivation book. It was a book called The Poisonous Dragon Heart Method, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The Poisonous Dragon Heart Method was a mind cultivation method that could build up inner energy as an attribute. The path to ascension is blocked, but in exchange, it is possible to build up inner strength at a high speed up to a certain line. The efficiency was significantly higher than doing other methods. It has great destructive power like a dragon with a lot of poison, but since the security is poor, if someone makes a mistake, there is a high possibility that they will get burned. But the custodians did not tell the children anything about it. They just threw out the booklet and forced them to open and learn it. The children learned the Poisonous Dragon Heart Method without thinking much about. Now the children were addicted to gaining strength. As they continued to master cultivation skills, their overall body ability increased dramatically together with their confidence. The children were hell-bent on becoming stronger as if they were on drugs. Madness dominates the mind of the children. Those who achieved outstanding achievements were rewarded accordingly. They were given abundant food and good weapons. These too encouraged children's competitive spirit and resulted in rapid growth. Payatwal looked at the booklet of the Poisonous Dragon Heart Method with a calm gaze. There were no children who tried to look and read the Poisonous Dragon Heart Method, quite similar in the case of the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. This was because the three swords have already explained the cultivation method in detail. Because of this, Payatwal was able to easily obtain the original copy of the Poisonous Dragon Heart Method. Payatwal compared the Poisonous Dragon Heart Method with the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique. The latter method is one that he had read dozens of times already. Thanks to his actions, the booklet has long been in tatters. Probably, Payatwal read the Thundersplitting Cultivation Technique many times more than the three swords, who originally introduced and taught the technique. Payatwal came to one conclusion after reading the Splitting the Mind method dozens of times. They didn't fully comprehend this cultivation technique. If we compare it to a tree, the thunder-splitting cultivation technique was a huge tree with very thick branches. However, the three swords and the custodians cut off all the branches, leaving only the core trunk and roots, because they thought that was enough. Actually, it was. Most of the children were able to learn the inner skills through the method of cultivating, using only the core. It was enough to supplement the branching part with the poisonous dragon heart method. That one was much more efficient. The children here are not the ones who would lead the future as powerhouses like those coming from prestigious clans. They were just a knife that was raised to fulfill a single quest. They wanted a sharp knife that could leave a fatal wound even once, rather than a strong knife that would never break, and the children have steadily grown up as the Blood Phantom Corps wanted. The children who learned the poisonous dragon heart method grew quickly, and by a large margin as compared to the children. On the other hand, the achievement of Payawal, who first felt the chi, was slow. It's because he hasn't tried to learn the poisonous dragon heart method yet. The suspicion that arose from the depths of his heart prevented him from learning the method of the poisonous dragon heart method. Given his reluctance, Payawal postponed learning the method of the poisonous dragon heart method and instead immersed himself in analyzing the method of the poisonous dragon heart method. The essence of the cultivation method is in its heart. Ko pundwe simbapu enus, ko yachinin enus hangul ko siat enus hangul ko I enus hangul ko menus hangul ko siat enus hangul ko a enus hangul ko, nus Chinese letter hangul ko I enus hangul ko ya enus. Everything is contained in the name of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Lightning strikes from the sky to the earth at a speed that humans cannot perceive. The sight that human beings see is only the finished form after the lightning has penetrated the heavens and the earth, but they could not see the process. He had to split the lightning Chinese letter. It was impossible to break through lightning with human power. It was the same no matter how stubborn the warrior was. Nevertheless, the person who invented the cultivation technique dared to choose the word thunder-splitting. Payawal thought that there was no reason to choose such a word. Every word has its own meaning. In particular, the gudjul was added. Depending on how one interprets the gudjul, the power and achievement differed from heaven to earth. Payawal thought that power meant the mind. It was impossible with the power of the body, but it was possible with the mind. Usually people think that such a thing is a delusion, but Payawal did not think that the author who created the thunder-splitting cultivation technique was a dreamer. With only the key point of cutting all branches, the children were able to quickly recognize the chi and build strength. The person who made such a great martial art couldn't have been a dreamer. After much deliberation, Payawal thought that splitting thunder is not meant to be taken literally. Since it's physically impossible to split thunder, it may be referring to the speed of thought. If you can think quickly enough to rival the speed of lightning, you may be able to do many things that are not possible with common sense. The question was whether Payawal, who did not know the martial arts, could perfectly master the essence of such a method. Rather, moving on to the poisonous dragon heart method now would be easier and quicker to achieve. It was obvious that the road would be much easier and convenient if the swords or the custodians had already decided on how to lay their foundation. However, what Payawal is worried about is that if he follows and walks the way that others have laid down, he also wouldn't be able to escape the limits that they have set. Payawal will never be satisfied with that. After he passed the crisis of life and death alone in the darkness, Payawal had a coming of age that no one else had. Maybe he didn't know that his well-hidden rebellious tendency was starting to wake up. He did not want to be ruled by others. He didn't want to surrender to the humans who put him in this dark space. So in order to do that, he had to get off the road they had made. Instead of a safe and flat road, Payawal chose a bumpy and rough road with unexpected dangers. Payawal put the booklet of the poisonous dragon heart method away. Now the children were accustomed to their training of running. The practice of running made their bodies and stamina stronger than ever before. They have strong muscles like wild goats. The combination of an excellent body and the poisonous dragon heart method made their talents bloom. The growth speed of the children was beyond the expectations of both the first and second sword. They're growing faster than I thought. If this is the case, I think 5 years is enough instead of 6. In fact, the time period of 6 years was chosen not because the target is that strong, but to erase traces as much as possible and achieve perfection. You cannot underestimate the target. He possesses the most talent in all of Sichuan province. Deal with such a talent, perfect preparation is not enough, because if we make any sort of mistake, then entire Blood Phantom group may be annihilated. Isn't that why the captain recruits and trains these children who have nothing to do with the Blood Phantom Corps? Even if they fail, there will be no problem. That's also the reason why they never take off their masks. They cannot show their faces to children to hide their identity. The sword apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to underestimate the target. Still, you must be fully alert. Yes, sir, the second sword replied vigorously. The first sword looked at the second sword for a moment without saying a word. Now let's teach the children assassination techniques. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. All right. The second sword answered immediately. Assassins are never made overnight. The method of killing will also vary depending on the opponent's status, military power, and situation, so one needs to learn as many techniques as possible. There seemed to be a mountain of things to learn, from techniques that can actually kill such as through swordsmanship or poison arts, to techniques related to infiltration such as stealth and secret techniques. The second sword said that 5 years would be enough, but first sword thought that 6 years was actually not enough. Push the children even more. A lot of them will die, but the ones to survive will become even stronger. All right. The first sword delivered the command of the one sword to the custodians. The custodians immediately carried out their orders. I will teach you the sword starting today. The assassin's sword is a killing sword. They do not pursue virtuous swordsmanship like a Taoist or unaffiliated do. They focus on only stopping a person's breath in the shortest time with the least amount of effort. For that reason, the assassin's sword is simple yet effective. The road to ascension is blocked, but it's enough to quickly cut off a person's breath that no other person can follow. To do this, one has to be familiar with the human body. Because of that, the assassins were just as knowledgeable about the human body as physicians, because they only focus on studying how to kill people every day. No matter how hard you try, if you get hit in these 3 places, you can't avoid death. Those are the head, neck, and heart. If you get stabbed in these 3 places, no matter how high your defense is, it's useless. It's an intensive attack on the enemy. It's called the snake soul sword, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. It's a one-hit deadly technique that cuts the opponent's breath at once, just like how a snake snatches its prey at once. You mean there's no second attack if it's a one-hit special? It was Payawal who asked the question without fear. For a moment, the second sword looked at Payawal with numb eyes. His eyes were so cold that it gave me goosebumps. The children trembled, even though they couldn't even see their eyes. The second sword said, "There are no second chances for an assassin. If you can't get your opponent down on the first hit, then you already lost. So it's better not to think about a second attack." The second sword brought up the word assassin for the first time. Many of the children already realized that they were being raised as assassins and started chattering. But after a moment, when they felt the cold gaze of the 3 swords, they quickly shut his mouth. The custodian formed the children into 2 pairs and threw them each a dagger. It was a real sword that was forged with a dark blue blade. Payatwal is paired with a child named Gok Suchang. Gok Suchang was a short boy with numerous acne marks on his face. He looked ugly, but his eyes were full of poison. He said abruptly, "Thank you, for what? For everything." Payatwal frowned at Gok Suchang's words. Then the voice of the custodian was heard. "We'll start with the neck first." The children aimed their sword towards the opponent's neck as the custodian instructed. They used a dagger that was much shorter than a normal sword and pretended to stab through the opponent's neck. Not so long ago, they had been hell-bent on killing each other, but after the appearance of the custodians, the children immediately stopped fighting. They tacitly agreed to a truce when a powerful external enemy emerged. Because of that, the swords that were swung towards each other did not contain as much energy. Of course, if the circumstances change in the future, then the day will come when they will truly wield the sword. But for now, there was no reason to harbor murderous intent towards each other. The children repeated several times in order to get used to the swordsmanship taught by the custodians. They were children who had already slain others with their bare hands, even if no one taught them. As soon as they put the forged weapon in the hands of such children, they quickly got used to it. The children used the sword skillfully, as if they had learned the sword from a young age. Swish! The sound of children swinging daggers echoed in the underground cave. The custodians only gave them a sword, but did not correct the posture nor give any detailed instructions. It was as if they had finished their work just by telling them about the swordsmanship. Indeed it was. They were children who had already tasted blood through a hellish situation. There was no need to give detailed instructions to those who are full of madness. Just by opening the door slightly, they instinctively found the way they should go. The children's sword grew sharper and sharper. Kikiki. It was the same with Gok Suchang. He swung his dagger freely against Payawal. Shwing. It was as if he had been learning swordsmanship for a long time. He stabbed like an island war and receded like the wind. Payawal also responded accordingly. It was time for him to pretend to stab a sword in the throat of his opponent and retreat, but Gok Suchang's eyes suddenly changed. Although one could not notice any change on the surface, Payatwal's senses did not miss his subtle changes. At that moment, the dagger of Gok Suchang flew at a speed that could not be compared with before. His dagger was aimed precisely at Payatwal's throat. It wasn't just a faint stabs like before, but he was actually starting to attack with murderous intent. Payatwal almost instinctively tilted his head back and swung his dagger. Kiang. Payatwal's sword deflected Gok Suchang's sword. The fight would normally have stopped at this point, but Gok Suchang rushed at Payatwal like a demon. The murderous intent he harbored was real. He really wants to kill Payawal. Even the custodian who was watching from nearby knew that fact. But the custodian did not stop the actions of Gok Suchang. Rather, he looked at them with interest. Payawal avoided his dagger and opened his mouth. "Why are you doing this?" It's not fun to have a fake fight, don't you think? Is that so? You should go all out too. Otherwise you will be eaten. Kihihi. With a smile full of madness, Gok Suchang dug into Payawal's arms. In a moment of crisis, Payawal threw away his dagger because it felt clunky. Thunk, Payawal stretched out his legs and kicked Gok Suchang's stomach. As Gok Suchang was swept away due to the strong impact, Payawal immediately went for Gok Suchang's wrist and twisted it. Crunch, Kaargh. As his wrists rotated, a hollow bone protruded through the flesh. First Sword approached after hearing the scream of the Gok Suchang. He looked at the Gok Suchang lying around while holding onto his broken wrist with cool eyes. The First Sword's gaze quickly turned to Payawal. "Did you do this?" "Yes." "Swing." In an instant, a sharp sound resounded. When Payawal saw that something was glinting up in front of his eyes, a sword was imperceptibly drawn pointing at his neck. Payawal's shoulders trembled. Even with his eyesight, he could not catch the moment when the sword was drawn. It was a terrifyingly quick sword. It was Payawal's first time witnessing how a human could draw a sword and wield it so quickly after seeing the First Sword skills. It was a mind-blowing feeling. As he perfectly adjusted to the darkness, Payawal thought that he had already become a pretty strong person. This is because he has the ability to see what other children cannot see with their own eyes and is one step ahead of them. The First Sword's quick sword shattered his arrogance into pieces. He realized that the skies are high and there are many more stronger people in the world. Payawal does not know how strong the swords are as compared to the others in Jianghu. However, he knew that assassins were not treated as human beings in Jianghu. The real masters of Jianghu said that they can break large rocks with just one swing of their hand. Even if you hit it high, it didn't seem like the single sword had reached that level. But even such a single sword could kill Payawal as easily as an ant if the First Sword made up his mind. The sword that was now touching his neck proved that fact. A cold sweat ran down the back of Payawal. First Sword applied strength to the sword that touched Payawal's neck. Payawal clenched his fists involuntarily at the cold feeling that penetrated his skin. Those eyes without any emotion were crazily terrifying. "Am I going to die?" For the first time, Payawal remembered the word death. At this moment in his eyes, the First Sword appeared to be a reaper, the god of death who has the right to decide his life or death. Payawal bit his lip until it bled. Did I make a mistake? He thought that if he wounded the Gok Suchang, they wouldn't punish him, because that's what they've done so far. They decided that what they wanted was only a useful tool, and that the life and safety of the children were not so important, so he acted like this. "No, I'm not sure yet." Payawal tried his best to maintain a calm expression. If he revealed his anxiety, he decided that they might swing their sword in disappointment. The pressure applied to the neck grew stronger and stronger. At this rate, the sword will soon pierce through his flesh and enter his muscles. Jururuk, blood gushed out from Payawal's lips. The sword pressure came in through the neck and hurt his internal organs. That was then. The pressure on his neck disappeared like a dream. First Sword had quickly withdrawn, he said as he put the sword into its sheath. An assassin leaves no traces under any circumstances. Breaking the wrist like this and leaving a mark is no different from telling the opponent your military power and identity. Keep in mind, never leave a mark. Payawal could not easily decide how to respond, so he remained silent, because he knew that sometimes silence is more effective than giving out a 10-word answer. Perhaps he liked Payawal's reaction. The First Sword turned around without saying anything more. In an instant, Payawal was about to let out the breath he had been holding back. "No, not yet, I must not relax." Fortunately, he gave out a good look so he passed, but he didn't know what kind of reaction he would get if he showed a relaxed appearance. Payawal kept his nerves sharp for a long time. Gok Suchang eventually died. It was an underground cave where it was difficult to survive even with the best physical condition. The other children did not leave Gok Suchang alone, who had broken one arm and could not use his strength properly. Just as Gok Suchang did to Payawal, the other children also aimed at Gok Suchang under the guise of training. For the first time or two, he somehow managed to survive a difficult incident, but the situation was not easy enough to survive without injuries. In the end, Gok Suchang could not survive the attacks of the other children and died. The death of Gok Suchang has alarmed many children. It's okay to attack other children, but if they get hurt, they'll be beaten up by others. Payawal also watched Gok Suchang die. Although it was not visible on the outside, the attack of the First Sword inflicted a major internal wound on him. Because of that, Payawal had to suffer for several days. Every time he took a deep breath, he felt the pain in his lungs as if it's tearing apart. Because of that, Payawal was unable to breathe properly. He couldn't breathe properly, so of course his energy was weak, yet Payawal never showed a painful expression. He endured with all his might and continued to endure again and again. As he held on with his strength, his internal injuries began to improve little by little, and now he is completely back to normal. After going through a series of events, Pyotl realized once again, in this hellish place, the only thing you can believe in is yourself, and to be strong. There was a high probability of surviving here if he could afford to reach the level of the first sword's quick sword. Pyotl bit his lip. The goal was clearly set, but the problem was how to get there. Even with his eyes trained underground, he couldn't see how the single sword was drawn and wielded. Only the cold feel of the sword was engraved on his neck. I have to be more aware and responsive, otherwise I can't get out of their grasp forever. Pyotl looked at the thunder-splitting method in his hand. It was the only weapon he currently had. He had to find a way using the thunder-splitting technique. He didn't spare a glance at the poisonous dragon heart method. Pyotl frantically delved into only one method of cultivation. Time passed. The training became more severe. The bridgeheads pushed the children to their limits. There were children who suffocated while learning the turtle-breathing technique, called Guisik Tebapu, Inus Guisik Dibiup 1, and there were children who lost their lives by using poison incorrectly. Children have always had to fight death. The custodians took special care in teaching the children swordsmanship and assassination techniques. The martial arts they were teaching them were the martial arts of murder that pursued extreme efficiency. There was no such thing as depth in such a void. If you don't kill your opponent in one hit, you die. Because of that, they had to risk everything they had on the first hit. The children's personalities became colder and tougher. Their eyes were like a beast, always full of vigor. The custodians pushed the children to death again. You must not outwardly show your desire to live. Kill the look in your eyes. Don't express your will to live. Children who are already full of life are killing to survive again. It never got easy, but they had to. If you can't do it, it's because the custodians have been brutally driven. Again, many children died in the process. Now there were only about 35 children left. They didn't know how many more of them would die. A bond was formed between the surviving children. They didn't completely trust each other, but still, a sense of camaraderie was created. The masked instructors looked around with sharp eyes. Now the children simply called him instructor, but his original name was Jiampyong. Jiampyong was one of the assassins belonging to the Bloody Phantom Corps. He possessed great skills to the extent that more than 30 people had lost their lives at his hands. Jiampyong was particularly good at stealth and turtle-breathing technique. His knack for hiding his presence through the turtle-breathing technique and aiming for the optimal moment of assassination was unmatched, but he soon retired because he was seriously wounded in the process of killing his last assassination target, Go Hanwei Chinese letter, an investigator from Qingpyong. It was such a big wound that his knee should have been cut off. Fortunately, the knee was preserved, but it took years for the wound to heal. Even after the wound healed, it was impossible to regain his former ability. Eventually, he retired from the front lines and took on the task of teaching the children. He was accustomed to seeing the blood of others. At first, he had no choice but to start killing to make a living, but eventually he became accustomed to seeing blood and carried out assassinations with his own will. Then he taught the children trapped in a narrow cage-like underground cave. There was no sense of duty in him to raise juniors. He just couldn't do assassination missions, so he had no choice but to do this. Naturally, his heart was filled with anger. At first, the feeling was shrouded just like that, but as time went on, it started to erupt little by little to the surface. Jiampyong knew that the negative emotion that sprouted in his heart was anger. His unwillingness to admit that he was pushed out as an old man in the back room and his jealousy towards children are combined and expressed in the form of anger. He did not hide his anger. After all, this place was completely enclosed. Only food was delivered through the baskets they were riding in, but no one came in. There is no way to know from the outside what he is doing here, and there's no actual boss in this place. The only thing they were interested in was raising children strongly, and they didn't care how many people died. And because of that, he treated the children more harshly. He looked around with keen eyes. Now was the time to practice the turtle-breathing technique to hide their presence. First, they used the terrain to hide their body, and then they spread the turtle-breathing technique to hide their presence. The essence of the turtle-breathing technique is to artificially stop most of the vital functions by slowing the heart rate as much as possible. The natural body temperature would drop and become like a dead person. They are not dead, but they are in a state similar to that of a dead person. Once you spread the turtle-breathing technique, you will never be able to detect any uninhabited person. However, the extent of mastery is different. Being well-versed in the turtle-breathing technique means learning the trick of understanding your body. Even the seemingly perfect turtle-breathing technique had one drawback. It is a feeling of discomfort that cannot be described in words. In particular, the more vital it is, the deeper the sense of disharmony. Because the human body is forcibly made to resemble a dead state, foreign parts inevitably stand out in a lively place. For that reason, even if the same turtle-breathing technique were used, those who did not have enough experience would inevitably be detected. Pyong suddenly stabbed the floor with a knife. Kug, suddenly someone came out yelling. It was a child who had been caught hiding since his eardrums stood out. A sword of Pyong was stuck in his shoulder. If I were an enemy, you would already be dead. Karg, the child couldn't even make an excuse and clenched his teeth. A look of anger was evident on his face. Obviously, he did his best to practice the turtle breathing technique, but he's angry that he's been exposed like this in vain. Pyong passed by such a child and looked for the next prey. Every time he stabbed something with a knife, the children who were practicing the stealth technique came out wearing scars. There are 5 children hiding in his area. 4 of them were already caught. Now there is only one last person left. Pyong looked around with sharp eyes. He believed he could catch the last one soon. Although his legs were paralyzed, his eyesight and sense of detection were more developed. He mobilized all of his powers to find the remaining child. However, as time passed, no traces of the child were found anywhere. Is he not here? After coming to the underground cavity, he opened up all his senses wide for the first time. However, no trace of the last child was found anywhere. No matter where he looked, there was no sense of incongruity. What? For the first time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. It might not be possible to find a person if they reached the peak of the technique, but he couldn't believe that the children here had already reached that level. He looked around again closely. Instead of looking around, he tried to find a place where he felt a sense of incongruity by mobilizing all his senses. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was no place where he felt uncomfortable any longer. Aren't you hiding somewhere else? Eventually, he doubted that the last child who was missing was here, but he knew best that that couldn't happen. The children were aware that those who break the rules will be killed. It was inconceivable that such children would break the rules and leave this place. Pyong wandered several times in search of the last remaining child, but he couldn't find the last child at all. Eventually, he gave up looking and opened his mouth. I can't find you, so you can stop and come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook right next to where he was standing. He was hiding this close to me. Pyong was astounded. The fact that he couldn't find him even though the last child was right next to him frightened him. A cold sweat ran down the back of Pyong. The fact that Pyowal was hiding right next to him, yet he didn't notice, gave him fear. Even if Pyowal had attacked him, he would be dead. If this had been a real situation, not a training, he would have lost his life at the hands of Pyowal, not knowing how he was going to die. Crazy, how is it possible to master the turtle breathing technique to this extent in only 6 years? If it were easy to learn, then the 4 children would never have been discovered by him. Not everyone can do it. It was only possible because it was Pyowal. The abilities that Pyowal particularly stood out were stealth and demonic tactics. His abilities mainly specialized in infiltrating. Nonetheless, to think his skills are already good enough to deceive me. He felt the blood in his body cooling down. It was the first sense of crisis he felt after retiring from the life of an assassin. It wasn't just Pyowal. Among the children, some of the most extraordinary ones boasted exceptional achievements. Their growth threatened the existing instructors. Their senses were so developed that they couldn't believe they were the same human being. Based on such a developed sense, if they learned martial arts, their achievements would be unmatched. Their growth frightened the custodians. It was the evaluation of the custodians that they would not be able to commit an assassination right away. Pyowal was one of them. He has not seen sunlight for 6 years, so his skin is as white as snow, his eyes are bright red, and his face is expressionless. Among the children, the most handsome man was Goshinoke. If Goshinoke has a delicate body line and a beautiful face that is reminiscent of a woman, Pyowal has a sensuality that is difficult to describe in words. The masculine part and the feminine part are mixed to give off a neutral charm. Even the most experienced assassins, like the Pyong, made his heart shudder just looking at Pyowal's bright red eyes. Pyowal opened his mouth. Now that training is over, can I take a break? Why yes. The governor stuttered involuntarily. Pyowal bowed his head slightly to Pyong and turned around. He could feel the hot gaze of Pyong behind his back, but he pretended not to know. He had been in hiding for 3 days, practicing the turtle breathing technique. It was good to perfectly spread the turtle breathing technique, but because of that, the muscles of his whole body hardened and the function of his organs weakened. In order to recover properly, he had to have a quick breakfast. Pyowal's residence was still in the dark area. It has been 6 years since he came here. Most of the other children moved to the main hall, but Pyowal still stayed here. When he was in a dark, enclosed space that felt gloomy, Pyowal felt the most at ease. 6 years have made him that way. Pyowal took a seat in one corner of the room and sat down. There was no fear of being attacked from behind, and the front sight was open so that he could react quickly in case of an emergency. For the past 6 years, Pyowal has lived like this. He always moved with survival in mind, and he trusted no one. Even when the other children moved together according to their interests, he was not swept away and lived alone. Because of that, he was rejected by many children, but he did not pay much attention to it because he was already familiar with the treatment. Pyotwal closed his eyes and trained quietly. The cultivation method he used was the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Even though the other children skipped the poisonous dragon heart method and learned other excellent cultivation methods, he was still stuck in learning only the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. That's not to say that he hasn't looked at the other cultivation techniques at all. Pyotwal looked at all the methods given by the instructors, but each time his conclusion was the same. It is said that no other cultivation technique can match the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Right now, other cultivation methods are more destructive, but as time goes on, the gap will narrow sharply, and sooner or later he will be able to surpass them. When he practiced the thunder-splitting technique, he felt as if my body had been penetrated from my head to my toes. It was always mesmerizing. Pyotwal experienced the same feeling every day after his method of cultivating reached a certain point. The internal energy learned by the thunder-splitting method had the properties of lightning Chinese letter. Although the amount was so small that it could not be excreted from the body, the nerves of Pyotwal were stimulated every day. At first, it felt bad. His nerves were tingling and it felt quite painful. He could have stopped at that point, but Pyotwal continued to learn and study the method of cultivation. By the time 5 years had passed, Pyotwal realized that his body's reaction speed had risen dramatically. When there's an incoming threat, his body reacts even before his head could process what was happening. At first, he didn't know why, but after thinking about it for a while, he soon found out why. The cause was lightning. Lightning stimulates the nerves in his brain and develops it. One of the facts that he learned while learning the method of cultivating is that all the motor responses of the human body are actually caused by electrical or nerve impulses in the brain. Depending on how fast the nerve impulse is transmitted, the reaction speed changes. A person whose nerve impulse is transmitted quicker responds that much faster, while a person with a slow nerve impulse transmission recognizes and responds more slowly. In the meantime, Pyotwal has continuously stimulated his nerves throughout the body with the thunder-splitting method. As a result, he developed a nerve that no one dared to match. Because of this, his reaction speed was so high that no other children dared to match him. Even if they learned and spread the same martial arts, their speed was inevitably different. Another thing had changed. It was what Pyotwal named the heart speed Chinese letter. The expansion of neural networks even increased his speed of thinking. The speed of his thinking was outstanding. It was as if Pyotwal was thinking in a different time than others. Pyotwal completely hid all of these facts. He only showed his excellence in catching, such as turtle breathing technique and stealth, while he hid his skills in martial arts by making it roughly on par with the other children in the underground cave. Only one person knew that fact. In order to get out of this hellish place, he had to hide his abilities by at least 5%, not 3%. That's how Pyotwal has spent the last 6 years. If there is one thing that makes him uneasy, it is that the thunder-splitting cultivation technique is no longer enough. A slightly higher level of cultivation method was needed, a cultivation method that will expand and guide him properly. However, it was impossible to find such a method here. The cultivation methods given by the custodians were all methods that did not have much depth in them. Such methods are very helpful for immediate achievement and growth, but their limitations are too clear when looking into the distant future. There were two options for Pyotwal. It was either continuing to learn and develop the thunder-splitting method, or learning other cultivation methods that would be helpful in Jianghu. But considering that the latter is almost impossible, the former is the only option left now. Even if I die, I have no choice but to cling to the thunder-splitting method. Pyotwal thought it was his fate to learn the thunder-splitting method. All of the children who came in here learned the same method, but he was the only one who dug deep into the technique. Because of this, others did not know that the thunder-splitting method had such a utility, and they will never know, because they have already forgotten the method of cultivation and are digging into different cultivation techniques. Pyotwal destroyed the original copy of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Still, no one cared, not only the children but even the custodians. The thunder-splitting cultivation technique was now completely gone. Pyotwal opened his eyes after contemplation. In an instant, the red tint in his eyes grew even stronger, but the red glint in his eye soon subsided. Pyotwal looked around for a moment. The snake that bit him was no longer visible. It was clear that the snake had died at some point, or that it had moved to another place in search of food. Pyotwal made an expression of regret for a moment, but then left his room with a nonchalant face. He headed towards the largest hall in the underground cavity. When we arrived at the entrance to the hall, he could feel secret gazes from everywhere. It was the eyes of children. "Kiki, who is this? Why did your precious body come all the way here?" One of them appeared and greeted the table. He was an impressive child with a long neck, slightly curved back, and a sullen gaze. His name was So Jokson, and all the other children called him a hoary man or Tamhanrang, Ka Tumhuntang, Inus Chinese letter soul eater wolf. So Jokson said that he came from an arts troupe who performed miscellaneous plays. Maybe that's why there were so many re-editions, but the most surprising thing was his art of the sword Chinese letter Shi Yan. So Jokson talked about how to change the face by drawing a person's face on silk, layering it over the face, and then tearing it off in an instant. Even if you look with your eyes wide open, you cannot capture the moment when his face changes, but So Jokson was a master of the sword. Instead, there is something different from his face, in that he doesn't paint his face on silk. He took off the skins of the dead children's faces and unfolded the sword, but it was so subtle that it was difficult to ascertain the authenticity. Many people were reluctant to use the faces of dead children as if they were theirs. Paiawal opened his mouth. Your face has changed again. Is it you Quangan's face, Kiki? He croaked not too long ago. That's why I'm using his face. You may forget what your real face looks like at this point. Who cares? We can't even get out of here anyway. If I hadn't done something like this, I would have gone crazy already. If you keep doing that, someone will kill you before you go crazy. Who? You. It may or may not be. Kikiki, you're funny. Do you think it's a joke? I mean, I hope it's a joke. As Paiawal's voice lowered slightly, a light of tension appeared on So Jokson's face. Unlucky bastard. So Jokson, who usually fears nothing in the world, strangely felt reluctant in confronting Paiawal. Over the course of 6 years, he has grown terribly. Even compared to So Yowal and others who stood out in the early days, he achieved a corresponding growth that is not far behind. Because of that, he was not afraid of So Yowal or the other children, but only towards Paiawal he was strangely reluctant. Perhaps it was because Paiawal's appearance in the early days was so intense. At that time, the violence that Paiawal committed against Yom Iljung was just so terrible. But many years have passed. That's how the children grew up. Now all the children here are wearing clothes and it is enough to pierce a person's eyeballs. That's how poisonous and cruel they became. However, even those children, strangely, would feel reluctant to look at the Paiawal, and they would usually step back. Apart from his simple martial arts skills, there was something about Paiawal that made people afraid. So even if they decide to teach him a lesson someday, they keep on putting it back. So Jokson said with a carefree expression on his face, "Go in." Paiawal passed by So Jokson and entered the hall. The inside was quite cozy. You can feel the warmth of human life. As Paiawal entered, the sitting children raised their heads and looked at them. So Yowal, Song Chunwoo, Go Shinoke, Kang Il, and Li Min. Among the children who survived to the end, they were by far the most outstanding children. Now even the instructors could not treat them recklessly. Their growth exceeded the expectations of the instructors, and because of that, it was impossible to control them unless it was the first sword, second sword, or third swords. The children were making a bonfire and grilling something. Paiawal naturally sits between them. Even the children were not wary of Paiawal. They haven't seen each other for a long time, but there was no reason to ostracize each other. Paiawal was staying alone like oil that does not mix with water, but he had done no damage to them, so the children accepted Paiawal as a member. Paiawal took out a skewer that was being grilled over the bonfire and opened his mouth. They seemed to care, suddenly sending all this meat. Recently, the quality of food has improved a lot, so Yowal said, putting wood into the bonfire. Her eyes were very deep and clear. When she looked at someone, they felt like they were being sucked in. There were many children who were captured by her eyes, Paiawal thought as he ate the meat. It seems that the moment they would be given a mission has arrived. Even pigs, before they were caught, are given delicious food. There was only one reason why the children suddenly currently have abundant food when they were usually given so little. He made eye contact with So Yowal's eyes. Her eyes sank as deep as Paiawal. It was clear that she also guessed what Paiawal had guessed. So Yowal said, "We will be put on a mission soon." Crackle. In an instant, the bonfire blazed even more violently, dyeing the children's faces red. Hoff First Sword took off his mask with a heavy sigh. An expression of an elderly man appeared. In the middle of the old man's face, a deep black scar was carved diagonally. It was a wound he suffered when he was put on his first mission. The assassin, who people would tremble when they heard his name, was now an old man who's over 60 years old. Although his strength and senses were lower than it had been before, he filled in the gaps with his skillfulness. But as time went on, it became more and more unavoidable. The name of the first sword was Lim Sayal. However, his name was only known to him and the captain. He was usually just called the first sword, so he had never heard his name through anyone else's mouth. His name seemed unfamiliar. I guess the time for me to die is nearing, for me to be so sentimental. For the past 6 years, he's been pushing the kids really hard. They didn't even care about sacrificing the children. He only cared about raising children successfully. As a result, 30 children passed all the tests and became assassins. From the 300 people who were first deployed, only a tenth of them survived. 270 victims died to raise 30 assassins, but they felt no guilt. The Jianghu he knew and experienced was a harsh place where anyone would die if they couldn't kill others. Compared to him who started from the bottom, the children here are more fortunate. They received systematic training to become an assassin. The door opened and the second sword and third sword entered. They were startled to see the first sword taking off his mask. It's the first time for them to see Lim Sayal take off his mask since coming here. Why did you take off your mask? It's just stifling. Don't you think 6 years is enough? To do you're free to take it off as well. The second sword and third sword looked at each other. After quarreling for a while, they took off their masks. Hew, ha, they sighed. They simply had their mask removed, but the air coming into their lungs seemed different. For them, masks did not simply work to cover their faces. When they were wearing their masks, they felt no sense of ethics or guilt. To them, walking the path of assassins, the mask was an indulgence and another face. They don't feel any guilt while wearing the mask, but after taking it off like this, they seem to feel weak without realizing it. The name of the second sword was Gu Xinhing, and the name of the third sword was Sang Ilshin. The three of them took off their masks, revealing their true faces, and sat down at the table. Lim Sayal said, "Alcohol is best drank at times like this. What a pity. We can drink as much as we want when we get out here, can't we? It's not too long before we get out." There was a glimmer of anticipation on the faces of Gu Xinhing and Sang Ilshin. They spent 6 years here teaching the children. They did not have much greed in the world, but it was a great pain for them to have to spend such a long time in a place where there is not a single point of sunlight. Now, the promised time is about to run out. It will soon be 7 years, and if nothing else happens, the children will be sent to assassinations. They had no idea what the fate of the children involved in the assassination would be. They treated children thoroughly. The children were not their disciples. They were just a one-time use and throw-away tools. If they showed affection to their tools, they would be the only ones who would get hurt. Lim Sayal asked, "What are the levels of the children? Their skills have improved beyond our expectations, so I'm quite hesitant. Why? Are you afraid you won't be able to control them?" "Yes. Some children have already gone beyond the level of the instructors." Jian Pyong said that he did his best, but he couldn't find Payawal who practiced the turtle breathing technique. Lim Sayal let out a sigh. It was Lim Sayal, the first sword, who paid more attention to the potential of Payawal more than anyone else. Although his martial arts did not rise as expected, he excelled in the art of stealth and infiltration. It can be said that he is the best at tracking and hiding, but if he deceived his attention, he could see that he already had superior skills than the instructors. It's a waste. What do you mean? The fact is that we have to use them once and immediately throw them away. We can't help it, because that was the original contract's request after all. Who the hell is the target of the assassination? Do we really have to do this? Now that the mission is almost over, don't we need to know too? I'm sorry. I can't tell you until the mission is over. Lim Sayal firmly shook his head at Sang Ilshin's words. It was such a dangerous task. It was enough for the captain and himself to be the ones who knows the identity of the assassination target. If the name of the assassination target leaks out by mistake, the Blood Phantom Corps will disappear from the world. Gu Xinhing and Sang Il-shin understood Lim Sayal's intentions. To maintain secrecy, the fewer people who know, the better. The more people who know, then the greater the chance of a leak. They knew all too well that a man's mouth is never heavy. Now we must begin the final step. Lim Sayal's gaze turned to the desk. An anonymous booklet, Chinese letter, was placed on the desk. The children looked at Lim Sayal with curious eyes. To be precise, they were looking at the booklet in Lim Sayal's hand. There were no letters written on the yellow cover. It was literally an unknown booklet. Lim Sayal said, throwing an unknown booklet among the children. 3 of you must learn this. The children frowned at Lim Sayal's incomprehensible words, but no one opened their mouths, because even if they don't ask, Lim Sayal will teach them. As expected, Lim Sayal continued his explanation. In this booklet, the martial arts technique of a certain faction is roughly arranged. 3 of you must master this technique, while the remaining 27 must attack those who have mastered this technique and succeed. Everyone's eyes fluttered at Lim Sayal's words, because they understood what his words meant. They were children who were reborn as assassins after 6 years of rigorous training. The way the children murder was enough to threaten the instructors. It was said that children who will learn the martial art technique presented by Lim Sayal should be attacked by such children. Not just 1 or 2 people, but a sneak attack by all 27 people. As always, there was nothing they can do to take care of the situation. If they do it like in a real battle, there will surely be casualties. It was set up so that those who learned the martial art technique had no choice but to be at a disadvantage. Those who have mastered the martial art techniques are exposed, while the other children will attack in the dark by any means possible. They wouldn't be able to feel safe when they're eating, resting, or sleeping. Even they have to be careful of their breathing. The children knew just how good their assassination skills were. Even if one only aims for 1 person, breathing is dangerous. But if you are targeted by as many as 27 assassins, it is safe to say that there is no chance of survival. Such a dog, it's like this until the end, the children shuddered. They really didn't expect that things would come down like this until the very end. In their heart, they wanted to start a rebellion at any moment. However, knowing that they could not get out even if they killed the instructors in this place, they had no choice but to hesitate. Lim Sayal and Gu Xinhing saw through the minds of the children. You won't be able to escape our hands forever. The children were hunting dogs. No matter how ferocious and wild the hound was, there was a way to control it. They already have a number of ways to control the children, so there was no reason to be afraid. Now that the whip is blown, it's time to give the carrots. Instead, the children's eyes were focused on Lim Sayal's face. This will be the last time. After this training, we won't do any training until we get out of here. Lim Sayal's words shook the children's hearts. In the meantime, the children hadn't let down their guard. That's because the instructors severely pushed them hard. Thanks to that, the children's minds became as devastated as a desert, and they stopped trusting anyone. If there is one wish they have, it is that they want to rest in peace, even for a moment. But as if trying to pierce their hearts, Lim Sayal came out with the sweet bait of rest. It was a proposal that is bound to shake the hearts of the children. With only 3 sacrifices, the remaining 27 people could rest comfortably. They just don't have to belong among the 3 people who would be learning the unknown martial art technique. Pyotwal was also surprised by Lim Sayal's demonic heart. No, it's not his plan. It's probably the idea of a person called Captain. Through his experience, Pyotwal knew that Lim Sayal didn't have such an excellent mind. Although he was able to perform the given task perfectly, he did not have the brain to plan and invent something for himself. That was the Lim Sayal that Pyotwal knew. There was no way that Lim Sayal could have come up with such a plan on his own. Pyotwal looked at the unknown booklet thrown on the floor. It was not known which swordsmanship was written on the anonymous booklet. However, it was clear that the result would be different from the martial arts they had learned so far. Pyotwal was greedy for an unknown booklet. The problem is that once you learn the martial art technique, he would become a target for other children. If Pyotwal would become the target of the children who learned how to kill to the extreme like So Yowal, Song Chunwoo, and Kang Il, it would not be easy to handle. They threw the poisoned bait properly. The other children did not know, but the bait that Lim Sayal threw was very tempting to Pyotwal. After saying what he had to say, Lim Sayal went out with the custodians. There was an unspoken pressure in deciding which of the children will learn the martial arts on the booklet. The children looked at each other without saying a word. It was better to not expect that the children who had not mastered the martial art technique would not take care of the situation. Even if they want to take care of things, the custodians won't let them do that. Knowing that fact, no one dared to learn martial art technique. Pyotwal thought, scanning the children's faces. There is a high probability that the martial arts in the booklet are the martial arts that our target of assassination is learning. Even if it is not exactly the same, he must be learning martial arts similar to it. It was a pretty detailed plan. It was a highly sophisticated technique that allowed the children to experience going against the martial arts directly while simultaneously identifying its loopholes. I can't be strong if I don't take the risks. Can't stop here. Pyotwal made his decision. When he picked up the booklet that had fallen on the floor, the attention of the children was focused. I'll learn this martial arts technique. The other 2 can decide for themselves. Are you deciding to be a scapegoat of your own accord? So Yoel asked with an expression that showed she did not understand Pyotwal's decision. Well, whether I will become a scapegoat or a wolf remains to be seen. Why did you make that choice? There's no way you'd make that choice for nothing. Did you see any potential in the booklet? Are you curious? Then you can learn this martial arts too. No thanks, it's not my taste to sit back and defend. You learn the martial arts in the booklet while I'll attack. So Yoel shook her head. Pyotwal smiled as if he expected her reaction. When someone decides who will learn the martial arts, come to me. I'll hand it over to you. Now I'll be going first. You'd better be careful. Everyone in this room will be aiming for you. I'm looking forward to it. Pyotwal waved to So Yowal, and the children then headed to the dark area where his room was. Until then, the children only stared at each other's faces and did nothing. But Pyotwal knew that the children will soon start moving. Someone has to decide who will learn the martial arts among them. It didn't matter who. The important thing was to memorize and grasp it perfectly before handing it over to someone else. As soon as Pyotwal returned to his residence, he opened an unknown booklet. 72 sword strikes like waves, and even large rocks are swept away like sand. It was the first verse of the booklet. Pyotwal couldn't take his eyes off the first verse. It was because he felt an unknown ringing in his chest. 72 sword strikes crashing like waves. He imagined himself firing 72 sword strikes. However, even if he used all his imagination, he couldn't see him wielding the sword more than 20 times. Rather than simply wielding a sword, he had to wield it with all his strength with his own strength. The basis of his imagination was his objective level of martial arts. This is my limit. Payatwal began to realize his limitations, but he was not disappointed. He still had plenty of time left. As long as he survives, he will surely become stronger one way or another. Payatwal thought so and read the booklet again. The slaughter continued. No matter how strong the sun was, the waves continued to non-stop. This is not different from the ways of the sword. When the opponent is strong, I will continue my breathing, and when the opponent is weak, I will cut off his breathing. All waves cannot escape from this flow. If you learn this deeply, you will also learn the other martial arts of the main school Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. There was clearly the name of a particular sect written in the verse. However, the person who obtained the booklet definitely crossed it out given the blackened ink on a certain part. It wasn't just that. In the booklet, there were a lot of deleted phrases. It seemed that an important structure in the flow was deleted. It's not a complete copy of the martial arts technique. Payatwal made a sad expression for a moment. In this case, there was no reason to take risks and learn the martial art technique. This is because the core is removed and only the shell remained. But Payatwal did not give up. It was Payatwal who found a trick in the method of the thunder-splitting cultivation that everyone neglects. Although it is currently just a shell right now, if he digs deep, he will surely find something useful even in the nameless technique. Kiang, Payatwal deflected the sword. It was So Yowal who attacked. Shit, So Yowal put on a sad expression. She couldn't hide her disappointment for a moment at the fact that her elaborate undercover attack had failed. For this one sneak attack, she waited 2 days without moving. She waited for Payatwal to come. It was such a difficult opportunity. Payatwal was attacked 13 times in 1 day alone. He was struggling with his nerves all day, so he consumed a lot of mental energy. His face was filled with a tired look. It's fortunate that he had mastered the sword technique written on the nameless booklet, otherwise he would have fallen under someone's sword already. Even though important sentences were omitted, the sword attack boasted considerable power. The fact that Payatwal remained alive despite the 13 secret attacks today was proof of Ott's strength. By mastering the unknown swordsmanship, he was able to unleash 72 sword strikes like a wave without stopping. However, important passages were missing, and it was impossible to make great progress. All that Payatwal learned over the last 10 days was the unknown booklet swordsmanship. It was unreasonable to learn more with an incomplete martial arts technique. However, even at that level, there was no problem in practicing the form to some extent. Payatwal resisted the children's sneak attack with the swordsmanship of the booklet, because that was what was instructed to them. The children tenaciously observed Payatwal's sword attack. That way, if they saw even a small loophole, they immediately counterattacked. Payatwal tried to compensate for the loophole while defending, but the children would find another loophole and attack him. By relentlessly attacking and defending, Payatwal and the children developed. The most difficult person for Payatwal was So Yowal. This is because she attacked in a way that he was not expecting at all. A little while ago, her skills were once tested on him. Suddenly, So Yowal said, "I think you'd better throw that sword away." "What are you talking about? I don't fear you with a sword for some reason, even if you're blocking all my attacks. Rather, it feels even more difficult for me when you don't have your sword. Do you think it makes sense for me to drop a weapon in front of an assassin? That's not for me to know, I'm just saying what I feel." Payatwal frowned without saying a word. So Yowal looked at Payatwal for a moment and then stepped back. "You'd better be prepared next time." She disappeared into the dark. Payatwal, who was left alone, sighed and looked at his hand. In his hand was a cheap iron sword that had been provided in batches. It was a dagger that was only half the length of a normal sword. He didn't really like this sword, so he didn't use it. Well, this sword was still usable. Am I trickier to deal when I do not have a sword as compared to wielding one? If his opponent felt that way, there must be a good reason. It could be that she was lying to weaken Payatwal, but the So Yowal he knew was not that cunning. So Yowal was a woman whose distribution was so large that most men could not even reach her toes. Payatwal thought while frowning. It takes a considerable amount of courage to throw away the sword he was already used to. If he threw away his sword, he had to deal with them using his bare hands. No matter how strong Payatwal is, it takes great courage to stand up to opponents who has a weapon in their hand. But now is the only time to throw away the sword. Once he further gets used to it, he won't ever be able to throw it away even if he want to. After pondering for a while, Payatwal threw down his sword. For the past 6 years, he's done things that others thought impossible. He has perfectly adapted to the darkness and has developed a strong resistance to poison. Thanks to learning the thunder-splitting cultivation technique, he has already reached the limit of human beings in terms of pure physical abilities. Compared to the children who had learned the poisonous dragon heart cultivation technique and other methods, his physical abilities were in no way inferior. Payatwal believed in his own ability. As he has always done, he will do well this time. Payatwal thought so and sank into the darkness. Kukyuk, heh. A sound as if the air was being sucked out of a leather bag came out of a child's mouth. A short sword was stuck in the child's chest. The child's name is Yuk Pyong. He also learned the unknown swordsmanship like a Pyawal. That's why he's been plagued with assassination attempts from the other children over the past few months. Yuk Pyong did not want to learn the unknown swordsmanship. He just unfortunately won the random draw lots. This was the price. The sword stuck in his chest belonged to Song Chun-woo. Song Chun-woo and the other 26 children have been targeting the children like Yuk Pyong, who have been persistently learning the unknown swordsmanship over the past few months. The 27 children who sneak attacks and the other 3 children who learned the unknown swordsmanship. The fight they fought was really fierce. At first, they felt pity for each other's circumstances, but in the duration of the training, they were soon wounded and their hatred for each other deepened. Lim Seol and the instructors achieved what they wanted. Time passed faster in the dark. The children became more clever and cruel. They learned how to accurately detect the target's breathing, even in the dark. In particular, they became stronger as they faced the children who had mastered the unknown swordsmanship. They attacked the children who had mastered the unknown swordsmanship by any means possible. The result was a sword stuck in the chest of the Yuk Pyong. Yuk Pyong has grown stronger, but the children have completely mastered how to deal with him. To be precise, they had figured out a way to destroy the unknown swordsman that Yuk Pyong had learned. Song Chun-woo looked at Yuk Pyong, who was dying with a complicated expression. Even though his human emotions have dried up, he was still not comfortable with killing his fellow colleague, but he had no other option. If they failed to kill Yuk Pyong again, the instructors would have pushed him and the other children to the limit. Song Chun-woo opened his mouth, thinking that there was nothing he could do. "I'm sorry." Yuk Pyong was not able to hear his apology because his breath stopped. Song Chun-woo clenched his teeth. One more, a child named Go Shin-ho died before Yuk Pyong. He was also a child who had learned the unknown swordsmanship. The rest of the children had to hunt them so that they could rest comfortably. Song Chun-woo nodded to So Yowal, who was far away. Then So Yowal beckoned to the other children. The children were scattered everywhere, trying to find the remaining child who had mastered the unknown swordsmanship. Only Song Chun-woo, So Yowal, and Lee Min and So Joksun remained. Kiki. "This is really amazing." Hick hick hick. So Joksun kept laughing. The children knew all too well that he was not laughing because he was happy. So Joksun just always smiled darkly, whether he's happy or sad. The problem is that there are only a few times when he actually feels happy on the inside. So Joksun's laughter was annoying, but Song Chun-woo didn't say anything. It is because his feeling of having stopped Yuk Pyong's breath has already fallen to the floor. Lee Min opened his mouth. "The only person left is Pyawal, right?" No one answered. Everyone's expression darkened. It's because they know that the combination of Yuk Pyong and Go Shin would not even amount to one Pyawal. After So Yowal's secret attack, Pyawal disappeared. He was in an underground room closed on all sides. There was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Still, Pyawal was not found anywhere. As if he just disappeared. Lee Min opened her mouth carefully. Maybe he went outside. "No, he's definitely still inside. We just haven't found him." So Yowal shook her head. At her assertion, Lee Min's eyes fluttered slightly. Then her explosive beauty flowed out. One of the children who made the most dramatic change was Lee Min. In the dark, she became whiter and more prudent. Her beauty, which coexists with ignorance and glamour, was enough to take away the soul of the beholder. Because of that, many of the surviving children were captivated by her beauty to the point of offering supplies. However, Lee Min was not well aware of her changes. She always worked with So Yowal. If it was So Yowal's command, she was loyal enough to the point of pretending to die. Song Chun-woo said in a cold voice, "He's a human too. As long as he's a human, he can't get out of our hands, but it's Pyawal." Lee Min murmured like a child, but everyone in this room knew what Lee Min was trying to say. Pyawal was an incomprehensible person in many ways. They were locked up here together for 6 years, but no one knew the potential of Pyawal. He adapted perfectly, as if he was born here. None of the children had shown the ability that is on par with Pyawal. Even for those with outstanding abilities like So Yowal and Song Chun-woo. "I give him needless advice." So Yowal thought that it might be because of what she said that Pyawal hasn't appeared for this long. She didn't know how much she regretted it after she told him how she felt because of a momentary impulse. It was because she remembered too late that the advice she gave might inadvertently make Pyawal even stronger. Pyawal has always been like that. He would take the small part that could be overlooked as a cornerstone of development by persistently biting and sagging. When the other children took one step, he seemed to take 2 or 3 more steps. Although he thoroughly hid his achievements from the instructors, So Yowal and the children knew he was hiding his own power. His strength can only be felt by those who have faced him in person. However, So Yowal couldn't easily guess what exactly his level was. So Joksun said it as a joke, "Why don't we just kill the instructors? It's probably easier than killing Pyawal." "Agree." Song Chun-woo nodded, but they knew the fact that some kind of restriction was imposed on them. The instructors and three swords they knew were never the ones who would leave it like this without any preparation and countermeasures. The question was, what was the restriction that was imposed on them? We can decide on how to release their restrictions on us later, but now is the time to focus on finding Pyawal. If we leave him like this, he will become even stronger. Okay, everyone nodded at So Yowal's words. They left in search of Pyawal. In the place where the children left, only Yuk Pyong's body was lying alone. That was then. Suddenly, Yuk Pyong's body began to move. As if he was breathing, Yuk Pyong's chest heaved, and he rolled over to one side, and something suddenly appeared from the place where Yuk Pyong's body was. It was Pyawal, who was covered in dirt with all eyes, noses, and mouths. He had been hiding in the ground under the body of Yuk Pyong by spreading the turtle breathing technique. The children could not even imagine that Pyawal was hiding right beneath them. Pyawal sighed and looked at the bodies of the Yuk Pyong. He was the one who learned the unknown swordsmanship of his own will, but Yuk Pyong was chosen by many to be targeted. Maybe even during his last moments, he thought it was unfair. Pyawal reached out and closed Yuk Pyong's eyes. This will not relieve the injustice, but he hoped that he would not suffer the pain of keeping his eyes open until he died. Pyawal looked in the direction the children disappeared for a moment. Even at this moment, children will be constantly looking for him. The custodians will also be keeping a keen eye on the children's behavior. In other words, all attention was focused on the pursuit of Pyawal. It was the moment Pyawal wanted. Pyawal moved as far as possible while hiding his presence. No matter how talented a human being, he could not completely hide the sound of his footsteps, but Pyawal was different. As he moved, not a single sound came out. Just like a cat or a leopard, the soles of the feet absorbed sound perfectly. This was not taught by anyone. It was a skill he had learned on his own. The place he headed for was the residence of Lim Sayal and the others. The children did not know their real names. They were only known as the First Sword, Second Swords, and Third Swords. Their martial skills were far superior to those of the instructors, making them the object of fear to children. Even the children who looked down on the instructors could not hide their tension when standing in front of the three swords. After spending 6 years together, they became psychologically dependent. No matter how large and ferocious an animal may be, it is the same principle as if it were raised from a young age. It would not be able to harm its owner. Pyawal called it a psychological taboo. The biggest ban imposed on children was psychological subordination, so they don't dare consider disobeying them. There was a little bit of tension on Pyawal's face for a moment. Although he thought and moved independently, he was also psychologically subordinated to some extent after living in the same space for 6 years. But he couldn't stay like this forever. Pyawal shook his head slightly to shake off his anxious mind, and then moved on. His goal was to be the residence of one sword, Lim Sayal. The dwelling place of Lim Sayal and the instructors was made by remodeling a naturally formed cave. It was located on the opposite side of the area where Pyawal stayed, and it boasted an ironclad border from the entrance. The instructors who had been dispatched to this place took turns and stood guard directly. Because of that, no one dared to infiltrate this place. It was the instructors who taught the children stealth and infiltration. The countermeasures against it were also best known by the instructors. The instructors looked around with sharp eyes. As the children's skills improved, the instructors in particular strengthened their vigilance. They believed that no one would have the courage to sneak in here, but since anything can happen, they could never relax. Little do they know that there would actually be a human being who would be moving cleverly out of their cognitive domain boundaries. It was Pyawal who sneaked in without a sound or gesture. Pyawal was performing both stealth and turtle breathing technique at the same time. In order to perform the original turtle breathing technique, the biological activities of the body had to be almost stopped like a corpse. He literally has to keep the minimum amount of breathing to maintain his life. Moving was, of course, unimaginable. Of course, the instructors who taught them the turtle breathing technique knew that, and the children who learned the technique used it as it was taught to them. But Pyawal was different. Pyawal had his doubts after learning how to execute the turtle breathing technique. Why would the turtle breathing technique be undone if he moves? He wondered how he could move while simultaneously using the turtle breathing technique. The body had to breathe in order to move. No matter how skilled he was, he could not live without breathing. The greater the movement, the more breathing was required. Turtle breathing technique is a method of hiding the presence by inhaling one's breath for as long and thin as possible to lower the vital signs of the body. Because of this, it was impossible to move while using the turtle breathing technique. Pyawal thought and tried countless times, but failed repeatedly. Then one day, he found a solution. The breakthrough was with the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. He thought about what it would be like to break his breath into small pieces through the thunder-splitting method. If he can't secretly move while he's breathing anyway, it's better to finally divide his breath continuously enough so that other people would not be able to feel it. Then, the body signs could drop significantly, and movement would then be possible, Pyawal thought. Pyawal put his ideas into practice soon. It wasn't easy at first. Breaking his breath into pieces almost to the point of stopping his breathing put a great strain on Payawal's body. Moreover, moving while maintaining such fine breathing placed a greater burden on him. However, Payawal did not give up and kept trying. After trying so many times, it became possible to move using the turtle breathing technique at some point. He had succeeded several times against children, but this was the first time he used it against the instructors, so he had no choice but to be nervous. He had to maintain his hiding skills while practicing his turtle breathing technique. The burden on him had increased several times. Payawal moved while simultaneously practicing turtle breathing technique and stealth techniques. The instructors were looking straight ahead with their eyes wide open, but they did not notice the passing of the Payawal. This is because Payawal cleverly moved along the areas of their cognitive domain. Ordinary people think that they perceive everything they see, but that was impossible in the first place. Except for the focused area, the brain only sees, and if there is no unusual movement, the brain cannot recognize it. Blindness that cannot be recognized even by looking at it straight with the naked eye. Payawal moved using their blind spot Chinese letter Sijia or dead corner. Payawal passed between the instructors like a ghost. The instructors were completely unaware that Payawal had passed in front of them. Payawal crept into the cave silently. Perhaps because the security at the entrance was so strict, the guards inside were less than expected. Still, Payawal remained vigilant. This was a sanctuary. If his existence is exposed because of a little bit of carelessness, he will immediately get the attention of the instructors. No matter how much Payawal possessed unrivaled abilities among children, he would be unable to survive turning numerous instructors as an enemy. Payawal calmly grasped his own abilities to that extent. Any point between the near-death heat and the cusps, ko imsia enus, ko gyadudu enus, ko sayi enus, ko anu enus, ko chidam enus. That was Payawal's evaluation of his own abilities. Payawal looked around Lim Sayal's place with his senses sharpened. Lim Sayal's residence was located in the deepest part of the cave. Fortunately, Lim Sayal was not staying in his room. Payawal began to search Lim Sayal's residence. Payawal wanted to get out of the underground place, but in order to do so, he needs to remove the restriction that binds the children by identifying the affiliation of the instructors and the three swords. He needs to know which groups they belong to. If he can figure out who their master is and where his base is, it will be easier to get out of their grasp. However, no matter how much he searched the residence of Lim Sayal, there was no data related to the instructors. Instead, what he found was a letter with a request written on it. Privy only to the leader of the Blood Phantom Group. Duration, 7 years. Reward, 500,000 gold. Condition, leave no traces related to the Blood Phantom Group. Wu Gunseng, Payawal frowned. He did not know what kind of person Wu Gunseng was. He was curious as to how great Wu Gunseng could be for them to spend 7 years raising children to become assassins. 270 out of 300 have already died during the training just to kill one person. He wondered if that one person's life was as valuable as the sum of the lives of 270 or even 300 children who entered this place. That was then. He could feel a presence in the cave outside the door. Payawal hurriedly returned the letter to its original place and then left the room. From the entrance of the cave, he saw a person walking his way. It was difficult to distinguish the figure of the incoming person because of the darkness, but Payawal recognized that it was Lim Sayal, the owner of this room. Lim Sayal possessed unparalleled martial arts skills compared to other instructors. His senses were also very sensitive, but Lim Sayal was not good enough as to detect Payawal, who was using his stealth skills and turtle-breathing technique. There was no time to think. Payawal immediately jumped to the ceiling. The artificially trimmed ceiling was so smooth that there was no room to hit a finger. Even if he raised his inner chi and slammed his finger into the wall, there was no choice but to make a sound. Lim Sayal wasn't so numb that he couldn't hear the sound echoing from a short distance away. Payawal hung his nails in the micro-grooves. One fingernail was literally the only one supporting the weight of his entire body. He couldn't even breathe. The moment his breathing becomes even a little rough, the Lim Sayal will notice him. Payawal looked down at his feet, with his one fingernail supporting his whole body. Lim Sayal was passing under his feet. He looked around to see if he felt something strange, but he didn't look up because he didn't think anyone would be hanging from the ceiling. Payawal concentrated all his nerves on his fingertips. If it had been him in the past, he would not have been able to endure it with only the power of one finger. After So Yowal's advice, Payawal abandoned the sword and focused on training his bare hands. While practicing unknown swordsmanship with his bare hands, his grip strength and the delicate sense of his fingers were not the same as before, so now it is possible for him to perform a stunt like this. At Payawal's feet, Lim Sayal furrowed his brows. Although he is said to have retired from the front line, his senses are not dead yet. As an assassin, the sense he had forged for decades was warning him that something was strange, but he couldn't figure out what exactly it was. Lim Sayal looked around again, but he couldn't find anything odd. Was I mistaken? Lim Sayal shook his head, opened the door and went inside. But the moment he entered the room, the sense of abnormality he felt grew even stronger. His eyes turned sharp. Lim Sayal hurriedly looked around the room. Outwardly, nothing had changed. But the owner of the room could feel it. Something has changed, although it was subtle. Someone came in. Without his permission, both the second sword and third sword, let alone the instructors, could not enter his dwelling. The sense of disparity he felt a while ago was not an illusion at all. Lim Sayal kicked the door out. When a loud noise resounded in the quiet cave, some instructors jumped out in surprise. What's going on? An intruder has entered my room. He may not have completely escaped the cave yet, so find them quickly. A look of disbelief appeared on the faces of the instructors. There was only one entrance to this place, and the entrance was always guarded by the pairs taking turns. It was difficult to admit that someone had penetrated through such a tight-knit security, but they knew best that Lim Sayal was not a liar. Who went inside First Sword Sama's residence without permission? Maybe one of the children. The children were the only ones who could infiltrate Lim Sayal's residence without permission. The complexion of the instructors turned white. They hurriedly searched the cave, but no matter how much they searched, no intruder was found. They questioned the people guarding the entrance to the cave, but they also said they didn't see anyone coming out. Some people might say that Lim Sayal might be mistaken, but those who knew him well will never thought of that. The person who was more thorough and sensitive than anyone here was Lim Sayal. If Lim Sayal said that there's an intruder, then it was clear that there was an intruder. Who the hell is it? The question is, who broke into this place? No matter how much the instructors thoroughly survey the area, no evidence was found to determine the identity of the intruder. Lim Sayal invited the second sword Gu Xinhing and the third sword Sang Ilshin to his residence. Are you really saying that one of the children broke into this place? Who might it be? Their faces were gloomy. It was because they thought that one day, when children's growth rise, there might come the time that they will instigate a rebellion. If anyone were to be treated in this way and to be abused, there was bound to be a resentment. Although some kind of restriction was put in place when the time comes, given the children's growth, the backlash might happen much faster than they expected. It was a very serious problem. If the children resist before they could even get to the mission, all their efforts over the past 6 years will go to waste. So before that happens, they have to suppress the resistance of the children. Gu Xinhing asked Lim Sayal, does anyone have a clue on who might the intruder be? Payawal, yes, but there is no one more gifted at infiltration than him among the children. Then, yes, it's Payawal. Lim Sayal was certain. There was no evidence, but that was what his senses were telling him. That's ridiculous, to think he'd infiltrate this place while everyone is chasing him. He came in when no one was inside the residence. Shame appeared on the faces of Gu Xinhing and Sang Ilshin. They accepted Lim Sayal's speculation as a fact. If they left him like this, Payawal might look down even more on the instructors and attack them. So before that, they had to go find and punish him. The problem is that they don't know where Payawal is hiding now. Even though all the children were chasing after him, Payawal could not be found. They couldn't be sure that the instructors who had left the front line were better at tracking than the children. Lim Sayal looked at the two with sharp eyes. If we leave Payawal like this, it's sure to cause big problems, but there's no solid evidence that he came in here. It's definitely burdensome to punish him without evidence. I'm also concerned about the backlash of other children, so we have to deal with him in another way. We could direct the children's opposition to Payawal. How? Sang Ilshin looked at Lim Sayal in surprise. Lim Sayal nodded his head. That's right, I'm thinking of using Hell Call Chinese letter, but it is the last resort restriction. The time has come to show Payawal and all the children who is holding their lives, who their true owner is. Well, it's a process that we have to go through at least once, and it's hard to take this opportunity to break the spirit of not only Payawal but all of the children. Lim Sayal's eyes gleamed eerily. Gu Xinhing and Sang Ilshin looked at each other's faces, and they nodded at the same time. With what Lim Sayal said, the atmosphere of the children these days is not serious. At this point, it didn't seem too bad to confirm with the children who had the upper hand. Lim Sayal asked, do you agree to the use of Hell Call? I agree. Then we shall use it now. Bring it out. Yes. Gu Xinhing got up from his seat and went to his room. When he returned after a while, he had flute in his hand. He handed the flute to Lim Sayal. Lim Sayal, who was handed the flute, took the two of them out of the cave. As they left the entrance, they saw a huge underground cavity. It was invisible, but there were children hiding in every nook and cranny. I'll show you hell. Lim Sayal bring the Hell Call into his mouth. Suddenly, an inaudible sound echoed through the underground cavity. Where the hell are you hiding? So Yowal's expression was as cold as a stone. She tried to hide her emotions, but there was a glimmer of irritation in her eyes. It wasn't just her. All the children who were tracking Payawal felt the same way as her. All the surviving children were mobilized to pursue the hunt, but no traces of Payawal were found anywhere. All the children were proud that they had a knack for tracking, but it was no use in front of Payawal, who disappeared without a trace. It wasn't just a feeling of weirdness. Give me a little more strength. I'm sure I'll find it. You bastard, I didn't like him from the beginning. I'll definitely find him. The children swept their hair away and heated up the search even more. Some children mustered up their courage and searched the underground room where Payawal resides. However, not even a shadow of Payawal appeared. That bastard. What a cowardly bastard. Profanity toward Payawal broke out among the children. Beep. Suddenly, a loud ringing plagued the children's ears. At first they thought it was a hallucination. They thought they were only hearing it for themselves, but the tinnitus was heard in everyone's ears. That was then. Oh, ouch, all the children fell, grabbing their chests at about the same time, because they felt pain in their heart. It felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing their heart, and the children could not breathe properly. What? So Yoal crouched like a shrimp and trembled. It was the first time she had experienced this kind of pain since she came here. She thought she was already used to all kinds of pain, but this was different. The pain that felt like squeezing her heart soon turned into a pain that felt like an insect gnawed through her body. Not a single one was an exception. The children all collapsed and struggled in agony. Then, out of nowhere, a boy of the same age appeared. It was Payawal, who exuded a neutral sensuality, given the mix of his masculine and feminine parts. The children were in so much pain that they did not even notice that Payawal, who they had been searching for so much, had appeared. Payawal looked at the children with a puzzled expression. 27 children were lying on the floor in pain without missing a single one. Even an ignorant person could know that something unusual was going on. Is it because of the sound they just made? Payawal also heard a tinnitus. However, unlike the other children, he did not feel anything. It just hurt his ears a little. But the other children, unlike him, were all clutching their chests and rolling around. They have triggered the restriction. Payawal's eyes went cold. The moment he has been waiting for came, but he also had doubts. Everyone suffers from the restriction because only he remained fine. He didn't feel pain like the other children, and he didn't show any signs of abnormality. Because of that, he couldn't understand why the children were in so much pain. Payawal knelt down on one knee and looked at the children. The children rolled their eyes and their complexion turned white. It looked like they were about to die. Payawal took a closer look at Li Min, who had the most serious condition of them all. I need to find out the cause. Payawal carefully injected his inner chi into Li Min's body. Even if the person is crazy, it is extremely dangerous to inject internal energy into another person's body. If he makes a mistake, he could cause a collision between the energies, which could cause you to wear a coin. Nevertheless, the reason Payawal instilled his inner strength into the body of Li Min is because she has learned the same cultivation method. Unlike himself, she learned it at a level that just passed by, but he thought it wouldn't cause a major conflict because they had the same internal cultivation method. Payawal's guess was correct. Even though the chi was injected, the collision of the energies did not occur in the body of the Li Min. Payawal carefully operated his internal chi. This was the first time he had injected his inner chi into another person's body. That's why he had to be more careful. Payawal carefully examined the inside of Li Min's body, but there was no reaction or alien feeling anywhere. There's no issues with her internal energy. Payawal took his hand off Li Min's body and fell into deep thought. What is the difference? The difference between them and me is the same environment, the same food, the same martial arts. Of course, he had learned one more unknown swordsmanship, but it was unreasonable to think he was fine because of that. What made me different from them? Payawal erased what they had in common with them one by one. He erased everything that came to mind, such as food, water, and martial arts, so there was only one left. Is it poison? Unlike them, he had great resistance to poison. It was because he was constantly bitten by an unidentified snake. There was only one difference between them and myself. Then it was understandable that the poison could not be pumped out of his body. But the question was not completely resolved. If they were really poisoned, it didn't make sense that they had seizures at the same moment. It was impossible to trigger the poison that lurked in the bodies of 27 people at one time. What's more, the poison was just an unidentified tinnitus, if you say it was a sign before a seizure. It was unreasonable to think that the poison that had been dormant in the body was activated simply by the tinnitus. There's something more. It is impossible to move the poison by external noise in the first place. Payawal's head turned faster. Suddenly, the image of a snake eating an insect came to mind. It controlled the bug by making a cry when it tried to move. What if it's not poison, but poisonous bugs dormant in our body? Then everything clicks. It was very easy to put poisonous bugs into the children's bodies. This is because it can be mixed with water or food supplied from outside. It must be a kind of cursed poison Chinese letter goo poison. If you put hundreds of poisonous species in one jar, they will eat each other, and only the strongest will survive. These surviving insects have a number of bizarre properties. Some of them may have the property of being particularly sensitive to sound, and it was clear that the cursed poison stimulated by the sound emitted poison and consequently poisoned them. As his heart began to harden, Pyotwal's head turned more complicated. Why did they have to trigger the cursed poison at this moment? Anyway, there was only one reason. It was because of him. It was clear that they were convinced that he had invaded the cave, which was why they activated the restriction. Then the voices of the instructors were heard in the distance. Over there, they're all collapsed there. The instructors found the children who had fallen and run towards them. Pyotwal was a little conflicted. He could avoid this place if he wanted to. But it was clear that they would discover that he was poison-resistant. It was not yet the time to reveal that he was different from the other children. Pyotwal, who had quickly gathered his thoughts, fell to the floor and pretended to be poisoned. He used his inner strength to make his complexion pale on purpose and trembled while grabbing his chest. Shortly thereafter, Lim Sayal and the instructors appeared. "You were here." Lim Sayal found the collapsed Pyotwal and approached him. His eyes were full of vigor. "Isn't it better to kill him now?" Lim Sayal was conflicted. In light of the various circumstances, it was not easy to completely control Pyotwal. The inability to get along with other children and the tendency to move alone was also a problem, but above all, it struck him that Pyotwal's mind was so deep that he couldn't understand what he was thinking. Although they had been in the same space for 6 years, Pyotwal never revealed his true feelings to others. It wasn't something that could be explained simply by expressing that he had a lot of patience or he didn't talk much. So Lim Sayal thought Pyotwal was very dangerous. Throng. Lim Sayal drew his sword from its scabbard. Swing. Lim Sayal thrust the sword into Pyotwal's shoulder without hesitation. Pyotwal did not resist and was hit by the sword. Because he was just pretending to have lost his mind, the feeling of the weapon tearing his muscles and entering his body was vividly conveyed. At the end of the day, Pyotwal screamed and opened his eyes in excruciating pain. However, Pyotwal struggled to endure the pain and pretended to have lost his mind. Lim Sayal whispered into Pyotwal's ear with his sword still in it. "What did you see in my room?" Lim Sayal said darkly. "No one will know this terrible feeling he is feeling right now." Every time he saw Pyotwal, he felt a fear of unknown origin. Although he looked just like the other children, Lim Sayal knew that this wasn't his real face. From the first time they met, Pyotwal had acted differently numerous times. Even when the other children were lost because they could not understand the situation properly, only Pyotwal grasped the situation and moved boldly. The boldness he showed at that time was still deeply engraved in Lim Sayal's mind. The decisiveness that Pyotwal showed at that time was at a level that other children did not dare follow. Then he started to stagnate at some point, and he came down to a level similar to the other children. He only showed his abilities in catching, such as hiding and infiltration, but there was no development in his martial arts. So even people like Gu Xinhing and Sang Ilshin lowered their guards against Pyotwal. Lim Sayal thought it didn't make sense. He couldn't believe the existence that had standed out so prominently had now turned into a normal thing. And there was only one conclusion. Pyotwal is hiding himself. It was clear that this young demon had long been hiding his growth, but there was no way to clarify that fact. He clearly knew that a monster was growing inside, but the fact that no one knew except himself made him frustrated. Now was the chance to kill Pyotwal. He thought that killing him cleanly would have no repercussions. Lim Sayal drew his sword from Pyotwal's shoulder and tried to stab him in the neck again. But at that moment, Gu Xinhing and Sang Ilshin deterred him. "You must let go. His infiltration skills are outstanding. His abilities are absolutely necessary for this quest. Other children are enough. You know just as well that that's not true. Do you think it will be easy to control him? As long as there is hell call, we can manipulate him at any time. As you can see, he is stuck in the poison emitted by cursed poison." Lim Sayal flinched when Gu Xinhing mentioned hell call. Not only Pyotwal, but all the children lost their minds and struggled in pain. It was the power of hell call. Just as Pyotwal had guessed, the hell call was a piece of equipment capable of incubating the cursed poison hidden in the body. Hell's sound waves stimulate the poison, and the stimulated insects attack the heart by spewing poison. The poison that spread from the heart flowed through the blood vessels and attacked the whole body. As a result, children are paralyzed and unable to move. If they blow the hell call and the children do not take the antidote on time, they will eventually die. So as long as there was a hell call, it was impossible for children to get out of their control and move freely. It is for the same reason that children have been allowed to be left alone as they please in the underground. Who, in the end, Lim Sayal withdrew the sword that was going to stab Pyotwal. Then he gave orders to the instructors. "Give the medicine to the children." Yes. The instructors hurriedly gave the children a pill one at a time. Shortly after taking the medicine, the children's complexion returned to normal. Speaking of the efficacy of the drug, it was only a temporary relief from addiction. It doesn't kill the cursed poison that lurked in their body. Lim Sayal looked down at Pyotwal. It would have been easier to kill him now, but now I can't change my decision. Kug huff, one by one, the children who took the antidote came to their senses. Pyotwal opened his eyes with a moan when he thought it was appropriate. HNGG, he deliberately grabbed the part where he was stabbed by Lim Sayal's sword and made an absurd expression. Pyotwal's acting deceived the instructors, but Lim Sayal did not lose his doubts. What happened? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness? What the hell? The children still looked confused. The moment they heard a sound in their ears, they lost their minds due to the excruciating pain, so they couldn't figure out what was going on. At that time, Sang Ilshin spoke in a loud voice so that all the children could hear it. All of you are suffering because of Pyotwal. If he hadn't invaded our dwelling, you wouldn't have suffered like this. If something like this happens in the future, all of you will suffer the same pain you felt today. At Sang Ilshin's words, the children looked at Pyotwal with angry eyes. Although Pyotwal became the public enemy, he did not care. He was already being treated this way even before Sang Ilshin's remarks. He already got used to being hated. Nothing would change at all even if the children's hatred increased. It was also the cursed poison. Gu Xinhing definitely mentioned the cursed poison. As Pyotwal had guessed, they were using cursed poison to impose a restriction on the children. There was no way to get out of their grasps, not unless they got rid of the insects or the cursed poison in their body. Fortunately, their hell call did not work for Pyotwal. I have overcome the cursed poison thanks to the snake venom. Pyotwal thought he was lucky. He was not bitten by a snake in anticipation of this particular moment, but as a result, this was his way out of their restriction. This gave him one more weapon to escape from them. Lim Sayal said that he would give the children time to rest until they were put into the mission. Although the children couldn't catch Pyotwal, who had learned the unknown swordsmanship, it was decided that training beyond this would not have much effect. The children breathed a sigh of relief when they knew that they could rest with peace of mind. They haven't slept comfortably for a single day in the past 6 years. Their hatred towards Pyotwal remained the same, but for now they wanted to rest without worrying about anything. As Lim Sayal said, the children were given a sweet rest. The children stopped all of their training sessions and enjoyed the time given to them. Pyotwal also enjoyed a break in his residence, the first sector. However, his rest was different from that of other children. Pyotwal checked everything he had learned. The thunder-splitting method, unknown swordsmanship, and the other countless assassination methods fluttered in his head. The skills seemed so different from one another that they could never become one, but he felt like they could be united if done well. Pyotwal did not know how great the work he was trying to do. Perhaps if another warrior had known his true intentions, he would have wrapped up the rice balls and dried them ko umenus, ko detunenus, ko muinienus, ko guienus, ko sarnetuenus, ko atetamianenus, ko chumapapuenus, ko saenus, ko ducoenus, ko denimiaenus, ko muliasuenus, ko gusidaenus. It was such a risky endeavor. It was not even possible to try unless the person's martial arts reached the peak and has an accurate grasp of themselves. In such a dangerous attempt, Pyotwal tried to trust only his senses. This was nothing new to Pyotwal. So far he has always been relying on himself. There was no one here to teach him proper martial arts. Those who could only teach the art of assassination were the instructors, and they have no plans of giving them in-depth prowess or martial arts. What they wanted was just a murderer who obeys their orders, an assassin. Therefore, they only taught them how to live at the necessary level, and they couldn't expect anything more than that. If they want to achieve a higher level of growth, they have to achieve it through their own efforts. And Pyotwal had a stronger desire for strength than anyone else, and was accustomed to working hard. Concentration that others would have admired if they had seen him was a daily routine for him. Pyotwal used the unknown swordsmanship and killing methods while unleashing the thunder-splitting method. Shish, a sharp cracking sound echoed in the darkness. The faster Pyotwal moved, the sharper the sound became. His movements were already far beyond the level of children. Heart rate, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Now he was able to volley an accident enough to split a thunderbolt. It is a matter of instantaneous judgment and decision-making. The acceleration of his thoughts, Chinese letter, had a great impact on his physical abilities. Although the herbivore was crude, the speed was absurdly applied. All of these were the effects of the thunder-splitting method. Pyotwal delved into the thunder-splitting method to the point of obsession. His method of cultivation was developing more bizarrely than the direction the man who had created it had intended. If Pyotwal had a proper teacher, he would have already been severely scolded and made to learn a safe foundation. However, if he had done so, Pyotwal's thunder-splitting cultivation technique would never have developed the method beyond the creator. Rather, it was a paradoxical situation in which he had achieved greater growth without a teacher. The acceleration of thinking brought the expansion of the imagination. One of the most important things in martial arts was imagination. Even if everyone else said no, those who realized one by one based on their extraordinary imagination were bound to achieve outstanding growth. Of course, the reality was that only a few people have tried it because of the immense risk. There is already a proven safe path, so there is no need to walk the unknown path full of risks. Most of the prestigious sects were like that. They have established themselves over the years, so a stable growth is guaranteed. That is why most people want to become students of prestigious sects. Pietwall didn't know that. He didn't have the usual common sense that people of Jianghu have, so he didn't know people usually choose to learn stable cultivation methods. So he was able to push through with the risky thing he's about to do without hesitation. To others, his location was a dark, dark space, but this place was like a painting for Pietwall. Here he continuously imagines and turns the picture in his head into reality. Pietwall imagined a connection between the thunder-splitting method, the unknown sword-fighting method, and the killing method. It wasn't easy at first. No matter how imaginative he was, it was possible to create something out of nothing. Pietwall didn't have that much capability. Instead, he had a sense of wonder. The fine sense he had honed in the dark instinctively showed him the right path. Pietwall thoroughly trusted his senses. Because of that, he was able to survive until now. Sissit, every time the surface moved, the air trembled terribly. No, not like this, I have to move more stealthily. It was good to move quickly, but he could not dream of approaching the enemy secretly because the sound was so sharp. It had to be quick and stealthy. Pietwall recalled a ghost. He practiced how to move around like a ghost and tried to become like it. Sweat flowed non-stop from his body, but it did not interfere with his movements. Except when sleeping and resting, Pietwall devoted all of his time to training himself. He didn't even come to the underground communal hall. Because of that, he couldn't even see the other children's faces. Even though he didn't get along with them and was separated from them, he didn't feel particularly lonely. But it was not the same case for the other children. While he was training, he felt a presence moving from this area to the work area. Pietwall stopped moving and listened quietly. You're here, right? It's awful to be alone in a place like this. He's a really unique person, rejecting the company of others and choosing to live in such a dreary place. Through the darkness, the voices of children were heard. Ordinary people would hear it as just a faint murmur, but Pietwall's senses have already gone beyond human limits, so he could accurately distinguish the owner of those voices. So Yowal, Li Min, So Joksen. The three children cautiously entered the area. They held torches in their hands. So Joksen murmured, illuminating all directions with a torch. Where the hell is this kid hiding? Why are you looking for me? Pietwall's voice came from right behind So Joksen. So Joksen looked back in surprise. Behind him stood Pietwall like a ghost. Since when were you there? Cold sweat ran down the back of So Joksen. He thought that if Pietwall had attempted a sneak attack, he would have died without being able to resist. What's going on? We wanted to talk. Instead of So Joksen, who was surprised and unable to say anything, So Yowal opened her mouth. Pietwall's gaze turned to her. About what? The restriction. The restriction imposed on all of us. Do you know what kind of restriction it is? So Yowal approached Pietwall. Pietwall looked at her without a word. Everyone felt pain and fell down at the same time. I collapsed too, that's the problem. We couldn't find you until the end, so I'm sure you weren't there before we collapsed, but when we woke up, you're lying beside us. So it's clear that you approached us after the restriction was activated. Hence, you were either unaffected by the restriction or it has little effect on you. Surely So Yowal was smart. The other children were not smart enough to put together what happened previously. Perhaps it was her idea to come here. I think you know what kind of restriction it is. Am I wrong? I know. I know exactly what kind of restriction they put on us. Tell us too. Why should I? Why do I have to tell you guys about the restriction? How does that benefit me? So Yowal was at a loss for words, so she closed her lips. Instead, it was So Joksen who shouted, You bastard, is that what you're going to say to your colleagues? You guys may be friends with each other, but not me. If you thought we were colleagues, you wouldn't have pursued me so tenaciously. Don't you think so, HNGH? So Joksen wrinkled his face. They couldn't say anything back. In fact, they never even thought of Pietwall as a colleague. Pietwall was a foreign entity to them. Everyone was reluctant to be with him. Only two girls, So Yowal and Li Min, would talk to Pietwall, while the rest of the children just looked at him like cows and chickens. However, when he used the word colleague, even So Joksen was embarrassed. But So Joksen was no ordinary person. All right, then we can become friends from now on. I swear it, no matter what happens, I will never abandon you, and I will always consider you as a friend. And you want me to trust you with just that. You sure do have a thick face. Kikik, you have to have a thick face to learn the face mask arts. There aren't any cons for you to have someone as capable as me as your friend. If we ever manage to regain our freedom, come visit the Republic Arts Troupe. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Since we've been through hell together, I'll help you at least a little. That won't happen, Pietwall laughed bitterly. With his slightly relaxed appearance, So Yowal and Li Min didn't miss the opportunity. I'll also consider you a friend from now on too. At least the kids who follow me won't be hostile to you. I will consider you as special. I will never betray you. Li Min lowered his eyes slightly and made a shy expression. It looked even more enchanting under the light of the torch. Paiwal looked at the three for a moment, then opened his mouth. Okay, I'll tell you, really. So Yowal was delighted with the unexpected words. Paiwal nodded and said, "It's cursed poison. Cursed poison. We were all poisoned by cursed poison. It's a type of poisonous organism. It is normally dormant in our body, but it emits poison in response to the sound waves of the flute they blow. The poison swirls through our blood vessels and attacks our internal organs. Then how did you endure the poison of cursed poison for so long? I'm strong against poison from the beginning. So I was able to move even after you lost your mind. Then, now that I've told you everything, you guys have to figure out on your own how to get rid of the cursed poison." Paiwal told them the truth, not because of the children's suggestions, but because he decided that it was in his favor. The more variables there are, the better. Even if only one or two of the children get out of the cursed poison, a lot of variables will be created. Even if that was not enough, Paiwal was satisfied. So Yoal looked at Paiwal for a moment without saying a word. The more she looked, the more interesting he was. He was clearly of the same age as them, but the way he thinks and does is beyond their imagination. Where the hell did something like him come from? So Yoal shook her head slightly. This is because the human being called Paiwal itself was difficult to understand. In any group, there is bound to be a person who refuses to be ordinary, but Paiwal's case was severe. So it makes sense why the other children were more reluctant in dealing with Paiwal. Now that they have achieved their goal, it's time for them to go back. Thank you. I will definitely make sure to return the favor. If you need anything later, come to me. I will do my best to help. I will. We'll get going then. So Yoal turned and headed outside. So Jokson also waved his hand and followed her. Li Min, who remained until the end, suddenly opened her mouth. Li Xiaomin. What? That's my real name. I want you to remember it. Li Min smiled with a light blush on her cheeks. Under the light, her lips glowed exceptionally red. The air of the day felt different. No one told the children what was going to happen. Still, all the children instinctively noticed that today was going to be different from any other day. Because of this, the atmosphere was chaotic in the morning. The children, who usually stay away from each other, gathered one by one to the center of the underground communal area. Among them was Paiwal. Paiwal came out of Section 1 with a strange premonition and also went to the center of the underground cavity. You must have felt it too. So Jokson spoke to Paiwal. Paiwal silently nodded and looked around. The instructors have not yet appeared, but somewhere he could feel they were moving in a hurry. That was then. Lim Sayal appeared together with Gu Xinhing and Sang Ilshin. All of the children stopped whatever they were doing and looked at them. Their attire was different from usual. They were still wearing the usual masks on their faces, but the outfit they wore looked more refined. It was clothes they haven't worn in any of the training sessions before. As the three of them approached, the children looked at them while holding their breath. Lim Sayal looked at the children for a moment and then opened his mouth. Today, we will leave this cave. The children widened their eyes. They expected it to some extent, but hearing it through Lim Sayal's mouth still gave off a different feeling. Nonetheless, no one dared to open their mouths to speak or shout. They were forbidden to open their mouths in a public gathering without the instructor's or the sword's permission, but their wide eyes expressed their feelings at the recent announcement. We're finally going out. Paiwal's face had mixed emotions. Paiwal might have adapted to this place better than anyone else, but it wasn't that he didn't miss the outside world. Even though he had been here for a long time with his memory fuzzy, he still wanted to feel the fresh air from outside. Lim Sayal looked at the children's faces and said, "The instructors will go out first, and then it will be your turn." So Yoal. Yes, so Yoal stepped forward and answered. "You take responsibility and bring the other children out." All right. It wasn't just Paiwal who thought that, so Yoal's voice was particularly lively. A look of anticipation could be seen over the children's faces. It had been almost 7 years since they were imprisoned in the underground cave. Leaving this place meant that they would soon be put on a mission. Not a single child was unaware of that fact, but it was a good thing nonetheless. The fact that they were able to escape from this hellish place made them happy. Soon after, the instructors appeared. The instructors, like Lim Sayal and other two swords, also had a change of clothes. Although their faces were covered with a mask, there was a youthful expression of excitement in their eyes. Even if they have been trained to hide their emotions, they can't help but be excited to go out after 7 years. Among the instructors, only Lim Sayal remained unmoved and kept a cold gaze. He thought as he looked at the children, how many of them will end up surviving? The children were strong. Although they did not master excellent martial arts like the masters at Jianghu, they were still basically stronger compared to others. Before teaching them martial arts, the children were thrown into an extreme situation and let them come out on it on their own. In addition, they were always in a state of extreme competition, making it impossible for them to survive not unless they decided to kill their opponents. These were the children who went through that process. Even if they failed to master martial arts, they could be said to be strong enough as a person. The children who went through such a fierce struggle for survival learned to live to a high degree. Each child was like a ferocious beast. However, no matter how advanced their killing techniques were, they were still not the best in Jianghu. The target of their assassination is not the most powerful person in Jianghu, but rather someone who is highly likely to become one in the future, a man of great potential. Lim Sayal did not dare to guess how many children would survive against him. Anyway, I don't know. His mission was just to raise children to a certain level. Anything more than that was already outside of his responsibility. Now that he has finished his job, all that remains is to enjoy his retirement life. He is finally about to end this tedious assassin life. A basket fell from the ceiling. Some of the instructors, led by Lim Sayal, got on a huge basket. Then the basket went up to the ceiling again. It was a long time later that the basket came down again. The remaining instructors climbed into the basket and disappeared. Now only Payawal and the children remained in the underground cave, so Yoel approached Payawal. Are we going to be put on a mission soon? That's right, because they raised us for that sole reason. Do you know who the target of the assassination is? No, Payawal shook his head. He knew the name of Wu Gunseng, but he had no intentions of making it known to So Yoel or the other children, because the less who know the secret, the better. Payawal asked as if he had suddenly remembered. What happened to the cursed poison? A few of us have been detoxified. Really? Payawal gave a surprised expression, because he knew that detoxing the cursed poison was not easy. So Yoel smiled softly. Min knows a lot about poison. Li Min? So Yoel just nodded her head. She didn't give any more details. No, did Payawal ask for more? Li Xiaomin. It was the real name of Li Min, like most of the children here. Her past was also thoroughly hidden by an iron curtain. He wouldn't know what kind of past she had not until she would share it herself. Even so, the fact that she was able to detoxify the cursed poison in such a short time meant that her ability was great. Payawal looked at So Yoel's side face half-heartedly. So Yoel was just as beautiful as Li Min. In particular, as she had not seen sunlight for 7 years, her white skin was enough to steal the souls of men. So Yoel knew that she was beautiful and knew how to use her beauty as a weapon. Perhaps she taught only a few children who followed her how to detoxify cursed poison. Knowing how to detoxify the cursed poison was also a great weapon for her. The ability to use everything around him was truly innate. That was then. The basket came down again with a dull sound. Finally, we can go out. The children were excited. Now it was their turn to leave. Since they're about to see the sunlight for the first time in 7 years, they couldn't help but be excited no matter how cold-hearted they've got. So Yoel stepped forward and said, the basket isn't big enough for everyone to ride, so half of us would ride it first, while the rest would wait for the basket to come down again. Who wants to get up first? Chialpyong, Jinsum, and in Mokso, so Yoel called the children's names as they waited. A light of joy flashed on the faces of the children who were called. The children who were not called did not show any particular dissatisfaction. This was because So Yoel and her closest aides remained for the last. The children who were called hurriedly climbed into the basket. I'll go up first and wait. We'll go ahead. The basket with the children went up again. Payawal looked around with his arms crossed. The sunlight was almost gone, and most of the structure was engulfed in darkness, but it was still clearly visible to Payawal's eyes. This had been the place where they spent 7 years. He might not have any good memories in this place, but it can't be denied that he felt somewhat sad now that he was about to leave this place. Payawal suddenly removed the expression on his face. What kind of feelings? This place was hell. Here he became a demon. They were taught how to kill people. His hands were stained with children's blood, and the smell of blood continues to linger. In order to live, he had to kill others, and he had to thoroughly hide his feelings and inner thoughts. So his emotions were worn out, and the only thing that was left was a monster who knows how to kill. The human in Payawal died. Only Payawal, who was reborn as a monster, remained. Maybe this place was the best fit for Payawal. If the basket had not come down at the right time, Payawal's thoughts might have continued endlessly. The basket came down with a dull sound. A light of joy flashed on the faces of the children who were left for last. The fact that they could go out soon, no matter how hard they tried to pretend, made them excited. Thump! Finally, the basket reached the floor. The children lined up and climbed into the basket. Finally, there was no one left, and all of them were battered. So Yoel pulled the string tied to the basket. Then the basket slowly began to rise to the ceiling. The basket went up continuously. They continued to climb up past what they thought was the ceiling. It felt like hundreds of sheets were going up vertically. You mean we were in such a deep underground? This is crazy. Only then did the children tremble when they realized the reality of the place where they were imprisoned. They weren't just in a hellish place, they were literally in hell. If someone from above had not lowered the basket, they would have starved. A white light sphere could be seen in the distance. Recognizing that it was an outside light, Payawal ripped his sleeve and made a long piece of cloth. Although his clothes that had been ripped became messy like rags, Payawal didn't care. He quickly covered his eyes with a cloth and tied them tightly. So Yoel and Li Min, who looked at the scene with puzzled expressions, realized something and quickly followed suit. Why? What are you doing? The children asked with a puzzled look on their faces. So Yoel said, tying the cloth tightly. If you don't want to go blind, then cover your eyes. Ah, shit. Only then did the children realize why Pyotwal and so Yoel acted the way they did. His eyes, which had not seen sunlight for as many as 7 years, were weak. He wondered what the consequences would be if he looked directly at the sun without an acclimatization period. Either his eyes will completely be blinded or his eyes will be severely damaged. So action had to be taken before that. The children hastily tore a fabric and covered their eyes. Still, the closer they got to the ground, the stronger the light felt. The intense light that pierced through the fabric seemed to pierce even their eyelids. Even with their eyes closed, tears started to flow due to the pain. It was the same with Pyowal. Rather, the pain he felt was greater than that of the other children. His eyes were more sensitive because his eyes have perfectly adapted to the darkness. The pouring light was like a weapon that threatened his life now. His pure white skin, which had not seen sunlight for a long time, was already reddish. He got a minor burn from just contact with normal sunlight. It was the same with the other children. Oh, it hurts. The children groaned involuntarily. They had developed a tolerance for almost all kinds of pain, but they didn't know that the sunlight which they had so longed for would cause them to feel such pain. Finally, the basket they got on was completely out of the ground. Waiting for the children was a group of warriors dressed in black. The warriors whose eyes were on the children were assassins from the Blood Phantom Corps. Among them was a particularly skinny middle-aged man. He had glass-like eyes and an expressionless face, which seems incapable of human emotions. His features give off an uncomfortable feeling to anyone who would look at him. A moon-shaped sword hung around his waist. The name of the sword is Blood Moon Knife Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. It was a man's affair. He doesn't know how many people have died so far because of the deformed Blood Moon Knife. The owner of the Blood Moon Knife signifies the captain of the Blood Phantom Group. The man's name is Gu Jiang. He was the master of the Blood Moon Knife and the man who reigned as the captain of the Blood Phantom Group of assassins. It had been a long time since he appeared in broad daylight. Today was the day when the results of the 7 years and enormous funds spent in training the children were put out into the world. Of course, he had to check the results with his own 2 eyes. There was a small smile on his lips. We seem to have created some useful ones. I'm sure the client will be satisfied. Although the children were suffering from the sunlight, eerie energy was flowing from their whole body. This was enough to be spent on this hunt. It was the first time Pyotwal knew that the warm sunlight he used to enjoy to his heart's content in the past could be fatal. It felt like his whole body was burning. If left under the sun for a little more time, it seemed that his whole body would turn to ashes. The excruciating pain did not bring the other children to their senses, but Pyotwal did not lose his temper. He closed his eyes, endured the pain, and listened to the sounds around him. Then a voice pierced into his ear. We seem to have created some useful ones. I'm sure the client will be satisfied. As soon as he heard the voice that contained no emotions, Pyotwal realized that he was the captain of the Blood Phantom Group. It was because he felt extraordinary confidence in the person's voice. Those who only receive orders from others can never make such a voice. Moreover, while the man spoke, the others remained silent. It meant that only he deserved to open his mouth at this point. Pyotwal made sure to remember the man's voice. Another voice was heard. Put them all in the wagon. Move them to the Clear Wind Manor, Qingpengjang 1, and have them adapt them to the outside world. By your order. Assassins of the Blood Phantom Corps answered as they approached the children. They formed a pair and went side by side with the children. They took each of the children's arm and dragged them to the wagon that was prepared in advance. The inside of the carriage was completely blocked from outside light using a blackout curtain. The assassins pushed the children into the wagon without hesitation. Okay. When the door closed and the light from outside was completely blocked, the children took off the cloth that covered their eyes. They all each have an expression that shows that they can finally live. Pyotwal also unwrapped the cloth that covered his eyes and leaned his back against the wall of the wagon. The carriage was like a cage for animals with how cramped it was. Dozens of people were crammed into a tight space that could have been full even if only 3 or 4 people fit in. Thanks to this, the children were unable to move and could only breathe heavily. We're being treated like an animal until the end. The children's eyes blazed with anger in the darkness. They were used to being treated like subhuman, but they didn't really know that they would be treated like this even when they went out of the underground. They thought the treatment would be a little better when they came out, but the fact that nothing had changed made them despair. Pyotwal leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. There was nothing he could do here anyway. It would have been better for him to take a little rest and conserve his stamina. The carriage was so cramped that it was difficult to even breathe, but Pyotwal tried to relax by loosening the muscles of his body as much as possible. The carriage moved non-stop. By intuition, Pyotwal noticed that more than a day and a half had passed. For such a long time, the assassins of the Blood Phantom Corps not once opened the door of the wagon or gave them food. Thanks to this, the children had to spend the whole day starving. Creak. When the hunger of the children reached its peak, the carriage stopped. Payawal had a gut feeling that they had finally arrived at their destination. After a while, the carriage door opened. Everyone get out. Assassins of the Blood Phantom group dragged the children out of the wagon. The children were afraid to see the sun again, but luckily they arrived at night, so they were able to get out of the carriage without fear of the sun. The carriage arrived at a small manor surrounded by a high wall. When all the children came out of the wagon, Gujaying said, "This is where you will be staying from now on. This is where you will adjust to life outside. Don't be relieved that you're outside. I'll cut off the breath of any indolent bastards myself." The children couldn't even breathe deeply at the breathtaking voice of Gujaying. That is how intense the presence of Gujaying was. To the extent that even these strong children are terrified, he beckoned the assassins to put the children into their respective rooms. Still, the room was better than the carriage. It was because they were assigned to the signing room. Payawal was assigned the same room as So Joksun and Go Shinnok. They had been together for 7 years in the basement, but this was the first time they had been together in the same room like this. There was no awkwardness in between So Joksun and Go Shinnok, but since Payawal was a complete stranger, having him join was inevitably uncomfortable in many ways. Payawal also noticed that fact and said, "Don't worry about me. It doesn't matter if you treat me as someone who doesn't exist. Kikik, who cares?" So Joksun replied with his characteristic bizarre smile. The only furniture in the room was 4 old wooden bunks and a desk. There was a change of clothes on the wooden bed. At first glance, they were cheap clothes of poor quality, but at least they were better than the current clothes the children were wearing now. The clothes of children who had not changed properly for such a long time were worse than a rag. It was because they couldn't wash it properly, so the stench remained. "I need to go and wash up." "Where?" Payawal silently pointed his finger at the window. A well could be seen through the window. "Ah, a well." So Joksun and Go Shinnok burst out in exclamation. In the past 7 years, they weren't able to properly wash themselves. There was not enough water to drink, so they couldn't waste water on washing. While they were admiring the view, Payawal had already arrived at the well. Under the dim moonlight, Payawal took off his clothes and poured water from the well on his body. The cold feeling on his body made him realize that he was back in the outside world. "I'm finally here." Payawal once again splashed water on his body. "Let's wash together." So Joksun threw off his clothes and ran to the well. After that, Go Shinnok and another child followed. For the first time in 7 years, they washed, ate to their fullest, and rested freely. Over the next 7 days, Payawal gradually increased the amount of his time in the sun. At first, it was extremely painful to stand for half an hour, but after 7 days, he was able to endure it for several hours without any problem. So were his eyes. At first, he almost closed his eyes and moved only by hearing, but after a while, he was able to walk with his eyes open even in broad daylight. However, there was not much space for them to move freely. At best, the backyard was all they could get to loiter around. Still, the children looked happy. The blue sky seen over the high wall, the fresh smell of air, the sound of grasshoppers, and the flowers blooming under the wall made them happy. It was a scene they thought they would never see again. They managed to capture the scenery that the children who died in the underground cave wanted to see at least once. "Okay for me to die right now." Some children even shed tears due to intense emotion. It wasn't that much, but they were quite touched. They realized how precious the scenery that they took for granted when they were young. But the Payawal knew. The happiness they are all feeling right now will not last long. The Blood Phantom group had a clear purpose in raising them. Pulling them out of the dark meant it was time to use them. Now that they have all perfectly adapted to the sun, there's no reason to wait any longer. Payawal's conjecture soon became true. "I'll hand out the weapons, so from now on keep them safe. You'll use them soon." The Blood Phantom group provided the children with swords, gifts, and tools used in disguise. The smiles disappeared from the children's faces. They too felt that the time had come to be put on the mission. Gu Jiang's residence was located in Great Moon Hall, the largest hall in Clear Wind Manor too. Clear Wind Manor was originally prepared by a certain rich merchant to spend his old age. He wanted to live comfortably with his lover and die in peace, but his wish did not come true. While sleeping in the arms of his lover, he was attacked by an assassin and died screaming. All the family members who were working left, and the Clear Wind Manor was naturally ruined. The abandoned Clear Wind Manor became the base for the Blood Phantom group. The young assassin who assassinated the old owner of Clear Wind Manor was now a middle-aged man occupying the bedroom. Lim Sayal, who took off the mask, sat in front of Gu Jiang. Like Payawal and the children, Lim Sayal and the instructors had struggled to adapt to the sunlight they saw for the first time in 7 years. The younger people adapted a little more quickly, but the older people like Lim Sayal had to suffer for a long time. Gu Jiang looked into Lim Sayal's face. "You've been struggling all these years, of course. I only did what I had to do." Our group became more prosperous thanks to the sacrifices of you and the others, uncle. I'm not sure how to repay all of these favors. There is no favor to repay. I would already be dead if it weren't for the former head. Lim Saeol won with a bluntness. It was Gu Jangpyeong, the father of Gu Jiang, who led him down the path of an assassin who had a difficult life trying to make a living. If it wasn't for him, Lim Saeol would have died earlier in some place. In order to repay the favor, Lim Saeol has been faithful to his savior for generations. Gu Jiang poured alcohol into the glass placed in front of Lim Saeol. Uncle has done his job. You may rest now. Are you finally allowing me to retire? Of course. I have taken measures so that not only uncle, but also the second sword and the third sword can retire. Thank you. It's no problem at all. You've always dedicated your life to the Blood Phantom group, so I should give you at least this much favor. Gu Jiang poured alcohol into his glass as well. Lim Saeol looked at him with eyes filled with mixed emotions. He devoted his whole life to the Blood Phantom Corps until it was okay for him to retire completely. He didn't know how much time he had left, but the fact that he could live the rest of his life regardless of the Blood Phantom group was enough to satisfy him. Lim Saeol picked up the glass of wine poured by Gu Jiang. The cheap, strong liquor he was currently drinking felt more delicious than any other drink he had ever drank. Gu Jiang also smiled slightly and took a glass of wine. Unlike Lim Saeol, he only slightly moistened his mouth. Lim Saeol is now fully retired, but he was different. If you drink too much alcohol, your nerves will become dull, and your judgment will be affected. To an assassin whose life or death could be decided by a momentary judgment, alcohol was like poison. Because of that, he never had more than one drink before. Suddenly, Lim Saeol opened his mouth. Those children are really pitiful. Their qualities and abilities are too great to be used once and thrown away. I know. Gu Jiang shook his head. Through correspondence sent by Lim Saeol on a regular basis, he was well aware of the terrifying development of children trapped in an underground cavity. If they can fully absorb the children, the Blood Phantom group will be able to emerge as the strongest assassin group. But they couldn't. That was the condition of the contract with the client in the first place. The client wanted assassins who are completely new faces, not just any existing assassins. Gu Jiang thought that the reason was to completely hide the identity of the client. In fact, even though he received a huge request worth 500,000 gold, he did not even know the identity of the client. If the Blood Phantom group had not discovered the underground cave by chance, they would not have accepted this quest. It was close to impossible to avoid the eyes of the world and raise a new army of assassins. The first to discover the underground cave was Gu Jangpyeong, the former captain of the Blood Phantom group. He discovered an underground cavity by chance, an underground cavity where traces of man-made terrain remain. After several years of research, Gu Jangpyeong concluded that this underground cavity was probably a secret facility operated by one of the 13 tribes of the old Magio. However, it was not possible to ascertain exactly which tribe the facility belonged to. In fact, it didn't matter who the original owner was. The important thing is that the underground cavity is a facility abandoned a long time ago, and it has an optimal environment to train new assassins while avoiding the eyes of the world. From the beginning, it was possible to teach martial arts and put the children into the underground cavity, but Gu Jiang did not. Rather, children who had never learned anything were thrown into extreme environments, and only the surviving children were taught martial arts and trained as assassins. They've done this because it was judged to be much more efficient. In fact, the amount they spent to raise the children as assassins was only 100,000 yang of gold. He invested only 100,000 yang and made a profit of over 400,000 yang. More than 10 times the number of children who survived lost their lives, but their deaths did not faze Gu Jiang. After all, they were children who were randomly kidnapped from all over Jianghu. Most of them were orphans who wandered around the river without any connection, so no one would care whether or not they would disappear. They perfectly meet the requirements of the client. Their abilities are precious, but there is nothing we can do about it. Our relationship with them ends here. Don't worry about them either, uncle, and enjoy your retirement life. It would be nice for you to have a pretty girl as a concubine. Have you figured out who the client is? I don't know either. If we want to do this for a long time, we shouldn't cross the line. The corner of his mouth twisted upwards. It wasn't difficult to find out who the client was if he wanted to. However, it was a request worth 500,000 yang of gold. If he invested that much money in 7 years of time, he wouldn't be an ordinary tycoon. There was no reason to pretend to be such a big guy for nothing. Despite the fact that the Blood Phantom group had the size and ability to fit among the top 10 powerful assassin groups, it was still an assassin group. No matter how great the assassin group was, it could not be compared to the powerful and prestigious sects. Even if only one of the powerful and prestigious sects come forward, a group of assassins the size of the Blood Phantom group will be annihilated in an instant. The only exception was White Spirit Troop 3, the most powerful assassin group. The strongest assassins of Beak Guarion, the 10 bloodsuccursal Chinese letter, was already a legend in Jianghu. The main pillars of the current Jianghu are the Wudang sect, Shaolin Temple, and Mount Hua sect. The group of assassins that even the 3 chieftains were reluctant to face was White Spirit Troop. The goal of Gu Jiang was to raise the Blood Phantom group into a group comparable to that of White Spirit Troop. Until then, being as careful as possible was not enough. The Blood Phantom group will take a massive leap forward if we manage to complete this request. Once we do, it's not impossible to catch up to White Spirit Troop. Gu Jiang's eyes were full of ambition, but Lim Sayal's eyes, who was looking at him, were slightly shaking with unease. Pyotwal silently looked at the weapon in his hand. It was a deformed dagger with serrated teeth on the back of the sword, like a dagger. It was not a form commonly seen in Jianghu. It was a vicious weapon that was created only to cut off a person's breath as efficiently as possible. The imagination of humans is so amazing that they can casually create such weapons to kill their fellow human beings. The same dagger was given not only to Pyotwal, but also to the other children. It was unlike any cheap weapon they had ever used. The weight, strength, and sharpness were all incomparably superior. Although it was their first time using this type of dagger, the children knew how to handle it as if they had been using it for a long time. This was not strange since the children had dealt with numerous weapons in the underground cave. Pyotwal placed the dagger into his bosom. He wanted to throw the weapon away, but if he did, he would be immediately under the surveillance of the Blood Phantom Corps assassins. The fact that Pyotwal preferred to use his bare hands was a secret. Since he has thoroughly learned all the assassination methods using his bare hands, the weapons provided by the instructors ended up being used as decoration. Even when the other children were taught by the instructors on how to handle a weapon, he only studied how to effectively kill using his bare hands. To him, utilizing a weapon was cumbersome. "What are you thinking so hard about? Kikik," Sojoksen approached him. As Pyotwal looked at him silently, Sojoksen sat down next to him and continued. "Are you trembling now that we're going to be on a mission soon? Well, to some extent. You son of a bitch, you're lying again. You tremble." I'm sure everyone would laugh at that joke. Chuckle, you seem to be the one trembling, considering you're talking a lot more than usual. Hey, who's trembling? I've given up fear for a long time. Nothing in this world can scare me. Sojoksen snorted. He continued his speech by moving the deformed dagger in his hand. I wish I could be put into the mission soon. I feel like I'll only be rewarded for all the suffering I've endured in the past if I chop someone's head off. Sojoksen's voice was filled with stinky flesh. It was the same with the other children. Although they did not say anything, they too share similar feelings with Sojoksen. They feel conflicting emotions of both fear and excitement. Because of that, they were radiating more energies than necessary. Pyotwal understood their feelings. He too was restraining himself from feeling emotions as much as possible, but he was also feeling some excitement to some extent. The goal is, after all, that Wu Gunseng, right? He wanted to sneak out and figure out the identity of Wu Gunseng. Doing so might quench the excitement that he was feeling right now. Since coming to Clear Wind Manor, he has not seen any other children except the children from the underground cave. The Blood Phantom group thoroughly separated the children to prevent any collision. Sojoksen was still next to Pyotwal and was still talking, but Pyotwal didn't listen to him, treating his chattering as just passing noise. Then a voice came from outside. Get the equipment you've been given and go outside. Pyotwal and Sojoksen looked at each other's faces, then hurriedly got their gear and ran out. With the two of them in the lead, children from other rooms joined one after another. Familiar faces such as So Yowal, Li Min, and Song Chunwoo gathered in one place. After a while, Gu Jiang appeared. In his hand was a musical instrument. A slight tension flashed on the children's faces. They instinctively noticed that the flute in the hands of Gu Jiang was the instrument that controls the cursed poison hidden in their body. The memories of that time were still vivid in their minds, which brought them great fear. Gu Jiang looked at the children's faces one by one and opened his mouth. From now on, you will move secretly to somewhere else. From now on, move according to the Fourth Sword's orders. Behind Gu Jiang was a man wearing a mask. He was the strongest swordsman among the 7 ghost swords. After the retirement of Lim Sayal, he served as the de facto head of the 7 ghost swords. Gu Jiang handed the hell call to the swordsman. The right to decide the life and death of the children was now at the hands of the swordsman. The swordsman's eyes gleamed fiercely. Those who disobey my orders will die by my hands. Those who act late will also die. Those who act stupidly will die. So if you don't want to die, you better act wisely. The children's faces hardened at his threat. He was an assassin on active duty. He was incomparable to the 3 swords who recently retired. Naturally, the degree of coercion felt by the children was different. Let's go. The swordsman moved first. The children followed him and moved out of the Clear Wind Manor. Then about a dozen assassins moved together after the children. Gu Jiang looked at the children's backs with cold eyes. The swordsman and the children moved in the dark. Sasak. In the pitch-black darkness, only the rustling of the blades of grass resounded. The swordsman couldn't help but admire the children who followed him without falling behind. The senior brothers raised them well. As an assassin who had reached a high level, he could guess the level of the children just by the sound of their breath and the slightest movement. The children had achieved incredible growth at such a young age. His conjecture was confirmed by the fact that as many as 28 children were moving together, yet not a single footstep was heard. None of the children fall behind the regular assassins of the Blood Phantom group. Rather, some appeared to be even superior. He suddenly felt that it was a waste, but he deliberately tried not to think more than that. After all, the children have to be only used once and thrown away after. They were different from the existing assassins who belonged to the Bloody Phantom group. There was no need for affection, no reason to feel pity for them. By the time they reached their destination, it was already dawn. They ran all night. The place they arrived at was a small hillside. From there, a large mountain was clearly visible in the distance. The huge mountain with numerous mountain peaks connected like a blue castle overwhelms the viewer. Even the clouds could not cross the mountain, and they were spinning around their waists. The children were overwhelmed by its immense majesty. Pyotwal was no different from the children. Even when he wandered the world before becoming an assassin, he had never seen such a huge mountain. Our objective lies in those mountains. Pyotwal had an intuition that the huge mountain in front of him was his final destination. The existence of Wu Gunseng is probably somewhere in that mountain. The swordsman ordered the children, "Everyone, hide yourselves here." As soon as his command was given, the children dug into the ground like moles and hid. The voice of the fourth sword was heard through the ears of the children who were hiding in the hideout disguised as leaves. Your target is on that mountain. If you climb the mountain as per my instructions, you will find a manor that looks exactly as the one you were all living in before. Among the buildings, the man inside the Bright Moon Palace is your target. The voice ended. It was then that the children realized the truth of why they had been trained in the underground cavity. Bright Moon Palace is a small house on the outskirts of a manor. The road leading to Bright Moon Palace was already well memorized. The children were not afraid to infiltrate Bright Moon Palace. They were just curious. They were wondering on who could be the person inside the Bright Moon Palace for them to spend the whole 7 years in the underground cave to be raised as assassins. Only Pyotwal knew the person inside Bright Moon Palace. Wu Gunseng. The woman was beautiful. She wasn't very tall, but her skin was as pale as snow, and her long hanging hair was as shiny as silk and was dark as pitch black. Her eyelashes were very long when they were slightly lowered, and the eyes set below them were black and clear and seemed to clear the heart of the viewer. The woman wore a light blue top engraved with a peacock feather pattern, and a waist skirt was layered over the lower skirt, which was elegant and attractive. The woman walked alone in the flower garden in full bloom. The garden, which has been nurtured with great care by skilled gardeners for many years, is reminiscent of the kingdom of heaven, with numerous flowers blooming in harmony. Ha, the woman suddenly sighed. Her face was full of sorrow. The woman reached out her white hand and caressed a blooming flower. PSSH, she said she was careful to touch it, but the petals crumbled in an instant and turned into dust. Ha, it was the second time for the woman to sigh as she raised her hand. An old woman who appeared to be in her 60s entered the garden. She was an impressive old woman with a gray robe reminiscent of a jackdaw and her bubbly eyes. The whole body of the old woman walking in with the monster in her hand as a staff felt a tremendous sense of intimidation. As soon as she saw the woman bowed her head. "Master, are you alone again, Xiaoran? I was outside because the breeze felt so nice. You're needlessly sentimental as always." "I've been working hard all this time. Can't I use this amount of free time?" An ordinary person would not be able to raise their voice just by looking at the old woman's eyes, but the woman answered with a calm expression without any sign of nervousness. "Do you still resent me? I don't resent you. My life is on the line for this, so I would have liked it if you excused me from it. You're taking quite the high and mighty tone. I have fucking brought you in when you were just a child begging on the streets. I have washed, fed you good food, and even taught you the very martial arts that made you who you are today. And after all that, you want to be excused." The eyes of the old woman over 60 shone more fiercer than that of a tiger. The woman frowned slightly. The old woman's eyes did not threaten the woman at all, but the old woman was her master. Had it not been for the woman might have died of starvation, or she might have been living a miserable life as a plaything for a rich man. No matter what the old woman's intentions were, the fact that she had received grace did not change. That was the only reason the woman followed the old woman. Well, it's just a thought. If it's the master's order, of course, the disciples must follow it. So don't be too upset. It's harmful to your health. The old woman's eyes grew more fierce at the woman's words. However, the woman's expression still did not change. Seeing such a woman, the old woman wrinkled the tip of her nose. The only person to whom her dignity did not work was the woman. Everyone is afraid of the old woman, but she is the only one who doesn't mind. Of course, there were talents and abilities to do that, but the barrier was the biggest, so it made her feel even more sad. The fact that a woman cannot be appointed as a legitimate heir and that she has no choice but to be used as a political tool. The woman asked the old woman, "Is it today?" "Yes." "If they don't give a definite answer by today, we'll have to carry out the plan we've prepared, but that would put a lot of pressure on us. Would we have prepared for the next 7 years without that much pressure? You just have to follow the directions of this master." "Of course, I'm always ready to follow master." Despite the woman's somewhat sarcastic tone, the old woman did not get angry. Today was a very important day for the old woman. Because of that, she hasn't slept properly since last night, and her eyes were red and bloodshot. It was the first time since she became the owner of a clan that she felt such a burden. "How pitiful!" The woman looked at the old woman and gave her sad eyes. That was then. Master. With a loud noise, a woman who appeared to be in her early to mid-40s ran into the garden. Flowers were trampled on and scattered by her rough steps, but she didn't care. A woman in her 40s arrived in front of an old woman and a woman in an instant. The woman in her 40s bowed down to give her greetings and said to the old woman, "Master, I got a call from them." "Really? What did they say?" "They came up with the offer we wanted. It's done." All of a sudden, the old woman pounded the floor with her cane. The impact dented the floor, and numerous petals flew into the sky. The old woman's face had a young light of excitement, but the opposite shade was cast on the woman's face. "After all, this is what it is." This determined the woman's fate. The old woman looked at the woman. "From now on, you have to do well. The fate of the sect depends on what you do. Please do not worry. I will do well." The woman struggled to hide her feelings and spoke calmly. Even the old woman knew her feelings, but she chose to ignore it. The burden she carried was too great to understand the student's private feelings and take care of the situation. Then a woman in her 40s interrupted their conversation. "But there is one problem." "Problem?" "Oh," the old woman's expression contorted. Even so, the wrinkled face looked even more ugly. "Is today that day?" "Yes." "How do we deal with that matter?" The old woman's expression hardened at the disciple's question. Piotwal and the children checked the condition of their bodies while hiding in the ground. Ordinary people would go crazy or terrified when they saw that they were hiding in the ground without a single light, but the children felt more at ease. They were more accustomed to darkness than light. They can rest more comfortably when they are in a dark space like this. In fact, Piotwal slept comfortably while hiding. Thanks to it, he was in excellent shape. An ordinary person would not be able to feel the passage of time if they were in the dark like this, but Piotwal knew exactly how much time had passed. Using his intuition, less than a day must have passed. Afternoon, a light of suspicion appeared on his face. It was around evening when they got here yesterday. A day has passed, and now it will be noon. If they were going to execute a sneak attack, they should have done so last night, because the best way to hide assassins was during the night. An assassination in broad daylight was bound to be a great burden on the assassin. Even for an assassin with excellent stealth skills, it was not easy to completely hide during the day, and it required several times the effort compared to at night. "Are we going to do it tonight?" He thought that might be the case. It was not a big deal for the children to hide and not move for a day or two. Still, he felt strangely reluctant. The children, together with the fourth sword and other assassins, were all spread out hiding their presence. It should be normal for the area to be this quiet. However, Piotwal felt that something was off. He could feel something ominous. Even in the underground cavity, many children died whenever he felt this way. That was then. Pook! Suddenly a spear pierced through the ground where he had been hiding. Piotwal avoided the spear by twisting his body, but not everyone was so lucky. Kyug! A scream erupted from the mouth of the child hiding right next to him. There was a long spear stuck in his chest. Piotwal shouted as he kicked out the dirt. "It's an attack." The children ran out of their hiding place as soon as his cry rang out. The first thing they saw when they came out was a group of soldiers armed with swords and spears. They encircled the hillside where Piotwal and the children were hiding. What's going on?" The children, who did not understand the situation, have a bewildered expression. In the meantime, a soldier pulled out a spear that had been stabbed into the floor. A body of a child who had been stabbed to death came out. It was true. Assassins were hiding here. He muttered as he swung his spear and tossed the body of the dead child in the distance. "How dare you assassins hide around Qingcheng Mountain? You must not value your lives." The man with the spear is named Yu Jinoke. He came from the Qingcheng sect and was a military man who ran the Jinxiang Military Academy. Yu Jinoke pointed at the children with a spear and shouted, "They have come to attack the Qingcheng sect. Don't miss a single one and kill them all." "Yes, sir." The soldiers who were besieging the hillside rushed towards the children all at once. "What happened? Why are they dispersed? We'll regroup once we get out of the encirclement." When the children could not properly judge on what to do, so Yoel gave the order. At that moment, the children who came to their senses scattered all over the place. "We're at a disadvantage." Piotwal also ran away and checked the situation. It was not known exactly how many soldiers were besieging the place. There were only about 100 people that were visible. If they include the people in hiding, it could have been several times more. Yujinoke was a man who was unusually good with a spear. That is why the soldiers of Yujinoke were also excellent at using the spears. Against assassins who mainly use a short dagger as their main weapon, the spear posed a challenge. Another bigger problem was that their hideout is exposed, and there is nowhere for them to hide. Assassins showed their greatest power when they utilized the darkness when they attacked. This face-to-face confrontation in broad daylight was inevitably disadvantageous to the children. Yuk, Karg. The children were not able to respond quickly to the situation, and thus were beaten by the soldiers until they collapsed. The children who died couldn't even close their eyes properly because they could not react in time. The soldiers also rushed to Pyawal. Shhhhhhh. Their spears went flying towards Pyawal from a distance. Pyawal's body shook for a moment before he approached through the narrow gap in between the two soldiers. Hup, what? The soldiers, who did not know that Pyawal would approach them like this, looked surprised. Quadduck. Pyawal grabbed the man who was closest to him and snapped his head to the side. The man's neck was broken with a horrific bursting sound before dying. He killed one. Die. The soldiers, who had unexpectedly lost one of their comrades, hurriedly swung their spears and attacked Pyawal. However, Pyawal had already kicked off the dead man and flew into the forest. Pyawal had no intention of confronting the soldiers head-on here. Breaking through the siege was an urgent task. Looking sideways while flying, he saw So Yowal and several other children breaking through the siege and escaping. Pyawal increased his speed. Find them. Do not miss a single one. Those who surrounded the children were not just the soldiers of Jinseong military. There were also many warriors who used different kinds of martial arts. They continued to attack the children mercilessly. The children did their best to break through the unexpected siege. Still, more children died than those who implemented the siege. Lord, I don't want to die. What did we do wrong? Tears flowed from the eyes of the wounded and dying children. They didn't do anything wrong, at least after going out into the world. They felt aggrieved and indignant with the way they're going to die. Those assassins dare to cross the prestigious King Cheng sect. That alone is enough reason for all of you to die. There is no place for an assassin to set foot on this land. Madness was visible on the faces of the soldiers who killed children. They slaughtered them mercilessly. Pyatwal climbed up the tree to gain height. Then he hopped from one tree to another like a squirrel while simultaneously avoiding the attacks of the soldiers. A few soldiers who discovered Pyatwal even tried to climb up the tree, but could not keep up with his pace. We must move quickly to a safe place. Fat, Pyatwal finally broke through the encirclement. He gained quite a few injuries in the process, but nothing fatal. Pyatwal ignored the pain he felt throughout his body. The important thing now was to get away from here. Pyatwal thought as he ran as fast as he could. What happened? They obviously moved in secret. On the way to the mountain, they never met a single person, so their tracks weren't supposed to be exposed. Pyatwal remembered Yu Jinoke's words. It was true. Assassins were hiding here. He clearly said so. This meant that the group of soldiers attacked after receiving information that Pyatwal and the children were hiding here. Someone leaked information beforehand. Who leaked the information? Except for Pyatwal, the children did not know who the assassination target was. They haven't had any contact with anyone since they came out to the outside world. In other words, there was no possibility that the children had leaked information. Then there were two cases left. It was leaked from the Blood Phantom Corps, or the person who commissioned the assassination leaked the information on purpose. Pyatwal bit his lip. PSH. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound rang out. Pyatwal almost instinctively twisted his body and kicked himself out of where he was staying. Puke. At that moment, a flurry of spears was stuck at the location where he was just a moment ago. Someone made a surprise attack. This way, the man who threw the rain of weapons shouted loudly. Then the soldiers who were nearby came rushing in. Catch him. Each assassin has to be caught. The warriors chased after Pyatwal like hunting dogs. Pyatwal flew away from them. Although the momentum of the warriors was fierce, there was nothing that could not be fought if they made up their mind. In his heart, Pyatwal wanted to fight too, but if he fights here, he will eventually get caught. He didn't even know how many enemies there were, so he could not afford to waste time in a place like this. Pyatwal ran like crazy. He thought he would have shaken them off by this time, but soldiers suddenly came out of nowhere and attacked him. Is this the net of heaven? Pyatwal found it outrageous. One day the desire to catch assassins is spreading, no matter how ignorant Pyatwal is, how absurd the current situation is. He knew it was. Come to think of it, I don't see the fourth sword and his subordinates. Even in the midst of a surprise attack, Pyatwal had a clear grasp of everything around him. With what he has seen in his environment, the fourth sword and other assassins was clearly missing. I'm sure they retreated before we were ambushed. It was clear that they knew in advance that the soldiers would attack, so they went and left them out ahead of time. I don't know what the reason is, but the client must have changed his mind, and it became a situation where he can't afford leaking it out, so he's trying to destroy the evidence. It will be difficult for him if we succeed in infiltration or if it turns out that we are related to them. Pyotwal bit his lip. Whatever the reason, it was clear that they had been abandoned. It was foolish to expect the help of the Blood Phantom Corps. He had to get out of here on his own. Pyotwal looked closely at the surrounding terrain while running at full force. The place he was running was a vast plain with nowhere to hide. He was driven to such an unfavorable place because he was frantically pursued by the soldiers. The warriors intentionally pushed Pyotwal and the children toward the plains. Because this was the most unfavorable environment for assassins, there was not a single place where he could hide, but Pyotwal did not give up. There is no such thing as perfection in the world. No matter how unfavorable the circumstances were, there was bound to be an opportunity for reversal. At that moment, a faint sound of water reached Pyotwal's ear. There's a river. There was nothing more to think about. Pyotwal ran in the direction of the river. Puke. At that moment, Pyotwal's body shook violently. Suddenly, a long object was lodged in his shoulder. It was an arrow. Someone had shot an arrow at Pyotwal. Pyotwal almost fell forward, but he clenched his teeth and got up and ran. There was no time to check who shot the arrow. At this moment, he had to run a little more. Puff puke. Arrows were shot in succession towards Pyotwal. Shit. The man who shot an arrow at Pyotwal made a face of regret. Jongnason of Gwimyun Palace. Chinese letter ghost face bow was the name of the warrior. He was a warrior who learned archery, which is rare in Jianghu. He was a master of archery, capable of hitting the head of a sparrow even from 100 steps away. 3 children have already been killed by his arrows. Opportunities to hunt humans openly like this were rare. You must be caught by me. He spread out his senses and pursued Pyotwal. The fact that he fired 4 arrows and only one shot had hit its target hurt his self-esteem. He ran along the trail Pyotwal left on the ground. A master of archery was also a master of light engineering, and he had a knack for tracking. For him, tracking the traces of Pyotwal was an easy task. Moreover, the arrow he had shot was lodged in Pyotwal's shoulder. The blood he had shed had dripped on the floor. Given that the trace was so visible, if he dared to miss it, then he is not qualified to be a hunter. He also had to abandon his nickname Ghost Face Bow. He operated the Chingyuk Simgong Chinese letter Kingsu Jade Heart exercise. The Kingsu Jade Heart exercise had the ability to maximize his senses. There was no better cultivation technique for an archer who used a bow as a weapon. So far, no man has been able to escape from his Kingsu Jade Heart exercise. Jongnason thought it would be the same this time as well. That was then. The soldiers who were chasing the children from afar suddenly pointed their fingers at him and shouted something. They were too far away for him to hear their voices. What are they saying now? Jongnason saw them pointing their fingers at his back. The eyes of Jongnason opened wide as he unwittingly turned his head to follow the direction where their fingers were pointing, because someone was following him like a ghost behind his back. It was Pyotwal that Jongnason was pursuing. What, you hooked? At that moment, Pyotwal poked his throat with his finger. Pyotwal's fingers dig into Jongnason's neck as if digging into tofu. Kuog, Jongnason vomited blood. He looked at Pyotwal with a look of disbelief. It was obviously him who was chasing Pyotwal. He was on the lookout using the Kingsu Jade Heart exercise, but he couldn't understand how Pyotwal came back from behind him. How? Pyotwal couldn't afford to answer his question, because his situation was also quite unreasonable. He had to perform both the thunder-splitting and turtle-breathing technique at the same time. There were a lot of loopholes because it was done in a hurry. If Jongnason were a little bit more vigilant, he would definitely have found Pyotwal, but Jongnason was too careless. He committed the mistake of tracking only the bloodstains that Pyotwal deliberately left, so Pyotwal managed to trick Jongnason's senses. The price of his carelessness was death. The sight of him being killed was clearly visible to the eyes of the people who looked at it from a distance. Because Jongnason was a master of tracking and archery, he had to be killed first. Knowing how dangerous these two combinations are, Pyotwal had no choice but to gamble with his life. The other soldiers continued to be right on his tracks. Pyotwal escaped by jumping into the river. Pyotwal surrendered himself to the flow of the current. Because there was always a shortage of water in the underground cave, he couldn't learn how to swim. However, he knew the approximate principle of it. Pyotwal used the power of his body as much as possible to operate in the waters. Just because he jumped into the water doesn't mean he can't escape their pursuit. Not knowing what kind of danger lurked, he continued to swim away while taking a break from time to time. Fortunately, Pyotwal was very good at this kind of work. The greatest strength of Pyotwal was not losing his composure, no matter how urgent the situation was, and to calmly make a decision on what he had to do first. Pyotwal thinks that the biggest advantage he had while he was raised in the underground cave was his accelerated thinking. He learned how to think, judge, and make decisions one step ahead of others. Thanks to that, Payawal was always one step ahead of the other children. Right now, there is only one step difference among them, but as time goes by, the gap will widen. If only he would be able to survive right now. He had to focus on his survival. I have to group up with the other kids first. He didn't know how many people ended up escaping, so he had to meet the survivors first. It was necessary to meet the other children and share the information they gathered. Only then could he grasp the big picture drawn by the unknown enemy. Phew, Payawal came out of the water after recovering some of his strength. He wanted to hide in a cave where no one could see him and make a bonfire. However, it was impossible to find such a topography in the open plain. Payawal first focused on finding traces of the survivors. For 7 years, the children confronted each other to the extreme and tried to kill each other. But oftentimes they collaborated, creating a bond of their own. They created a code for communicating without the instructors knowing. It is a brief description of a language that only they can recognize in graffiti, which can be mistaken for just random scribbling or doodling by strangers. The children rejected Payawal and did not share the secret codes. The children were jealous or afraid of Payawal. To them, Payawal was a foreign entity like oil that could not be mixed with water. Some children, including Soyowal, showed interest, but most of them were reluctant to do so. Even if the children did not teach it to him, Payawal noticed the existence of passwords based on his unique observation skills and even understood through the language system. But he pretended not to know the secret code, because he didn't want to mix with the kids, but things have changed. Disregarding his personal feelings, he had to meet with the other children now. Payawal thought from the children's point of view. Shortest escape route, lots of hiding places, sparsely populated places. Under the assumption that there is no other information, the probability of moving to these 3 conditions was high, because that's how they were trained. Search thoroughly. They must have been hiding around here. The voices of the soldiers were heard from afar. Payawal had flowed quite far along the river, but the siege was still strong. Payawal passed in between the soldiers who were searching for him by simultaneously practicing the thunder-splitting and turtle-breathing technique. His appearance was so naturally hidden that the soldiers did not even notice that Payawal was nearby. Payawal paid attention to the clothes of the soldiers. There were 4 warriors, each with a different outfit. People who belonged to a particular sect had a strong tendency to wear uniform clothes. This is because the clothing establishes the identity of the sect. The fact that all 4 of them wore different clothes meant that they all belonged to a different sect. The uniforms of the soldiers Payawal encountered before he managed to escape to the river were also different. At least 7 sects participated. For them to kill young assassins, conceptually it made no sense. Payawal thought that someone was in charge of the situation now. There was a high probability that it was the person who commissioned the assassination. The question was who commissioned the assassination. In order to find out the truth behind this situation, he had to find the client. Otherwise, he would not know if he would be chased for the rest of his life. Payawal moved in search of the best environment for the other children to hide, and it wasn't long before he found a small graffiti carved on the bottom of the rock. It was a secret code left by one of the children. About 200 sheets to the north. It wasn't long before I found a small graffiti carved on the bottom of the rock. It was a password left by one of the children. About 200 meters to the north, Payawal moved to where the secret code was pointing towards. He moved secretly while killing his presence as much as possible. He didn't know if anyone would be on his trail. If he makes a mistake and his actions are exposed, he will end up being pursued by many warriors. Because of this, it took him more than half an hour to reach the distance of another corner. The owner of the secret code was not on the location he previously instructed on the rock. Instead, he left behind another secret code and moved to somewhere else. Payawal looked at the code. About 400 meters to the northeast, Payawal frowned. Again, rather than the fact that he had to travel a long distance, the traces left on the floor went on his nerves. There were traces of black droplets left behind. Payawal knew what that meant. Is the person injured? He did not know who the owner of the secret password was, but it was clear that the person was hurt. A minor wound would be nice, but unfortunately, given the amount of blood remaining on the floor, it was highly unlikely. Payawal moved in secret again. Several times along the way, he encountered soldiers who were combing the area. Fortunately, Payawal was able to hide before they could find him. The soldiers were not yet tired and were in hot pursuit of the children. Their appearance was no different from that of a very excited hound. I'm sure he's around here. Search for every single one of them. Payawal's face darkened when he saw them, because they were wearing clothes he hadn't seen before. One more was added to the existing 7 factions. The problem is that he cannot even guess how many more sects were added into the mix. This is the worst. The soldiers were spread like a huge net as they looked from every corner. In other words, escaping would be a far-off dream. since at this rate they will one day get caught in the net. Before that happens, Payawal has to find the owner of the password. Payawal overcame the risk of being caught several times and finally arrived at the final destination. Puish, waiting for him to arrive at his destination was someone's sneak attack. However, Payawal avoided his sneak attack by a hair's breadth. It was a beautiful girl who silently attacked like a cat. Payawal immediately recognized her identity. Li Min, the girl was just Li Min. It was you, Payawal. Li Min was relieved. However, Payawal's expression when looking at her was not so bright. It was because he saw that Li Min's side was stained red. At a glance, it was clear that she had suffered serious injuries. The bloodstains on the floor were also hers. Like an idiot, what about the other guys? Most of them are dead. So Yowal and Song Chunwoo too. I don't know what happened to them. So Yowal and Song Chunwoo remained fighting until the end to save even one more child. Like a fighting dog, they bit and drooped at those who attacked them. That was the last appearance that Li Min remembered. Li Min suffered serious injuries in the process of escaping. The reason she's still alive is because she's made full use of all her strengths. Through deceitful acts such as hiding and leaving false traces, she managed to drive here. But in return, she suffered such great wounds and was dying. Payawal sighed softly. It's nice to meet you though. Li Min smiled wryly. Her complexion was pale, she had lost too much blood. Although Payawal had no medical knowledge, he could tell that it was too late to save her. Anyone can see that Li Min is on the line between life and death. Payawal said as he sat down next to Li Min. Unless a miracle happens, you will die soon. I know. Li Min replied calmly. Aren't you scared? Don't you want to live? I want to live. Can you save me? No. That's why I've given up. I already know the state my body is in. You don't have to be sorry. After all, it's not your fault. Right, but I'm relieved. I won't have to die all alone. Will you stay with me to the end? Yes, Payawal nodded his head. Li Min looked at Payawal. Her pale face was full of emotions. Payawal, what is it? I want you to survive. I'll try. I hope you survive and get revenge on them in the same way. It's unfortunate. After everything that we went through to survive, we have to die like this. It's tragic that someone I don't know determines my fate. I hope they feel the same way as me one day. Li Min spoke calmly, but Payawal felt the cry in her voice. In the underground cavity, she fought harder than anyone else to survive. In the underground cavity, she fought more closely than anyone else to stay alive. Even in a world where there was no hope, she was able to not get frustrated because she believed that something would change if she went out to the outside world. Such belief was the driving force that allowed her to endure until now. But that belief was shattered, and only despair was gnawing at her heart. There was no hope or light to be found in her eyes, which used to shone brightly in the dark. She lost the will to live. She no longer had the strength to move forward. It was impossible to save her. However, he didn't want to let her go in despair like this. Payawal opened his mouth. Li Min, you don't have to comfort me. It's not bad to die by your side. It's because of Wu Gunseng. What? At the answer that was different from what she expected, Li Min made a puzzled expression, but Payawal continued to speak, regardless of her reaction. Our assassination target was a person named Wu Gunseng. There is a high probability that he is a disciple of the Qingcheng sect. Because the large mountain where we were hiding before was Mount Qingcheng, I'm sure of it. If we go to the mountain, there will probably be a full-scale group just like him. He was speaking to Li Min, but he was also speaking to himself. I don't know the reason, but someone had requested the Blood Phantom Corps to kill Wu Gunseng of the Qingcheng sect, and we were kidnapped and raised as assassins for 7 years as a result. The client has a cautious personality. Such a person cannot stick to only one method. Maybe they have 2, 3 or more backup plans in mind to achieve the result they wanted. Maybe at the beginning, things didn't go the way they had hoped, so they told the Blood Phantom Corps to go ahead with the request. But something must have happened before the assassination, so they ended up changing their mind. Now that things are like this, there's no need for us to continue with the assassination. Li Min listened to Payawal. Her mind was starting to get blurry, but she could hear Payawal's words strangely and clearly. They already got the desired result, so if the assassination ended up being successful, we would actually lose money. That's why they canceled the request. They leaked the assassination attempt on the Qingcheng sect to the other sects. They tried to erase us by borrowing the hands of the other sect. So that was it. Li Min nodded helplessly. Her mind was getting more and more cloudy. Still, she tried to listen to Payawal until the end. The client is probably a person who the Qingcheng faction knows. If it takes 7 years to process the request, it can be seen that he or she has a very tenacious personality. She didn't even have the strength to open her mouth anymore. Li Min helplessly looked at Payawal, who was speaking. They must have tremendous power and wealth. How many people in Sichuan province can afford the huge amount of money that goes into abducting and raising helpless orphans from all over Jianghu? I'll find out soon enough once I survive here. Even in the midst of losing her mind, Li Min thought that Payawal was scary. To her and the other children, Payawal was a demon from hell itself. They never dared to cross Payawal. Outwardly, they seemed to be equal, but in reality, she and the other children continued to be subordinated to the existence of Pyotwal. Suddenly, she felt pity for those who turned Pyotwal as an enemy. It must have been the gamble of a lifetime for them, and their gamble has been brilliantly successful. Now everything would have been perfect if they got rid of us. How can I watch the person who made us suffer for 7 years live and smile well? I can't stand that. I see, I knew you would. If it's you, at Li Min's answer, Pyotwal turned his head and looked at her. Li Min looked at him and smiled. His eyes were strangely clear. Can you call my name? Li Min, my real name. Li Xiaomin, thank you. I wanted to hear it from you. Xiaomin. Li Min did not answer. She did not even move. Didn't even move. Pyotwal noticed that she was dead. Just as a candle that has reached its end of life shines brightest at the end, Li Min, too, did her best to hear her real name one last time. Li Min remained beautiful even though she was injured while hiding. She no longer had a painful expression on her face. Pyotwal looked at Li Min's face without saying a word. The faint ties that had been connected with him were broken. That was then. It's this way. There's a bloodstain running this way. Everyone, come this way. The voices of the soldiers who followed the traces of Li Min were heard. Now it was time to leave. Pyotwal gently laid Li Min down and whispered, I don't know who planned this, but I'm going to erase them all from the face of this land. So watch over what I do. The base of the Blood Shadow Group was top secret. No matter how much people say that the Blood Shadow Group has a great reputation in Sichuan, in the end they were nothing more than a bunch of assassins. Those who had a grudge against them were as many as the grains of sand by the river. The Blood Shadow Group just accepted requests for the group's survival, but it made them bear the great resentment from families of those who suffered at their hands. People who wanted to take revenge on the Blood Shadow Group were scattered everywhere. They wanted to tear down and kill the members of the Blood Shadow Group. Knowing that fact, the Blood Shadow Group never leaked the location of their base to the outside world. In the end, no one ever knew where the base of the Blood Shadow Group was in Jianghu. Most people thought that the base of the Blood Shadow Group would be in a quiet rural village without people or in a green forest. However, contrary to their expectations, the base of the Blood Shadow Group was actually located in the middle of the capital city roadside of Sichuan province. It was a dull-looking mansion made out of red bricks. People thought of the mansion as just the house of a person who had made some money and retired. A mansion where an ordinary person who's nothing special lives. That was the general feeling the people around the mansion had. The mansion owner's name is Gu Jiang. Another status of his, aside from being known as a retired person, was the head of the Blood Shadow Group. Gu Jiang was listening to the report from the Fourth Sword at his residence. Only me and my subordinates managed to secretly escape. And the children, the inescapable net has been used. Is it not impossible for them to get out? What a pity. They were raised with care, but they ended up being thrown away like that. Gu Jiang clicked his tongue. There was an expression of genuine regret on his face. This was because the children were so talented. He thought the children were a hand he could just throw away, but he never expected that they would immediately be discarded without being even able to use them. He looked at the letter on the desk. There was only one word in the letter, cancelled. It meant that all operations were abolished. The person who sent the letter was the client who had originally requested the assassination. As soon as he received the letter, Gu Jiang ordered the Fourth Sword and the regular assassins to secretly escape. The children did not notice their escape because they were immersed in their hiding with their turtle-breathing technique spread out. Right after the Fourth Sword and his subordinate assassins escaped, the inescapable net unfolded. Even the use of the inescapable net was unexpected. It would have been impossible for the Fourth Sword and his subordinates to escape if the inescapable net had been fully activated. Fourth Sword said, "Isn't this place in danger as well, because of the client?" I don't know why, but they chose to kill and destroy the evidence. Wouldn't it be much safer for them to get rid of us as well if they wanted to perfectly keep their secret from getting out? That makes sense, but they'll never be able to find this place. It's impossible for them to find us in the normal way. This was not the only base of the Blood Shadow Group that existed. There was one house about 50 steps to the north, and another house about 70 steps to the west. It wasn't just a single house in the area. Everyone in those houses was owned by people who had nothing to do with the Blood Shadow Group, and it was connected to this place through an underground passage. If an unfamiliar enemy appeared, they could escape at any time through the basement. No matter how smart an enemy might be, he would not be able to think of the houses to be in connection with the Blood Shadow Group. We just have to wait here for the storm to blow over. I don't want to make the problem bigger by being hasty. You really don't know the identity of the client. If you want to know, you can always know, but you have to keep the line. Gu Jiang grabbed the letter and shook it. In an instant, the Fourth Sword smelled a strange smell. By shaking the letter, it emitted a strange scent. In an instant, his complexion changed. It's tracking incense. What? Someone has placed a tracking incense in the letter. It was such a subtle scent that he would never have been able to smell it if Gu Jiang had not shaken the letter. The fourth sword's sense of smell was so developed so that was why he could smell it. If it were just an average person, they wouldn't even have noticed that it had such a scent. Even Gu Jiang, who is extremely cautious, didn't even notice that there was a trace of tracking incense in the letter. Who? Maybe the client. It was the moment when Gu Jiang jumped up. Arg, Qug. The screams of assassins erupted from outside. Gu Jiang and the fourth sword rushed towards the sound. The scenery they saw was that of a group of soldiers breaking into the mansion and mercilessly slaughtering their assassins. All those working in the mansion were assassins. On the surface, they looked like ordinary workers, but each one of them was a very talented person. Such great assassins were falling apart without much effort. Kurhyuk, one of the intruders, swung their bare fists, and the sound of iron cannons being fired reverberated. And the assassin of the Bloody Shadow group was crushed like fish meat and died. It was that powerful. All of you retreat. You're no match. There was one who struggled alone. It was the first sword, Lim Sayal. He tried to extend himself by holding on to one of his enemies to save even one assassin. However, even with his abilities, he was unable to properly kill an intruder. The ability of the intruders was that much stronger. Bald-shaven hair, gray robes, and beads around their necks stood out. Monks, it wasn't just the monks. There were also people in ordinary uniforms. The assassins of the Blood Shadow group were also experienced warriors who had gone through different battles since birth, but they were no match for the warriors. Besides, it was the middle of the day now. This is not the best time for assassins. Sweep away those dirty assassins, leave no one behind, start the killing. The monks pushed forward with a more frightening force. The corpses of assassins started to pile up everywhere. Run away, Captain. The fourth sword grabbed Gu Jiang's arm and dragged him away. Where to? Anywhere, huh? Don't you see? It's me who they're after. Since they came after me, do you think they would leave a place where I can escape? Flames seemed to burn in Gu Jiang's eyes. Kajuk, he gritted his teeth. He knew it without checking the identity of the intruder. The client began to make a move. You're crossing the line. His eyes came bloodshot. Even between the assassin and the client, there was a line that had to be kept. They crossed the line a long time ago. Gu Jiang pulled out the sword he was wearing on his waist. It was the Blood Moon knife. Sir, we can still step back. How far will we retreat? Can't you see? They attacked us with such determination. There's no way we can escape. The fourth sword couldn't answer. Gu Jiang shook off the hand of the dead sword and stepped forward. Now is the time to show them that they will be the ones to be devoured if they bite us. His eyes gleamed eerily. He knew it was an unfavorable fight. But he still had to fight. Chayat. Gu Jiang flew towards the intruders along with the Blood Moon knife. His sword was long and sharp. Although he usually does not use swordsmanship techniques, he did his best to overcome the unfavorable situation. Kak, a young monk, lost his life in the blood of Gu Jiang. One-of-a-kind blood spots hengul, koi, enus hengul ko, enus hengul kodihud, enus hengul koa, enus hengul kopiup, enus hengul koi, enus hengul ko, enus hengul kosiat, enus hengul koa, enus hengul ko, enus Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Hengul kohiut enus hengul, koya enus hengul ko enus hengul kochiut enus hengul koa enus hengul, kom enus hengul kohiut enus hengul ko enus hengul kon enus Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Wherever he wielded his sword, a corpse always appeared, leaving traces of drops of blood. Although he had not been active in the front line for a long time, his method of killing was still powerful. When he and the fourth sword joined, the battlefield shook violently. The assassins regained their composure and began to deal with the monks while taking advantage of the terrain. Then, the momentum of the soldiers who had initially been pushing wildly slowed down a bit. Everyone, hold on a little more. If we hold out, we can win. Gu Jiang fought hard while encouraging the assassins. You won't have a chance to do that. At that moment, along with the woman's cold voice, a great energy flew by. Kong. Gu Jiang tried to protect his whole body by swinging the Blood Moon knife. Fortunately, he was spared from being seriously injured, but the complexion of Gu Jiang noticeably became pale. His internal organs were shaken by the shock. Who are you? Gu Jiang shouted, forcing himself to swallow the blood that was welling up to his throat. How dare a lowly assassin ask for my name? A woman in her 40s jumped over the fence and landed in front of Gu Jiang. Her overall appearance was beautiful, but the raised corners of the eyebrows looked very poisonous. The woman glared at Gu Jiang with fierce eyes. The expression on Gu Jiang's face darkened at the unusual momentum of the woman. Gu Jiang recognized the woman's identity at a glance. At least among the famous warriors in Sichuan, there was no one whom he did not know. Jianghua, the life-ending toxic heart. Why? Then could the client be stop right there? If your mouth say anything more, I will pull out your tongue, she exclaimed as she pulled out the cherry one from her waist. In an instant, a shadow fell on the corner of Gu Jiang's eyes. I wonder if that place was the one who made the request. It must be difficult to get out of bad luck. Jianghua was by no means an ordinary warrior. Although both of them practiced martial arts, they were famous for their meticulous yet vicious hearts. At the very least, wouldn't even a special title be the #1 read? But what was truly terrifying was not Jianghua. It was Jianghua's background which was terrifying. Only then did Gu Jiang know the true client who sent such an unreasonable request to the Blood Shadow group. A light of fear flashed across his eyes. Although he had little to fear in the world, he was wary of the person behind Jianghua. I should have thought that they were related. Gu Jiang blamed his complacency for not recognizing the identity of the client in hopes of not crossing the line. All this catastrophe today was the result of his own mistake. If they were involved, even if the assassination was successful, their annihilation would surely follow. My wrong judgment has brought forth a disaster, but even if I die, I will never die alone. Gu Jiang shouted loudly and ran towards Jianghua. He held the blood moon knife in his hand, and a reddish-black aura continued to stretch out. Even in front of the sword that dyed the entire surroundings red, Jianghua's expression did not change. Heh, a mere assassin, she swung her weapon. Then a storm-like aura arose and counteracted the energy from Gu Jiang's knife. Kakakang, the blood moon knife, and Chara collided over and over again. Gu Jiang did his best. If he couldn't subdue Jianghua today, then there would be no future for him. Jianghua's weapon was pushed back little by his energy. A light of admiration flashed across her face. The leader of an assassin group possesses such a level of martial art, impressive. From an early age, she steadily learned the martial arts of a prestigious sect. She may not be regarded as a great genius, but she has steadily learned the wisdom taught by her master and has become a master recognized by the four natures. Even with her martial arts, the captain of the Blood Shadow group was so good that she couldn't subdue him in just a short time. Fortunately, their battle was a face-to-face confrontation in broad daylight. Jianghua realized once again that Gu Jiang and the other Blood Shadow group assassins had to be annihilated. Die. Jianghua performed Dijung Sunggong Hangul, Kodihud, Inus Hangul Koa, Inus Hangul Kochiut, Inus Hangul Koa, Inus Hangul, Kon Inus Hangul Kosiat, Inus Hangul Koa, Inus Hangul Kon Inus Hangul Kogia, Inus Hangul Koa, Inus Hangul, Kon Inus Chinese letter, which contains the secrets of Pasa Hangul Kopiup, Inus Hangul Koa, Inus Hangul Kosiat, Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Chinese letter. It was an attack injected with internal energy. Gu Jiang was not confident enough to face her attack head-on, so he tried to avoid it. Pit. At that moment, something tiny flew and pierced his ankle. Jianghua's comrade had attacked him. Gu Jiang, who was very nervous about the confrontation with Jianghua, could not avoid the sneak attack. Gu Jiang's balance was broken because of the wound in his ankle, and the chari that contains Jianghua's powerful internal energy exploded in his body. Kyug. With a scream, Gu Jiang's body collapsed. In that one attack, Gu Jiang could not counterattack in time. His chest was hollow, as if he had been struck by a large sledgehammer. Kekyuk, Gu Jiang lay on the floor and took a deep breath. Hyuk, When he collapsed, the other assassins who had also been struggling with him also began to collapse rapidly. As the fight continued for a bit, monks and warriors slaughtered the assassins more explosively. Oh no, Gu Jiang shed tears of blood as he watched the collapse of the Blood Shadow group. Pack, then there was a loud sound of footsteps. Jianghua took a step towards the owner of the footprints. Your disciple, Jianghua, is greeting Master. How much time are you wasting to subdue such lowly assassins? I apologize, Master. It took a while because they resisted a lot more than I expected. It was an old woman reminiscent of a crow. The whole body of the old woman who was walking with a staff brought great momentum. The old woman looked down at Gu Jiang with cold eyes. Gu Jiang shouted at the old woman, Abbess of 9 calamities, how can you do this to me? How could the Amei sect do this to the Blood Shadow group? Your request. In an instant, the old woman swung her staff and smashed it towards the head of Gu Jiang. What nonsense are you talking about? The old woman muttered coldly as she watched the blood flowing through the shattered skull of Gu Jiang. Guasada, Abbess of 9 calamities, one was the head of the Amei sect. When she became the head, the Amei sect was in decline. Due to the long seclusion, the members of the clan were poor. There were some formidable warriors such as Bikwal Samsung II who's stronger than Guasada, but unfortunately, her political power and sense of reality were not up to par. She focused on learning martial arts rather than expanding the influence of the clan. As she did not accept an external disciple, the Amei sect naturally declined. When Bikwal Samsung realized that fact, the Amei sect had shrunk to nothing. Even if she died and reincarnated with her powers, she could not lead the revival of the Amei sect. So the one who was chosen to become the sect leader was Guasada. In the case of the Guasada, her martial arts might be mediocre, but her sense of reality and leadership was outstanding. With her overwhelming presence, she was supported by her students. When she became the head, Guasada boldly opened their gates and began to accept disciples from the outside. The Amei sect was originally an exclusive sect where an overwhelming number of its members were female monks. In Jianghu, more than 2/3 of the prominent characters were men. This was because it was physically more advantageous for men to learn martial arts. So with that, she had to choose a disciple among the leftover population of less than 1/3 in Jianghu. but even then, most women did not want to become monks. Because of that, the Amei sect had to struggle with lack of members. That was one of the reasons for the rapid decline of the Amei sect. After identifying all these problems, Guwasada decided to boldly open their doors to everyone. She selected talented disciples from among men as well as women. In addition, the restriction that only one great disciple must become a monk was also lifted. The biggest obstacle that prevented the influx of talented members was removed. Even Guwasada herself changed. This was because if the sect leader herself was a monk, external members would have a preconceived notion that the Amei sect was an exclusive clan. After that, the Amei sect began to expand rapidly. At present, the Amei sect was closer to a secular sect than a Buddhist sect. All of these changes were the achievements of Guwasada. Guwasada was the vanguard that destroyed all the elements that had defined the Amei sect for hundreds of years. Even though her staff was covered with the blood of Gu Jiang, she did not even blink an eye. Guwasa looked around the inside of the mansion with cool eyes. Screams were resounding everywhere. Most of them belonged to assassins. The assassins were helpless in the face of the formidable force of the Amei disciples. When the captain Gu Jiang died, their power and spirit further weakened. KGGH, he knelt down with a single sword pierced through his chest. In front of him stood a dazzlingly beautiful woman. She was the master of the sword that pierced the chest of the first sword. The woman was wearing a pale blue top with a peacock feather print on it. First sword thought that the peacock pattern went well with her gorgeous appearance. "What is your name?" Yang Xiaoran. "I heard that among the disciples of Abbess of Nine Calamities, there is a disciple whose appearance is like that of a fairy and has a talent that pierces the sky. It must have been you. Those are all just exaggerated rumors." Yang Xiaoran shook her head slightly. The first sword thought that she was beautiful. I guess being an assassin for decades was useless. He felt that decades of his life had been denied. First sword died in despair. Yang Xiaoran looked at the first sword with sad eyes for a moment, and then moved towards the Guwasada. Around the Guwasada, all the great disciples of the Amei sect had gathered. Jianghua, Chialsim, Doyin, Dansim, Unmong. All of them were direct disciples of the Guwasada and the senior sisters of Yang Xiaoran. As the Yang Xiaoran approached, Jianghua opened her mouth. "You're late, youngest. What kind of conversation did you have with an assassin?" "I'm sorry, senior sister," Yang Xiaoran replied calmly. Jianghua's eyebrows twitched slightly at Yang Xiaoran's attitude. However, she didn't say anything more because it was in front of the Guwasada. Yang Xiaoran was a very important figure in the Amei sect in many ways. She would be playing the largest role in the future plans of the Guwasada, so Jianghua couldn't treat her like that. That was then. Two of the Amei sect's disciples dragged a person in the front of Jianghua. It was the fourth sword who had both of his arms and legs cut off. The Amei disciples threw the fourth sword in front of Jianghua as if he was trash. "This is the person in charge of leading the newly trained assassins to the vicinity of Qingcheng Mountain." Guwasada looked at the fourth sword with contemptuous eyes. The kind of people she hated the most were the assassins, humans who only need money to kill and do not need any other cause or justification. Assassins were the most unworthy of living among the many types of human beings in the world. "Exactly how many assassins did you take with you?" Why do you ask?" The fourth sword could barely raise his blood-stained face and looked at the Abbess of Nine Calamities. "You don't need to know why, just answer the question." I don't know. Are you lying to me?" "Even if I know, I can't tell you. You don't think I'm going to tell the truth to the person that made our base this way, do you?" A mere assassin dared to pretend to be quite strong. Guwasada snorted and stretched out her hand. Her wrists, reminiscent of an old tree, were exposed. She grabbed the fourth sword's wrist with her fingers. Chuhingyong Jigong. 3. It was one of the Amei sect's best martial arts. It was a kind of penetration which boasted a more brutal and vicious power than any other torture method. It was said that those who suffered from the said technique would end up having their entire body paralyzed while enduring a hell-like suffering. As if gnawed at by an insect, the body and mind would be cut off and the person would end up suffering extreme pain until death. AGRH, the fourth sword screamed. He was an assassin who had gone through all sorts of battles. The Chuhingyong Jigong was so painful that he, who did not even blink an eye from any kind of torture, let out a devastating scream. It wasn't just the pain of an animal scratching his flesh. As if hot candle wax was poured along his blood vessels, the pain that melted and hardened the whole body made the fourth sword felt extreme pain. The pain was so severe that his body ended up being twisted in a bizarre angle, even though all the muscles in his limbs had already been cut off. At the terrible appearance, the disciples of Amei, including Jianghua, turned their heads away. Guwasada did not flinch and continued to torture the fourth sword using the Chuhingyong Jigong. In the end, the fourth sword could not endure the pain and succumbed. 20 IGHT. N. Now Kai Kill, HMPH. After hearing the desired answer, Guwasada took her hand off from the body of the fourth sword. The fourth sword was still alive. He was still breathing, but he was better off dead. Chuhungyong Jigong completely destroyed the inside of his body and continued to inflict extreme pain. The fourth sworded felt the pain vividly until he stopped breathing. Guisada's gaze turned to Jianghua. How many people have you killed so far? 24 people. There are 4 people left. I want to get rid of all the variables. By your order. As Jianghua left with the answer, Guisada looked at the young Xiaoran. Xiaoran, your role from now on is crucial. You know that, right? Yes, master. As soon as this case is settled, I will send someone to the Qingcheng sect to set a date. Until then, prepare your heart and body for the wedding. Yes, master, Yang Xiaoran answered briefly. Her attitude was a little annoying, but Guisada did not bother to scold her. Instead, she said something to herself. Everything is for the sake of the sect. The War of Demons in Heaven 4 brought a great change to the ruling system of the Jianghu. As many sects collapsed and new sects emerged, abrupt changes took place in the topographical map of Jianghu. The sects that participated in the War of Demons in Heaven experienced explosive growth with the support of the world, while the clans who did not join the war faced difficulties. The sects of Sichuan belonged to the latter. Sichuan province was less influenced by foreign powers because of its closed topography. Since they were not influenced by the outside world, there was no reason to go out of their way to participate in the Great War. Once established in an isolated environment, the hierarchy of the sects did not change easily. After the fall of the Tang sect, the leadership of Sichuan province was held by the Amei sect and the Qingcheng sect. Between the two, it was the Qingcheng sect that took the lead. This was largely due to the fact that they opened their gates earlier than the Amei faction, and that Marionjin V, the sect leader of the Qingcheng sect, had superior judgment. Marionjin thought that in order for the Qingcheng sect to revive, those who excelled in world affairs were more needed than those who were strong in martial arts. So Wu Jinpyong, a former disciple of the Qingcheng sect, was brought to the headquarters. The family of Wu Jinpyong soon became close with the Qingcheng sect by having a disciple enter for numerous generations. They established Sangyi using the identity of the Qingxiampa Sangha, and they grew rapidly by combining the vision of Sangyi, Mui, and Diguk, ko Gudutunenos, ko Changsampoenos, ko Sakatanenos, ko Simbunuenos, ko Yonghenos, ko Sungdanuenos, ko Sulipenendeanos, ko Sungdawenos, ko Mudeanos, ko Dephuenos, ko Iknanenos, ko Sierhenos, ko Odajenos, ko Gupsakanenos, ko Sungdanguenos, ko Hettenos. Marionjin gave Wu Jinpyong the position of second in command of the Qingcheng sect. It was the first time in hundreds of years of history that a subordinate disciple who was not a main disciple became the elder and second in command of the Qingcheng sect. That was proof that Wu Jinpyong was excellent. At first, the elders opposed Wu Jinpyong's appointment, but after experiencing his formidable abilities, they became an ardent supporter. Wu Jinpyong took advantage of the gap that the Amei sect had not opened their gates yet and rapidly expanded the power of the Qingcheng sect. In Sichuan Fortress, where the Tang sect was destroyed and the Amei sect was in seclusion, the Qingcheng sect has no rival. As if robbing a house, the Qingcheng faction possesses all the major interests of Sichuan province. The Qingcheng sect was truly at their most prosperous era. Both the Qingcheng and Amei sects were classified as two factions Hangul, Koi Inus Hangul, Ko Piup, Inus Hangul, Ko Inus Chinese letter. It was followed by small and medium-sized sects such as the Three Gates Hangul, Ko Siat Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Kom Inus Hangul, Komium Inus Hangul, Kou Inus Hangul, Kon Inus Chinese letter. The Four Rooms Hangul, Ko Siat Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Ko Piup Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Kong Inus Chinese letter. And the Five Halls Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Kogia Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Kon Inus Chinese letter. Many of them were mobilized in the hunt for assassins. It was an incident aimed at the Qingcheng sect, the unrivaled stronghold of Sichuan, not elsewhere. Considering the other sect's future relationship with the Qingcheng sect, the assassins had to be found and annihilated. For that reason, the sects of Sichuan province sent numerous disciples to support them. Since the Battle of the Blood Heaven Hangul, Ko Hiut Inus Hangul, Koya Inus Hangul, Ko Inus Hangul, Ko Chiut Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Kon Inus Hangul, Ko Dihud Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Ko Chiut Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Kon Inus Chinese letter. When Jiama clashed for the fate of the world a long time ago, it was the first time that so many warriors in Sichuan province were again mobilized. They didn't expect this to happen. Over the past years, Sichuan has been very peaceful where time has passed through without any major incidents. Peace was a blessing to ordinary people, but it was a curse to the warriors who wanted to show off their power. Numerous warriors appeared in Sichuan province, but they did not have the opportunity to use their force. After spending a long, boring time because of the peace, when the assassins appeared, it brought great vitality to the daily life of the martial artists of Sichuan. The martial artists of Sichuan province voluntarily participated in the quest of hunting the assassins. It was a moment of entertainment that appeared after a long time. If they missed this opportunity, they will not know when another moment would come when they could show their power to the fullest. The warriors persistently pursued and killed the children. The surviving children were scattered. They chose to escape from Sichuan province. The warriors were waiting for the children while occupying the road leading to the outside. When all eyes of Sichuan were focused on the children, the Qingcheng sect, the target of the assassins, was quiet. The Qingcheng sect did not show any movement as if to show that they were different from the other sects. The appearance of the Qingcheng sect, which did not tremble, was like the gatehouse that ruled the Sichuan province. Even though it was night, the Qingcheng sect was bright enough to be reminiscent of a night castle. Many corners of the Qingcheng sect were lit by torches, and many men stood on a tight-knit vigil. Although the sect did not send out troops to catch the assassins, the internal security were more thorough, reminiscent of a fortress. There was a man holding his breath in the shade of a large tree overlooking the Qingcheng sect. It was Piatwal who looked at the Qingcheng sect. He was in perfect assimilation with the darkness. While the other children were struggling to distance themselves from the Qingcheng sect, here he was secretly hiding near them. Those who spread the inescapable net only thought of blocking the road to the outside. They did not even consider blocking the road towards the Qingcheng sect. Piatwal outwitted them by completely acting in the opposite direction. Since all of their focus and power was dispersed to spread the inescapable net, now was the perfect opportunity to carry out the assassination, Piatwal muttered. If they want to die as natural enemies of the Jianghu, then I'll just become one. The target of his assassination is Wu Gunseng. Piatwal's first solo assassination was just the beginning. The first thing Piatwal did was to examine the topography of the Qingcheng sect. All assassinations start by knowing the surrounding terrain like the back of their palm. It was to figure out the best intrusion and escape routes in advance. Surprisingly, many assassins tended to overlook this part. This was because preparation takes a lot of time and requires a lot of patience. But more experienced assassins spend more time on these basics. In that respect, Piatwal was born with the nature of an assassin. He never stopped being vigilant even for a moment, and he had a habit of constantly observing his surroundings. The habit of not missing out on even the smallest change and taking note of everything helped him grow as an assassin. Although this was his first actual battle, he grasped the surroundings as skillfully as a veteran assassin who had already committed numerous murders. The Qingcheng sect itself was like a heavenly fortress. The name Qingcheng Chinese letter was given because the mountain peaks which were lined up in a row looked like a wave, the moon being protected by the waves, which was the Qingcheng mountain. Since the mountain was so steep, it was not easy to secure an infiltration and escape route. There were numerous guards throughout Qingcheng mountain. All of them were members of the Qingcheng sect. They usually live separately, but when the Qingcheng sect has a problem, they move as one body. It is safe to say that the true strength of the Qingcheng sect lies in the people scattered across Mount Qingcheng. It was already difficult to succeed with the assassination, but it was even more difficult to get out safely after succeeding. Moreover, the Qingcheng sect of today is at its best after decades. After the fall of the Tang sect, there was no sect that could stop the Qingcheng sect in Sichuan. As such, the border of the Qingcheng sect was also ironclad. It was almost impossible to figure out all the security rotations in one day. It was beneficial for Piatwal to just give up, hide, and sneak out of Sichuan fortress after the siege was over. Piatwal was aware of that too. However, his nature and instincts were refusing to back down. The client had him kidnapped against his will, turned him into an assassin, then now having him disposed of. He wanted to stop having his fate be controlled by other people. If he steps back now, he will not be able to navigate his destiny by his own will until the end. More than anything else, Piatwal wanted to destroy the client who had manipulated his own destiny. For whatever reason, they withdrew the assassination and tried to destroy the evidence by attacking the children. They were trying to bury the fact that they had raised children and secretly attempted to assassinate them. There was only one reason: things must have changed. It was clear that their relationship with the assassination target had changed, and that killing Wu Gunseng now was out of the question. There was no way to know the exact details, but it was clear that the assassination target was not supposed to die anyway. That was the reason why Piatwal continued to do the seemingly impossible assassination. After examining Mount Qingcheng, Piatwal came to one conclusion. If I am not one of the people of the Qingcheng sect, then I would never be able to enter the interior of the sect. Piatwal hid where the entrance of the Qingcheng sect was visible and observed people coming and going. As the number one sect in Sichuan, Qingcheng was visited by thousands of people every day. There were those who were affiliated with Jianghu, and there were those that supplied goods. The entire Sichuan province was bustling with the search for assassins who tried to attack the Qingcheng sect, but the actual party involved was living a peaceful life. This demonstrates the appearance of a giant who is not shaken by such trivial things. Merchants and outside soldiers were excluded from the subject. In order to freely roam the interior of the Qingcheng sect, it was necessary to be a member of the Qingcheng sect. Payawal's eyes glowed. It was because a young man who had just left the Qingcheng sect caught his eye. He looked about 4 or 5 years younger than Payawal. He smiled brightly at the soldiers guarding the front door and went out alone. His detailed identity was unknown, but given his attitude toward the other members of the Qingcheng sect, it was clear that he was also a fellow disciple of the said sect. Payawal secretly followed him. The young man hummed and walked without even thinking that someone would secretly follow him. The young man was Dajin, a third-generation disciple of the Qingcheng sect. Although Dajin was the youngest of the third-generation disciples, he was very talented and friendly, so he was loved by many. He was now on his way to the nearby area to obtain medicinal herbs under the orders of his master. His father-in-law belonged to the Yaxianding Hangul. Koya inus Hangul ko. Inus Hangul ko siat inus Hangul koa inus Hangul kon inus Hangul ko dihud inus Hangul koa inus Hangul. Ko inus Chinese letter, one of the Qingcheng sect. Naturally, Dajin also belonged to Yaxianding, following his master, and was doing one of his chores. One of which was collecting herbs from a nearby mountain. I guess I'll head to the nearest Kurg. Dajin stopped his muttering and immediately felt something on his neck. Something had tightened around his throat. He was not that far from the sect. If he can manage to scream, the Qingcheng soldiers will jump right in. But in the end, Dajin couldn't scream. Quack, the noose that tightened his throat suddenly lifted him up into the air. Dajin's body was flung onto a tree. Who? Dajin was about to shout when a sharp dagger pierced his thigh. Kug, Dajin wanted to scream since his throat felt like bursting, but his screams could not flow out of his mouth, because the man who had stabbed him in the thigh with the sharp dagger was covering his mouth with a strong hand. It was Payawal. The moment he looked into Payawal's eyes, Dajin froze. Those were eyes which he had never seen in the Qingcheng sect. It was a pair of eyes with an expression that could not simply be explained as either cold or emotionless. The soft red light in his eyes reminded him of a snake. Dajin was overwhelmed by Payawal's eyes and could not move. He seemed to understand the feelings of a rat standing in front of a snake. Now Dajin was a mouse, and Payawal was a viper full of deadly poison that could suffocate him anytime. Even though Payawal's bloodlust was suppressed, Dajin still couldn't move. Payawal's presence greatly overwhelms him. Payawal closed Dajin's mouth with his hands and asked, "Are you a disciple of the Qingcheng sect? If yes, nod your head." Dajin nodded quickly. "I'll let you go now so you can answer my questions. You better not consider screaming for help." Dajin nodded once more. When he felt Payawal loosening his hands, Dajin forgot his promise and tried to shout out loud. Cack, he felt a fiery pain in his shoulder. Payawal covered his mouth again and drove a dagger. It was truly terrifying to see a blade as thin as a child's finger piercing his shoulder. Arg, Dajin's eyes shook. Payawal's eyes seemed to have changed even more terrifyingly. It felt like Payawal was really going to kill him the next time he screamed, so he desperately suppressed his voice. Only then did Dajin realize the fact that the man in front of him could kill him at any time, and in a way he couldn't even imagine. If the dagger stuck in his shoulder had pierced his neck, he would be dead. Yellow liquid flowed from his trousers. He peed because of extreme fear. Payawal said as he loosened the hand that covered his mouth, "If you scream again, you will be unable to see the world again with your own 2 eyes. "Yes," Dajin replied politely. "Your name, Du Dajin. What is your identity?" "I am a third-generation disciple of the Qingcheng sect." "Is that all?" I belong to the Yaxianding." "What does Yaxianding do?" Dajin confided in everything he knew. He was out of his mind because of fear. He was not a second-generation disciple. He was only a third-generation disciple. He was just a young boy who had recently entered the sect. It was impossible for him to possess the spirit that was prepared to die. In order to live, he confided everything he knew. Payawal scraped out all the information he could find out from him. "I ask you one last time, what kind of person is Wu Gunseng?" "Well, wait, are you talking about senior brother, Wu Gunseng of the great star of Qingcheng Hangul? Kachi, Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Komenus Hangul, Kosiat Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Komenus Hangul, Kogia, Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Kosiat Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul, Komenus Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Great star of Qingcheng." Payawal frowned, because it felt unusual from the start. Senior brother Wu Gunseng is the best disciple produced by the Qingcheng sect. At a young age, he learned most of the Qingcheng's martial arts and has reached a very high stage. It is said that the former masters of the Qingcheng sect have shown their interest in teaching him directly. Dajin told Payawal everything he knew. To sum up his words, he said that Gunseng Wu was the son of Wu Jinpyong, the second in command of the Qingcheng sect, and was a person of absolute talent. His talent was so great that all of the previous masters of the Qingcheng sect respected him and taught him martial arts. Thanks to his formidable talent, he became a great disciple even though he was only 10 years older than Dajin, and he was expected to be the one who would further revive the Qingcheng sect. This is the worst. Paiwal thought that Wu Gunseng was already a great being, considering that 7 years had to be invested in carrying out the assassination, but he did not know that he was that much of a great existence to the extent that Wu Gunseng received all the expectations of the Qingcheng sect. No, maybe it's to be expected. That's why 7 years of training was needed. Although it is not possible to know the level of the opponent's martial arts in detail, it was clear that he was a great master if he earned the nickname of the Great Star of Qingcheng. Paiwal was thinking of giving up, but it's too late for him to step back. When they find out that Dajin was gone, they will surely come after them. Even if he stepped back without doing anything, the risk was the same. Paiwal had no choice. Dajin pleaded, "Oh, I've told you everything I know, so please spare me." Tears streamed down from his eyes. Paiwal touched his face with his hand for a moment. Dajin trembled at the eerie feeling. At that moment, Paiwal put blood on his face. Dajin's body hardened like a stone statue. He will be stuck for a day or so unless someone releases him. Paiwal stood next to Dajin and began touching his face. The items he received from the Blood Phantom group also included makeup tools. Lime, glutinous rice, and honey were mixed and applied all over his face, and makeup was applied in a color similar to the skin color. Soon, Dajin and Paiwal's faces became similar. Hayuk, Dajin was appalled to see Paiwal's face, which has changed to resemble his own. If someone would look closely, they would be able to notice the difference, but at first glance they both look indistinguishable. In fact, the best way was to remove Dajin's face skin and use it. However, the process of making a face mask using human skin was complicated and time-consuming, so it could not be used immediately. Even if it was clumsy, it was much more efficient to put on makeup. Of course, the probability of getting caught was high, but it was the best way for Paiwal now, who was rushed for time. Paiwal touched Dajin's face to check his facial muscles. Then he took off Dajin's clothes and wore them on himself. He could not check his overall look because he didn't have a mirror, but he guessed it was passable. Paiwal left Dajin alone and headed towards the main gate of the Qingcheng sect. His gait was similar to that of Dajin. Not only his face, but everything from his body shape, walk, and atmosphere all resembled Dajin. The soldiers guarding the main gate of the Qingcheng sect found Paiwal and talked to him. "Oh, it's Dajin. Why are you coming back already?" "Oh, I've left something behind." "Geez, you scatterbrain. Stay focused, you hear me?" "Okay." Paiwal scratched his head and made a sullen expression. Then the man who was guarding the front door smiled and opened the way. He did not even suspect that the young man in front of him was not Dajin. Paiwal was the same as Dajin to that extent. Paiwal calmly passed through the front door. As he passed through the main gate, the Qingcheng sect revealed its true form. The appearance of a number of temples boasted great majesty. Nevertheless, the reason why Paiwal was not overwhelmed was because he had experienced such a landscape like this before. The exterior of the buildings that existed in the underground cave were similar. It was similar yet different at the same time. First of all, the size was vastly different. There were buildings all over the place that was not present in the underground cavity. However, the overall layout has not changed. He had been there for 7 years. Even if he closed his eyes and moved around, he would be able to find his destination. Paiwal proceeded as calmly as if he were at home. He already knew where the securities were tight and where it was weak. He deliberately moved only to places with poor security. Thousands of people passed by him, but no one doubted Paiwal. If someone would look closely at his face, they would have noticed something strange, but no one managed to notice because Paiwal was acting so naturally. Occasionally, when someone who knows Dajin, Paiwal just calmly greeted them back and passed by. "Is it here?" Paiwal finally arrived near his destination. Bright Moon Palace Hangul, Komium Enus Hangul, Koya Enus Hangul, Koenus Hangul, Koa Enus Hangul, Koenus Hangul, Kochiut Enus Hangul, Koa Enus Hangul, Koenus Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. 2. It was the residence of Wu Gunseng. After their seclusion ended, the Qingcheng sect continued to expand. Because new disciples continued to be accepted, there was insufficient space to stay for the upcoming generations. It was not difficult to expand. In Sichuan province, the Qingcheng sect had already established a unique force. There were so many active disciples who was willing to donate large amounts of money for the Qingcheng sect. As the power of the Qingcheng sect grew, the benefits to be received also followed. There was no reason not to donate. In a way, it was like a Qingcheng sect tax, where both the disciples and the sect prospered together. As time passed by, a whole new environment was created. Because of that, even the disciples of the Qingcheng sect were unable to memorize the names of the newly created buildings. The Qingcheng sect often changes its establishments, but there are some places that do not change. One of them was Sanking Palace. Since Sanking Palace was the most important place in the Qingcheng sect, the security was strict. Most major events of the Qingcheng sect were all decided at Sanking Palace. Even today, the elders were gathered at Sanking Palace, including Marionjin, a longtime sect leader of the Qingcheng sect. Marionjin was an old man in his early 70s, but looking at his appearance alone, it was hard to guess that he was at that age. Because of his unconventional appearance, deep eyes, and naturally flowing dignity, he only looked like he was in his early to mid-50s. It was the same with the other elders. The elders who had mastered the martial arts of the Qingcheng sect looked much younger than their actual age. Rather, the person who looked the oldest was Wu Jinpyong, who is called the Jinneng last of the Qingcheng sect. Because he came from a branch family of the Qingcheng sect, his martial arts were the weakest. That is why he looked much older than the other elders. The first person to speak was Marionjin, the sect leader. Has the outside situation calmed down? It seems that the search for the assassin has come to an end. How dare an assassin target our sect? Do you think this makes sense, junior brother? Of course it doesn't make sense. It's highly likely that someone has plotted this. Wu Jinpyong's eyes lit up coldly as he answered. Who do you think it could be? It's too early to make a hasty decision because we don't have the right information yet. Are we going to leave it that way? Of course not. I've already sent some of my disciples to gather information. As expected of junior brother Wu, Marionjin smiled, satisfied. The old man with a heavy atmosphere who had been silent until now opened his mouth. Whoever caused this situation must never be forgiven. Our sect is currently at a crucial turning point. We must make it so that something like this never happens again. He was Mu Jiangjin, an elder of the Qingcheng sect. Mu Jiangjin was unquestionably the #1 sword of the Qingcheng. No matter how brilliant Wu Jinpyong was, the Qingcheng sect would not have been able to achieve this level of development if it hadn't been supported by the armed forces of Mu Jiangjin. Wu Jinpyong nodded in response to Mu Jiangjin's words. It will be so, senior brother. The Shaolin Temple, the Wuding sect, and the Mount Hua sect, who participated in the battle after opening their doors during the War of the Demons in Heaven, regained their former reputation. However, those who sealed their doors and did not participate in the war, such as our sect and the Amei sect, only gained an empty name of 4 heavenly kings in Sichuan. However, our actual power is far short of theirs. To catch up with them, we must tighten our reins. If we can't move forward because we're caught up in an incident like this, even if we die, we won't be able to reach our previous glory. At Mu Jiangjin's words, all the elders nodded their heads. A lot of things have changed in Jianghu due to the war that took place several decades ago. At that time, Jianghu was in danger of being conquered by the Celestial Demon Union. For if the extraordinary martial artist named Li Quack had not formed the Providence Alliance Hangul, Kachit enus Hangul Koa enus Hangul Kon enus Hangul Koa enus Hangul Komium enus Hangul Koa enus Hangul Kon enus Chinese letter, and resisted, Jianghu would have fallen into the hands of the Celestial Demon Union. At that time, the Shaolin Temple, the Wuding sect, the Mount Hua sect, the Qingcheng, and the Amei sect had their gates closed. However, soon the Shaolin Temple, the Wuding sect, the Mount Hua sect boldly opened their gates and participated in the Heavens Will Alliance and made a great contribution in driving out the Celestial Demon Union. On the other hand, the Qingcheng and Amei sect did not open the gates because they were too careful. The difference divided the fate of the 5 sects. The Shaolin Temple, Wuding, and Mount Hua sect, who participated in the war, regained their former glory with praise from the people, but the Qingcheng and Amei sect were criticized by the people. Since they unlocked their gates late, Jianghu's gaze on them was unbearably cold. It was unfair because of their circumstances, but they could not turn back Jianghu's already tilted gaze. Now people did not think that the Qingcheng sect and the Amei sect were in the same ranks as the Shaolin Temple, the Wuding, and the Mount Hua sect. Actually, it was true. Jianghu's outstanding martial artists preferred the other 3 sects more than the Qingcheng sect or the Amei sect. The Qingcheng faction has recently expanded its ranks and has been eagerly following the 3 clans, but the gap was still considerable. The gap was not narrowing at all, but rather widening. Because of that, the sense of crisis that Qingcheng felt was really great. Don't worry. If things go as planned, we'll be able to catch up with them within a decade. How dependable. It's reassuring to have someone like you. No, senior brother, since you're so great, your son must have taken after you. Wu Jinpyong's face darkened slightly at Mu Jiangjin's words. Wu Gunseng has isolated himself to focus his training with the thought of atonement. Is that so? I apologize. What do you mean? My son, it's understandable for a boy of his age. There's no need for you to apologize for something that has already been taken care of peacefully. I will make sure that he pulls himself together. Mu Jiangjin replied with a look that said nothing was wrong. Yes, that's plenty. No matter what anyone says, Wu Gunseng's talent is real. At Mu Jiangjin's words, the elders nodded their heads. I heard that you accepted Amei's sect's proposal of marriage. This time it was Marionjin, the sect leader, who opened his mouth. Wu Jinpyong made a sad expression. How did that happen? Marriage with the Amei sect, not bad. Is the bride the youngest disciple of the Abbess of 9 Calamities? That's right. It's rumored that she possesses both intelligence and beauty. If that's the case, it's not bad match for Wu Gunseng. I think so too. Then why is your expression so dark? It's probably because I'm reluctant. Is it because of the Abyss of the Nine Calamities? Yes, when the Abyss of the Nine Calamities was mentioned, all the elders frowned at once. There was an existence that made people feel bad just by hearing their name. Guasada was such a person. Like the King Cheng sect, the Amei sect fell behind because of the late opening of their gate. No, the Amei sect was far below that of the King Cheng sect, let alone the other three great sects. For that reason, she was determined to catch up with the King Cheng sect in any way. Such tenacity of the Guasada made the elders of the King Cheng uncomfortable. If Wu Gunseng gets married to the youngest disciple of the Abbess of the Nine Calamities, we will have no choice but to make concessions. So that's the problem. If we make a mistake, there's a risk that our sect will be the ones who will be devoured. That's why I've rejected the proposal so far, but now there's nothing I can do about it. However, we have no choice. We can't continue to be enemies in this small land of Sichuan. Accept it, I will. Wu Gunseng is the only hope of the King Cheng sect to catch up with the other three sects. Never forget that fact. The meeting ended with Mu Jiangjin's last words. Bright Moon Palace was an old hall with the history of the King Cheng sect. Although the size of the hall is not very large, it is separated by a high wall, and there is a space for closed training in the basement. All those who stayed in the Bright Moon Palace left a great mark in the history of the King Cheng sect. Giving the Bright Moon Palace to Wu Gunseng meant that the King Cheng sect had great expectations for him. Paiawal looked at the Bright Moon Palace without saying a word. He saw the real Bright Moon Palace for the first time today, but he didn't feel that it was unfamiliar because he saw a hall like this every day in an underground cave. Although there are third-generation disciples who stood guard at the entrance of Bright Moon Palace, Paiawal knew 10 more ways to sneak into Bright Moon Palace. There was no one who was not a disciple of the King Cheng sect who knew this place better than Paiawal. No, even among the disciples of the King Cheng sect, there was no one who could rival Paiawal. Paiawal was walking along the wall and jumping lightly around the corner. A tiled roof was placed on top of the walled fences of the Bright Moon Palace. It was only created when the Bright Moon Palace was first built and did not exist in any recently created fences. Paiawal crawled on the tiled roof of the wall fence. Originally, when a tiled roof was put on, the inside of the wall would be filled with soil. But as time passed, the soil inside of the wall would flow down, making its inside empty. The same was true for the fortifications in the underground cave. It was not possible to fill the insides of the wall with soil because the layout was made in a hurry in the underground cave. But Paiawal guessed that maybe the situation was the same for the real wall of the Bright Moon Palace. His thoughts turned out to be right. Paiawal crawled through the empty space between the wall and approached the nearest place to Bright Moon Palace. He felt some soldiers passing under the wall, but they could never be aware of his existence. Paiawal was able to move while unfolding the turtle-breathing technique. Even if the soldiers knew in advance and prepared for an intruder, it was not easy to detect Paiawal's presence. Paiawal, who was moving while holding his breath, heard the voices of the soldiers chatting under the wall. Wow, did Wu Gunseng bring in a woman again? SHH, be quiet. To bring a woman inside under the pretext of closure training. That's really bold of him. Is it one of our disciples this time? Hey, I told you to be quiet. If you don't want to get caught and be scolded, be careful with your mouth. Damn it. Their conversation gave Paiawal valuable information. He brings women in here. The King Cheng sect was basically a Taoist sect. In the recent years, while expanding the sect, they have accepted a lot of disciples and their secular tendencies have strengthened, but the fact that they are a sect based on Taoism has not changed. It was, of course, unimaginable to hold a woman in the training hall. However, a man named Wu Gunseng secretly took the woman into his residence. From what he heard from Dajin, he said that Wu Gunseng was the object of admiration by the King Cheng disciples, but it seemed that there was something different inside the sect from what is known to the world. Wherever you go, there is always someone who is different on the inside. It was unfortunate for the King Cheng sect disciples, but it was a good thing for Paiawal. After confirming that no one was around, Paiawal quietly flew to the roof of Bright Moon Palace. He landed on the roof silently. It was starting to become dim. Soon night came. For others, darkness was a big obstacle, but for Paiawal, the night was like another weapon of his. Paiawal moved while completely being assimilated into the darkness. He kicked off the roof tile and infiltrated inside. He crawled on all fours like an animal. Still, he did not make any sound. Paiawal carefully went through the roof and looked inside the hall. However, the figure of the person presumed to be Wu Gunseng was nowhere to be seen. It looks like he's in the basement. Paiawal did not panic. He already knew that there was an underground basement here. The problem was opening the entrance to the basement. When the entrance is opened, Wu Gunseng, who was inside, had no choice but to notice. So Paiawal had to think of infiltrating using other places instead. He went through the ventilation hole, which was essential for any underground space. Perhaps even the martial artists of the King Cheng sect do not know that there was a ventilation hole here. The ventilation holes were hidden quite well. Payawal soon found the place behind a large pillar. It was the vents. He carefully opened the vent and sneaked inside. Payawal completely concealed his presence by utilizing the turtle breathing technique. Still, he was not complacent, so he moved as slowly as possible. Finally, Payawal arrived at the underground basement. The location of the ventilation hole was on the ceiling, overlooking the underground basement. Payawal carefully peered into the underground basement. He saw a 6-foot-tall man lying there with his clothes off. Next to him was a half-naked woman. Wu Gunseng, as the best weapon of the Qingcheng sect, Wu Gunseng had a well-trained body. The densely developed muscles were reminiscent of a snow leopard Chinese letter that freely roamed in snowy mountains, and calluses were lodged on his palms and back. He was sleeping with the woman in his arms, but there were no flaws in the look of Wu Gunseng. It looked like he would react immediately if there was even a small stimulus from the outside. Wu Gunseng looked like a well-forged sword. Payawal felt goosebumps all over his body. This was the first time he had personally seen a warrior who had reached this level. He also felt a thrill when he saw Gu Jiang, the leader of the Blood Shadow group, but this time it was different. Wu Gunseng exuded an atmosphere as someone who had reached such a high stage by taking the right steps. There's a natural aura flowing out. It was a kind of energy that assassins who did not learn proper martial arts and only learned how to kill could never have. But Payawal never faltered. He is also human. If he had his blood drawn or get stabbed with a knife, he would die nonetheless. Payawal looked into the underground basement. Weapons were scattered everywhere. There were a lot of swords in particular, as if to prove that the martial arts that Wu Gunseng had learned was swordsmanship. There were various types of swords, such as long swords, daggers, and yam swords. Payawal rehearsed the whole scene in his mind. A picture that can only be seen by him was painted in his head. When the painting was completed to some extent, Payawal took out a small bundle of rope from his bosom. It was a gift given by the Blood Shadow group. Payawal made the rope in the form of a noose and sent it down through the ventilation hole. It was when the noose almost reached Wu Gunseng's face. Wu Gunseng, who was asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were looking exactly where Payawal was hiding. Caught him? At that moment, Payawal pulled on the rope. Ping! The reason Wu Gunseng woke up was purely because of an ominous feeling. His nerves had bothered him. Wu Gunseng did not ignore his instincts. When he opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his eyes was the ventilation hole on the ceiling. He couldn't see it with the naked eye, but he could instinctively sense that there was something inside the vent. That was then. He was suddenly short of breath. His throat was choked, and his body was hung up to the ceiling. At the same time, the vents were broken and a black object fell. It was Payawal. In his hand was the rope tightening on the neck of Wu Gunseng. As Payawal came down the ceiling, Wu Gunseng's figure went up. Oh, senior brother. As soon as the woman screamed in surprise, Payawal kicked her in the stomach. The woman, who was defenseless, collapsed without managing to let out a scream because her internal organs were shaken. Squeak. At that moment, Wu Gunseng, who was struggling in the air, cut off the rope above his head with his hand. His hand, which had been injected with internal qi, was like a sword in itself. The rope was immediately cut off, and Wu Gunseng found freedom. Wu Gunseng threw off the rope that was holding his neck and shouted, "Who are you?" Instead of answering, Payawal picked up the sword that was lying on the floor and rushed towards Wu Gunseng, his sword aimed at Wu Gunseng. Wu Gunseng struck Payawal's sword with the blade of his hand. Jiajiawang, the sharply forged sword, bounced off. Even though he collided with the blade with his bare hands, there was not a single scratch on the hand of Wu Gunseng. It was Jiao Yangsu Chinese letter absolute shadow hand, a secret technique of the Qingcheng sect. Wu Gunseng had reached a level where he could use swordsmanship without actually wielding a sword. He snorted for an assassin to dare come here. Wu Gunseng ran towards Payawal and waved his hand. Then a cloud-like match arose and struck the Payawal. Payawal's body slid backwards as he let out a groan. There was blood on his lips. He was wounded in a single blow. Wu Gunseng advanced with joy. At that moment, Payawal kicked one of the daggers lying on the floor. The dagger flew precisely at the head of Wu Gunseng. Wu Gunseng caught the dagger in between his fingers. Although it was a short sword that did not reach the length of a sword he usually used, he felt that his heart was reassured as he held a weapon in his hand. Although he was good at martial arts with his bare hands, he was still the most confident with his sword fighting skills. The length of the sword does not affect his sword attack. That was how well-versed Wu Gunseng was when it came to swords. Shishk, he unleashed one of the swordsmanship of the Qingcheng sect, the red drop sword Chinese letter Qingyun Chixia sword. The entire underground dance floor seemed to be dyed with the red glow emanating from his sword. Payawal felt an extreme sense of crisis. The weight contained in the sword of Wu Gunseng was so great that he could not bear it. Pit, pit, pit. In an instant, Payawal was wounded in 3 places. Each wound was not light. Payawal let out a scream and staggered, but he persevered without falling down. Wu Gunseng fired another shot at Payawal. Payawal avoided all of those attacks by a hair's breadth. You're pretty good. A cruel light flashed in Wu Gunseng's eyes. He continued to pressure Payawal like a cat playing with a mouse. Payawal's whole body was gradually stained with blood from Wu Gunseng's formidable swordsmanship. Even if it wasn't, it was a free car because of the practice of closing the pipe that I didn't want. He brought in disciples who usually sucked up on him and held them in his arms, but the endeavor became boring. Wu Gunseng had stood out since childhood. His formidable intelligence made it easy to learn any martial arts. Everyone applauded his outstanding growth, and the seniors of the Qingcheng sect each taught him martial arts. It was probably from then. Learning martial arts was no longer fun. The martial arts that others had to learn for more than a year, he learned in a month. As he learned it so easily, his interest in martial arts began to fall. From that moment on, he started to become interested in women. There were many women who sucked up to him. He, too, was at a hot-blooded age, so he did not shy away from any woman who came up to him. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. The trouble arose when he forcibly took a woman. At that time, Wu Gunseng was intoxicated and lost his judgment. When he met a certain woman, her beauty made Wu Gunseng act like a beast as he forcibly took the woman. The woman, who felt ashamed, committed suicide, making her family fall apart. Wu Jinpyong barely managed the situation, and he ordered Wu Gunseng to spend a whole year training in isolation. Although he admitted his mistake, the fact that Wu Gunseng had to be put on probation for a year was a cruel treatment that was hard for him to accept, so his heart was filled with discontent. Even as he held a female disciple in his arms, the deterioration in his heart did not go away. Then the assassin's attack exploded his anger. Did that bitch's father send you? Wu Gunseng mistook Payawal as an assassin sent by the father of the woman he raped. The woman's father was a power to recognize in the neighborhood. He had enough fortune to hire a few assassins. Payawal didn't answer. His attitude provoked his anger even more. Wu Gunseng performed the sword attack of the Qingcheng sect that he had learned so far as if he had been angry with Payawal. S-sis. The entire underground basement was filled with his swordsmanship. It was only then that Payawal realized how great a martial artist Wu Gunseng was. From the sword of Wu Gunseng, 3 swords came out. At least it's a dagger, so if he had a long sword, his neck would have been separated from his body. That is why Payawal deliberately threw a dagger and held it. Payawal did not dare to block the sword in front of him, so he managed to avoid the attack of Wu Gunseng with the technique of Nalyutagan Hangul. Konyan enus hangul koa enus hangul kotir enus hangul, koya enus hangul kotiut enus hangul koa enus hangul kogia, enus hangul koa enus hangul, konenus Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter lazy donkey rolling. Dear, Wu Gunseng followed Payawal and spread the water. At that moment, Payawal kicked a sword that was rolling on the floor with his foot. Kang. However, the sword he kicked collided with the dagger of Wu Gunseng and bounced off. Payawal grabbed the bounced sword in the air and swung it. How funny, how dare you attack me with my own sword? Wu Gunseng, who was a martial artist until the very tip of his head, changed his sword. Instead of the Chingunjiakhagam, it was the 72 sword waves, one of the secret techniques of the Qingcheng sect. As if the waves were pounding 72 times, the revolving sword had a tremendous power that was difficult for any master of Jianghu to easily take. The 72 sword waves was not the highest swordsmanship technique of the Qingcheng sect. Even though there were a few more techniques with stronger power than that, Wu Gunseng was most familiar with the 72 sword waves. He was fascinated with the 72 sword waves from a young age. Since it's been a long time since he learned it, he reached a point where he can execute the technique even with his eyes closed. S-sissises, sharp sword strikes flew in succession like waves. Payawal's body seemed to be in danger as if it was going to be torn apart at any moment. Payawal fled behind the woman who was earlier beaten down by him. Move. Gunseng Wu kicked the body of the woman whom he had made love with a while ago. The woman bounced out and hit the wall. As a result, the nerves of Wu Gunseng were temporarily distracted. That was then. The red light in Payawal's eyes glowed. He swung his sword in the wrong direction as if he had given up on everything. A smirk crept on the corner of his mouth. Foolish Kong, then the unbelievable happened. The sword of Wu Gunseng, which was raging wildly like a wave, was blocked by Payawal's sword. What? Wu Gunseng dismissed it as a coincidence and again unfolded his 72 sword waves. Kong. But this time he was blocked by the sword of Payawal. Payawal cut off his attack, as if he had already known Wu Gunseng's swordsmanship in advance. Indeed he does. The 72 sword waves displayed by Wu Gunseng was the martial art Payawal knew. The unknown swordsman he learned in the underground cavity was the 72 sword waves. 3 children out of the 27 children had learned the 72 sword waves. 2 of 3 were attacked by the other children, with Payawal being the sole survivor. Payawal learned the 72 sword waves to death in order to survive, so he knew the characteristics of the 72 sword waves better than anyone. Although his understanding and mastery may be lagging behind that of Wu Gunseng, he surpassed him in terms of demolishing the technique. To Wu Gunseng, the 72 sword waves was simply a sword that he had mastered, but for Payawal, the 72 sword waves was the only hope he expected to use in order to survive. Essis, Payawal stabbed his sword. It was an ordinary stab that relied on his instincts. However, its speed and direction exceeded the expectations of Wu Gunseng. Swift mind. The speed of the mind moves the body. On this one chance, Payawal risked everything he had. Poog, the sword pierced his chest. The sword of Payawal pierced through the chest of Wu Gunseng. Kekyu, Wu Gunseng vomited blood. The blood poured out of Wu Gunseng's mouth had soaked Payawal's face. How can the likes of you use the 72 sword waves? Although Payawal did not know, the technique he unwittingly unfolded was a resemblance of the 72 sword waves. He executed the 72 sword waves as he destroyed the 72 sword waves of Wu Gunseng. No one else knew, but Wu Gunseng was able to recognize that. Payawal didn't answer. He couldn't. It felt like the energy would scatter and collapse if he opened his mouth. In the brief moment of confrontation, Payawal poured everything he had. The key was to have Wu Gunseng execute the 72 sword waves. Lim Sayal said that the unknown swordsmanship, the 72 sword waves, was the mastered martial arts of their target. Payawal thought there was a chance of winning if he would let Wu Gunseng perform the 72 sword waves. That's why he desperately dragged time to unfold the 72 swords. This was the first time he had used the thunder-splitting technique in practice. It was a gamble that could cost his life. His gamble might have been a success, but he suffered serious injuries in return. He had to get out of here quickly. Payawal looked at the woman for a moment. The woman who had been struck by Wu Gunseng was losing her mind. Payawal exited the underground basement through the ventilation hole. From now on, it was a race against time. He had to get as far away from the Qingcheng sect as possible before they noticed. Qinggil was one of the members of the Qingcheng sect and was in charge of the Yaxiandeng. Although he is not as strong in martial arts as his high-ranking brother Qinggyop, Qingming, or Wu Gunseng, he was well-versed in medicine and was respected by many of his disciples. Qinggil looked at his disciple, Jingguang, with a frown on his forehead. What do you mean? Dajin is on the grounds. Wasn't Dajin walking around the mountain collecting herbs? I thought so too, Jingguang put on a puzzled expression. It was him who instructed Dajin to gather the herbs from the mountain. He heard some strange news. It was said that Dajin, who had gone out under his orders earlier, returned to the Qingcheng sect for some reason. There were also testimonies from the disciples who saw Dajin. Jingguang wandered the Qingcheng sect in search of Dajin. However, Dajin could not be found anywhere. That's so strange. It's not enough for Dajin to dare disobey my orders. He's even wandering around the grounds without any permission. I've been looking for him too, but I can't find him anywhere. Is it not possible for the other disciples to see it wrong? Several people have already said that they saw him. Where was the last time you saw Dajin? Near the Bright Moon Palace. Let's go. Yes, the two left Yaxiandeng and went to the nearby Bright Moon Palace. Qinggil grabbed the man who was guarding the Bright Moon Palace and asked, "Have you ever seen Dajin? I saw him roaming around." Really? Yes. Why? Instead of answering, Qinggil frowned. Something didn't feel right. It's strange that Dajin, who had to go around the mountain and collect herbs, came back without a word, then was seen wandering around Bright Moon Palace. Something weird was happening. Suddenly, the eyes of Qinggil turned to the Bright Moon Palace. Is Wu Gunseng inside? Yes, he's in training in isolation. Send him a message that I will visit him. That is, as the disciple Li Diyi hesitated, Qinggil's face distorted. Has he taken a woman in again? I apologize. The disciple Li Diyi quickly bowed his head. He could not dare tell a lie to Qinggil. I'm going inside. Qinggil pushed the disciple and entered the Bright Moon Palace. Li Diyi, who was guarding the residence, did not dare to stop him. How do you do it? He hurriedly followed Qinggil, expecting a lightning bolt to fall soon. After looking around the inside of Bright Moon Palace for a while, Qinggil found the entrance to the underground basement. Grung. When the lock was activated, the entrance opened with a dull sound. Qinggil, Jingguang, and Li Diyi went down to the underground basement through the entrance. The corpse of Wu Gunseng greeted them. What? Wu Gunseng? Qinggil ran towards Wu Gunseng and looked at his condition. However, Wu Gunseng had already stopped breathing. Who dares? The roar of Qinggil echoed through the underground basement. Jingguang, who understood the situation, ran to the upper rooms and shouted, "It's an assassin. An assassin has killed the senior brother, Wu Gunseng." Dang dang, an emergency bell rang dizzyingly in the quiet Qingcheng sect. The disciples of the Qingcheng sect, who were resting quietly, ran out bewildered. Then came the shocking news that Wu Gunseng had been attacked and killed by an assassin. Look for the assassin now, don't let go of him. All the martial artists scattered across Mount Qingcheng came out and searched for the assassin who killed Wu Gunseng. A disciple of the Qingcheng sect was killed within the confines of the sect. It was an unprecedented incident where a promising disciple died after being attacked by an assassin. Of course, the Qingcheng sect was turned upside down. In particular, the anger of Wu Jinpyong, who lost his child, and Muryeongjin, who lost the future of the Qingcheng sect, was great. They looked at the corpse of Wu Gunseng with wretched eyes. Gunsang, Wu Jinpyong knelt in front of his son's body and horribly sobbed. Wu Jinpyong, who was like a rock since he had never been shaken even once in Qingcheng sect, was now sobbing defenselessly. At the sight of Wu Jinpyong figure, the expressions of the elders of the Qingcheng sect became somber. "O primordial god, how could our sect endure such an ordeal?" Muryeongjin closed his eyes and shook his white beard. Mu Jeongjin, an elder right below him, approached him. "Senior brother, speak. Junior brother, we must deal with that child." Mu Jeongjin's gaze was pointing to the female disciple lying unconscious. Muryeongjin frowned. "What do you mean? That child is also a disciple of our sect, and yet you still want to dispose of her. The honor of Gunseng is at stake. If it becomes known to the outside world that he has brought a female disciple during his closed training, the honor of Gunseng will hit rock bottom. He is already dead, so shouldn't we at least protect his honor? Junior brother." Muryeongjin unleashed a mournful roar. All the other elders flinched, but Mu Jeongjin continued speaking without changing a single expression on his face. "What's done is done. Since Gunseng, the best member of the Qingcheng sect, has died, our sect's reputation will also collapse." Mu Jeongjin's voice was as cold as ice. He was the one who loved Wu Gunseng more than anyone else. Except for senior brother Ko Yopjin, who had retired a long time ago, Wu Gunseng was the greatest talent of the Qingcheng sect. He regarded Wu Gunseng as a talented person who would succeed in his footsteps, so he taught him with great care. Although his growth has been slow recently, he has fallen into gloom in the middle, but the fact that he is a talented person who will open up a brilliant future for Qingcheng sect has not changed. Wu Gunseng's death was nothing short of deteriorating the future of the Qingcheng sect for at least a decade. His death was more tragic than anyone else, but now was the time to minimize the damage. Otherwise, it would take more than a decade for the sect to recover. Clearly, there must be someone who hired the assassin, someone who would benefit from the fall of Gunseng and the Qingcheng sect. We must not let that happen no matter what. When Mu Jeongjin spoke so harshly, Muryeongjin put on a perplexed expression on his face. "Senior brother, that shouldn't be the case. No matter how important the reputation of the sect is, it's not as important as a human life." Among the elders, the Mu Hwajin, who had the mildest disposition, came forward and stopped the Mu Jeongjin. Then Mu Jeongjin looked at the other elders and said, "Is that what all of you think? Do you think it's okay for the sect's reputation to fall to the ground like this? If this continues, we will not be able to catch up with the Shaolin or Wudang, but rather the gap will continue to widen, and we will be reduced to just some mere sect." No one answered. However, their eyes were not so different from those of Mu Jeongjin. At the appearance of the elders, Muryeongjin and Mu Hwajin put on a difficult expression. That was then, "I'll do it." Wu Jinpyong, who was weeping in front of his child's body, stood up. In his hand was a sword that was stuck in the chest of Wu Gunseng. "Junior brother," Muryeongjin shouted in surprise, but he could not stop Wu Jinpyong. Wu Jinpyong stabbed the sword into the female disciple's chest. The woman, who already lost reason, vomited blood, then died. "Junior brother Wu, what have you done?" Muryeongjin took the sword from his hand. Wu Jinpyong sat down on one spot and shouted, "Hakaya, what was I supposed to do then? Gunseng was not just the hope of the Qingcheng sect. He was everything to me. As a father, how could I just watch Gunseng's honor crumble like this? You can curse me all you like. I dedicated myself to the Qingcheng sect. If you don't understand this level of inconvenience, I'd rather leave the sect." There was madness in Wu Jinpyong's voice. At this point, the Muryeongjin and Mu Hwajin had no choice but to understand. What's more, the act had already happened. What's more important is setting it right. For now, let's just say that the girl came to receive instruction from Gunseng and then died because of the assassin. You thought, well, I don't know if it was a really good decision. I really don't know. As Muryeongjin let out a deep sigh, Mu Jeongjin's eyes shone sharply and said, "Isn't there something more important than that now?" "That's right. We must catch the assassin who's the culprit in all of this. We must capture him and let him tell us who's the person behind him. Have the rest of the sects in Sichuan cooperate. For those who refuse to cooperate, let them know that we will take it as a sign that they don't want to be in Sichuan any longer. I will pass on the words of the sect leader to the Amei, Wudang, Shaolin, and all the other sects. All those involved in this sneak attack will be identified and punished." When Muryeongjin's permission was granted, Mu Jeongjin led all the elders and went out. As the words of Muryeongjin were delivered to the other sects, the whole of Sichuan was turned upside down. Guwasada's eyes trembled. In her hand was a letter tied to a bird's ankle that came from the Qingcheng sect. The letter included a request for cooperation with the Qingcheng sect. Words were a request, but considering the prestige of the Qingcheng sect in Sichuan province, it was no less than a command that could not be refused. The problem was not the Qingcheng sect's request for cooperation. The story was that an assassin had killed Wu Gunseng. Is this really true? Did an assassin really kill Wu Gunseng? It was unbelievable news, but there was no reason not to believe it. It was a letter from the Qingcheng sect, not anywhere else. They had no reason to lie to the Amei sect. Unbelievable, as Guwasada clenched her fists, the letter was crumpled and ripped. Master, has Wu Gunseng really been assassinated? Jianghua asked carefully. She was one of the few people who shared the secret with the Abbess of Nine Calamities. Of course, she knew the full story of this event. Shit, an inescapable net was laid out to capture them. But on the contrary, they managed to sneak into King Cheng's sect and assassinated Wu Gunseng. Guwasada smashed the desk with her fist. In her anger, Jianghua, Chialsum, Yang Xiaoran and the other disciples held their breath. Due to the death of Wu Gunseng, the picture drawn by the Guwasada was completely destroyed. It was because of his tremendous talent that Guwasada commissioned the Blood Shadow Group to assassinate Wu Gunseng. There was a gap that was difficult to narrow between the King Cheng sect and the Amei sect. Furthermore, there's a sense of crisis that their sect will never be able to catch up with the King Cheng sect, given that Wu Gunseng's talent was fully blooming. It caused her to feel unbelievable pressure. 500,000 gold was by no means a small amount. This was especially true with Amei's current situation. Nevertheless, she invested such a large amount because she recognized the appearance of a Wu Gunseng as a threat. Then she had an idea. If Wu Gunseng could be used as a pawn that was beneficial to the Amei sect, then she would not end up paying for the 500,000 gold to the Blood Shadow Group. Guwasada had a beautiful disciple named Yang Xiaoran. Yang Xiaoran both possesses great beauty and intelligence. There was also her cool temperament and blade-like judgment that other disciples did not have. She thought that it would not be too difficult for her to control Wu Gunseng. The Abbess of the Nine Calamities did not stop with the assassination plan while she was promoting the marriage of Yang Xiaoran and Wu Gunseng. If Wu Gunseng had refused to marry, the assassination would have proceeded. Wu Jinpyong, Wu Gunseng's father, was not an easygoing person. He did not readily accept the marriage proposal of Amei, because he, too, knew that the marriage with the Amei sect would do more harm than good. It was only recently that the situation changed. Wu Gunseng had a major accident, and Wu Jinpyong realized clearly that his son should not be left alone like this. So he ended up accepting the marriage offer of the Amei sect. As soon as the conversation between Wu Gunseng and Yang Xiaoran was made, Guwasada canceled the assassination request. And in order to destroy the evidence, she moved the warriors of Sichuan to attack the Blood Shadow Group assassins. It was already cooked rice, but how dare you sprinkle ashes? One fire seemed to be burning in the eyes of Guwasada. If Yang Xiaoran and Wu Gunseng had gotten married as planned, they would have dominated the Amei sect within 10 years. But all of her plans went awry because of a mere assassin. All the plans that were created for 7 years were ruined. Jianghua said, "We must not leave the assassin who killed Wu Gunseng live. They may know our secret, so we must get rid of them. You must immediately lead the disciples and participate in the inescapable net immediately. You must kill that assassin. Leave it to me." Jianghua led her brothers and sister disciples out. It was time for Yang Xiaoran to naturally follow them outside. Now that the marriage has been cancelled, you must be overjoyed, aren't you? The sharp voice of Guwasada stopped her. When Yang Xiaoran turned back, Guwasada was looking at her with cold eyes. Yang Xiaoran answered calmly, "Of course not. There is no way I am glad that I lost my husband. Husband, we decided to marry, so he is my husband." Yang Xiaoran bowed her head at Guwasada and went outside. Everything regarding the King Cheng sect has turned into his enemy. In fact, the whole sect couldn't be his enemy, but it was what Payawal felt. Everything in the King Cheng sect seemed to be aiming at him with hostility. The death of Wu Gunseng of the King Cheng sect was revealed much earlier than Payawal had expected. He expected that the pursuit of the King Cheng sect would start in the morning, but in reality, less than half an hour later, the masters of the King Cheng sect had already begun to move. It was a much quicker response than Payawal had calculated. On the other hand, Payawal's physical condition was at its worst. Due to the confrontation with Wu Gunseng, his body was seriously injured. Not only external wounds, but his internal injuries as well were in critical condition. He wanted to hide somewhere for just a moment, but he wasn't given even a small amount of time. Payawal hurriedly went down the mountain after he barely stopped the bleeding, but he had to change direction before going down half a mile. It was because the masters from the nearby area were blocking the way. Bark, bark. The sound of a dog barking echoed from somewhere. Even the dogs raised in the sect were mobilized to track down Payawal. "I have to get rid of the smell." As it was clear that his actions would soon be discovered. Payawal turned his body in the direction where he felt the strong moisture. As he walked along, following the damp smell, a small valley came out. Payawal moved along the valley. He could not help but try to remove his body odor as much as possible. Fortunately, the barking of the dog was no longer heard. It was because the water removed the body odor of Payawal, but a bigger challenge awaited him. Block the valley, set up a checkpoint over here. In the nearby area, the warriors were sent to prevent anyone from going out of the valley. The martial arts skills of the warriors didn't seem that great. Unlike the previous disciples who were training in the main mountain, they only learned a little bit of martial arts for self-defense. I have to break through. Choosing to go on a detour would be a waste of time. It was safe to say that they were guarding only all the way up to this point, since it was filled with warriors. It would have been better for him to break through head-on before their encirclement was completed. With his judgment made, he quickly acted on it. Payawal rushed towards the warriors in an instant. There's the assassin. Stop. By the time the warriors noticed Payawal's existence, he had already come close. Puverbuck. Payawal's attacks exploded on their necks and stomachs. In an instant, 3 or 4 warriors collapsed. The warriors who had deflected Payawal's attack hurriedly fired firecrackers into the air. Payawal gave up attacking and ran away. This way, the assassin has fled this way. Seeing the firecrackers, many of the warriors ran towards him. All the people in MT, King Cheng chased after Payawal. People often thought that assassins move alone, but that was a misconception. An assassin had to go through a lot of steps in carrying out assassinations. First of all, there should be a person who receives the request and another person who can collect the information. There should also be someone who can carve out assassins, infiltration method, and another person to figure out the escape routes. A minimum of 4 personnel were required for one assassination. That was just the case for the minimum. On average, more than a dozen personnel actually have to move organically and assist in executing a single assassination. Because of that, assassin groups like the Blood Phantom Group have been able to prosper until now. For nearly 200 years, Jianghu has been involved in great wars such as the Battle of Blood and the War of the Demons and Heaven. Assassin groups such as the Blood Phantom Group expanded their power by taking advantage of such chaos. After the 2 battles, the assassin group became more and more professional and systematic. If the Blood Phantom Group had been fine, Payawal would have been able to receive systematic support. However, Payawal did not think that the Blood Phantom Group would be okay. The client was meticulous and cruel. There was no way for them to feel any remorse. Payawal had to do both assassination and escape by himself, even with his injured body. The escape route Payawal chose was the Min River Chinese letter Minjiang. The Min River was a huge river flowing behind MT, Qingcheng, and passed through the Sichuan Basin. The richness of the Sichuan Basin was due to sediments brought from upstream by 4 great rivers, including the Min River. 4 rivers, hence the name Sichuan. The 4 rivers were connected through numerous tributaries and connected the entire Sichuan province like a spider's web. That was why Payawal chose Mingang as his escape route. Similarly, the martial artists of the Qingcheng sect knew this, so they built a security network on the escape route leading to the Min River. There, the warriors who discovered Payawal attacked. Payawal chose to avoid them rather than confront them head-on. Payawal made a big detour and ran towards the Min River. A field of reeds could be seen in the distance. Once he hides himself in the reed fields and enters the Min River, the pursuers will not be able to find him easily. Okay, but before Payawal could even enter the reed field, a large axe flew. A crater the size of an adult's torso exploded in the place where Payawal had just been. If Payawal had been a little late to avoid it, he would have been smashed like fish meat. Blood Dragon Blade lighting Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. He was a master who had no opponent if he only had an axe. As soon as he heard that Gunseng was assassinated by an assassin, he ran to this place with his axe. When he found Payawal, he swung his axe with all his might. How dare an assassin dare to kill King Cheng's Wu Gunseng? I will punish you by offering your corpse as a sacrifice on the altar of the Qingcheng sect. He was genuinely angry. Although he had no relationship with Wu Gunseng, the fact that the young disciple who carried the future of the sect had his life ended in vain because an assassin made him angry. It wasn't just that. Most of the warriors who supported the Qingcheng's call and formed the inescapable net had similar feelings. Hong Hong, a huge axe flew with a vicious momentum. Payawal did not dare to face the axe and fled. Then this time, something invisible flew aiming for Payawal's blood. Payawal almost instinctively bowed his head. Then something invisible ran through his hair and back. A handful of hair was cut off, and the hem of his clothes was torn, revealing his bare skin. Fishing line? It was a fishing line that was so fine that it was indistinguishable by the naked eye that attacked Payawal. The owner of the fishing line was an old man in his 60s dressed as a fisherman. The old man's true identity was So Timayung, the Min River's fish Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. So Timayung's weapon was a fishing rod called a dragon pole hangul, koya inus hangul, ko inus hangul, kogiya, inus hangul koa inus hangul kon inus hangul kochiut inus hangul, ko inus Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. The fishing rod itself was ordinary, but the fishing line used was made of a material called Chinjamsa silk thread. The Chinjamsa was so thin that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, and its sharpness was comparable to that of a famous sword. Zhou Pyongguang and So Timayung were old friends. One attacked from a close range with an axe, and the other attacked from a distance using a fishing rod. Their collaboration was truly perfect. Payawal realized that he couldn't get to the Min River until he defeated them. Paiutwal ran towards So Timayung. Heh, this will be easy. Someone who's an assassin baboon Wurlik. So Timayung snorted and recovered the dragon pole. Then the fishing line returned and aimed at Paiutwal's back. The hooks on the fishing line were so sharp that once caught, it was impossible to get out. Paiutwal knew that too. Still, he ran away without blinking an eye. Both the number of years of learning martial arts and the level of skill was quite different. Still, the reason Paiutwal rushed to the front was because he had an intuition that the opportunity would not come if he didn't go for it now. Paiutwal's nerves were at a standstill. As his sight, smell, and hearing expanded beyond my limits, he felt the trembling of the air. The movement of the fishing line sharply piercing the air was vividly pictured in my mind. Paiutwal stretched out his hand. The fishing line was caught on his thumb and index finger. You fool. At that moment, So Timayung pulled the fishing rod with all his might. His fishing line was made of silk yarn. By injecting the internal energy, it can become sharper than any other famous swords. Human skin could also be cut in half like a fish body. So Timayung had no doubts that he could cut off Paiutwal's hand. However, the thumb and index finger of Paiutwal, who grabbed the fishing line, were still intact. What? So Timayung opened his eyes wide in surprise. The unthinkable happened to him. Paiutwal's internal strength could hardly keep up with the depth of So Timayung. Moreover, the piece called Chinjamsa was added, so his finger should have been cut off. Nevertheless, his fingers remained intact because he concentrated all of his internal strength on the two fingers holding the Chinjamsa. In other words, it was a matter of efficiency. While the depth and vastness of the action did not need much internal energy, the delicateness needed for the operation was different. Paiutwal possessed a more sensitive sense than anyone else. As he struggled to survive in the dark, his senses expanded. Such expanded senses were so sensitive that the average person could not even imagine. When So Timayung pulled the fishing rod, he came closer, and when he swung it, he followed him like a scarecrow. Paiutwal was like a ghost hanging from a fishing line. He had killed a lot of warriors with the dragon pole so far, but this was the first time this has happened. Bastard. Zhou Pyongguang suddenly attacked Paiutwal's waist with an axe. At that moment, Paiutwal let go of the fishing line he was holding in his hand and jumped forward. Because of the action of Zhou Pyongguang, Paiutwal used his momentum to go for So Timayung's chest. Oh no, So Timayung hurriedly tried to block Paiutwal's attack with the handle of the dragon pole, but before the dragon pole's handle reached, Paiutwal gently pushed it away with his palm. In an instant, So Timayung's body was out of balance. Without missing the gap, Paiutwal's hand pierced his throat like tofu. He executed the 72 swords with his bare hands like a blade. After listening to So Yowal's advice, Paiutwal concentrated on his handiwork, and he was able to get some results. He can make his fingers reminiscent of a sharp blade at will. The result was right before his eyes. Paiutwal's hand stopped So Timayung's breathing. So Timayung collapsed in his blood. Timayung. A voice close to the scream of Zhou Pyongguang, the blood dragon, resounded in the Min River. He never could have imagined that he would lose a close friend in such a vain way in front of his eyes. Paiutwal ignored Zhou Pyongguang. There was no time to deal with Zhou Pyongguang now. He picked up So Timayung's dragon pole and flew into the Min River. Plop. In an instant, his figure disappeared into the river. Damn it! Zhou Pyongguang's desperate cry echoed through the Min River. He jumped into the river. Follow him. The soldiers who joined late followed Paiutwal and plunged into the river. Zhou Pyongguang cried while holding the body of his dead friend. Damn, I will never forgive you. The Qingcheng sect organized a tracking team of about 100 men to pursue Paiutwal. However, the rest of the warriors were not idle. They coordinated in achieving their goal by closely liaising with the warriors of other sects. The people who led the pursuit from the Qingcheng sect were Mu Jiangjin and his disciple Qing Ming. If Mu Jiangjin was the #1 martial artist in the Qingcheng sect, Qing Ming possessed an unparalleled force among his fellow disciples. Although he was not as famous, because of his brilliant talent, his martial arts skills were among the top 3 of his great disciples. Qing Ming had another talent besides martial arts, which was that he was good at hunting. Before entering the Qingcheng sect, he lived with his father, who was a hunter. From the moment he started walking, he went with his father, so he inherited his father's talents. Knowing the nature of the beast, tracking and hunting skills were at a level that even hunters could not match. Thanks to his talent, he was able to catch the eye of Mu Jiangjin early and became his disciple. Knowing the talent of Qing Ming, Mu Jiangjin set out to pursue Paiutwal with him in the lead. After examining the traces left on the floor, Qing Ming opened his mouth. He's a great guy. He's bold and fearless on the subject being chased. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have dared to assassinate Wu Gunseng. Can you track him down? Of course, Qing Ming answered in a confident voice. It has been more than 10 years since he gave up on hunting, but his skill was still there. Rather than worrying about not being able to track him, he was rather excited about hunting after a long time. Now that Wu Gunseng has died, this is a golden opportunity. Qing Ming was very ambitious. However, it was difficult for him to express his ambition since the position of Wu Gunseng or his older brother, Qing Yobun, was so strong. In particular, Wu Gunseng was younger than him, and he was loved by the elders for his superior talent. Qing Yobyun, his older brother, received the full support of the disciples for his outstanding martial arts and gentle personality. Because the two had the love and attention of the entire Qingcheng sect, there was no room for him to intervene, so Qingming was giving up on it to some extent. But suddenly the opportunity came. Qingming did not want to miss the opportunity that suddenly came. Let's go, we must catch him to lift up the spirit of the sect. Yes, Qingming took the lead and ran. He tracked down Payawal, recalling his memories of hunting with his father. Where Payawal had passed, traces remained. Payawal preferred to get out of hiding if possible, and he did so. However, it was near impossible to get out of the inescapable net that was spread out like spider webs throughout Sichuan province without any trace. Payawal fought a few fights, used his wits and escaped, but he left a trail each time. Qingming found the ghost-like traces left by Payawal. He turned around here. Where will he go after coming here? He will end up in Dampa Chinese letter. If you go further west from Dampa, you will find the highlands. He's a clever guy. The other guys died trying to escape out of Sichuan, but he's doing the opposite of trying to escape by going deep into Sichuan. If his destination is really the highlands, we will have to catch him before he gets there. The mountains there are too steep and deep, and if he made up his mind to hide, we will never be able to find him. Mu Jiangjin nodded his head at Qingming's concern. The Sichuan land was basically a basin. The vast plain, which provides enough grain to feed hundreds of millions of people, was protected by mountains high enough to reach the sky like a folding screen. Among them, the highland in the west was famous for its rugged and dense mountains. Even in broad daylight, it was as dark as night, and it was notorious for having first-time visitors to get lost and wander for days and days, eventually starving to death. Mu Jiangjin gave another disciple an order. Make an announcement to the sects that have made up the inescapable net. Since his destination is the Western Highlands, tell them to concentrate and fully prepare their forces there, especially for those sects in that direction. Understood, I'll tell them that. The disciple lowered the large box he was carrying on his back as he answered. Inside the box were dozens of well-trained carrier pigeons. The disciple took some of them out of the box, then threw them away. The carrier pigeons flew in different directions, with a letter containing the orders of Mu Jiangjin on their feet. It was time for the warriors of the Qingcheng sect to start moving again after a brief rest. Suddenly, a red hawk appeared in the sky. The red hawk hovered in the sky for a while, then swiftly descended and landed on the forearm of the disciple, who sent out the carrier pigeons. The disciple hurriedly delivered the letter tied to the carrier pigeon's ankle to Mu Jiangjin. This is a letter from the Imei sect. Imei, Mu Jiangjin hastily read the letter. Master, why did Imei send a letter? They say they want to participate too. Imei, what are their intentions? Qingming frowned. His perception of the Imei sect was not good. Mu Jiangjin crumpled up the letter and said, it doesn't matter what their intentions are. What matters is that the number of cards we can use has increased. We will surely catch the assassin and soon have him taste the pain of hell. The whole world was tinged with gold. The rice fields before harvest swayed like waves in the wind, and the farmers smiled happily. Their faces were tanned by the intense sunlight, and their whole body was sweating nonstop, but they were happy nonetheless. Now the harvest is near. The end of the arduous journey that has continued since spring is in sight. That is why the working farmers burst into laughter. They failed to notice that someone was stealing the clothes they had left on the farm road. It was Payawal who walked calmly while changing into farmer's clothes. He hung his sickle around his waist and walked like a real farmer. Because of that, even the peasants didn't think it was strange at all when they saw him. Payawal acted like a real farmer. He thoroughly imitated the behavior of farmers, even their facial expressions. One of the things Payawal learned in order to survive in the dark was to imitate others. It was So Joksen who taught him the art of imitation. So Joksen was from an arts troupe that performed miscellaneous plays. He was particularly good at changing his face in an instant. He said that the audience cannot be immersed in a miscellaneous drama simply by changing their face. The audience can only sympathize deeply when they act like an object with a completely changed face, and the key is to think from the perspective of the owner of the face. Payawal had to think and act thoroughly in the position of the owner of the face. Imitation was the starting point. It had to be the subject of thorough imitation. So Joksen said it in passing, but his words were deeply engraved in Payawal's mind. After that, Payawal had a habit of observing and imitating the actions of others. Its true value was being demonstrated now. Even now, the warriors were frantic as they tried to look for him everywhere, but Payawal himself was walking with a relaxed mind like a farmer. Payawal looked at the golden fields with a heartwarming smile like a real farmer. He was truly amazed at the magnificent spectacle he had seen before. He had quite a lot of experience wandering the river alone as a child, but he had never seen such spectacular scenery. Payawal thought that the scene in front of him was beautiful. He himself wanted to become a farmer and live a peaceful life like this, but he knew best how vain his wishes were. On the way here, Payawal had the blood of many people buried in his hands. In most cases, they were the ones who attacked first, but in some cases, Payawal was the first one to sneak and kill them. As long as their blood is on his hands, he will not be given a peaceful life. Payawal shook his head and threw away his thoughts. He was simply pretending to be a farmer, but he was too immersed in it. Payawal walked hurriedly, because he wanted to get out of this situation. It was when he reached the end of the farm road. It's a message from the Qingcheng sect that the assassin is moving west. Everyone blocked the road around here. A group of warriors appeared and blocked all the farm roads leading out of the paddy fields. Payawal's expression hardened. It was not simply because they blocked their way, but because of the fact that someone from the Qingcheng sect accurately grasped his path and gave instructions. I have to get out of this place in at least an hour. If they blocked this place, the other roads would also be guarded by soldiers. He had to get out when the security was still loose. Payawal approached the warriors blocking the farm road with the most casual look. Stop. Payawal looked at the soldiers with a frightened expression. He looked like a real farmer. We are searching for a criminal who has committed a grave sin. State your identity this instant. My name is Yangqiao, who lives in the village over there. I'm on my way home from farming today. It's still this early. Are you saying you've already finished farming? Yes, all the weeds have been cut, so everything is done for the day. The soldiers who saw Payawal's frightened appearance made a lost impression. No matter how fearless they were in the world, they could not handle innocent civilians at will. To them, Payawal looked like a real farmer. Payawal rubbed mud all over his body and changed his face to the opposite. His appearance was like any other rural villager. Gu Yonxiang, the leader of the warriors, looked closely at Payawal. Gu Yonxiang was from the Amei sect and was favored by Gu Wasada, the abbess of 9 calamities, because of his excellent martial arts and observation skills. What shall we do? The soldiers under his command waited for Gu Yonxiang's instructions. Let him pass. At Gu Yonxiang's command, the soldiers paved the way. It was when Payawal almost passed them by. For a moment, suddenly Gu Yonxiang stopped Payawal. Why is the sickle of someone who came back from cutting weeds so clean? If you cut weeds, then there must be some sort of traces on the sickle. Payawal's eyes shook for a moment. He didn't expect that Gu Yonxiang would be able to notice such a small detail. Gu Yonxiang did not miss Payawal's reaction. You must be the assassin the abbess of 9 calamities was talking about. Attack him. At the command of Gu Yonxiang, the soldiers who were guarding the road rushed towards Payawal. Payawal heard what Gu Yonxiang said even as he avoided the attacks of the warriors. Abbess of 9 calamities. He has dealt with many people so far, but no one has mentioned the name of a specific person before. Payawal instinctively noticed that Gu Yonxiang had a different purpose than the other people he had faced. Originally, he was planning to escape as soon as his identity was discovered. However, as soon as he heard Gu Yonxiang's words, he changed his mind. See it. The sickle, which played a decisive role in revealing his identity, broke through the air. Gah! Blood gushed out from the neck of the man who was running in front of him. Payawal beheaded his head with a simple swing without much of an afterthought. Pong. The man in the back threw firecrackers into the air. It was a signal that the assassin was on their location. Payawal expected that sooner or later a flock of soldiers would come running to his location. There was no time to waste. He had to subdue the group in front of him as fast as possible to find out what they wanted. Shayak, Payawal threw the sickle at the rushing enemies. HMPH, you dare. The warriors used chi and simply dodged the sickle. Avoiding such attacks was easy for them. Damn. It would be better for you to give up. They rushed towards Payawal in an instant. At that moment, Payawal flew backwards and clapped his fingers. A gleam of suspicion shone on Gu Yonxiang's face. Because Payawal's actions seemed meaningless, that was then. See it. A horrifying sound rang out from behind their backs. Kurg, erg. The soldiers behind Gu Yonxiang screamed. What? As Gu Yonxiang looked back in surprise, he saw the soldiers who were following him suddenly fall down with blood pouring from their necks. It was the sickle that had just been dodged that had decapitated them. The sickle, as if a living creature, came back in a large curve in the air and landed in Payawal's hand. How at that moment Payawal once again threw his sickle. Gu Yonxiang instinctively swung his sword and deflected the sickle. Payawal lifted his finger. The sickle, which was about to fall on the ground, flew towards Gu Yonxiang again at a frightening speed. The handle of the sickle was connected to a thread so thin that it was invisible to the naked eye. It was so Mayung's fishing line that Payawal stole after killing him. The silver thread was made of Chinjamsa silk thread so fine that it was hard to distinguish it with the naked eye, and was as sharp as any other famous sword. Such a waste, Gu Yonxiang, who finally understood the situation, exploded in anger. He performed the Nanchai Wind Sword Technique 1, one of the best techniques of the Amei sect, and strictly defended his whole body. However, Payawal's real target was not the sickle. His left hand pulled the blade out of his waist and threw it. It was the weapon of an unknown man whom Payawal killed while escaping from the inescapable net. Puke, cuke. The blade was precisely nailed in Gu Yonxiang's shoulder. The unpredictable attack disturbed the Gu Yonxiang's posture. Payawal did not miss the gap and adjusted his sickle using the silk thread to attack Gu Yonxiang's left leg. The sickle cut precisely the Gu Yonxiang's popliteal tendon. Kurg. In the end, Gu Yonxiang screamed and collapsed. Payawal climbed on Gu Yonxiang's chest and wrapped his neck with the Chinjamsa thread. Kekyuk. Gu Yonxiang couldn't even scream and let out a strange moan. The fear of having the thread digging into his neck little by little made him contemplate. Sa, save me. Who is the abbess of 9 calamities? T that cuke. When Gu Yonxiang hesitated, Payawal gave the thread more power. Then silk thread further dug deeper into the throat of the Gu Yonxiang. Gu Guasada, the abbess of 9 calamities, the sect leader of Amay sect, the Amay sect's abbess of 9 calamities. Why, yes, I answered your question, my life. Did the abbess of 9 calamities directly commanded you, not only me, but all of the disciples of the Amay sect? We were ordered to help the King Cheng sect capture the assassin, no matter what. In the first place, was the Amay sect always so active and helpful towards the King Cheng sect? And not really. We were originally like cats and dogs before, so I thought it was strange. You thought it was strange? Why yes, that's Gu Yonxiang faithfully answered all of Payawal's question. The purpose was somehow to pass time. Even at this moment, the martial artists who saw the fireworks signal would be running. He thought that he would likely survive if he just took the time until they arrived. So he talked about everything he knew. Payawal listened to him without missing any detail, even the minor things. It's her, all of the pictures that used to be torn apart in his head were now put together. Someone who knows Wu Gunsang, someone who feels inferior towards him, someone who has the patience to invest 7 years' worth of time, a person who possesses enough wealth to pour a huge amount of money into the plan, someone based in Sichuan. Guasada, the abbess of 9 calamities, was an existence that satisfies all these conditions. There was no definite evidence, it was only his hunch. But Payawal was confident that his guess was certain. Over there, it's him. A group of soldiers appeared from the other side of the road. They were the ones who saw the fireworks and followed the signal. Gu Yonxiang looked at Payawal with a wicked grin. Since they're here, it's over for you as well. If you want to live, then release him, scratch. In an instant, the Chinjamsa thread cut off his neck like tofu. Gu Yonxiang lost his breath with a vicious smile on his face. Payawal recovered the Chinjamsa thread and got up. Bastard, stay there. The warriors were coming. Pop, pop. Firecrackers bursted from all over the place and whistles rang out. Payawal glanced at them and started running in the opposite direction. Abbess of 9 calamities, right. She was the culprit in all of this. The ambitions of the Guasada drove the lives of Payawal and the other children to hell. Regardless of his will, he was raised as an assassin, and the blood of countless people was buried in his hands. He will never be able to go back to his normal life again. All the martial artists of Sichuan were on his tail. Even at this moment, the King Cheng sect was suffocatingly coming towards him. Even if he can shake off those who were chasing right behind him, others will soon come and replace them. His desire will never end until he dies. Even if I were to die, I would not go to hell alone. If you want to bite a mad dog, you must be prepared to be bitten yourself. At this moment, Payawal was like a mad dog. The assassin has broken through the Qingyang Pavilion 1 martial artists' encircling net and has escaped. At the report of the disciple, Jianghua's expression stiffened like an ironclad armor. The Qingyang Pavilion was composed of disciples of Amay. Although their forces were shabby, they were still part of the Axis where their skills were still considered as quite good since they inherited the martial arts of the Amay. The fact that the encircling net of the Qingyang Pavilion was breached in an instant meant that the assassin's skills were excellent. Jianghua's serious expression was not simply because the assassin's skills were excellent. The assassin's superior ability was evident from the assassination of Wu Gunsang. The fact that he managed to assassinate Wu Gunsang, who was said to possess the best talent among the newer generation in Sichuan, meant that the assassin's ability was excellent. Up to that point, Jianghua knew well. The problem was that the assassin grew stronger over time. She could tell just by looking at the bodies of those who had been assassinated. As more people chase him, the cleaner and more sophisticated the scars of the corpses become. She could tell by looking at how quickly he broke through the encircling net of the Qingyang Pavilion. Although 3 of Qingyang Pavilion were insignificant, they were still strong in their own way, but the assassin was said to have broken through without taking any damage. At this level, the opponent could not be dismissed as an assassin who had only learned how to kill. You're bound to see people who stand out wherever you go, but for a mere assassin, he must be eliminated. If you fail to get him, the repercussions will never end. As soon as it is revealed that Amay, a prestigious sect, ordered the assassination of the recently departed Wu Gunsang of the Qingcheng sect, Jianghu's attention and criticism will be focused on them. Even if it was not revealed, they cannot fall behind the King Cheng sect, or else the power of the Amei sect would be reduced even more. Where did that person come from? They must first secure or eliminate the assassin before the world knows. The truth could be revealed if the King Cheng sect captures the assassin first. It was absolutely necessary to prevent such a situation. Jianghua gave orders to her junior sisters and other disciples. Everyone will chase after the assassin. Run with all your might and catch up with him. No, we cannot capture him like that. At that time, there was someone who interrupted her words. The dazzlingly beautiful woman was Yang Xiaoran. When her youngest junior sister dared to dispute her orders, Jianghua's expression became more venomous. What do you mean, literally? The assassin possesses greater abilities than we expected. Given that he was not caught, even with the inescapable net focused on him proves that fact. If we continue to chase after him like this, we will never be able to catch him and we will only be seeing the back of his head. HMPH, then what do you propose? We should predict where he will go next. How? Are you saying you know where he will go and that we'll wait there? Irrespective of Jiang Hua's blunt reaction, Yang Xiaoran continued to speak calmly. I don't know the exact destination, but I can estimate the approximate location. How? The Blood Shadow Group 2 trained assassins in a secret place at the request of the Amei sect. At that time, we deduced that the place where the Blood Shadow Group trained assassins was near Batang. Although we failed to pinpoint the exact location, we found out that a lot of supplies were supplied through the area. Jianghua unconsciously listened to Yang Xiaoran. The Amei sect's fate was at stake. Of course, the minimum safety device had to be put in place, so they tried to find out both the location of the home base of the Blood Shadow Group and the facility of the assassins who were trained to assassinate Wu Gunseng. Nevertheless, both attempts failed. That's because the Blood Shadow Group moved secretly, but it wasn't completely unsuccessful. A lot of materials were needed to create the place where new assassins were trained. The Blood Shadow Group obtained materials from all over Sichuan province, and it was discovered that the materials collected had flowed into Batang. Batang is adjacent to the Western Highlands. I'm sure he'll pass there. Why do you think so? It is said that some fish born in the rivers would go to the sea, and as they become adults in the sea, sooner or later, they would end up returning to the place where they were born. Such an instinct is called the homing instinct. I think that assassin is also driven by his homing instinct. I don't know him personally myself, but the place he's most familiar with is probably the one where he was raised as an assassin. Of course, he would think of it as the safest place. So are you sure he will pass through Batang? Yes, he must be on the way to Batang. Jianghua let out a sigh. It was well known that Yang Xiaoran was outstanding. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to directly adopt a disciple who was younger than her by skipping the recruitment period. But she really didn't expect that her brain was going to excel to this extent. She's really a bitch who has it all. From the depths of her heart, a burning feeling arose which she knew was jealousy, but Jianghua tightly suppressed her emotions. The rest of the disciples were watching. She cannot show the ugly jealousy she was feeling towards her junior sister, else she would not be able to save face. Jianghua said with a calm expression, "You have a point. All right, I'll follow your advice. But if we lose the assassin because of you, I'll hold you accountable. Do you understand?" "Yes." Yang Xiaoran nodded her head with no fear on her face. Seeing her appearance like that made Jianghua even more pissed off. Jianghua gave orders to the disciples. "We will go to Batang first and wait for the assassin." Yes, Jianghua and the Amei sect warriors got on the horse they had prepared in advance. Dozens of horses rushed towards the Batang with all their might. Paiawal's face was filled with a tired light. Paiawal was proud of his stamina, but no matter how strong he is, the fact that he could not take a proper rest and march through the force led to the exhaustion of his physical strength. He had numerous wounds all over his body. It was a wound suffered in the process of breaking through the inescapable net. Paiawal tried to break through the inescapable net without fighting as much as possible, but doing so was impossible in the first place. Fortunately, none of his injuries were fatal enough to render him unable to move. In his mind, he wanted to go hide somewhere and rest, but now that the inescapable net were becoming more and more dense, taking a break was no less than an act of suicide. Paiawal moved nonstop. He had a clear destination. He was using all of his 6 senses to reach his destination. Immediately after coming out of the underground cave, the Blood Shadow Group moved the children in a wagon that could not see the outside. During the long journey, they couldn't see the scenery outside, so they didn't know which way to go. They had to let themselves stay in a wagon which was dark. The same was true for Paiawal. However, while resting as much as possible, he tried not to miss the outside path for even a single moment. He was in the carriage, but all of his senses were spread out wide. He remembered all environmental changes, the road conditions, the smell of the air, humidity, and sounds. Paiawal was finding his way based on all that information. He didn't even know the name of the place he was passing by. He didn't know where the road would lead him to. However, he instinctively knew that if he followed this way, he could go to the place where he had been trained. Pyotwal believed in his own instincts and senses. After living in the dark for 7 years, his senses became mysteriously sensitive. It was thanks to his more developed and accurate senses that was way better than a beast that he had ever been able to survive. Pyotwal's senses became more sensitive and sharp as he broke through the inescapable net. It seemed like he was making progress while going through a life-and-death crisis. It is not that far. Pyotwal sniffed the air. It was damp and had a characteristic musty scent. It was the same scent he smelled while riding in the wagon. Pyotwal felt that his destination was near. A large village could be seen in the distance. He didn't know the name of the town, but he knew he had to make a detour. The problem was that there's a large river running through the village. A large river, more than 20 meters wide, was flowing in front of the village. Fortunately, there's a bridge leading to the village. It was when Pyotwal had almost reached the bridge. Dujudu. Suddenly, a strong vibration was felt on the ground. When he turned around, he saw a group of people running up to him, leaving smoke and dust in the air. It's him. Catch him. The people who ran while roaring were the martial artists of the Qingcheng sect led by Mu Jiangjin. The warriors of the Qingcheng sect did not stop for a single moment and caught up with Pyotwal. The moment he saw the uniform they were wearing, Pyotwal immediately recognized their identities. Qingcheng sect, he knew he was going to be pursued, but he found it unexpected for them to be caught up so quickly. Although the distance was still far away, he felt an awful energy. It was the energy that was radiated by Mu Jiangjin who was at the forefront. The moment Pyotwal saw him, he felt a strong sense of crisis. He instinctively realized that he was a master who was at a different level from any other warriors he had ever faced. He's an opponent I can't handle right now. His skin was tingling as if being stabbed with an awl. Even though there were still hundreds of meters left between the two of them, he does not want to face him. Pyotwal turned his body and sprinted with all his might. Do you think I would let you escape? Mu Jiangjin roared like a lion and threw his sword. Swang. His sword flew over hundreds of miles in an instant. Pyotwal twisted his body at the last minute to avoid the ruthless sword. Mu Jiangjin's sword struck deeply on the floor of the bridge with a deafening sound. Pyotwal felt goosebumps all over his body. It was clear what the result would have been if the sword had hit his body if he was too late to dodge. If I get caught in this state, I will die. A strong sense of crisis made Pyotwal move even more, but when he almost reached the edge of the bridge, he had no choice but to stop, because new warriors appeared from the other side. The group, which consisted mainly of women, was the Amei sect. He's there. It was Jianghua who shouted with a sharp voice at the forefront. Thick dust sat on the heads and shoulders of the disciples of the Qingcheng and Amei sect. They have been chasing with their horses for half a day without a break. Even the horses were exhausted and collapsed because they ran with all their power. Thanks to that, they were able to arrive and wait in batting faster than Pyotwal. When Pyotwal arrived, Jianghua was actually surprised, because Yang Xiaoran's prediction was accurate. While admiring Yang Xiaoran's talent, she gave the orders to her disciples. You must kill the assassin before the Qingcheng managed to capture him. Yes, the Amei disciples rushed simultaneously towards Pyotwal. The Qingcheng sect was behind Pyotwal, while the disciples of the Amei sect were running in front of him. Since both sides were the forces that ruled Sichuan, they gave off terrifying energies. Both sects harbored great hostility towards Pyotwal. Their hostility and murderous intentions could be felt vividly through the air. Pyotwal jumped into the river without hesitation. Catch him. You must not miss him. Follow him. Among the disciples of the Amei and Qingcheng sect, those who were good at swimming followed Pyotwal into the river. There was no hesitation in their actions. The faces of those who were chasing after Pyotwal were filled with madness. He's going upstream. Everyone chase him. Pyotwal dived deep into the water and moved, but Mu Jiangjin found out the direction where Pyotwal was moving with his superhuman eyesight. The soldiers of the Qingcheng sect, who could not jump into the water, ran straight up the river. The soldiers of the Amei sect, who arrived late, hurriedly followed the soldiers of the Qingcheng sect. Jianghua approached Mu Jiangjin and greeted him. No matter how urgent the situation was, she had to say hello because the distribution of the Qingcheng people in the area was far greater. Amei sect's Jianghua meets Qingcheng's Mu Jiangjin. You're here too. How is the Abbess of 9 Calamities? Yes, thank you for your concern. Master has expressed her condolences on the death of Wu Gunseng and ordered us to help the Qingcheng sect as much as possible. Thank you. Please tell her we will not forget this favor. Yes, I will surely deliver your words. But how did the Amei sect know the assassin's path in advance and manage to come here first? Mu Jiangjin's eyes shone sharply. His eyes felt eerie, but Jianghua did not express any outward reaction. It was predicted by the youngest of our junior sisters. Predicted. Yes, after gathering a lot of circumstantial evidence, she expected the assassin to escape here. Are you talking about the person who Gunseng was about to marry? That's right. What a pity. If such a child became the wife of a disciple from our sect, the whole of Sichuan would have been blessed. I share the same sentiment. I wish I could see her separately later. Would that be okay? Of course. Our talk has gone on too long. We'll continue our conversation later after we catch that assassin. Yes, we will go first then. Jianghua took the lead by running ahead first before Mu Jiangjin. Mu Jiangjin muttered as he looked at Jianghua's back face as she moved away. They have other intentions. The Amei sect he knew was not such a hateful sect. In particular, as the Qingcheng sect expanded rapidly, the Amei sect felt a sense of crisis and kept them in check. Although a friendly atmosphere has been formed in recent times because of the marriage talks, they have always been wary of the Qingcheng sect. The Amei sect actively going out to catch the assassin. It doesn't make sense. The Amei sect that Mu Jiangjin knew was not a sect that actively engaged in work that gave no benefits to them or whatsoever. Seeing them come out acting like this was enough proof that they have a different intention. Or is there something going on? Mu Jiangjin's sharp gaze tenaciously followed Jianghua and Amei disciples. The warriors of the Amei and Qingcheng sect were tenacious. They followed Paiawal like well-trained hounds. Their tenacity and tracking skills were different from the other martial artists who made up the inescapable net. The Qingcheng sect pursuers, who lost Wu Gunseng because of Paiawal, possess great tracking skills, but it was actually the Amei sect who made his escape more difficult. The Amei sect's warriors were like ghosts who predicted and blocked his path. There is someone in the Amei sect who possesses great intelligence. Otherwise, it would not be possible for them to block his path again and again. He wondered who was predicting his path, but he didn't have the time to leisurely find the answer to his questions. It was because there was a Qingcheng sect master who closed the distance between them and was sending attacks. The master's name is Qingxiu Ko Chengsa Inus. He was one of the great disciples of the Qingcheng sect. His sword had a bluish energy, but it wasn't just Qingxiu. All of the major disciples of the Qingcheng sect and the Amei sect were freely exercising their swordsmanship. They were all masters who took the normal steps and learned martial arts. That's how strong their basics and internal energy were. There was a big difference from Paiawal, who mainly learned how to assassinate. Paiawal only managed to survive because he had learned the thunder-splitting cultivation technique in great depths, thus making his body react in time. Sheik, with a small distance, the sword passed across Paiawal's cheeks. His skin cracked and blood spurted out, but Paiawal couldn't even dare to stop the bleeding and rolled to the floor. Paverbuk, the sword was stuck one after another where he rolled. I will avenge disciple Wu Gunseng. There is no place in the world for you to run away. Give up, you bastard. The warriors of the Qingcheng sect attacked Paiawal, but instead of meeting their attacks head-on, Paiawal ran down the mountain road, managing to avoid them with a short delay. The chase that started in the western highlands now continued to Batang. If it hadn't been for the large trees that stood up thick and high, making it so that there's no room for light to enter, Paiawal would have been captured by his pursuers. In this dimly lit environment, Paiawal's ability was maximized. Large trees and thick bushes were used as cover as he moved. The warriors of the Qingcheng and the Amei sect did their best to catch up with Paiawal. However, even though it seemed like he would be caught at any moment, Paiawal escaped their grasp with just a small difference. Huang. A different level of pounding sound rang out. Paiawal instinctively recognized that it was an attack by Mu Jiangjin. He didn't dare to fight back and just knelt down on the floor. Suddenly, a strong energy grazed through his head. The energy that passed through Paiawal's head cut the tree in two. It was a sword energy thrown by Mu Jiangjin. Crazy at the formidable power of the sword's energy, Paiawal felt his hair stand upright. It was already difficult to handle Mu Jiangjin, but Jianghua decided to join as well. She attacked Paiawal as if she were dealing with her sworn enemy, but her attack actually helped Paiawal. Because it was not an expected coordinated attack, her attack rather obstructed the path of Mu Jiangjin. Tusk, Mu Jiangjin clicked his tongue at Jianghua's intervention. As much as possible, he wanted to capture Paiawal and drag him to the Qingcheng sect. This was so the assassin can reveal the mastermind behind the assassination. This was also the reason why even when he attacked Paiawal, he refrained from killing him as much as possible. A lot of consideration was already given to the attack that Paiawal felt as threatening. However, when Jianghua intervened, it somehow touched his nerves. Jianghua spread her internal energy without mercy. If she manages to land a hit once, she's going to launch a series of attacks that will cost Paiawal his life. Paiawal was in a dangerous situation. However, he escaped into the mountains, avoiding all attacks by a short interval. Mu Jiangjin frowned. It was because he had doubts about the path of Paiawal. Paiawal was obviously running away. The masters of the Qingcheng and the Amei sect were closely following him, and the martial artists who spread the inescapable net were also quickly traversing the mountain one after another. No matter how deep he went into the mountains, there was no place for Paiawal to hide safely. There's no way he wouldn't know that fact, or does he have any other plans? That was then. Shaik, Suddenly, the grass swayed and someone jumped out and attacked Piotwal. It was Qing Ming, a disciple of Mu Jiangjin, who attacked. Piotwal was unable to dodge his attack and received a blow on his shoulder. Kurg, Piotwal let out a painful moan. He didn't even notice the attack by Qing Ming because he was only concerned about the attacks of Mu Jiangjin and Jianghua. He's seriously injured. He won't be able to last long, hurry up and catch up, Qing Ming shouted, wielding a sword stained with Piotwal's blood. Seeing Piotwal seriously injured, the warriors of the Qingcheng and Amei sect started to go on a frenzy. Like a hound, they rushed towards Piotwal. Yang Xiaoran looked at Piotwal and involuntarily let out a sigh. It wasn't because she was cornered about him. Even though Piotwal was starting to be cornered, his eyes were too cold. It was by no means the kind of gaze that a person in extreme circumstances could have. Even in the midst of overlapping crises, his eyes were desperately looking for a way to live, and his body moved toward it. Would I be able to do that? Yang Xiaoran shook her head. She had no self-confidence to do so. He's the kind of person that would not give up even if he gets hurt countless times and is cornered. The tenacity to live was something that Yang Xiaoran could never have. In an instant, an intense roar erupted. The energy released by Jianghua exploded on Piotwal's back. Piotwal spit blood and flew away. Jianghua gave off her characteristic venomous eyes and caught up with Piotwal. This time she was definitely trying to cut off Piotwal's breath and get rid of the evidence. Piotwal flew away like a kite with a broken thread. His head was lowered, as if he had lost consciousness. Because of that, Jianghua became a little careless. She thought she managed to capture Piotwal. But before being thrown to the floor, Piotwal opened his eyes and suddenly turned his body over. He instantly disappeared from their view. What? The guy is gone. Piotwal disappeared right before their eyes, and the warriors could not hide their puzzled expressions. Where is he hiding? Jianghua gritted her teeth and looked around. However, the presence of Piotwal was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Mu Jiangjin approached and said, I'm sure he's hiding somewhere around here, so search thoroughly. Understood. The Qingchengs and Amei warriors searched the place where Piotwal disappeared. The secret was unraveled not long after. There is an entrance that leads to the underground here. The martial artists of the Qingcheng sect discovered the entrance that was hidden by the bushes. It was a vertical hole whose depth could not be measured. The large rock at the entrance of the cave was tied with a thick rope that could go down to the basement. To think a place like this existed, Mu Jiangjin's eyes lit up. Given the circumstances, it was clear that Piotwal had gone down underground. He shouted without hesitation, all of you climb down the rope. We must catch him no matter what. By your order. The disciples of the Qingcheng sect went down the vertical hole using the rope without any hesitation. Jianghua also gave an order. We will go down as well. We must find the assassin and take his life. Yes, the Amei sect's disciples also threw themselves into the darkness. Finally, Mu Jiangjin threw himself into the hole that leads down the vertical cave. It's like I'm descending to hell on my own. The unfathomable darkness made even a master like Mu Jiangjin feel fear. Without the rope connected to the ground, he would have never come down here. He didn't know how long they actually descended, but it felt like it was hundreds of meters to the ground. Hayuk, Mu Jiangjin, who finally landed on the floor, burst into exclamation without knowing it. The outline of the huge underground cave were faintly visible as the disciples who had come down before him were lighting their torches. Mu Jiangjin could not help but be astonished at the vast space that could hardly be estimated. To think there was a space like this. It was a sight that the martial artists of the Qingcheng and Amei sect who came down before him had seen for the first time in their lives, so they were similarly overwhelmed. Oh my God, how is this possible? They looked around the place with their torches, but the underground was so vast that they couldn't see the end. Jianghua let out a sigh. Did the Blood Shadow group nurture the assassins here? No wonder we couldn't find them, since they were in a place like this. She quickly realized the identity of this place. Jianghua's eyes shook as she scanned the underground cave. A huge building stood in front of them. She knew it the moment she laid eyes on the building. The Qingcheng sect, the fact that that place was created by imitating the buildings of the Qingcheng sect. Jianghua unconsciously looked at Mu Jiangjin. How dare they? As she expected, Mu Jiangjin also realized that the true identity of the buildings was the Qingcheng sect. Those crazy bastards. It feels like our sect has been moved as it is. They've definitely been preparing for this for a long time. It's impossible to maintain such a facility like this without someone's support. Someone must have surely incited and protected them. They must be annihilated. The anger of the Qingcheng warriors pierced the sky. Jianghua, on the other hand, turned her head and avoided their gaze. Qing Ming spoke to Mu Jiangjin in a resentful voice. We must not let this slide, master. We must find out the ones who are behind this and make them pay, of course. But before that, capturing the assassin takes priority. You have to catch him and send him back to our sect. Do you understand? Be sure to capture him. Yes, master. From now on, we will search this place thoroughly to find the assassin. This is like his home turf, so be very careful. Yes, it's just a single assassin. If we keep our vigilance, even he could not handle it. You have to be careful, though. He's not normal. Understood. After Qing Ming bowed his head to Mu Jiangjin, he led his disciples to move. Jianghua came to the side of Mu Jiangjin, who was now alone. I will lead our sect's disciples and search elsewhere. Capture him alive. Pardon, it doesn't matter if you cut off both of his arms or cripple him. However, make sure you capture him alive no matter what. You can do that, right, of course. If the assassin loses his life, I'd be very angry. As you can see, someone dared to look down on our sect. I will definitely catch them and make them take responsibility, even if the perpetrators are one of the 5 great sects like us. Jianghua swallowed dry saliva at the intense atmosphere that Mu Jiangjin exuded. Even in the dark, Mu Jiangjin's eyes shone like a firecracker, making even a master like Jianghua terrified. He is already suspicious of our sect. That's why he had mentioned the 5 great sects. In the past, it was called the 9 great sects, but now it has been shrunk into the 5 great sects since some sects have disappeared. The reason Mu Jiangjin dared to mention the 5 great sects meant that he was suspicious of the Amei sect. Her heart was pounding, but Jianghua made an indifferent expression on her face. Fortunately, the darkness hid her expression to some extent. What you're worried about will never happen. I'll now take my leave. Go ahead. Mu Jiangjin waved his hand. After finishing their conversation, Jianghua left with the Amei sect's disciples. We must kill him. We must never leave any trails. If you make excuses that you couldn't help it because of the strong resistance after you kill him, even a ruthless person would have no choice but to do it. Jianghua said to the Amei disciples, you must find and eliminate the scoundrel before the Qingcheng sect. Yes, the Amei disciples answered with firm expressions on their faces. There were only a select few who knew the truth, including Jianghua and Yang Xiaoran. The rest were simply responding to the unusual atmosphere around them. Yang Xiaoran shook her head slightly. A dark shadow was cast on her face. Everyone here is too optimistic. After entering the underground cave, she felt a strong sense of danger that cannot be expressed in words. She found it hard to breathe because of the unknown chill she was feeling. It was as if the darkness was staring back at her. This is his domain. We are not the hunters in this place. He is. The first place Piotwal visited after entering the underground cave was the residence of So Yowal and the others. There was food still left in their dwelling. In his way of escaping here, Piotwal had never eaten properly even for a single moment, and because of that he was very hungry. Piotwal found and ate the food the children used to treasure. The sound of warriors descending using the ropes into the underground cave was heard over and over again. To them it was a light landing, but in Piotwal's ears it was as loud as thunder. As a rule of thumb, it seemed that more than 100 martial artists had entered the underground cave. Still, Piotwal did not care and ate the food. It didn't matter how many people came in here. What really mattered for him was to quickly satisfy his hunger and replenish his stamina. Piotwal ate until he was full. When his hunger dissipated, he seemed to be alive. Piotwal sighed and got up. For a moment he found his head spinning. He lost too much blood. Without a clear destination, he would never have been able to survive. It was only because of his strong will that he managed to reach this area. This was the place where he spent a total of 7 years. He even memorized the location of every stone and stalactite that existed here. It was no accident that he came here. The martial artists of the Qingcheng and Amei sect were able to follow him all the way here. All of this is what Piotwal intended. He purposely brought them here. Look around here. Be careful, everyone. The voices of the warriors were heard from not far away. They whispered quietly to others, but they couldn't fool Piotwal's ears. Piotwal quietly hid in the dark. Shortly thereafter, the warriors of the Amei sect appeared. They moved in groups of 5. The sight of them moving little by little, illuminating the surroundings with the torch they held in their hand, was too cautious. Look here, there are signs of food. One of the disciples noticed the traces where Piotwal was staying and shouted, "It's clear he's not far away. Be careful, everyone. He's an assassin. Remain vigilant because we will never know when he's going to attack." They looked around with all their senses sharpened. However, there was a limit to the field of vision that a torch could secure. It was impossible to tell what was out of the range of the torch immediately. No matter how trained they were as martial artists, the pitch-black darkness was enough to frighten them. The darkness stimulated their imaginations. They struggled to maintain their composure. Their sinister imaginations slowly engulfed their minds like a plague. Shit. One of the martial artists clicked his tongue as he struggled to drive away the anxiety. His eyes widened at the sudden pain in his neck. Something sharp was squeezing his neck. He tried to scream, but his breath was choked and no sound came out. He could see the backs of his colleagues right in front of him. He reached out and tried to grab his colleague's shoulders, but at that moment his body was pulled up into the air like a radish. His colleagues ahead of him did not notice his disappearance at all. It was Piotwal who caught the martial artist. In his hand was the Chinjamsa thread. The martial artist, whose neck was wrapped around using the chinjamsa thread, had already stopped breathing. After hiding the body of the martial artist, Payawal calmly followed the rest of the warriors who were ahead, as if they were their colleagues. The warriors who were leading the way did not notice that their comrades had already been replaced. Payawal breathed like them, walked like them, and assimilated with them. As Payawal sneaked in, none of the warriors of Amei noticed it. There. The warrior who was walking right in front of him unexpectedly turned his head, as if he had something to say, and then opened his eyes wide. It was because an unfamiliar face, not a colleague, was following him. Who, Pook, the warrior couldn't finish his words. It was because Payawal stabbed his neck with the sword he had taken from the first warrior he had killed previously. What? The warriors, who noticed Payawal's existence belatedly, looked back. But all they could see was the appearance of one of their colleagues falling down with blood dripping from his neck. Payawal was nowhere to be seen. He disappeared into the dark in an instant. Bastard! They recklessly swung their swords towards the darkness, but nothing was being caught by their swords. Kurg, the one leading the group, dropped his torch with a maddening scream. Payawal, who had returned imperceptibly, broke his breath. A light of horror appeared on the faces of the martial artists who had lost 3 of their companions in an instant. They did not know how they could have lost their colleagues like that so fast. Hiop! Again a scream bursted out. Another warrior lost his life because of Payawal's attack. The last warrior who was left alone shouted, "Come out, you cowardly assassin, don't just hide in the dark." Unable to overcome his fear, he swung his sword wildly. This was to prevent Payawal from approaching by hiding in the dark. His sword ripped through the air like a madman's sword dance. Payawal watched him in the dark. It was pathetic to see the man swinging his sword while leaning on the torch that had fallen on the floor. Come out, he repeatedly shouted. The man looked like he was going crazy. He had to see to attack or defend, but because of the thick darkness, he couldn't tell if someone was right next to him. The torch that had fallen to the floor was slowly extinguishing, losing its flame. Oh no, a light of despair appeared on the man's face. That dim torch was his lifeline. Even a fool knew what would happen if the light disappeared, but his screams couldn't stop the torches from going out. PSSSD. Finally, the torch was completely extinguished. At that moment, footsteps were heard. It was the sound of Payawal's footsteps. He now didn't try to hide his presence. Still, the remaining warrior did not know where Payawal was located. The sound of footsteps bounced on the wall and echoed in all directions. Being able to adapt to the darkness, Payawal was the perfect hunter. On the outside, he was in a position of being hunted given the inescapable net, but now the situation has completely changed. Insignificant assassin bastard, huff, hauk, the warrior let out a rough breath. Just by briefly swinging his sword, he was exhausted. He swung it with all his might rather than controlling his power because of the extreme fear. The man blinked. Sweat got into his eyes. The warrior, who was rubbing his eyes with his sleeve, suddenly opened his eyes wide. An unfamiliar face appeared in front of him. Like a ghost, Payawal appeared so suddenly. A pair of eyes with no emotion were staring straight into his eyes. Snake, the warrior was reminded of a snake as he stared into Payawal's eyes. He couldn't move, as if he was under a spell. All he had to do was raise his sword and stab him, but his body didn't listen. He was overwhelmed by the existence of Payawal. Kyuk no, Suuk. Instantly, he felt a warm feeling spread into his stomach. An eerie burning pain spread from his lower abdomen to his entire body. The sword of Payawal was immeasurably lodged in his stomach. Guruk. The warrior was unable to move, and foam began to rise from his mouth. Payawal looked at the collapsed warrior in front of him. You may rule the outside world, but the owner of this place is me. I will show you from now on who the owner of this place is. There's nothing you can do. Bastard. Qing Mingwan lit the ground with his torch, looking for traces of Payawal. However, no footprints were left anywhere on the floor. It was near impossible to track someone's footprints in such a dark place. More than 200 people had entered the underground cave. In their search for Payawal, the traces they left behind were scattered and overlapped with his traces. In such an environment, it was almost impossible to find a Payawal just by looking at the footprints. This is dangerous. This is his domain. Before coming here, Payawal was nothing more than a prey that was being chased. No matter how ferocious his claws were, he could not withstand hundreds or thousands of trained warriors. He showed his wits at the moment of crisis as he broke through the inescapable net with unexpected strength, but that was all. There was a limit to what one could do alone, and it was impossible to block thousands of trained warriors, but here it was different. This was the domain of Payawal. He felt it from the moment he entered the underground cavity, that his smell is there. Staying only for a day or two could not make his scent this strong. This is his domain. He must have spent at least a few years here. He had goosebumps all over his body. The fact that he had them lured to this place, even as he was desperately trying to escape, made him shiver. It's not just about running away from danger and going to the place you think is the safest. He has a clear sense of purpose. He must have planned to rest here as his base. Could he have done this by himself? If it was simply running away and escaping, he could do the same. However, he will not dare to lure many martial artists who were tracking him in such a critical moment. He would rather have them all killed before proceeding to hide in secret. However, instead of removing his pursuers, Payawal, on the contrary, dragged them all into a location which he knew best. He's really going to do it. He intends to go out fighting until the end in an environment he is most familiar with. The more he thought about the assassin, the more frightened he became. Having a high-ranking martial art was not the problem. Those who were simply strong in martial arts were widespread in Jianghu. If you look at the Qingcheng sect right now, there will be dozens of masters who can overwhelm Payawal, but none of them were as insistent and patient as Payawal. Qingming thought that there might be more victims than he expected. I have to catch him. If I catch him, my reputation in the Qingcheng sect will rise up even more. He strengthened his resolve. His nickname as sword-crazed blood wolf, Hangul, Kogia, Inus Hangul, Ko Inus Hangul, Komenus Hangul, Ko Hiut Inus Hangul, Koya Inus Hangul, Ko Inus Hangul, Ko Tiur Inus Hangul, Ko Inus Hangul, Ko Inus. Chinese letter was not for nothing. Payawal might be mad, but he was crazy too. And in terms of madness, he was second to none. All of you, follow closely behind me from now on. We will move in pairs. You should also always check each other's positions. If we show even a small gap, he will dig in without mercy. Yes, understood. The disciples of the Qingcheng sect responded with a firm expression. Their faces were full of tension. In terms of numbers and martial skills, they were at an advantage, but the pitch-black space that did not receive a single point of light from the outside weakened their minds. Qingming also knew that, but he had no way around it. This is because humans instinctively feel fear of unknown spaces or existence that cannot be seen with the naked eye. No matter how much we have to sacrifice, we have no choice but to catch the assassin as much as possible. It was when Qingming was determined and moved cautiously. Chunkyung, suddenly a fine metal sound resounded from beneath his feet. The complexion of Qingming changed completely. It's a trap. Everyone dodge, pew pew puck. At that moment, arrows came pouring from both sides of the wall. Qurg shit. The warriors of the Qingcheng sect unsheathed their swords and tore through the darkness as they tried to block the onslaught of arrows. As the martial artists of the prestigious Qingcheng sect, they deflected most of the arrows that poured down like rain. Only a few soldiers were seriously wounded in the process, but fortunately no one was killed. But they were not relieved. The arrow attack was only the beginning. Jijjing, the sound of an engine moving echoed ominously, and various traps were activated. Everyone watch out. Qingming swung his sword and shouted, but he didn't know. These traps were only just the beginning. This hellish institution, which the children had challenged and bled for 7 years, was being activated yet again by Payawal. Mu Jiangjin walked forward with a frown on his forehead. Originally, he was supposed to be with his disciples, but he chose to be separated and moved alone. Isn't this strange? It's highly unlikely that the assassins would build such a huge facility underground just to assassinate Gunsang. Intuitively, it didn't make sense. It was true that the image of Gunsang was widely recognized in Jianghu, but his reputation was still limited to Sichuan province. The sects such as Shaolin Temple, Mount Hua sect, and Wudang sect had better martial artists than Wu Gunsang. They already have an outstanding reputation, and there was a great possibility that they would be leading figures in the future. Of course, there was also a great possibility that Wu Gunsang would grow into a leading figure in Sichuan, but his reputation was weaker than that of the disciples of the other 3 sects. No matter how much he thought about it, making this place just to kill Wu Gunsang made him look more special. It is highly likely that the assassins discovered and utilized this facility that someone made. A group capable of creating such a huge facility must have had tremendous forces and power. No matter how urgent the situation they were in, he had to know who made this place, because it was related to the dignity of the Qingcheng sect. If the power that created this place still exists in Sichuan, it was clear that they would end up being a great threat to the Qingcheng sect. That was the reason Mu Jiangjin moved alone. Mu Jiangjin discovered a large iron door. He looked around with his torch, opened the lock, and then went inside. The place he found was the dwelling place of the instructors of the Blood Shadow group. The dwellings of the instructors were the same as they were when they left. Like the children, the instructors suffered from the long hours in the underground cave. They didn't want to take the objects associated with the underground cave to the surface. So they left most of their stuff behind. Mu Jiangjin looked into the rooms of the instructors one by one, but most of it just contains useless stuff. Still, without a sign of displeasure, Mu Jiangjin meticulously searched all the rooms. He searched all the rooms like that, and he came to the last room. It was the residence of Lim Sayal. While searching for Lim Sayal's residence, Mu Jiangjin found a secret compartment. It was the place where Lim Sayal hid his important documents. Mu Jiangjin used his torch and read the documents one by one. These bastards. Mu Jiangjin, who was reading the document in his hands, burst out in anger, privy only to the Blood Shadow Group captain, requesting the assassination of Wu Gunseng. Duration, 7 years. Reward, 500,000 gold. Condition, leave no traces related to the Blood Shadow Group. It was a note that someone commissioned for the Blood Shadow Group. How dare, for only 500,000 gold, the Qingcheng sect lost its bright future. Even if there was a bit of a difficulty, it did not change as much as the fact that Wu Gunseng was like a lamp that would light up the Qingcheng sect Yua. The warrior Mu Jiangjin, with his hair rising, blew the wall in front of him with his great intense aura. Quarrung. A thick wall collapsed in his powerful roar, which was loaded with all his internal energy. Mu Jiangjin frowned. It was because he did not know that the wall was going to collapse due to his aura that was caused by his anger. He led his torch through the crumbling wall. SSSSSSS. At that moment, a small noise reached Mu Jiangjin's ears. Mu Jiangjin carefully pointed his torch in the direction of the sound. The moment he confirmed the reality of the noise, Mu Jiangjin's body stiffened. What? He widened his eyes in disbelief. There was a large pit where Mu Jiangjin's gaze was directed, and there were countless snakes entangled in it. The sight of large and small snakes wriggling in large pools was terrifying enough to make him nauseous. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a sight, so he was unable to take any action for a moment. See crazy. He came to his senses after a while. The snakes woke up, wriggling and weeping as if they felt the presence of Mu Jiangjin. One or two would hardly be audible, but when a huge number of snakes hissed, the sound was greatly amplified, making it even more terrifying. The snakes had been hibernating for a long time, but were woken up by the sound of Mu Jiangjin breaking the wall with his aura. Some large snakes used each other to crawl out of the pits. However, it was not likely that they would get out immediately, so Mu Jiangjin looked inside with confidence. In the middle of the room was a small table. There was a high pile of dust on the table. A yellow booklet lying on the table was revealed when Mu Jiangjin reached the table. The moment he checked the letters on the booklet, Mu Jiangjin's eyes shook. 9 demon-style Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter 1. It was now a forgotten name. The young martial artists of today did not even know that such a name existed. Even among the elderly warriors, only a few knew of the 9 demon style. The 9 demon style disappeared a long time ago. There were 2 great wars that decided the fate of Jianghu within hundreds of years. The War of the Demons and Heaven Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, and the Battle of the Blood Heaven Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The War of the Demons in Heaven took place only a few decades ago, while the Battle of the Blood Heaven happened much earlier than that. And the enemies of both battles were those of who continued the name of Magio Chinese letter, or the Demon Sect. 2. Although it is now a forgotten name in people's memory, the name Magio was once synonymous with fear. There were 13 tribes of the demon sect besides the Bonsan Ilmik Hangul, Ko Pyup Enus Hangul, Koa Enus Hangul, Kon Enus Hangul, Ko Siat Enus Hangul, Koa Enus Hangul, Kon Enus Hangul, Koi Enus Hangul, Ko Enus Hangul, Komium Enus Hangul, Koa Enus Hangul, Ko Enus Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, and the 9 demon school was one of those 13 tribes. The 13 tribes were feared because they possessed a force comparable to that of the main sects. However, many of them were either destroyed during the Battle of the Blood Heaven or absorbed by the Gods 3 and disappeared from the world. The 9 demon school was one of those sects. Mu Jiangjin did not know what happened to them, but their names have not been mentioned once since the Battle of the Blood Heavens. The reason Mu Jiangjin knew about the 9 demon school was because the history books that were kept in the library of the Qingcheng sect contained detailed information about the situation of that time. In the booklet, it was written that the 9 demon school was an unpredictable and bizarre sect. Just like the name 9 demon school, there were 9 different demon powers within the sect, and they dealt with bizarre techniques and demon practices rather than traditional martial arts. Is this the secret base or stronghold of the 9 demon school? If it was the base of the 9 demon school, a tribe of the demon sect, and not anything else, then everything makes sense. Then did the assassins accidentally find and use this empty space had the 9 demon school left? Mu Jiangjin read the booklet. The booklet describes the process of studying various poisons and an unknown monster. The content of the book was so vast that it was impossible to understand all of it with just one glance. Still, one thing was certain: the fact that 9 demon school was especially obsessed with snakes. The snakes wriggling in the pit were laboriously collected from all over the world by the 9 demon school to study them. However, when 9 demon school left this place, it was clear that they had no choice but to abandon it. 9 demon school, I might have to check it out as soon as I get back to the main sect. Mu Jiangjin placed the booklet in his arms and left. Now that he found out the identity of the underground cave, he had to go back in catching the assassin. The faces of the Amei sect's disciples, as they walked holding onto their torches, were full of tension. Even the thick darkness did not completely hide their fears. It was the first time since they were born that they were placed in a darkness so thick. They never imagined that they would be able to step into such a vast dark space. It was an unknown space that they had never even imagined, so they had to be more careful by taking one step at a time. Come on, can't you move? If it wasn't for Jianghua, who was following them with a ferocious voice from behind, they wouldn't have been able to even move like this. Jianghua encouraged the younger disciples. Her face was filled with an anxious light. A sense of crisis filled her mind that all of their secrets would be revealed if the assassin was not found and eliminated faster than the Qingcheng sect. She was thinking of killing Paiawal. In the midst of her thoughts, the Amei disciples increased the speed of their search. But the underground cave was more extensive than they could have imagined. How could such a large space exist underground? Besides, it was incredibly dark. Without a torch, they could not even tell what was in front of them. No matter how elite the disciples of the Amei sect was, their power was inevitably dispersed as they searched such a wide area. However, since the Amei disciples were so concentrated on the search, they did not even realize that fact. Aiming for that moment while hiding in the dark, a red-eyed assassin began to move. Paiawal was reclining in a hollow above the wall of the underground cave. From where he sat, the movements of the Amei warriors were clearly visible. They were chasing his trail noisily as they moved with their torches to and fro. They were trying to capture Paiawal, but their movement was actually being exposed. Paiawal's first target of assassination was the warrior at the forefront. He was a martial artist named Gongun IV, a second-generation disciple of the Amei sect. Gongun was a martial artist who came in when the Guwasada, the Abbess of Nine Calamities 5, started accepting male students. He showed talent enough to break through the walls of Jumnam 6, and since he was also tenacious, he was moderated by Guwasada. The reason why Gongun took the lead was to show his presence by using this opportunity. Despite the fact that the wall preventing men from joining the sect was broken, discrimination still existed between the male and female disciples. If I make a substantial contribution this time, they will pass on the vision of Amei to me. At that moment, the thoughts of Gongun were suddenly cut off. Even his eyes that had been burning with ambition lost focus. The dagger, which silently cut through Gongun's cervical vertebrae, stopped his breathing at once. There was no screaming, no commotion. Paiawal came with darkness and took his life in an instant. Oh, junior brother Gongun. By the time the warriors who followed Gongun noticed what happened, Paiawal had already come close to them. Paiawal, who approached at a frightening speed without leaving a trace, snapped their necks in an instant. Paiawal injected his internal energy into the Chinjamsa thread and pulled it with all his might. Tujuduk, the warriors' heads that separated from their neck floated before falling on the floor. Darkness obscured the terrible scenery. Paiawal, who killed 3 Amei disciples in an instant, hid himself in the dark again. Gongun has been killed by the assassin. Everyone, watch your surroundings. A commotion broke out among the warriors of the Amei sect, who belatedly noticed Gongun's death. The chaos was a golden opportunity for Paiawal. He mingled silently among the Amei disciples. Although his outfit was a little different, it was not a problem because the darkness covered it. There was an opponent right next to them, but the disciples of the Amei sect remained unaware of that fact. They would not have imagined that Paiawal would dare to blend proudly among them. However, Paiawal's audacity exceeded their imagination. The Amei disciples could only see ahead by relying on torches, but it was different for Paiawal. Even in the dark, he could see like it was noon. The difference decided their life and death. Pook, Paiawal wrapped his forearm around the neck of the warrior who was right next to him. The warrior, who was startled by the sudden tightening of his breath, grabbed the sword in reverse and tried to stab it toward the back. But before the sword could hit him, Paiawal already twisted the man's neck. Tauduk. The man's breath was cut off with an eerie sound of his bone fracturing. Paiawal was relentless. He mingled among the Amei disciples and assassinated them to his heart's content. In an instant, more than 20 Amei sect's disciples lost their lives to Paiawal. Jianghua, who recognized the severity of the situation late, shouted, "All of you gather together. He's hiding among us." The Amei disciples hurriedly gathered around Jianghua. Paiawal followed them to the end and took 2 more by the throat. Kook, Grook. The Amei sect's disciples put on a fearful expression at the sight of the warriors who fell with foam on their mouths. A tremendous fear came crashing down like a tidal wave and engulfed their hearts. Qug, I can't, how could this happen? The faces of the Amei warriors were all white. This is not good, Yang Xiaoran said as she looked at the faces of the disciples. Despite Jianghua's encouragement, the disciples' morale was already running low. As she had expected, this was the domain of Paiawal. He was using everything here to hunt the disciples of Amei to his heart's content. If it goes on like this, there will definitely be more victims. Yang Xiaoran's talent was real. Her martial arts had already reached a level comparable to that of the famous masters of Sichuan. Considering her age, it was an astonishing achievement. But even with that kind of ability, she couldn't detect Paiawal. Pyotwal was darkness itself. His ability to use darkness and chaos was unparalleled, which no one dared to imitate. He infiltrated the Amei disciples, fostering division and a sense of crisis. And because of that, the Amei warriors lost their reason in fear and went back and forth. Jianghua tried to sort out the chaos, but it was in vain. She was already losing control of the disciples. In Yang Xiaoran's eyes, it looked like a sinking ship. If we keep going like this, we'll end up getting stuck. We have to join forces with the warriors of the Qingcheng sect at least once. She hurriedly looked around. However, the place where they went, none of the disciples of the Qingcheng sect could be seen. That was then. Pong! Suddenly, a firecracker went off in the middle of the Amei disciples. As sparks splattered in all directions along with the explosion, the Enu disciples were startled and scattered all over the place. "Oh no, gather everyone." Jianghua shouted loudly, but to no avail. Her voice is not heard by the disciples of Amei, who were lost in their confusion and fear. Everyone gather around the mansion. Yang Xiaoran also shouted until her throat was about to burst, but her cry was to no avail. At that moment, Yang Xiaoran's eyes saw a dark shadow seeping through the Amei disciples. "See it, Cuke!" Someone's screams continued to rip through the darkness. It was a nightmare. Seeing Pyotwal, Jianghua and Yang Xiaoran realized how powerful and deadly a single assassin can be. Pyotwal completely broke the limits of being an assassin and attacked the Amei sect's disciples. He thoroughly took advantage of the weaknesses of the disciples. Pyotwal did not reveal himself, and moved using the darkness and chaos as his shield. When the firecrackers he stole from someone else were set off, the Amei sect's disciples could not come to their senses anymore. They said that they would quickly come to their senses and rectify the situation, but in Pyotwal's eyes, they were full of openings. Pyotwal did not miss the opening they provided. He never stayed in one place for too long. He was constantly on the move, looking for the next target. He took advantage of everything that was available. He would sometimes kill his opponents with his bare hands, while sometimes he would kill them with a weapon he had recently taken away. However, not all of the disciples of the Amei sect remained helpless. "Die, you bastard assassin. If I die, I'll take you along with me." As they lost many of their companions in an instant, the disciples of Amei crazily wielded their swords. They swung their swords wildly as if they were injected with something. Pyotwal was not dull enough to be hit by a sword swung blindly. However, as he moved more vigorously in trying to avoid their swords, his stamina was rapidly consumed. Huff-hew, his heart was beating violently as if it was about to explode. Pyotwal suppressed the harsh breathing that was about to leak out of his mouth and looked at Jianghua. He didn't think that he could kill all of the Amei disciples anyway. From the beginning, his targets were only the leaders of the Amei, which included Jianghua. His method of confusing and dispersing the Amei disciples was only his pre-work. Pyotwal slowly moved forward. Like a cat, he completely killed the sound of his footsteps and erased his presence. As he thoroughly assimilated with the darkness, he carefully approached Jianghua. Jianghua's entire body was on alert, but she still failed to notice Pyotwal's approach. Pyotwal did not know exactly what position Jianghua held in the Amei sect. However, seeing that she was in charge of all the Amei warriors who came here, he soon realized that she was a very important figure. If he can kill her, the Amei sect's Guwasada will also take a major hit. It was a pity that Guwasada herself did not come, but he had to be satisfied with this for now. I must finish it at once. The longer the time he would take, the more disadvantageous it was for Pyotwal. He was taking advantage of the favorable environmental conditions to gain an upper hand, but he did not know how fast the situation would change if the warriors of the Qingcheng sect would join the fight. So before that happens, he had to quickly kill Jianghua. Pyotwal concentrated his chi on the tips of his 10 fingers. He could have used a weapon that had fallen on the floor, but the one he was most familiar with was his bare hands. See it. Pyotwal unleashed his 72 sword wave towards Jianghua. He unknowingly unfolded the martial arts he was most familiar with. You dare. Just before Pyotwal's attack hit her body, Jianghua suddenly deflected the attack with lightning speed. Her instincts as a martial artist warned her of the incoming danger. She was one of the Amei sect's great disciples. With her martial arts and senses that she had trained for decades, she sensed Pyotwal's surprised attacks. Chuhaha, her Chariwan, which was injected with internal energy, was a terrifying weapon. Jianghua unleashed the Amei sect's arcane sword attack with vigor. Even the darkness seemed to tremble with fear due to its immense power. But Pyotwal was indifferent. He knew that if he chose to fight at this moment, he would inevitably get hurt, but he wasn't afraid to get hurt. In this hellish place, he was wounded hundreds of times, and he would recover again and again. No matter how many times the pain he felt was repeated, his heart became stronger than steel. He won't die. No matter how badly injured he is, he will persevere and stand up again. So he had no fear of getting hurt. If he could kill an enemy even if he got hurt, the person who would end up having the last laugh would be Pyotwal. Siwahak. Jianghua's chari passed by and grazed his left shoulder. His flesh was ripped off and the muscles were torn like rags. Blood poured down like a waterfall and a dizzying pain took over his mind, but he didn't stop attacking. Pietwall exploded everything he had with a single breath. KKG. Jiangwa dropped her weapon and let out a desperate scream. She covered her right eye with her hand and shuddered. Dark red blood gushed out on both of her right eye and fingers. The attack of Pietwall stole Jiangwa's right eye. Pietwall suddenly looked at his left side. A long sword was stuck in his side. It was the longsword of Yang Xiaoran. At the moment when Pietwall attacked Jiangwa, Yang Xiaoran unleashes the Amei Sect's arcane swordsmanship. 13 jade swords hangul, koa inus hangul ko. Inus hangul ko hiut inus hangul koa inus hangul ko siat inus hangul ko I inus hangul kop inus hangul ko siat inus hangul koa inus hangul kom inus hangul ko gia inus hangul koa inus hangul kop inus. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter to save her. Pietwall, who was focused on attacking Jiangwa, was unable to stop the Yang Xiaoran's attack. If only he hadn't received Yang Xiaoran's attack on his side, he would have been able to kill Jiangwa with this single move. Yang Xiaoran grabbed a torch that had fallen nearby and blocked the way in front of Jiangwa. Pietwall pulled out the sword that was stuck in his side and opened his mouth. Good job, blocked my attack. I was lucky. Lucky. I just attacked where my instincts told me to. That's some great instincts you have. I hear that often. The tone of the two people was so casual that if people whom they didn't know saw them, they would have mistakenly thought it was a conversation between lovers. But the reality was different. Pietwall needed time to stop his bleeding, and Yang Xiaoran, who had lost her weapon, needed time to regain her composure. Yang Xiaoran looked at Pietwall's wounds and said, "Why don't you just surrender? Surrender. What else can you do with a body like that? It would be better for you to surrender. If I surrender, will you spare me? That's see, you're not going to spare me. If you wanted me alive in the first place, you wouldn't have done something like this, would you? What do you mean, killing me?" At Pietwall's words, who seemed to know everything, Yang Xiaoran was at a loss for words. Was there someone like this? It is said that dragons appear in Jianghu, but she really did not know that there would be such a person in a group of assassins. How much do you know? That the abbess of the 9 calamities was behind all of this. It's ridiculous how you're amazing. Someone like you could have become my master's disciple. Even if I'm reborn, I would refuse. I don't have the heart to join a sect like that. I'd rather bite my tongue and die than to become a disciple of that devil. I don't like master, nor do I want this to happen either. But you're still following her. She saved my life, so I've been blessed. Is that the only reason you follow her? You killed young Lord Wu. Him and I were supposed to get married, so I killed your fiancé. I'm sorry. I have no regrets because I didn't want to marry him either. You're no different from the woman named Guasada, doing the same things. If I don't, then I will not be able to survive in this tough world. To some extent, Yang Xiaoran regained her calm expression. It was the same with Pietwall. He roughly stopped the bleeding from the wound on his side. If he moved violently, his wounds would open again, but he can withstand an attack at least once. At that time, Jiangwa said, "Why the hell are you engaging in some pointless chit-chat? Come on, Xiaoran. Kill that villain this instant." Jiangwa, who lost one eye to Pietwall, lost all of her reason. At Jiangwa's cry, Yang Xiaoran did her stance. A powerful energy flowed from Yang Xiaoran's whole body. Pietwall felt her energy through his skin. So far, he has gained the upper hand because he had used the darkness and familiar terrain as his weapon, but he wasn't sure if he would be able to defeat Yang Xiaoran if he confronted her head-on. Knowing this fact, Yang Xiaoran also intentionally released a powerful energy to pressure Pietwall. Pietwall quietly took a step back. Because of the momentum that was expressed, he did not find it necessary for him to face the opponent head-on. Pietwall was an assassin. Assassins do not hesitate to do anything cowardly to kill their enemies. It would be foolish for him not to use the most effective means of killing the enemy. A torch can temporarily illuminate the surroundings, but it cannot dispel the darkness forever. Pietwall was hiding himself in the dark and was planning to take advantage of the opening. His wish did not come true. Shuak, it was because suddenly a sharp sword flew through the darkness. Kuog, he had no time to dodge. Pietwall stopped the sword by concentrating all his energy on his weaker right arm as quickly as possible. With a deafening sound, Pietwall's body bounced back. Pietwall flew as nearly a dozen meters or so before crashing into the wall. His appearance looked truly miserable. His right arm, which had blocked the sword, was torn to the extent that his bones were exposed. He also had large wounds on his chest and right side. No matter how tenacious Pietwall was, it was impossible for him to move with such wounds. Phew, Pietwall took in a rough breath. Both of his eyes were stained red, its blood vessels bursting all over. Blood was also pouring down from his nose and mouth. The pain came over as if his whole body had been crushed by a boulder. Pietwall did not scream and waited for the pain to subside. Suuk. At that moment, someone appeared from the darkness. The owner of the pair of eyes that glowed in the dark was Mu Jiangjin. In Mu Jiangjin's hand was the sword from which he had just thrown before. His sword was a weapon that only the elders of the Qingcheng sect could wield. The person who was most perplexed by the appearance of Mu Jiangjin was Jianghua. Even while she was distracted from the pain of losing one of her eyes, Jianghua thought that Payawal should not be left this way. Die. She grabbed her sword and ran towards Payawal. Her intention was to kill Payawal immediately to shut his mouth. However, her attack was blocked by Mu Jiangjin. Back off. As Mu Jiangjin lightly swung his hand, a powerful wind rose and pushed Jianghua away. Jianghua vomited blood and shouted, Mu Jiangjin, kill him. If you keep him alive, you don't know what kind of tricks he will use. I will take care of that myself. In response to Mu Jiangjin's cold reply, Jianghua tightly closed the rest of her eyes. Mu Jiangjin approached Payawal, who was sitting while leaning against the wall. He then knelt down on one knee. He looked into Payawal's eyes and opened his mouth. So it's you, the one who killed Wu Gunseng. Why did you kill him? Because I'm an assassin. Even an assassin must have the ability to judge right from wrong. Kyug, I was kidnapped and brought here at the age of 14. I was raised as an assassin before I even had the mindset to judge right from wrong. So you're saying you didn't have a choice. Kyukuku, there's no way someone who was raised as an assassin would have something like that. I see you don't see any room for reform. Mu Jiangjin was taken aback by Payawal's eyes, which were full of poison. He had met countless warriors and taught a lot of them martial arts, but no one had eyes as malicious as Payawal. His eyes could never have been taught. It must have been born naturally. If I had taught him myself, he would have been magnificent. He suddenly felt that it was a shame. How could someone with such a talent be raised as an assassin and soon be eliminated? But he had no desire to spare him. Payawal assassinated Wu Gunseng. He also wounded and killed numerous warriors in the process of escaping from the inescapable net. It was difficult even for Mu Jiangjin to cover his sin. Suddenly, Mu Jiangjin pulled out a letter from his arms. Payawal recognized at a glance that the letter in his hand was a request he found at Lim Seiyal's residence. So you found it. You knew it right away, then you must know who the client is. I have a guess of who it could be. Who is it? It's the same person you're suspecting. Payawal looked at the disciples of the Amei sect while revealing his white teeth. Mu Jiangjin's gaze also turned to the Amei sect. The moment she saw Payawal's smile, Jianghua felt goosebumps all over her body. All these circumstances were induced by that demon. It was by no means a coincidence that, among the numerous sects that made up the inescapable net, only the King Cheng and the Amei sect entered the underground cave. That's what Payawal had intended. He created division by tying the sect who requested the assassination and the sect targeted for the assassination into one place. Khhhhha. Payawal's mad laugh echoed in the dark basement. Kyuk. Payawal stopped his laughter and vomited blood. The blood reddened his chest and stomach. The excruciating pain continued on, but Payawal didn't care. He was in a very good mood now. It was because he threw the spark of strife between the King Cheng and the Amei sect. It didn't matter whether the two sects would fight a blood-splattering war or suturing awkwardly. No matter what the outcome would be, it will be impossible to go back to their amiable relationship. This was his revenge for the Amei sect who mocked his fate. He didn't feel sorry for the King Cheng sect. There are no innocent people among those living in Jianghu. Everyone would commit a sin in one way or another as they live by dominating over others. The King Cheng sect also could not get out of that category, so he didn't regret it. He didn't even feel guilty. Kyukuku. At the sight of Payawal, who was grinning even in his horribly ruined state, Mu Jiangjin's eyebrows rose to the sky. We must immediately get rid of him. He felt afraid of Payawal. Simply speaking, assassins such as Payawal did not possess any fear. More than his martial arts, Payawal had a quality that stimulated people's fear. It was his first time he had ever seen a person with such features. That was then. Master, are you okay? Sabik. The disciples of the King Cheng sect, including Qingming, ran towards Mu Jiangjin. They were full of wounds as they broke through the trap triggered by Payawal. Anger appeared on the face of Mu Jiangjin as he looked at them. Because some of the disciples were not present. Why are there missing children? I apologize. We fell into his trap and some lost their lives. Mu Jiangjin closed his eyes tightly at Qingming's answer. After a while, when he opened his eyes again, pressure seemed to overflow. It felt so frightening that Jianghua and the rest of the Amei disciples retreated back at once. Mu Jiangjin, who looked at Payawal for a moment, grabbed his ankle and began to drag him somewhere. A comfortable death for you is a luxury. You must suffer and die in pain worse than hell to atone for those who have been killed by you. His cold voice pierced Payawal's ears. Atonement? Are you kidding me? Then who will compensate me for the 7 years that ruined my life? Payawal snorted. He had his back collapsed, broken and torn on the floor. Still, the reason why he didn't feel any pain was because he had already suffered a greater wound. Mu Jiangjin dragged Payawal and headed to the residence of the instructors. To be precise, it was the abode of Lim Seiyal. The disciples of the King Cheng sect hurriedly followed Mu Jiangjin. Yang Xiaoran said to Jianghua, "Aren't we supposed to follow him too? Are you crazy? Do you know what kind of anger we're going to receive if we follow them? We need to get out of here. The situation will not be resolved if we run away like this. It might be better to be honest and ask for a conversation. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know what we have done? All we can do is fight to the end. Do you have any evidence other than the letter? But Master will be the one to decide. Don't talk anymore. Let's go. Jianghua led the disciples and climbed the rope. Yang Xiaoran was the last to go. She looked in the direction where Paiawal disappeared, who she soon climbed up the rope, leaving only a small sigh. Mu Jiangjin said to Qingming, "You too, take your disciples and go out. Pardon, but if those bastards cut the rope that leads to the outside, we're going to end up isolated here. So hurry up and stop that situation from happening." "Understood," Qingming answered with a firm expression on his face. He went straight up to the ground with some of his disciples. The place where Mu Jiangjin took Paiawal was the newly discovered space beyond the collapsed wall of Lim Sayal's residence. SSSSS. As they crossed the wall, the loud hissing of the snakes resounded. Hiik, Yuiam. The faces of the disciples of the Qingcheng sect turned white when they saw the snake pit using their torch. The sight of countless snakes wriggling together was so terrible that it was terrifying to even dream of seeing them. Only then did the disciples of the Qingcheng sect realize why Mu Jiangjin had brought Paiawal here. Mu Jiangjin was thinking of throwing Paiawal into that snake pit. He was literally trying to throw him as a prey to the snakes. Mu Jiangjin asked, "You still have no intention of atonement?" Paiawal's lips twisted and went up. He didn't even have the energy to open his mouth anymore. But the meaning behind his smile was clear. It was a sneer. Mu Jiangjin shook his head. "You are an unworthy human. You do not deserve to breathe in a world like ours. Atone here and die a painful death." Huick. Mu Jiangjin picked up Paiawal's body and then threw him into the snake pit. Amitabha, Huke. The warriors of the Qingcheng sect could not be proud of their actions, so they turned their heads. The figure of Paiawal, who fell into the snake pit, disappeared in an instant. It was because numerous snakes had already managed to wrap around him and stirred his body. "Let's go." Mu Jiangjin said to his disciples without looking back. Yes, the warriors of the Qingcheng sect hurriedly followed him, because they didn't want to see the snakes eating a person who was still breathing. SSSSSShisk. The sound of snakes enjoying its supper behind them made the situation even more blood-curdling. Mu Jiangjin told them, "As soon as we get out, close this terrible place. No one should be able to enter." Yes, Mu Jiangjin's eyes shone brilliantly at the response of the warriors. "Imei sect, I will never forgive you." The only evidence he has was Paiawal's reply and the letter that he had in his arms, but Mu Jiangjin did not doubt any more the fact that the Imei sect was behind all these incidents. Paiawal, who had already become prey for snakes, was no longer his concern. His target was the Imei sect. "Imei sect, you will soon know that the sword of Qingcheng sect has not rusted." Paiawal felt that his body was sinking to the abyss. In fact, his body was slowly sinking beneath the snake pit. Snakes wrapped around him and crawled. Paiawal was fed up with that terrible feeling, even in the midst of being confused. The snakes had awakened from their long hibernation and were very hungry. If Paiawal had been smaller, he would have devoured it right away, but he was too big to swallow in one bite. When the snakes couldn't swallow Paiawal, some hasty bastards dug their fangs. As their poison was injected in his body, Paiawal felt excruciating pain. His already dying body trembled in response to the poison. There were different types of poison given the different kinds of snakes. Different types of poison mixed and reacted within Paiawal's body. Paiawal's eyes widened at the pain beyond his imagination. The pain was so excruciating that he thought that he would rather die than endure like this. If it were a normal person, they would have died the moment they were bitten by a snake. However, Paiawal was resistant to the snake's venom. Although he felt pain, he could not die easily. Even in his horrible state, his body tried its best to resist the poison. Rather, his dying body had awakened as the poison entered the body. The poison attacked Paiawal's body and stimulated the natural rebirth. Kukyuk. Paiawal opened his mouth slightly and let out a rough breath. Then the snakes around him shook. The other snakes put their fangs on Paiawal's body. Again, Paiawal felt indescribable pain as if his body was melting from the newly injected poison. Paiawal's body trembled. Regardless of his will, his body continued to react. It was a vicious cycle. He would have snakes stuck their fangs on his body while his body would react in different ways. Poison gradually accumulated in Paiawal's body as numerous poisons attacked the inside of his body. His spirit grew clearer as the pain felt more vivid. Paiawal became unable to both live or die. He just suffered from the countless snake bites. His face and body became swollen from snake venom. He wanted to scream as much as he could, but the moment he opened his mouth wide, the fear that a snake might crawl into his throat made his teeth clench. Paiawal thought desperately, "If I go on like this, I will die." Even though his body was resistant to poison, he was still human. He couldn't stand the poison being injected indiscriminately. His body had already reached its limit. If a snake bites any more than this, it is clear that his body will be out of balance and he would end up dying. So before that happens, he had to figure out a way. At that moment, the first thing that popped into his head was the first snake that bit him in the underground room. Back then, he couldn't even guess where the snake came from, but it seemed like it probably escaped from this pit. The snake was perfectly adapted to the darkness. I have to adapt like that snake. Similarly, with how the small snake adapted to the darkness in order to live, Payawal had to adapt to the snake den in order to survive. I have to think like a snake, breathe like a snake, and move like a snake. That's the only way to survive. Quack, again he felt pain in his ankle. Another snake has bitten his ankle. There was no area where his body was not full of snake bite marks. Wherever the snake bites, the area becomes undoubtedly swollen. Having a painful area was actually fine. The most unbearable part for him was the itchy area. Some poisons caused an unbearable itching layer. It would have been better if he could scratch it with his hand, but it was clear that moving his body even a little bit would irritate the snakes, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and put up with it. Payawal held his breath. Simply weakening his breathing was not enough. He had to breathe like a snake. Payawal tried to feel the snake's breath with his eyes closed. It would have been normally impossible, but now it soon became possible, because Payawal's spirit was clearer than ever. His body, which was seriously injured and suffered from various snake venoms, was unable to move like a stone statue, so his senses were more sensitive than usual. Esruk, Esaruk, countless snakes wrapped around him and a terrifying sound echoed. Some of them choked Payawal's neck, while the smaller ones tried to enter the body through Payawal's nostrils and ears. Fortunately, such an incident did not happen, but for Payawal, it was a horrifying experience. SSSS. A voice resembling a snake came out of Payawal's mouth. As he forcibly tried to breathe like a snake, a similar sound came out. In an instant, the snakes covering Payawal's body responded to his voice. He looked like he was thinking of something. Not just one or two, but tens of thousands of snakes having its head raised up close would be terrifying. But Payawal didn't even think of that. It was because he had his eyes closed and his whole mind was focused on breathing like a snake. In the meantime, he had his body bitten several more times. Now that his body has reached its limit, his breathing became even more ragged. Still, Payawal desperately tried to imitate the snake's breath. He didn't know how much time had passed. At some point, Payawal's breathing stabilized. SSSS, the sound of a snake's breath was coming out of his mouth. It wasn't perfect, but it was able to somehow imitate a snake's breath. Snakes breathe differently from humans. Whereas humans breathe by inhaling and exhaling all of the air in their lungs, snakes always leave about half of the air in the lungs. By leaving extra air in the lungs, they were able to hold their breath for much longer. Payawal also found out about that fact while imitating the breath of a snake. The more he knew about the snake, the more amazing he found the creature was. There were no body parts that were useless to snakes. The reptile was specialized in survival. He thought it was exactly the same as him. Strong patience and stamina, as well as tenacity and venom, were the snake's characteristics that were similar to him. His fear of snakes disappeared. Even as he was buried in an insurmountable number of snakes, he did not feel any discomfort. Payawal soon fell asleep comfortably for the first time buried in a number of snakes. Payawal opened his eyes. He was still stuck in a snake's den. His body was still swollen. This was because the snake venom that entered the body has not yet been eliminated. His body still couldn't move, but there was one piece of good news. After imitating the breathing of a snake, he was no longer bitten by a snake. The snake seemed to recognize Payawal as one of them. After getting used to the snake's breath to some extent, Payawal began to have other ideas. Isn't it possible to combine the snake's breath with the thunder-splitting technique? It was a crazy idea, but he didn't think it was impossible. The essence of the thunder-splitting cultivation technique was accelerating his speed of the thoughts. Thus, the increase in the speed of the thinking naturally increases the speed of the body's reaction. He thought that if he could combine it with the snake's breathing, he might discover a new breakthrough. Those were Payawal's thoughts. In any ways, all he could do right now was think, because his body was not capable of moving. Thinking, analyzing, reasoning, and calculating were all he could do. Payawal thought about how to effectively merge the snake's breathing using the thunder-splitting method. He fell asleep thinking about it, and when he opened his eyes, he repeated his routine of brainstorming. And from a certain moment on, Payawal began to combine the snake's breathing little by little with the thunder-splitting technique. With his mind, he was using the thunder-splitting method, and with his body, he breathed like a snake. In the beginning, the two breathing methods started to mix little by little. It is as if ink was dropped into a basin full of clear water. Payawal did not know how dangerous his actions were now. He didn't even know that it was an attempt that went against the general principles of martial arts. If he had great knowledge about martial arts, he would never have attempted this. If the man who had abandoned him here could see what he was doing, he would have been immediately furious, thinking that Payawal was crazy. To a great extent, what Payawal was doing now completely goes against common sense. But paradoxically, he was able to try new things because he was not bound by stereotypes. Hayawal had no preconceived notions about martial arts. There was no stereotype that stops him from doing something because of a particular reason. He thought freely and tried everything he could imagine. Hayawal forgot the passage of time and immersed himself in the breath he created. At some point, Hayawal's pain began to subside little by little. The poison that used to accumulate in his body was now either neutralized or melted into his blood. The only reason why that became possible was because of his newly created cultivation method. It was the so-called sub-thunder snake cultivation method, Hangul Kopyup, Inus Hangul, Kou Inus Hangul, Kon Inus Hangul Kotir, Inus Hangul Kowe, Inus Hangul Kosyat, Inus Hangul Koa, Inus Hangul Kohyut, Inus Hangul Koa, Inus Hangul, Kon Inus Hangul Kosyat, Inus Hangul Koi, Inus Hangul Kome, Inus Hangul Kopyup, Inus Hangul Koa, Inus Hangul, Kopenus, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. This new cultivation technique, created by Hayawal in the snake pit, was effective in controlling the poison that had penetrated into the body. The more he used the sub-thunder snake cultivation method, the more snake venom naturally fused with his internal energy. Now snake venom was no longer his object of fear. When the snake venom was absorbed, the swelling in Hayawal's body had noticeably been reduced. Finally, when all of the poison was gone, his physical body was able to move. Hayawal moved his finger. When the strange movement was felt, the snakes went mad. Snakes nearby immediately bit Hayawal with their fangs. Hayawal did not resist and accepted the venom of the snakes. Then when he felt hungry, he reached out and grabbed a snake nearby. Hayawal caught a small snake that bit the back of his hand. He then took a bite of the snake's head with his mouth. Wagzak, the snake's head shattered in Hayawal's mouth. The flesh he chewed came with a fishy smell. He didn't know how long it had been since he had last tasted food. He didn't think it was disgusting. He even felt ecstatic about the flesh that he ate after such a long time. The snakes here also ate each other to survive until now. The strong have endured for a long time by eating the weak. It was not a sin to eat other creatures here. The same was true for Hayawal. He survived by imitating snakes, so there was no reason to feel guilty about eating them. Living with snakes, the snake's survival instinct naturally melted into Hayawal. As Hayawal lived in a snake pit, whenever he became hungry, he would eat the snakes. Although his body recovered to some extent and he was able to climb out of the snake pit on his own, Hayawal chose not to, because there was so much more to be gained here than trying to go out. An animal such as the snake made Hayawal experienced many things. Their bodies and developed senses, which were focused on survival, were something Hayawal still have to learn. So Hayawal continued to willingly live with snakes to observe their behavior. As a result, he noticed that the eyesight of snakes was different from that of other animals. The vertically split eyes of the snakes could see into areas that humans and other animals could not see. One of the things Hayawal discovered was that snakes were excellent at detecting body temperature, given their particularly sensitive senses. Rather than relying on their eyes to see the shape of the living creature, they used it to sense and distinguish a creature's body temperature. One Hayawal came to know this fact while learning the sub-thunder snake cultivation method. If he looked at an object while using the sub-thunder snake cultivation method, he could see its temperature with his eyes. At first he didn't know what the change in his perspective meant, but as time went on, he realized that it was how a snake's vision works. Seeing the world through the eyes of a snake was different. Hayawal has already adapted to the darkness to the point that it was like daytime even in places without a single light. The expansion of his field of vision also came with the expansion of his senses. Hayawal opened his senses as he assimilated with the snakes. He didn't know how much time had passed. It was almost impossible to capture the flow of time in a place where not a single point of light could enter. Because of that, Hayawal didn't even know how long he had been trapped in the snake pit. He could only guess that he had spent quite a long time with the snakes because his hair and beard had grown quite long. Hayawal slowly exhaled and moved his body. The snakes went mad. However, Hayawal continued to writhe around without hesitation. His physical condition was perfect. He delivered power to his arms and legs. The swelling of his body completely disappeared, and all of the wounds that were once so severe were now healed. Hayawal slowly moved his body. His movements were awkward at first, but later on he naturally swam among the snakes. His movement without using his arms and legs was similar to a snake moving in the water. Although Hayawal was moving around, the snakes did not attack Hayawal. He was being mistaken for a fellow snake. After swimming for a while, Hayawal stuck his head out of the snake pit. Hayawal took a moment to breathe in some fresh air. In the serpent pit, he had never once been able to breathe freely. This was because the air was thin. In order to live, the use of the sub-thunder snake cultivation method must not be stopped even for a moment. Hayawal got out of the snake pit using both of his arms as support. It's been a long time since he had stood with his feet on the ground, so he felt strange. He had a feeling that his legs were definitely all right, but at the same time it was. But the foreign feeling quickly disappeared. Hayawal looked around for a moment. Lim Sayal's residence, seen through the wall, had not changed at all from when he was thrown into a snake pit. Payatwal came out of the hole where the snake pit was. The underground cave, with all of the torches extinguished, was darkness itself. The underground cave was eerily quiet that he couldn't even hear insects crawling, let alone sensing a presence. Neither the warriors of the Qingcheng sect nor the disciples of the Amei sect could be seen. Everyone had already left this place. I am alone again. Payatwal's voice echoed in the darkness. Even though he was alone, Payatwal didn't feel lonely. Maybe he had already forgotten the feeling of loneliness. Payatwal sat on a large rock and looked at the space above him. The rope he used to come down here disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps the warriors of those two sects took it. Even though the only exit to the outside was blocked, Payatwal was not disheartened, because he already expected that to happen. As long as the rope was gone, it was impossible to go outside. At least with his current martial arts level, I have to grow stronger. When he bumped into Mu Jiangjin, he became certain how insignificant his martial arts level is. Even if he tried a sneak attack, there was nothing that could kill Mu Jiangjin. The odds of killing him were extremely slim. He had to be stronger, that even if he cannot carry out a sneak attack, he would be able to face his opponents confidently. He already knew how to become stronger. I have to utilize and develop everything I have. He was now the owner of this space that was completely cut off from the outside. He didn't expect to eat delicious food, but by eating snakes, he can satisfy his hunger. That was enough. After thinking about something for a moment, Payatwal began to move. The place he was headed to was where he had previously attacked and fought the Amei disciples. The Amei sect was unable to retrieve the bodies of the disciples because they had to flee, so the bodies of the Amei disciples still remained in various places. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the only thing that remained from the corpses of the Amei disciples were clothes and bones. The worms ate up all the flesh. Payatwal searched their arms without aversion. After searching dozens of bodies, Payatwal was able to find a booklet. The booklet was the Payatwal Chinunjing Hangul, Kopiup, Inus Hangul Koya Inus Hangul Kosiat Inus Hangul, Koa Inus Hangul Ko Inus Hangul Kochiut Inus Hangul Koa Inus Hangul Kon Inus Hangul Kou Inus Hangul Kon Inus Hangul Kochiut Inus Hangul Koa Inus Hangul Kong Inus Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter 2. It was a copy, not an original. The Payatwal Chinunjang was the strong fighting method that the Amei sect was proud of. The person who carried the booklet in his arms was a martial artist named Gongun, who lost his life to Payatwal. Gongun was a second-generation disciple of the Amei sect and was allowed to learn Payatwal Chinunjin, so he carried a copy. He originally would have left the manuscript at his sect, but he had carried it with him because he left so hastily. Gongun did not think that he would not be able to return to his sect until he died. Payatwal Chinunjing was one of the highest-ranked martial arts that the Amei faction was proud of. It was a technique not leaked to the public. I'm lucky, Payatwal mumbled. Although he was not formally taught, he learned the 72-sword wave of the Qingcheng sect, and this time he also obtained the Amei sect's Payatwal Chinunjing. There is also the assassination methods he learned from the Blood Shadow group. So he wasn't entirely without basics. Payatwal was going to see the end up here, the end of the 72-sword waves and the end of the Payatwal Chinunjing, and he will combine the essence of the two martial arts into his own method of assassination. Maybe it was impossible that only a true master of martial arts can fuse three martial arts of completely different natures into one, but he didn't even think it would be impossible at all. He had already created a new kind of technique called the Sub-Thunder Snake Method. It was also because of luck, but it would have been impossible if it wasn't supported by Payatwal's talent and effort in the first place. Payatwal sat down and began to examine the contents of the secret technique. He forgot the passage of time as he dug deep into the martial arts. Something came into the darkness, a beast with wings too large for its small body. It was a bat hanging from the ceiling. It looked around for a moment. It was a pitch-black space with no light coming in. It can grasp a space that the human eye could never see using its other senses. The bat pricked its ears for a moment and then started flying in one direction. Neither the protruding stalactites nor the bulging roof of the pavilion could hinder the bat. The bat flew into the dark hallway, avoiding all the obstacles. Without even paying attention to the rooms on the left and right of the hallway, the bat headed towards the deepest room. Entering through the cracks in the broken door, a strange noise was heard. Suzuk, any sane person who hears the sound would not be able to help but feel frightened, but bats were not human. The bat knew that the sound it heard was the characteristic breathing sound of a snake moving. The bat looked down as it flew through the rectangular underground space. There was a large snake pit where the bat's gaze was directed. Numerous snakes were wriggling together. Snakes were good food for bats. In particular, small ones like snakes were a staple food for bats. Those tiny snakes were intermingled among the big ones. The bat descended into the snake pit without making a sound. It was planning to snatch just one snake. When the bat was almost approaching the snake pit, a white hand suddenly protruded from among the snakes, but the bat remained completely unaware of that fact. The bat's nerves were so concentrated on the snake, and most of all, the movement of the hand was so stealthy that the bat could not detect it. Bats were particularly sensitive to changes in the air. It used sound to identify the terrain, so even if there was a slight change in the air, the bat should have been able to immediately sense and avoid the hand. But at that moment, it didn't feel any change in the environment at all. The pure white hand grabbed the bat without making a sound. It was only then that the bat realized the existence of the hand and began to rage, but to no avail. The pure white hand held the bat tightly and did not let go. In an instant, the owner of the hand appeared through numerous snakes. The snakes swayed desperately away from the owner of the hands, as if they were confronted with a dreadful being, a man with long hair down to his waist and a beard covering his chest. He was naked, not a single thread in sight. His naked body was beautiful, as if he had no muscles at all. If a snake would take off all its skin and transform, a person would wonder if it would look like this. The man with the pair of red eyes glowing in the dark was Pyotwal. Pyotwal muttered as he watched the bat flapping in his hand. "Is the road to the outside open?" Pyotwal looked at the bat. It was his first time seeing a creature other than snakes here. He found it mysterious. The bat flapped its wings, trying to get out of Pyotwal's hand. However, no matter how much the bat shook, it could not escape Pyotwal's hand. As if trapped in an invisible, intangible membrane, the bat floundered on Pyotwal's palm. Pyotwal gently reached out his other hand and caressed the bat. Then it trembled as if a bat had met its natural enemy. SSSS. Pyotwal made a strange sound as he touched the bat as if it were his child. The bat was frozen like ice and couldn't move. Pyotwal smirked lightly. His white teeth were revealed in the dark. His appearance was surprisingly friendly. He had no idea how many years he had been here. He could only guess at the fact that he had stayed there for quite some time with his long hair and shaggy beard. A normal person would have gone crazy staying in a place like this for a few days. However, Pyotwal managed to keep his mind intact. No, maybe he became crazy, but he was just not aware of it. It didn't matter either way. All he had done in the meantime was to practice the sub-thunder snake method, assimilate himself with snakes, and learn martial arts. His life, which repeated every day like a treadmill, was too monotonous for a sane person to handle. As the sub-thunder snake method reached a certain level, it was now difficult to distinguish whether Pyotwal was a snake or a human being. He breathed like a snake and looked at the world through the eyes of a snake, and from a certain moment, he reached the point of breathing through his skin like some of the snakes. This wasn't what he intended. The changes just happened naturally, like breathing. After learning the snake's habits, he made no sound even while walking. No matter how narrow the opening, if his head was inserted in, his entire body could pass through. The function of the sub-thunder snake method was not limited to that. The acceleration and expansion of thinking became possible. He can think more broadly and make decisions faster, and his body can immediately respond given those brain changes. He has had reflexes and physical abilities that transcend ordinary humans. But Pyotwal was still not satisfied with that level, so he practiced the 72 swords waves while operating the sub-thunder snake method. Before returning to the underground cave for the second time, his understanding of the 72 sword waves was only about 1/4. However, his understanding increased by breaking through the inescapable net. The 72 sword wave was a skill made in the early days of the Qingcheng sect. Although it was pushed aside by the other skills created after that, it was never a martial art that can be taken lightly. Pyotwal insistently studied the 72 sword wave. As he learned and endured, his understanding deepened. When the 72 sword wave reached a certain level, he studied how to activate it with his bare hands. He broke down the technique and tried to rebuild it again to fit his bare hands. His attempts have failed dozens of times. However, Pyotwal did not become frustrated, nor did he despair. If he failed, he just thought of going back from the beginning. All the useless parts were cut off, leaving only the core parts. He then reassembled it to his own taste. Thanks to the sub-thunder snake method, his intellectual powers increased dramatically, making Pyotwal's plan possible. Pyotwal learned the 72 sword waves to the extreme. After mastering all of the 72 swords, he then spent time comprehending the Amei sect's Pyotwal Chenunjang. Although both sects were in the same province, which was Sichuan, there was a big difference in the nature of the Qingcheng sect and the Amei sect's martial arts. The two sects differed from their origins. The Qingcheng sect had its origins in Taoism, while the Amei school had its origins in Buddhism. There would obviously be a stark difference from their cultivation methods to their philosophy. It was a very dangerous thing to learn two completely different martial arts simultaneously. However, Pyotwal did not care and still studied the Pyotwal Chenunjang. The characteristic feature of Pyotwal Chenunjang was that it was like snow blowing in the wind. It is a martial art who shares the same box with the shaman's Myeonjang Hangul, komium enus hangul, koya enus hangul, kon enus hangul, kochiut enus hangul, koa enus hangul, kong enus Chinese letter. The technique was much more difficult to learn than other strong martial arts. This was because without proper operation and power control, the person cannot exert its actual power. For that reason, even Gongun, who had obtained a copy of Pyosal Chenunjeng, did not dare to learn it easily. In order to exert the full power of the Pyosal Chenunjeng, it is necessary to have a great understanding of the philosophy of the Amei sect. Without understanding the context and meaning behind the text, it would be near impossible to bring out its original power. Pyowal, unaware of that fact, learned Pyosial Chenunjeng based on the sub-thunder snake method. Of course, he couldn't draw out the skill's actual power. His learning speed was also slow. Still, Pyotwal did not give up. All he had left was time. There are only a few things that could be done in a place where there was no distinction between day and night. Even if he fails, he can always try again. There was no need to worry about unsuccessful attempts. Pyowal's body, which has adopted the snake's habits and characteristics, was tougher and more flexible than any other martial arts master's, so he can easily handle any shock. Just as he disassembled the 72 sword waves, Pyotwal broke down the Pyosal Chenunjeng into pieces and reassembled it to suit himself. In this way, Pyosal Chenunjeng was recreated by Pyotwal, but Pyotwal was still not satisfied with that level, so he attempted to combine the 72 sword waves and the essence of Pyosal Chenunjeng into an entirely new method. Naturally, his attempts were unsuccessful. There were times when he would struggle with chi deviation, and there were times when his heart would burst due to the regurgitation of the internal organs. He had fallen into a moribund state and visited the threshold of death dozens of times, and each time, Pyotwal would go back and visit the snake pit. He would regain his vitality and stamping by meditating among the snakes and eating them. Every time he would overcome the crisis of death, he would shed his skin. With each layer of skin removed, his body grew tougher and stronger. Pyotwal would constantly overcome death and become strong. Now the bat stopped flapping its wings. It sat quietly on Pyotwal's palm and waited. Pyotwal had no intention of killing the bat. This was because bats were the evidence that a passage to the outside had been opened. This was the first time Pyotwal had seen a bat in an underground cave. If the bat had really managed to come in from the outside, there must be a passage. Good. He was thinking about going out now, because he realized that further training was meaningless. Pyotwal didn't know exactly how much time he spent. However, he was confident that he would not be easily pushed back if faces the other martial artists of Jianghu. Pyotwal took a step forward. Passing through the corridors where the instructors live, he headed into a huge underground cave. The buildings, which had been built in the underground cavity, could not withstand the passage of time and collapsed, leaving only ruins. Pyotwal searched through the ruins. Moments later, a torn garment was in his hand. It was the clothes of the Amei disciples who died here. Pyotwal had taken off the clothes of the male disciples and kept them here. It was only here in the underground that he could stay naked since he was alone, but he couldn't do that outside. Pyotwal wore the clothes that looked most intact. It's been a while since he has worn clothes, so the feeling was unfamiliar, but he thought he'd get used to it soon, just like it has been so far. His preparation to leave was over. There was no excitement. His heart was so calm that it was strange. Maybe after being with the snakes for a long time, his heart had also become as cold as a snake. Pyotwal spread his palms wide. Still, the bat didn't even try to fly. Pyotwal thought that the bat should be set free. Later on, the bat flapped its wings vigorously. The bat fluttered in place for a moment, then began to soar vigorously into the air. Pyotwal looked carefully at the direction the bat was heading. The bat soared towards the ceiling, changed direction, and then headed towards a particular wall. And after a while it disappeared. Pyotwal moved in the direction the bat disappeared. It was a wall that was located a dozen or so high above the ground. When he touched the wall, he felt a small crack. The space was small enough for Pyotwal's head to fit in. Inside the wall was a pile of broken stones. It seems that the wall has recently weakened and collapsed. Pyotwal brought his face near the crack. He felt a cold wind. Air is coming in from the outside. Hu Yup. Pyotwal inhaled the fresh air coming in from the outside, deep in his lungs. There was nothing special about the air as it entered through the underground passage, but the feeling was different. Pyotwal's heart was beating faster than usual just because the air had flown in from the outside, and not simply from the underground cavity. This crack was another uncharted space for Pyotwal. Little bats were small enough to crawl in there, but no one can guarantee if there was room for a person to pass through. If one would make a mistake, they could get stuck in the middle and be unable to continue or go back. No matter how good a person's martial arts were, any normal person couldn't help but feel fear. But Pyotwal was different. After living in harmony with the darkness and snakes for a long time, he could no longer feel the emotion called fear. Pyotwal shoved his head into a small crack. It was only large enough to fit a single head, but miraculously, Pyotwal's shoulders and body glided through the cramped space. Inside the crack, it was truly a dark place. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his hand. However, Payawal did not make a fearful expression and crawled forward without hesitation. The darkness was familiar to him. Others may fear it, but to him it felt as comfortable as a mother's womb. Payawal has adapted to the darkness perfectly. The darkness of this degree was still bright like broad daylight. Payawal crawled nonstop. There were sharp pieces of stone and unidentified oars protruding here and there, but none of it did any harm to Payawal's body. Payawal moved like a snake, gliding gently. Esaruk, only the rustling of his clothes echoed in the darkness. Payawal so crawled in the dark without rest. It was impossible to guess where the end of the crack was. Sometimes he would go down, and at other times he would pass through a near vertical passage. However, Payawal crawled and crawled without any sign of exhaustion. He didn't know how long he crawled. A faint light was seen in the distance. In an instant, a turbulent expression appeared on Payawal's face. No matter how cold his emotions were bound to stir in front of the light he had not seen for such a long time. He wanted to go to the place where the light was right away, but Payawal stopped moving. His eyes were perfectly adapted to the darkness. If he goes out into the bright world in this state, his eyes will not be able to bear it, and he will die or become blind. His heart was in a hurry, but he had to stop and rest, so his eyes had to adjust to the light. Payawal crouched down and looked at the dim light in the distance. That alone felt like having his eyeball burst in pain. Payawal quickly turned his head and looked at the other side. The pain subsided a little. Payawal approached the entrance little by little every day. Inching closer to the light already made him feel a burning pain in his eyes and skin. It was as if thousands of needles were stabbing his whole body. However, Payawal did not give up and adapted little by little to the light. It took him 10 days to fully adapt to the light. Then Payawal went out. It was the cramped space between the large rocks where Payawal had squeezed out. The gap between the rocks was so narrow that no one dared to imagine that it would lead deep underground. A raccoon or a weasel crawled through the crevice of the rock. Payawal did not raise his head for a moment. Although he tried as much as possible to adapt to the light in the cave entrance, facing the sun directly would bring him a different kind of pain. He felt pain and thirst as if his whole body was burning. This was why he needed to adapt as much as he could. Payawal did not avoid the pain. Later on, he looked straight up at the blazing sun. As time passed, the pain gradually subsided. His reddened skin calmed down and his tears slowly stopped. Later on, the redness completely disappeared. Payawal sighed and turned his head to look around. He saw an unfamiliar landscape. He previously entered a vertical opening at the top of the mountain to enter the underground cave usually, but now the hole he exited from lead to the bottom of the mountain. Thanks to this, he was able to avoid the trouble of coming down the mountain. Payawal looked at the top of the mountain for a moment and then moved on. He had no regrets. He wanted to get out of this damn place quickly. Payawal walked without looking back. The smell of the forest tickled the tip of his nose. A gentle breeze blew past his body. It was a feeling he could never feel in the underground cave where everything including time seemed to have stopped. It felt like the sensations in his body were coming back to life. It was only now that he truly felt that he was alive. After walking for a while, a fairly large stream appeared. In the water, Payawal looked at his face. A strange man was staring right back at him in the water. Long hair down to his waist and a beard covering his chest. He expected his appearance to be something like this, but seeing it with own eyes, he still felt like it was someone else's face. Payawal jumped straight into the water. He swam in the water, removing all the dirt. After brushing off all the unique underground smells from his body, he pulled out a small dagger from his waist. It was the only tool he had brought from the underground cave. Payawal looked at his own face reflected in the water and roughly cut his hair and beard. His face was revealed. He had not seen the sun for a long time, so his skin had turned white. It contrasted well with his dark hair and soft red eyes. His features resembled a person full of decadence, close to royalty. He had a strange atmosphere and a beautiful face that seemed not to be a person in this world. Payawal stood blankly for a long time and stared at his reflection on the surface of the water. Badang was a city located in the western part of Sichuan province and served as a gateway to the western highlands. In front of the city, a large river more than 20 meters flowed, and the western highland was spread out like a folding screen in the back. In the paddy fields surrounding the village, rice was swept away by the wind, creating blue waves. Badang was the largest city in the vicinity, which was around 100 li won close. Indigenous people from Kang County were predominant, but there were also many Han Chinese. Although the city was located in a remote place, there was a lot of rice and various specialty products, so merchants did not stop visiting throughout the year. Thanks to this, entertainment facilities such as inns and brothels were well established. Ho ho, come here. How about having a drink here today? The courtesans lured passersby by sticking their upper body out the window. Hey, good, these guys. Wash up and wait. This old man will come running to you after today's deal is over. Merchants who were not unfamiliar with this atmosphere looked at the courtesans with a sinister smile, and young men who were unfamiliar with the situation turned their heads away and fled. Ho ho ho, the high courtesans burst out laughing. As darkness descended on the street, the atmosphere became even more lively. The courtesans lit up red lanterns and seduced customers by acting coquettish. However, because it was still early, there were not many customers coming to the brothels. Red Sky Pavilion 2 was one of the largest and most splendid among the brothels in Batang. There were also many high-level courtesans. The origins of the courtesans also varied. There were women who came from Kang County or Han as well as women from Yunnan or Zhejiang. For this reason, people who's visiting Batang for the first time usually find and stay in the Red Sky Pavilion and unwound. Seilhyang III was the most popular courtesan in the Red Sky Pavilion. Her beautiful features and her snow-white skin was what attracted the people's attention, but the most impressive thing about her was her eyes. Seilhyang had eyes that were commonly called as three white eyes, for the white color surrounding the three sides of her eyes gave off a strange atmosphere. Many men fell in love with Seilhyang's unique atmosphere and visited her. However, it was almost impossible to sleep with her even if she kept and entertained a customer by her side throughout the drinking party. Because Seilhyang didn't allow it, no matter how wealthy the customer was, she would not allow access to her body if she did not like it. Still, many men were willing to pay a lot of money to join her. Seilhyang looked at the street with a bored expression. Red Sky Pavilion was still quiet, just like any other tower, but after a while, all the rooms will be full of guests. This is boring, Seilhyang yawned lightly. Even for today, she adorned herself beautifully and wore colorful clothes. The ornaments made by a famous craftsman hung all over her body. She was a flower, and it was the duty of a flower to lure in butterflies and bees. Seilhyang looked out the window, exuding her happiness to the fullest. She saw people walking down the street. Batang natives do not come here. Most of the people in the streets were foreigners. Among them, those who boasted that they made a lot of money usually come to this place. Even those who casually passed through the street could not take their eyes off of Seilhyang whenever they managed to take a glimpse of her. Seilhyang did not blush even once, despite their gazes which were full of desire. She was used to this look. Most of the men who saw Seilhyang looked at her with eyes full of desire. Seilhyang thought that men were the same because she had been treated like that since childhood. If she shows even a little bit of her smile to indicate that she's fond of something, many would be willing to give her all of their fortune. In that way, there were already more than 10 people who have been financially ruined. Seilhyang thought that men who she could put on her toes were not really great. However, as always, she thoroughly concealed her inner feelings and seduced every man she saw with a bright smile. Then a strange sight entered Seilhyang's eyes. Among the many people walking down the street, one person clearly caught her eye. Most of the people walking on this street were wearing high-quality silk or fancy clothes, but he was wearing very shabby clothes, so he stood out even more. In a sense, it was something that was not often seen here, but what stood out more than his clothing was the man's appearance. The moment she saw him, a burst of laughter came out of her mouth without realizing it, a beautiful face with whiter skin than any woman and a decadent beauty. His deep shadowed eyes were so beautiful that anyone who would see them, exclamations of admiration would burst out from them. Seilhyang lost her mind as she looked at the man's face. She had seen a lot of men before, but this was the first time she'd seen a man like this. He couldn't take my eyes off him. It was the same with other courtesans. Oh, how can a man have a face like that? The prostitutes who were sticking out their faces through the window could not take their eyes off the man's face. That man had the power to catch the people's attention. In particular, the women looked at the man with a weak pulse. The man looked around with a curious expression as if it was his first time being to a place like this. He then met Seilhyang's eyes. For a moment, Seilhyang found herself lightheaded. The man looked at Seilhyang half-heartedly with his bright red eyes. Seilhyang could not remove her gaze. Seilhyang unknowingly told the man, "Come in here." A lot of men have visited so far, but this man was the first one to make her tell them to come in first. The man did not refuse and entered the Red Sky Pavilion. Seilhyang hurriedly went down to the first floor to meet the man. There she saw a man coming into the Red Sky Pavilion. Oh, the man she saw up close was more beautiful. As if he had never been under the sun, his pure white skin was shining under the light of red lanterns. Sang-gong, Seilhyang approached the man. In an instant, Seilhyang inhaled the strong scent coming from the man. A strange scent was emanating from the man. It was a scent that made Seilhyang unable to think clearly. What made her mind dizzy more than anything else were his eyes that had a subtle tinge of red. Seilhyang was mesmerized by his eyes that seemed to suck her in the more she stares at him. The man asked Seilhyang, "This is a brothel, right?" "Yes, that's right." Sang-gong. Seilhyang shook her head and replied. Unknowingly, she was treating the man with a humble attitude. "Can I stay a few days even without any money?" "Oh, of course." Had another guest here said they have no money, she would have looked at them with contempt. But when the man in front of her said that he doesn't have any money, there was no contempt, only regret. I'll take care of you, so don't worry about anything and come inside. Sealhyang pulled the man's hand. The man entered her residence as naturally as if he had entered his own house. GM Seon, the owner of Red Sky Pavilion, looked at the Changwon with a frown. Why aren't we making a profit? Haven't our sales been below average for the past few days, that is? Changwon bowed his head with a troubled look. GM Seon said as she banged the table, why can't you tell me? What the hell is going on in the Red Sky Pavilion? Sealhyang hasn't worked for the past few days. Sealhyang, why? That's because she fell in love with a certain guy. That girl fell for a man. Are you joking with me? GM Seon knew what Sealhyang was like better than anyone. She couldn't easily believe the words of Changwon that Sealhyang was obsessed with a man and stopped accepting clients. GM Seon got angry. Changwon said with an unhappy expression, it's true. She's been stuck in her room for 3 days and still hasn't come out. Really? Yes, I'll check it myself. Have the other kids ready. GM Seon got up. Her eyes were full of poison. The Red Sky Pavilion was a business she worked so hard for, and Sealhyang was her best courtesan. It is impossible for her to see such a commodity fall in love with a man and cause damage to her business. Dozens of men followed GM Seon. The men were warriors dispatched by Chungakguan 5 in Batang. GM Seon had a close relationship with Yu Jinsan, the ruler of Chungakguan. Although she was already retired from the front line, GM Seon still boasted a decent beauty and education. Because of that, Yu Jinsan, the most powerful member of the party, fell in love with her and sent warriors to look after her. Although they cannot be compared to the two factions Chinese letter, the Three Gates Chinese letter, the Four Fangs Chinese letter, and the Five Halls Chinese letter that make up Sichuan province, there were no military officers who dared to compete with the Chungakguan in the vicinity of Batang. When GM Seon appeared leading the men of Chungakguan, all the courtesans and workers they encountered turned their heads and avoided them. GM Seon's power was so great that no one dared to stop her. The courtesans looked at GM Seon's back with bewildered expressions. Why is Seon Unnai so angry? It's because of Sealhyang. What did Sealhyang Unnai do? She's been out of business for the past few days because she fell for a certain guy. With the best courtesan in the Red Sky Pavilion not selling her services, the damage is huge. What kind of man is he for to make that sassy Sealhyang Unnai stop doing her business and be locked up in her room? I don't know, but that man's skill is no joke. I mean, why were they moaning until dawn? Really? The young-looking courtesan widened her eyes. Her eyes were full of curiosity. Between a man and a woman, it was the courtesans who usually got the vigor. Courtesans can moan briefly during the intercourse to please a man, but it's impossible to do it all night, unless you have mind-blowing sex overnight. Oh my God, what a great man. Ho ho. He must have drank a lot of. GM Seon's expression was distorted by the chatter of the courtesans who were unable to grasp the atmosphere. These empty-headed bitches can't even understand the atmosphere. After being lenient on them for a while, everyone became out of tune. GM Seon thought that as soon as she solved the problem of Sealhyang, she would also talk and discipline the other prostitutes. GM Seon and the warriors finally arrived in front of Sealhyang's room. Sealhyang's door was firmly shut. When GM Seon glared at it, the soldiers immediately forced the door open. As soon as the door opened, hot air rushed out. GM Seon frowned because she knows fully well what the heat coming out of the room means. GM Seon looked around the room. Red silk gold needles were scattered all over, and Sealhyang's pure white naked body was visible. She was lying on a man's lap, breathing heavily. Just by looking at it, she could fully guess what had just happened. GM Seon burst into anger. Sealhyang, what are you doing after closing your services? Seon Unnai. Then Sealhyang turned her head and looked at GM Seon. Her eyes were dreamily opened, and her face was full of redness. You, who? Sealhyang raised her upper body, covering her white naked body with a silk blanket. GM Seon's gaze turned to the man. She was curious about the face of the man who captured Sealhyang under his spell. Even though GM Seon and warriors came in with the door open, the man sat and looked out the window, not even paying the slightest bit of attention to them. Although he hasn't turned his head yet to reveal his face, she felt a strange atmosphere coming from the man. His undressed white upper body was smooth and slender as if he had no muscles. The appearance of the scattered candles illuminating his smooth body made him look mysterious. For a moment, GM Seon felt a sense of incongruity that could not be explained in words. There was something off about him. The man did not match the atmosphere. Still, it was strangely mixed. The man's appearance stimulated GM Seon's instinct. GM Seon opened her mouth carefully. I want to see the face of the unauthorized guest. The man turned his head at her voice. As soon as she saw the man's face, GM Seon let out a soft gasp without realizing it. The man's face was too beautiful to be expressed in words. She had spent nearly 30 years as a courtesan. She had already met so many men and slept with them, but no other man could match the beautiful charm of the man in front of her. Especially his pair of eyes with a soft red color seemed to tickle even GM Seon's heart. At that moment, GM Seon seemed to understand why Seolhyung had fallen for the man. With such a man, it would be difficult for any woman to get out of his grasp easily. Since GM Seon has seen through everything with her matured age, she can keep her reason against the man, but it seemed that it would be impossible for young women to get out of the charm of the man. Where did such a person? GM Seon instinctively took a step back, because she smelled a dangerous smell from the man. It was like seeing a big snake. She had goosebumps all over her body and her hair stood up straight. As GM Seon's face turned white, the warriors supported her and said, "Are you okay? Maybe the man used some sort of trickery." GM Seon could not easily answer the questions of the soldiers and only shook her head. The warriors thought that GM Seon had been enchanted and looked at Pyotwal. Bring him out. All of the warriors were masters of martial arts. Naturally, their bodies were very well developed. Unlike the unknown man who does not have any muscle, they were proud of their lean, muscular bodies. Bring that bastard out, asshole. The warriors were angry for no reason. From the moment they laid their eyes on the unknown man, strangely, they couldn't control their anger. They thought they should drag the man out and teach him a lesson. It would be better to just follow along. The warriors took hold of the man's arms and exerted force. However, no matter how much strength was applied, the man did not move. Veins popped out of the foreheads of the warriors. They exerted enough strength to drag him out, but they still couldn't drag the man out. Then they realized that something was wrong. What, you bastard? At that moment, the man opened his mouth for the first time. Let go of my hand. The man's voice was very soft, but it sounded strangely clear. Moment they heard his voice, the soldiers felt goosebumps rising up their spines. Their whole body stiffened and their hair stood up. Their instinct whispered that they had to stop here. However, their pride did not allow them to retreat like this. What bullshit are you talking about? Come on, get up. The warriors raised their internal energy and tried to bring down the man in front of them. But the man's body still didn't budge. His body obviously looked slender, but it felt as if his body was made of rock. At that moment, the soldiers felt a sense of crisis and tried to take their hands off the man. That was the moment. Kyuk Kirkyuk, the warriors who had put their hands on the man's body suddenly collapsed with a loud scream. Their eyes rolled and white foam came out of their mouth. Seeing the scene, the rest of the warriors raised their swords and shouted, "What did you do? Do you want to die?" At that moment, the man raised his body. A red silk robe landed on Seolhyung's naked body, who was not wearing a single thread. Sangong. Ko Sungkong Inu Seolhyung wrapped her arms around the man's body from behind. Seolhyung hugged the man from behind and did not know that he would fall. It was not normal for anyone to see. If she had proper judgment, Seolhyung should have taken the side of the warriors. However, Seolhyung was attached to the man's back, pretending not to see the warriors. The man opened his mouth for the first time. "I'm leaving in 3 days. I'll be quiet before I go, so don't bother me." It was a voice that was low and quiet, like the whisper of a snake. The warriors in GM Seon felt as if a large snake was watching over them. Their bodies trembled, and cold sweat broke out on their palms. It was the first time in their life that they felt this way. The man who looked down on them was Pyotwal. Pyotwal wasn't in a good mood right now, because his rest was interrupted. For the past 3 days, Pyotwal has been coveting Seolhyung in her room. He spent 7 years being raised as an assassin, and another 7 years in an underground cave after being attacked by Mu Jeongjin. A total of 14 years had been spent in an empty underground cave. It was only a short time when he saw the light, when he assassinated Wu Gunseng, and when he ran away from the inescapable net. Most of the rest of his time was spent in the dark. The average person would have gone crazy without being able to endure it for a few days. After spending such a long time in darkness, Pyotwal was very hungry. Pyotwal himself did not know, but from his whole body, a body odor that made women feel hot was emanating from his body. The more intense his feelings, the stronger the body odor, and the woman fell into a frenzy. It was at that moment when Seolhyung brought him into the room. He found out that he had been imprisoned in an underground cave for 7 more years. He was now 28 years old. But the thought that he had spent half of my life in vain, in pitch-black darkness, intensified his emotions. Seolhyung was caught at that time. Pyotwal has been coveting her for the past 3 days without thinking. It was kind of like a reward for his strong mentality. Pyotwal had undying energy and sexual desire. Seolhyung was completely tamed by Pyotwal. Now she couldn't even think of any other man other than Pyotwal. As Pyotwal was about to close the door, an old warrior called out, "What nonsense are you talking about? What have you done to my comrades? Can't you go and restore them back to their normal state? After a day or 3, they will recover. So don't bother and step back." 7 years in the underground cavity was a time spent in exploring assassination techniques. During that long time, Pyotwal studied only how to kill opponents. Among them was how to kill people without leaving any traces. The technique used on the warriors who were in pain with foam coming out of their mouth was a weak application of one of the techniques. If Pyawal had wanted to, they would have stopped breathing without even realizing that they were dying. Do you know who you're facing? Do you think you'll be okay after you injure the warriors of Chingakwan in the Padang? Chingakwan. Pyawal tilted his head, because it was the first time he heard the name. All of the famous sects of Sichuan province had participated in the inescapable net aimed at him, but he had never heard the name Chingakwan anywhere. If so, there is a high possibility that the Chingakwan, which the warrior in front of him was proud of, is actually just a mere sect or group. Even if they were a great place, it didn't matter. He is not what he used to be. He was not just a mere assassin, a young boy who had to run away because he lacked the strength. Even back then, he fought for his life against the Qingcheng and the Amei sect. At Pyawal's attitude, as if he was ignoring the name Chingakwan, the old warrior cried out, "Do you dare ignore the Chingakwan? I don't know what kind of tricks you used, but it won't work for me." The old warrior swung his sword and ran towards him. Other warriors followed. The young red light in Pyawal's eyes deepened. He suddenly stretched out his palms and thrust them forward. GM Sion's face was filled with suspicion. It was because she did not understand what the hell Pyawal was choosing to do at this dangerous moment. He's not thinking of facing the warriors of the Chingakwan, does he? That was then. Kukek. The warriors who were running towards Pyawal like a lie grabbed their chests and fell. They threw themselves on the floor, clutching their chests with painful expressions. Some have their faces already turned black. GM Sion covered her mouth with both hands at the unbelievable sight. A master, if he defeated the opponent without touching them, it was clear that he had reached a level where he could release his energy. There were not many masters in Sichuan who reached that level. Although GM Sion didn't know anything about martial arts, she had a wealth of insight. As far as she knew, even Yu Jinsan, the head of Chingakwan, had not reached that level. Is there such a master in Sichuan? Not to mention, Pyatwal was remarkably handsome. It was hard to believe that a man who possesses such an appearance would be still unknown. GM Sion's eyes shook anxiously, because she knows from experience that there would be constant storms brewing around a person who suddenly stands out like this. Sa, save me. The warriors were toppling on the floor in agony. The veins on their faces looked like it was about to burst. GM Sion quickly realized that she had to do something. Sa, Sanggong, please forgive them at this point. Forgive? Yes, these people were rude without knowing that a precious person had arrived. I'll take care of everything during your stay, so how about forgiving them at this point? GM Sion got down on her knees and begged. One of her greatest strengths was her keen eyes. Until she came here, she thought she needed to take care of Sealhyang and Pyatwal, but as soon as she realized that Pyatwal was not someone she could handle, she immediately changed her attitude. What he did was not something anyone could do. Pyatwal looked at GM Sion inquiringly. At that moment, a hand as white touched Pyatwal's chest. When he turned his head, Sealhyang was looking at him with a sultry gaze. Please forgive Sion Unnai for me. Sion Unnai is not a bad person. Even if it wasn't because of Sealhyang's request, he had no intention of causing any more trouble, because he still wanted to rest more. One day he will end this life, but not for the time being. Pyatwal gently waved his hand. Then the warriors lying on the floor widened their eyes and exhaled a big breath, because the pain suddenly disappeared. Pyatwal looked at them and said, 3 days, that's all I'm asking. I hope that all of you would not dare disturb me. Tell that to your leader. The warriors looked at Pyatwal with terrified expressions, but did not say anything. The warriors already had a keen feeling that Pyatwal was a different being from them. It wasn't just his martial arts that were far stronger than them. The man in front of him was something different. Like a frog standing in front of a snake, there was something in him that stood out. Of course, the frogs were the warriors themselves. When Pyatwal waved his hand, they ran away, leaving only GM Sion. GM Sion asked cautiously with a pale complexion, then what should I do? If you need anything, please tell me. I told you, don't disturb me for 3 days. Will that be all? Yes, that's it, okay. If you need more children, please let me know. There are many pretty girls besides Sealhyang in the Red Sky Pavilion. I will. Pyatwal nodded his head. It's not that he's tired of Sealhyang or that she's ugly. It was just that his desire was too strong. Even Sealhyang couldn't fully handle him. Sealhyang knew about it, so she didn't say anything. Sealhyang knew that she could not monopolize the man who covets her so tenaciously. Pyatwal was never one to settle for one woman. To him, they were nothing more than an object to satisfy his momentary desires. Sealhyang thought it didn't matter. The man's scent emanating from Pyatwal was too strong for her to think of complicated thoughts. Sealhyang closed the door. When Pyatwal was nowhere to be seen, Sion GM breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, many rumors spread in Batang over the incident. The rumors which spread that throughout the Batang were such as that a minister one visited and have bought all of the prostitutes, or that a powerful man came to the Red Sky Pavilion and voluntarily banned the business. But the Red Sky Pavilion still did not open the door without saying anything. Finally, after all 3 days, Sealhyang's services were opened again. Sealhyang was combing Pyatwal's hair behind his back. Her eyes were filled with affectionate emotions as she used a fine comb. Seal Hyung, who finally cleaned Pyotwal's hair, carefully dressed him this time. It wasn't the shabby clothes he was wearing when he left the basement. It was a Jeonwi too that Seal Hyung specially ordered from a famous artisan in Batang. Jeonwi was the clothing worn by warriors during hunting or war, but the clothes Seal Hyung ordered were engraved with colorful patterns and looked elegant. The cloak fit perfectly into Pyotwal's body. Seal Hyung wiped Pyotwal's chest, who was wearing the robe. There was deep affection in her hands. She asked cautiously, Sangong, will I be able to see you again? If there is a chance, I want to see you again. Please don't forget about me. I won't forget you. Pyotwal's calm words brought a bright smile to Seal Hyung's lips. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she was able to smile because she heard what she wanted to hear. Pyotwal looked at her for a moment and then turned around. Waiting for him to come out were the strong-looking middle-aged warrior and the rest of his men. Can we talk for a moment? The middle-aged warrior approached Pyotwal. A middle-aged warrior looked cautious at first glance. His name was Yu Jinsan. The ruler of Chingakguan and the most powerful person of the group appeared directly at the Red Sky Pavilion. Even with the appearance of Yu Jinsan, Pyotwal did not tremble. There weren't many people who could skillfully hide the agitation of emotions revealed through their eyes, so whenever he met people, Yu Jinsan looked into their eyes first. As soon as he saw Pyotwal's eyes, he felt his belief shake. Pyotwal's eyes were completely unperturbed. It was not a matter of him revealing or hiding his emotions. It seemed that his emotions were deleted altogether. How can a person's eyes be like that? Even the eyes of the beast would not be like that. No, he had seen those eyes on a beast once. Dameng won the eyes of a giant snake he met in the rainforest when he went to Yunnan one day were like that. The snake was so huge, it could wrap itself around a large cow and suffocate it at once. Yu Jinsan did not even dare to attack the beast and ran away. Pyotwal's eyes reminded him of the Dameng. Yu Jinsan felt the spine of his back get cold. He didn't know how much skill the man in front of him actually had, but it was impossible for a person with such eyes to be ordinary. Only then did he understand the words of his men, who had run away with their tails between their legs. He used a bizarre magic trick. He just swung his hand, and then suddenly I couldn't breathe. His eyes were really bloody. I can't explain it in words, but it was really scary. Just seeing his eyes was enough to make you give up. If he had eyes like this, the reaction of his subordinates was only befitting. He, too, was unable to contain his reluctance to look at Pyotwal. However, he was Yu Jinsan, the most powerful in the group. He stepped forward, but when he saw his eyes, he unconsciously stepped back, making his face fall on the floor. Some would call him stupid, but in Jianghu, protecting the body was the most important thing. A person whose face has fallen to the floor will be ridiculed by people, making it impossible to recover. Yu Jinsan, well aware of Jianghu's physiology, had no choice but to hesitate to step back. He said as he approached Pyotwal, "My name is Yu Jinsan. I am the leader of Chingakguan, the first military officer in Batang. What is your name?" Pyotwal. "Pyotwal, where are you from? Why do I have to tell you?" At Pyotwal's words, Yu Jinsan's expression hardened. "Our young friend here sure is short-tempered. It seems that you're not taught to be polite by your master." "That's right. My master never taught me any of those manners. All he learned was how to effectively kill his opponent." No one in the Blood Shadow group had ever told him that he had to be polite when dealing with people. "Where is your master? I'll have to meet your master and ask him." "Dead." "What? He died a long time ago. All of them." "What?" At Pyotwal's short answer, Yu Jinsan felt speechless. "All the other members of my group are dead except for me, so if you have anything to say, you can go ahead and tell me." Pyotwal approached Yu Jinsan. For a moment, Yu Jinsan felt that Pyotwal's movements were different from those of an ordinary person. It was clear that he saw him move, but there was no sound. It was as if a ghost was floating and approaching him. It was then that Jinsan Yu realized that Pyotwal was a greater master than he thought. A look of disappointment flashed across his face. That bastard dares to tell the master. He's being so disrespectful. Unlike him, his subordinates did not understand the atmosphere and burst out in anger. The image of Pyotwal appearing in such a disrespectful way to their leader, whom they looked up to like the sky, made them angry. "You bastards, that's not it," Yu Jinsan cried out desperately in his heart. He wanted to get out of here. However, if his subordinates escalate the problem to such a greater extent, it might be impossible for them to back down. "Damn it, be polite. Kneel down." Before Yu Jinsan could dry, two men sprang out and attacked Pyotwal. They were twins with the same body shape and the same face. In Batang, they were famous for their nickname of one face, two wolves. Two wolves with the same face were the words they were referring to. They usually thought of Yu Jinsan as the sky. When they thought that their master was being insulted by a kid they had never heard of, their anger soared to the top of their heads. Oh no, Yu Jinsan tried to stop them belatedly, but their attack was already on the verge of stacking up on Pyotwal. At that moment, Pyotwal raised his right hand. Arg, cuck, all of a sudden, the two brothers screamed and stopped with their attack. They couldn't move as if they had become stone statues. The twins were in extreme pain with all their veins bulging all over their body. The pain, like tens of thousands of ants crawling along their veins and biting them, drove them crazy. Stop, spare, the two brothers begged with foam in their mouths. However, there was no change in Pyotwal's expression, who's looking at them. He was thinking about other things. This works well too. The twins could not see it, but a thread of chi was flowing from Pyotwal's finger and was connected to their body. Suhansa, 3 a thread that takes the soul. Although it was only for a short time, the most impressive weapon Pyotwal used after coming out of the underground cave was the Chinjamsa. The uses of Chinjamsa were endless. Depending on how it was used, it could be a great tool for killing, or it can be used to do arts that were impossible with only one's own strength. However, Chinjamsa was completely destroyed by the powerful blow of Mu Jiangjin. After recovering to some extent, he wanted to use Chinjamsa, but he couldn't find it in the underground cave. It was from then Pyotwal started to study Suhansa. Its purpose was to release the chi inside the body to the outside, giving it a shape like Chinjamsa. First, of course, it failed. Only the masters of Jianghu can outwardly manifest their chi. However, they too also needed a large medium like a sword or a dagger. At best, they could also use their hands as a medium. No one would have thought of making chi as thin as a thread, nor dared to even try. In order to extract the chi from the body and make it like a thread, a high degree of concentration, extremely delicate operation of the inner work, and a vast amount of internal energy were required. Pyotwal, unaware of that fact, tried to make a thread of chi. He also suffered serious internal injuries due to reflux, but Pyotwal did not give up. There wasn't much that could be done in the underground cavity anyway. He was engrossed in making a thread made out of chi, as if he had found a fun game. It was after seeing the movement of the snakes that he found a clue. When the snakes crawled on the floor, it was much easier to operate the chi. It was the sub-thunder snake method that helped with that. Pyotwal's boundless imagination was supported by the essence of the sub-thunder snake method. The whole process of thinking, revising, rechallenging, and supplementing were performed at a speed that ordinary people could not even imagine. A day on the eve of the month was equivalent to a few days for ordinary people. That's how Suhansa was born. Although it had not yet taken the form of a sword or a dagger, the substance certainly existed. Only Pyotwal could feel and use it. Pyotwal used Suhansa to infiltrate the blood veins of the twins. His control was still weak, so he could only use 3 or 4. That was only the amount that could be freely used. Later on, as he gets more advanced, he will be able to use it on all of his 10 fingers. Saw magic, Yu Jinsan shouted in surprise. The martial arts that Pyotwal put so much effort into seemed like magic in his eyes. It was the same for the other warriors. Even if they knew, they could not see it, and at their level, no matter what they did, they could not understand the reality of Pyotwal's work. Kekyuk, Gag, the two brothers were on the verge of dying. Still, neither Yu Jinsan nor the other members of the Chingakguan dared to attack Pyotwal. Pyotwal's presence was overwhelming. It wasn't because he did any remarkable martial arts or used overwhelming violence, he just performed a strange skill, but they instinctively felt it. That the man in front of him was something different. The fact that there is something primal in him that makes people afraid. I'll be devoured. Yu Jinsan once again recalled the damning he had seen in Yunnan. Although he was the best warrior in batting, he was nothing more than a regional leader on the outskirts of Sichuan. The leading sects in Sichuan did not even consider Chingakguan a proper sect. He forgot his pride and knelt down. Young master, please save them. I have no eyes, so I was rude to you. Please forgive me. I beg you like this. Yu Jinsan used to live with pride. Saving face used to be more important than life, but not at this moment. He felt a deep fear that he could not even dare to attack Pyotwal. This feeling was the first in his life. Just looking at Pyotwal made his neck numb with a cold sweat running down his back. It doesn't matter if he's alone, but if he makes a mistake, the Chingakguan could be annihilated. Pyotwal looked at Yu Jinsan. Yu Jinsan was banging his head on the floor as he begged. At that time, a middle-aged woman approached Pyotwal. It was GM Sion, the owner of the Red Sky Pavilion. GM Sion bowed her head. Pyotwal looked at her and she handed him something. I've packed a few things for you to eat on the way. You'll be able to fill up your stomach when you go out. What she brought out was a small container with food. Pyotwal noticed that GM Sion was quite wise. She didn't ask Pyotwal to forgive her or just leave. She just gave him the utmost care she could, and that alone greatly eased the harsh atmosphere. Her experience of working in the entertainment industry for a long time served as a buffer between Pyotwal and Yu Jinsan. Amazing, the act of changing the atmosphere in an instant was never easy. In particular, for a person who lacked human relationships like Pyotwal, he could not emulate the act. Pyotwal smiled slightly and released the Suhansa. Immediately after, the twins fell on the floor, breathing heavily. Their faces were full of fear. They closed their eyes, unable to even look at Pyotwal. Having confirmed the power of Suhansa, there was no longer any use for them. Hayawal silently accepted the package from GM Sion. It seemed that it was not just food that was packed since the weight was heavy. Still, he didn't say a word of thanks. Hayawal glanced at Yu Jinsan and took a step forward. Yu Jinsan was shaking and trembling, but he did not dare to stop Hayawal. Hayawal passed through the crowd and exited the Red Sky Pavilion. As his appearance disappeared, the Yu Jinsan and the rest of the Chingakwan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, ha. In that brief encounter, they experienced hell. It was the first time they realized that people can be so scary. GM Sion came to Yu Jinsan's side. Lord Jinsan, are you okay? Who is that man? He was just a random visitor. You don't even know. GM Sion looked at Seilhyang at Yu Jinsan's question. Among them, Seilhyang was the person who spent the longest time with Payawal. If it was her, she might know the answer to the question. However, even Seilhyang shook her head to express that she did not know. Looks like the storm has passed. What a mess. Yu Jinsan shook his head. In that brief moment, his face looked much older. GM Sion understood what Yu Jinsan meant. It was because she was also nervous while Payawal was staying at the Red Sky Pavilion. Even now, both her mind and body were a mess. Fortunately, things went well. She comforted Yu Jinsan. You did well. The quick and good judgment saved the Chingakwan. I think it's time to retire. I saw the Reaper in front of me and didn't recognize it. You're right about that. That's comforting. Where do you think his next destination is? How would I know that? But I think I know one thing. What is that? That a terrifying killer has appeared in Jianghu. I feel the same way. Where did such a person come from? Sooner or later, Jianghu will be turned upside down. Will you inform the great sects? Why would I tell them? They're the sects of Sichuan that, will they even listen to me? They'll just be ridiculing us, saying it's mere nonsense from the villagers in the countryside. One humiliation is enough. Yu Jinsan shook his head and looked in the direction where Payawal disappeared. They have to experience it themselves to learn a lesson. After leaving Batang, Payawal walked through the east towards Guangdong. All the cities in Sichuan province were connected to Chengdu. Chengdu was the center of the gathering of the inner culture of Sichuan. The destination of Payawal was Chengdu. He was thinking of going to Chengdu to learn about the Qingcheng and the Amei sect. 7 years have already passed, but Payawal never forgot his resentment against them even for a single moment. He could choose to live in a quiet place. After all, it has already been 7 years. No one would have an issue about it since they know that Payawal was already buried. Payawal was already a forgotten man in the world. If he just stayed still, it's possible for him to live in peace. But Payawal couldn't do that. The world may have forgotten him, but he never forgot his past. For 14 years, he was locked in darkness and had to live a life that was inferior to that of a human being. Such a past was not something that could be easily forgotten. Hayawal was well aware that if he did not shake off the past, he would not be able to take even a single step toward the future. But Payawal is not the kind of person who forgets his grudges. From the moment he was kidnapped by the Blood Shadow Group and forcibly turned into an assassin, he never forgot his grievances, not even for a single day. Although the Blood Shadow Group has disappeared from the world, the Amei sect, who was the root cause, is still alive and well. Hayawal couldn't just leave them alone and know that they were doing well as they continued taking advantage of others. Seilhyang and the courtesans did not know much about the Amei sect. Since the area called Batang is on the outskirts of Sichuan province, there was no proper information coming in. That was the reason Payawal left Batang and headed towards Chengdu for 6 days. Payawal was not in a hurry. He wanted to see the world he hadn't seen in a long time. So he walked slowly as much as possible, fully taking in the scenery around him. After walking for a while, he got hungry. He took a seat in a suitable place and unpacked his luggage. Then a bowl of food made by the master of the Red Sky Pavilion appeared. The bamboo bowl contained rice and simple side dishes, but there was something that caught his eye even more than that. There was a 13-yang silver slip and a few coins. It seemed that GM Sion was looking out for him. But Payawal did not know how much 30 silver nyang were worth. Having been locked up in an underground cave for 14 years, he had no choice but to lose his sense of the true value of money. Payawal touched the slip for a while, then put it in his bosom and ate. He knew it when he was living with Seilhyang, but the Red Sky Pavilion's food was delicious. Even simple food had a deep taste. Thanks to this, Payawal was able to have a pleasant meal. The thing he liked the most after going out into the world was that he could enjoy eating delicious meals to his heart's content. As he ate delicious food, Payawal realized that he was also human. When he was trapped in the underground cave for the second time and lived with the snakes, he seemed to have become a snake himself. Thanks to that, he adapted and managed to survive, but he had no desire to go back to that time again. The soft taste of rice in his mouth made him realize that he was alive. Hayawal chewed little by little and fully savored the taste of the food. The wind blew. It was a fresh wind that could not be felt in the underground cave. Hayawal stopped eating and felt the wind. A lot of information was contained in a single wind. It's going to rain soon. The wind was full of moisture that was about to pour at any moment. Furthermore, it felt like the incoming rain would not stop anytime soon. Pyotwal got up from his seat after roughly tidying up. As he looked around to find a place to shelter from the rain, he saw a closed tomb in his sight. It must have been abandoned a long time ago, so the tomb was half destroyed. Still, it seemed like he could use it to escape the rain for a day or so. Shortly after Pyotwal entered the tomb, it started to rain. Hugeduk, heavy raindrops fell nonstop on the roof. Pyotwal sat leaning against a pillar and watched the rain fall. It had been a long time since he had seen the rain coldly pouring down like this. Pyotwal closed his eyes and muttered, Jong kot shongpuna enus. The best thing about being out in the world was him being able to feel the change. There was little change in the underground cave. It was the same life, the same environment. There was no sense of the passage of time, and you could not expect that something would change. The outside world, on the other hand, was different. Every day was different. It seems like a continuation of similar days, but there was never a single day that was exactly the same. Pyotwal suddenly thought that it would be nice to have alcohol, but alcohol was forbidden to an assassin. This was because alcohol dulls the nerves and slows the body's reactions. That was then. Tack, tack, the sound of footsteps was heard in Pyotwal's ears. Someone was walking through the rain. After a while, someone appeared at the entrance to the Guanjian tomb. What's this? Now I'm all wet. That's why I told you to hurry. You sissy. This is because you're so slow. Amitabel. Fortunately, we found the Guanjian tomb, so stop fighting. The combination of people who entered the Guanjian tomb, who were as wet as a mouse, was very strange. A woman who appears to be in her mid-20s, a Taoist monk who appears to be in his early 60s, and even a middle-aged Buddhist monk. The unique group of 3 people rushed to avoid the rain. As soon as they entered the tomb, the woman lifted the hem of her robe and shouted at the old Taoist, My underwear is all wet. What am I going to do? Godosa too, what am I going to do? Why are you asking me that? Is it my fault that your clothes got wet? It's the Godosa's fault since it's you who got lost and wandered around. So Godosa must take responsibility. Sick. 3 Godosa turned his head at the woman's bizarre logic. The middle-aged monk shook his head at the quarrel between the two and murmured, Amitabh Habuddha, blessed one who has prepared for great mercy, why are you giving me such an ordeal? Out of the many people, why must I be accompanied by the 2 of them? Aha. Anyone who hears you would think you're also normal, because it's not true. The woman's target this time was a middle-aged monk. At her attack, the monk closed his eyes tightly and gave up fighting. A satisfied smile appeared on the woman's face. Humph. The woman put her arms around her waist with a triumphant expression on her face. Her appearance was so bewitching. Since her clothes were wet from the rain, her clothes clung and revealed her curvaceous body. The woman looked around the inside of the Guanjian tomb. Oh, someone's here, she belatedly discovered Pyotwal, who was leaning on a pillar. With her words, both the Taoist and Buddhist monks looked at Pyotwal. Oh, someone came before us. Amitabha, you're so handsome, Oraboni. For to meet such a handsome man on a mountain like this. Such great luck has come to me. This is all my luck since I got lost. You should thank me. Shut up, Amitabh Habuddha, Amitabh Habuddha. When the hell is this ordeal going to end? The 3 were still noisy. Woman approached Pyotwal. Hello, handsome Oraboni. It's a coincidence that we stayed in the same place like this, but we don't even know your name. I'm Ranju Hio Ranju. What about you, Oraboni? Pyotwal. Oh, such a cool name. Seeing the twinkling eyes of Hio Ranju, Godosa shook his head. That bitch, she's at it again. Why can't she just stop fawning over handsome men? Even so, he's really handsome. Even a man can fall for him. Corrupt. Isn't existence itself a nuisance? He's filthy and handsome. His words were harsh, but even Godosa could not hide his admiration. The man in front of them is handsome, really handsome. It was a strange atmosphere. Hio Ranju's fuss was understandable. She was trembling with excitement as she went closer to Pyotwal. But where is this handsome Oraboni going? Chengdu. It's such a coincidence that we're going to Chengdu too. I think we should go together. Right, you can save on expenses, you won't be bored, and you can also be with me. Hio Ranju wrinkled her eye. Seeing her like that, Godosa had an expression that looked like he was going to get sick at any moment. Hio Ranju got angry and beckoned to him. Don't be silly there and say hi to this handsome Oraboni. You look older than him. How can he be your older brother? If someone's handsome, they're all my older brothers. It's all the same. Godosa and the Buddhist monk approached Pyotwal with a look of helplessness. Then Hio Ranju introduced both sides. Did you hear? This handsome Oraboni is Pyotwal, and this is the Godosa Dasan Siango. So Godosa, this one here in the middle is Hyol Seung. He has memorized every single Buddhist sutra. Nice to meet you. I'll call you Dosa. Amitabel, I'm Hyol Seung. Godosa and the Hyol Seung greeted Pyotwal. Pyotwal looked at their faces and opened his mouth. Pyotwal, what happens to our handsome Pyotwal's group? None. You mean you have no companions? Why? Is there a problem? It's not like that. Godosa carefully looked at Pyotwal. He had a slender body with no prominent muscles. It was unreasonable to see him as a person who had mastered martial arts. However, Godosa was not deceived by such appearances. I'm sure he has learned some martial arts, but I'm not sure what level he is. Godosa had a lot of experience in Jianghu. He had fought numerous battles, and Hyo Ranju was practically raised the same as him. Even though that bitch has a bad temper, she's excellent in martial arts, but we can't gauge that guy's level at all. Without mastering martial arts, he would not be able to show that kind of leisure against strangers. It must mean that he believed in his own prowess for him to not shrink even when he saw strangers. The problem is that they can't measure the level of Pyawal. Godosa looked at Hyul Seung. He was trying to communicate without words. Hyul Seung knew what the Godosa's eyes meant. He shrugged. That too meant that Pyawal's skill could not be measured. This guy. He's more fun than I thought. The Godosa's eyes sparkled. Did you say you were going to Chengdu? Why are you going there? You don't have to know. Don't be like that. Let's be friends. If we get to know each other, even a long journey won't be boring. Godosa sat down next to Pyawal. Pyawal looked at the Godosa, Hyo Ranju, and Hyul Seung without a change in expression. As was the case with Hyo Ranju, Godosa's nudging was also above the average level. No one would dare approach Pyawal if he treated them so coldly, but they didn't care. There was no sign of shame, let alone an angry expression. It meant that their courage was great or strong. Master, they're all skilled. Hyo Ranju looked like she had no weapons. However, Pyawal recognized that the black object Hyo Ranju was wearing around her waist like a stick was a whip. The shiny appearance and tight texture was telling him that the material of the whip was unusual. Godosa had a sword on his back, while Hyul Seung was holding a fire pit with a ring. Since each weapon used was different, it was natural that the martial arts they learned were also different. Still, Pyawal thought that they had mastered doing group battle because the position they naturally occupied was the best position for a pincer attack. It was not intentionally set up that way. It has been repeated for a long time, and such position has been engraved into their body. Their center is Hyo Ranju. The three of them seem to be on equal footing, but as he looked closely, he could see that it is Hyo Ranju who is taking the initiative. Godosa and the Buddhist monk were murmuring, but they were faithfully obeying her words. They were well disciplined, and they were thoroughly united around Hyo Ranju. However, as he further observed Hyo Ranju, he didn't see the inclination of her being a leader. There's another strong person above them. Dosa and Hyul Seung follow that person. Pyawal thought it was fun. Hyo Ranju, however, did not seem to be satisfied with the free tendencies of Dosa or Hyul Seung. If it was enough to force those three people to follow the rules, it was clear that they had strong leadership or possessed great force. Or he possesses both conditions. Their destination was also Chengdu. If so, as he travels with them to Chengdu, he will naturally know who is the one leading them. Hyo Ranju was crumpled. What about you, handsome Oraboni? Join us. I'll be very nice to you. Okay, let's go together. Really? Hyo Ranju's eyes widened at Pyawal's unexpected answer. Her face was filled with bewilderment. It's advantageous to take a boat here to save time. Godosa pointed to the dock in front of them. After leaving the Guanjian tomb, Pyawal moved with the group of Godosa. Godosa was very knowledgeable about geography. He seemed to know where to go, so Pyawal didn't have trouble in having to find the way. Why is our handsome Oraboni going to Chengdu? Hyo Ranju walked close to Pyawal. With every step she took, her large chest gently brushed against Pyawal's elbow. Whether she knew this or not, Hyo Ranju looked at Pyawal with innocent eyes. I want to meet someone I know, someone you know. Who? They are a lot. Who the hell are they? Debtor. Are you in debt? No, they're the ones who owe me. Then are you going to get them? Yes, those bad bastards. Why aren't they paying off their debts to our handsome Oraboni? Who are they? Just tell me. I'll take them all. Hyo Ranju was angry as if she was the one who's the creditor. Godosa and Hyul Seung too looked at Hyo Ranju with a pathetic expression. Hopefully I'll untie the skirt here. There's a lot of honey dripping from her eyes. Hyo Ranju naturally put her arms around Pyawal. Pyawal knew about it, but he didn't say anything. Then Hyo Ranju got closer and talked more. We met by chance at Guanjian Tomb, and our destination is the same. This is also a relationship. What do you think? Perhaps the heavens made us meet. Why are you going to Chengdu? Us? Yes, we are going to do some business without any items, because we don't necessarily sell items that are visible. Can you guess what we're selling? No, thanks. Why? I feel like my mouth will be stitched up when I hear the answer. Humph. Hyo Ranju pouted her lips at Pyawal's answer. Her expression was so rich that it was unbelievable that she was in her mid-20s. If it were any other man, he would surely be mesmerized by her appearance. Women who are sensual and yet have a protective instinct are not that common. But Pyawal was different. No matter what kind of expression she made or what kind of talent she had, he didn't feel very impressed. If it's a woman, he had already embraced them to the point where he's tired of it in the Red Sky Pavilion. Didn't mean that his desire completely disappeared, but he wasn't stupid enough to fall for the aegyo of a woman he didn't even know about and to lose his reasoning. Instead, Hyo Ranju clung to Pyawal. Whoa, Oraboni doesn't know how to push and pull. I heard my heart very much. I'm gonna tremble and die. Hey, would you just like to stay here? Just get a room then. Godosa said something, but Hyo Ranju pretended not to listen. Hyul Seung comforted Go-dosa with a soft voice. When has she even listened to others? Don't get too upset. Upset? Do you know how many years I have seen that bitch's bad attitude? Go-dosa also lowered his voice so that Pyotwal could not hear him and answered, aren't we going to be late for our appointment? If we get on a boat, we'll be able to arrive at roughly the same time. Thank God, I'm the one guiding you, so what are you worried about? Hyul Seung, don't even think about anything and just follow me. Is that so? Can I leave those two like that? Hyul Seung's eyes turned to Pyotwal and Hyo Ranju. For a moment, Go-dosa smirked. Why, she's actually doing well. Her egyo towards a person is a sign she's planning something. I'm scared every time that bitch does that. It's a calculated act. Is that really a calculated move? What are you talking about? I seriously thought that she liked him. Don't worry. Do you think the blood lord of the heavens Hangul, Kohyut inus Hangul, Koya inus Hangul, Ko inus Hangul, Kochiut inus Hangul, Ko inus Hangul, Kochiut inus Hangul, Ko inus Chinese letter will be holed up by a man one day. You should say something that makes sense. Yeah, right. Of course, he's a guy with a lot of questionable aspects, and he seems pretty reticent, so she'll have to put a lot of effort into getting information. Go-dosa's eyes, who was looking at Pyotwal, were cold. This was a very important time. Even the smallest variable was unacceptable. Existences that might interfere must be identified and removed in advance so that there is no repercussion. Up until now, they have lived that way and have survived because they acted that way. Go-dosa quickly changed his expression. He approached a sailor with a friendly face and asked for the ship's schedule of departure. After chatting with the sailor for a while, he returned to the party and said, we're lucky. It's supposed to leave after half an hour, so we can get on it right away. Can I get on that boat? It looks like they've loaded a lot of luggage. It's a rice carrier, so there's nothing we can do about it. If you want to choose another boat, you will have to wait another day. It's best to take this boat because we can't waste time. Sheesh, if it's a rice carrier, don't expect a comfortable bed. I miss having a soft bed. Damn it, you talk a lot. Hey bitch, if you miss a soft bed like that, then why are you following me? How can I do that? If I did, Danju-won wouldn't let it go. Then don't talk and follow me. Oops, you don't know what to do without me. When Hyo Ranju backed down, Go-dosa pressed his temples with both hands as if he had a headache. Amitabh, let's get on the boat. Hyul Seung got on the boat first with a tired expression. Pyotwal also bought a ticket. It was his first time using money, so he was amazed. Pyotwal had been staring at the bill exchanged for money for a long time, so Hyo Ranju approached him and said, that slip will be enough. Let's get on the boat. She grabbed Pyotwal's hand and dragged it. Pyotwal meekly followed her. It was said to be a rice carrier, so grains were piled up like a mountain on the deck and dock of the ship. He had never seen such a large amount of grain before. As he stared blankly at the grain, the Taoist said, isn't this a little too much? It's rice harvested last year, but they say it's going to Chengdu. To Chengdu, all the products of Sichuan province gather in Chengdu. The same goes for rice. With this amount, hundreds of people can live on it for a year. Although the name was a rice carrier, there were quite a few passengers on the ship. Sailors also need to earn pocket money, so they accept passengers on the surplus seats. The passengers were gathering and talking. Some of them had their faces frowned as they were having a serious conversation, while others were smiling constantly. It seemed that there were as many different expressions as there were people. Pyotwal looked at them without a word. Most of the people on the ship were ordinary people who had nothing to do with their strength. Pyotwal thought they were lucky. Pyotwal is the person who knows best how difficult it is to live an ordinary life in Jianghu. When Pyotwal couldn't take his eyes off the people, Hyo Ranju asked, what are you looking at? Oh, nothing much. Huh, so you also have a sentimental side. That's the first time I've heard it. Really, you look sentimental in my eyes. If you're going to keep talking nonsense, just shut up. It hurts my ears. Too much. At Pyotwal's cold words, Hyo Ranju had a wounded expression on her face. But then, as if nothing happened, she acted bashful and held on to Pyotwal's arms. That's more attractive. I can't stand it. Shall we go somewhere else for a moment? Where? A place where the people's eyes cannot reach. Hyo Ranju pressed her chest to Pyotwal's elbow. Pyotwal looked at Hyo Ranju without saying anything for a moment. Then Hyo Ranju smiled even more bewitchingly. Hyo Ranju was beautiful enough to make any man's heart tremble. However, Pyotwal did not fall for her smile. She had a smile on his lips that seemed to attract people, but her eyes were as cold as ice. If it had been a man other than Pyotwal, they would have been mesmerized by her smile. That's how good she was at deceiving her feelings. But she couldn't fool Pyotwal's eyes. Pyotwal was used to understanding the psychology and emotions of others. No matter how she hid her inner self with a bright look, he was able to read the atmosphere and emotions that flowed inside of her. Hyo Ranju was a rose with poisonous thorns. It was obvious that he would be seriously injured if he grabbed hold of her by falling for her gorgeous appearance. Pyotwal gently shook his head. It's a bit difficult here. I'll think about it after we get off the ship. Sheesh, you look like an expensive man. Well, that's attractive too, so it doesn't matter. Ho ho, Hyo Ranju burst into laughter. Everyone around looked at Hyo Ranju. She was beautiful enough to attract the attention of others. Many people were already spying on her from the moment she boarded the ship. Godosa said to Hyoranju, "Stop joking, come and have a drink." "Who said it was a joke? Everything you do is a joke." "This damn scoundrel, so you're not drinking." "No, I'll drink." Hyoranju sat down in front of Godosa while grumbling. Then the old Taoist gun opened wide. 4 bottles of wine were hung inside his cannon. Godosa took out one of them and said to Pyawal, "Would you like to have a drink too?" Nothing is as good as having a drink on a long road trip. "No, is that so? It's weird for a young man to refuse to drink." Godosa didn't bother to recommend it twice. He drank, received, and gave alcohol with Hyoranju and Hyol-seung. Meanwhile, the ship left the pier. Pyatwal sat on the railing and watched the flowing scenery. The fact that he sat quietly and admired the surrounding scenery gave Pyatwal a strange impression. On one side, Hyoranju and his party were drinking and chatting. They were 2 people who couldn't stand each other normally, but when they drank, they laughed and talked as if they had ever done it again. Hyol-seung was also drinking alcohol to set the mood. Hyoranju, who knew Pyatwal was looking at her, slowly turned her head to look. When their eyes met, she gave her a characteristic bewitching smile. "This year, I'm messing around again." After hearing a word from the late master, Hyo concentrated on drinking again. At that moment, a strange noise reached Pyatwal's ear. Pyatwal looked in the direction the sound was coming from. Nothing could be seen yet. Since the sound is getting louder little by little, it seemed like it would appear if I waited a little longer. No one on the ship, including Hyoranju and others, could hear the sound. Pyatwal frowned and stared forward. After a while, the identity of the strange noise was revealed. A ship was approaching at a rapid pace. There were numerous oars on both sides of the ship. The sound he heard was the sound of rowing. What is that? Another ship is approaching." The sailors who discovered the ship late trembled. At their cry, the passengers and the captain looked at the approaching ship. The captain's face, who had been looking at the ship for a long time, was distorted. "Damn it, we're outnumbered. Outnumbered. Oh my God." The passengers were agitated. The enemies were approaching, aiming for the rice loaded on the rice carrier. The closer the ship got, the clearer their identity was. All the enemies were holding weapons. "If we take the rice from that boat, we can eat to our heart's content for a while." The eyes of the enemies were full of greed. The rice carrier ran at full speed with its sails wide open to shake off the enemies. However, it was impossible to shake off the enemies who were rowing fast. As time passed, the gap was narrowed. In the end, the captain had to make a decision. "Everyone, raise your arms. We must protect rice no matter what." Yes, the sailors took their harpoons and swords. A look of nervousness was evident on their faces. Although they were forced to grab a weapon as a self-defense measure, they could not stop their body from trembling. Recently, a number of enemies targeting the rice carrier have been appearing frequently. The enemies didn't just steal rice, they also took people's lives. Because of that, the rice transport line has been frequently haunted for the longest time. This was not an area where the enemies usually appear. Did they advance to this place? The captain muttered with a puzzled expression. If it was an area where enemies often appear, they would have been well prepared. But since there have never been any enemies here, they did not hire martial artists. Someone approached the captain and talked to him. "Looks like you're quite in a bit of trouble." "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is what I can do." It was Godosa who waved the bottle of alcohol in front of the captain with his face red. "What do you mean? How much would you give me to protect the rice? Can you tell me?" He began a bargain with the captain. The captain looked at Godosa with a puzzled expression. "No, what do you mean? Your life is at stake, but you're here negotiating. Do you think they'll just take the rice?" "Exactly. If you want to protect your rice and your life, you have to pay a certain price." Godosa laughed slyly. "Price? If the enemies come in and attack, you will also die, so what do you mean by price? You're really crazy." Me crazy. Can a crazy person do this?" Pauk. When the Godosa pointed with his finger, the anchor line thicker than an adult's forearm exploded because of the intense firing. Uiam. Only then did the captain realize that the man in front of him was a warrior who had mastered martial arts. If it was at a level enough to materialize internal energy without the help of a weapon, his level was worthy of being considered high. "Can you deal with them all alone?" "I guess it's too much now that I'm older and my bones aren't as strong as before." "Then it's no use." Why are people so quick-tempered? When did I ever say I was alone?" Godosa pointed to Hyoranju and Hyol-seung behind him. The captain frowned heavily. He didn't feel good about it, but he had no choice. "Okay, if you keep both the rice and the people safe, I'll pay you 100 nyang." "No, who's going to meddle with someone's problem with just 100 nyang? 100 silver is enough money for your family to spend 5 years in abundance." But compared to the price of rice on this ship, it's only a small amount. "How about 200 nyang, 500 nyang? That's too expensive. That's enough to buy 3% of the rice on board." It's cheaper if we can save all your life and rice at a price of only 3%. This is daylight robbery," the captain shivered. A conflicted expression was evident on his face. If acquiesced to the 500 nyang to the Godosa as it is, there will be no gain for them in this voyage. But even at that moment, the enemy's ship was getting closer and closer. The distance between the two ships is now about a dozen meters. The captain had to make a decision. Oh, okay, fine. If you can really defeat them, I'll give you 500 nyong. Heh, you made a good decision. As Go-dosa smiled and turned around, he saw Hyo-ranju and Hyul-seung. Hyo-ranju asked, "How much is it?" 500 nyong. Hey, that's all you can do. For now, let's be satisfied with this because we can already hit two birds with one stone. Two birds with one stone. If we want to sell our armed forces, don't we have to promote it? It's a perfect opportunity to make a mark on the Amei and the Qingcheng sect. I can't wait to see their reactions. Hyo-ranju burst into laughter. Go-dosa smiled and said to Hyul-seung, "Come on, I've laid out the stage, so let's run wild. Why do you have to make me do this? You really don't know, Amitabha. Go wild and do what you do best." Go-dosa waved his hand as if to hurry. After a moment's sigh, Hyul-seung turned his head to look at the ship where the enemies were on. The enemies who approached the rice carrier were preparing to climb with their weapons. Amitabha Buddha, blessed one who has prepared for greatness, please forgive this sinful disciple. Phew, Hyul-seung spurned the deck with a fire pit and flew into the air. The body of Hyul-seung, who had reached the highest point, turned over and crashed into the ship the enemies were on. Kwang, with his landing, the boat with the enemies on board shook violently as if it would sink at any moment. Yua, what? The enemies could not balance themselves and fell over. They tried to regain their balance. What? Is that a Dangjung monk? Careful, he looks strong. The enemies cautiously approached the Hyul-seung. High up. That moment, Hyul-seung hit the bottom of the boat with a fire pit. Then the ship shook violently again as if there had been an earthquake. However, the enemies were prepared this time, so they did not fall unnaturally. That was then. Puwahak, the floor that had been hit by the fire burst and the water spurted out. Hyul-seung made a hole in the bottom of the boat. The enemies furiously rushed towards Hyul-seung. Die. At that moment, Hyul-seung spread out his palms towards the enemies who rushed at him. Poang Kyuk Hicks. The enemies who were hit by the strong pressure bounced back and fell into the water. Those who fell into the water were swaying in the waves without moving as if they had lost their breath. You crazy bastard. Everyone attacked together. When the enemies saw their comrades dipping in the water, they became even more furious and rushed all together. But what greeted them was the fire of Hyul-seung. Kwasiik, Kekyuk, Kohyuk. With the sound of breaking bones, the two enemies that had been hit by the fire were thrown out. Hyul-seung's hands were cruel. Every technique he used was intense and powerful. Among the enemies, there were those who had mastered the martial arts, but none of them could stop the fire of Hyul-seung. If they block the attack with their hands will break, and if they block with a sword, both their sword and bones will be broken. It was truly a destructive force. Hyo-ranju leaned her upper body against the railing and watched Hyul-seung running wild. There is no human being who speaks and acts like that. Isn't that why his name is Hyul-seung? His name literally means blood monk because he's crazy about blood. Go-dosa smirked as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a fan. There was no sign of anxiety anywhere on their faces. That's because they believe in Hyul-seung. Hyul-seung might get caught in between the two of them every day and gets picked on, but his skills were real. When hit by the hands of Hyul-seung, no doubt it would be a serious injury. The condition of the surviving enemies was miserable enough that it was better for them to lose their lives. Arms and legs were either deformed, broken, or a hollow bone piercing or protruding through the skin. The crew and passengers on the rice carrier had their eyes closed at the terrible sight. Not long ago, they were trembling for fear of losing their lives, but now they are looking at the enemies with a sympathetic gaze. In particular, the captain looked at Go-dosa and Hyo-ranju, who were casually chatting with each other. Hyo-ranju, who had been chatting with the Go-dosa for a long time, clapped her hand as if she had suddenly been reminded of something. "Ah, how's our handsome Oroboni? You're not scared, are you?" If I knew it would end up like this, I would have told Hyul-seung to take it easy." When she looked at Pyotwal, Dosa smirked. "Do you think that's a scared face?" Hyo-ranju's gaze moved along the fingers of the Go-dosa. Her gaze was soon directed towards Pyotwal. Pyotwal was sitting on the railing, watching the spectacle of Hyul-seung running wildly with an indifferent expression. It was a face that a frightened person would never be able to make. That guy, he's not an ordinary person. You can't have eyes like that without being a guy who's been through a lot of turmoil. Where did that Oroboni come from? We already know most of the famous masters in Sichuan. Not everyone, so what did you find out? Nothing. What? You didn't find out anything while you were stuck with him together like that. It seems that everything is over now. We can't figure out the identity of that guy. I feel the same way as you, Go-dosa. He's not an ordinary person. I can't read him. I was so sure he'll give in to me, but I can't seem to dig deep inside his heart. Hyo-ranju bit her nails. Go-dosa clicked his tongue at her, whose self-esteem had been already severely damaged. Tusk. Anyway, if you don't want to create a variable, find out about him, or our captain will be disappointed. That's never going to happen. I bought mine too, so I can't stand it until I get it. Sooner or later, I will know about everything. Just wait and see. Yeah, if you say so, that was then. Quang, there was a huge explosion that could not be compared to anything before. Silence came. In the ship where the enemies were boarded, only Hyul-seung stood alone. All the enemies were submerged in the water. Among them was the head of the enemies. Although they were quite strong in martial arts, they could not be an opponent of Hyul Seung. In just 3 seconds, they were bloodied and were thrown into the water. They did not come up again. Hyul Seung jumped off the enemy's boat and climbed onto the rice carrier. Shortly after he landed, the enemy's ships disappeared completely below the surface of the water. Passengers and sailors looked at the Hyul Seung with fearful eyes. But Hyul Seung was quite familiar with this kind of gaze, so he had a casual expression on his face. Good job, Hyul Seung. Amitabha, please order Ranju instead of me next time. Does she even follow what I tell her? It's already good if I don't get insulted or sworn at. Heh heh. Godosa smirked and approached the captain. The captain was surprised and stepped back. Godosa reached out to the captain. Okay, now that we've done all the work, you'll have to pay the bill. Oh, here you go. The captain handed over 500 silver coins without saying a word. He obviously hired 3 people, but he couldn't dare ask why they fought alone instead of the 3 of them. But despite the inaction of the 2, what Hyul Seung showed was too great. Even the Hyul Seung already had this level of indifference, so he couldn't even guess how strong the Godosa or Hyo Ranju would be. That was a good deal. Godosa came towards Hyul Seung with a pouch containing the silver coins. But Hyo Ranju was nowhere to be seen. What about that bitch? Hyul Seung silently pointed to Pyawal. Hyo Ranju was already close to Pyawal. Pyawal wasn't paying her any attention, but Hyo Ranju continued to talk and smile towards him. Godosa frowned. You told her to seduce the guy, did you not? The sight of her twisting her body and smiling at him made him feel a bit uneasy. Whether or not Hyo Ranju knew the worries of the Godosa, she whispered to Pyawal, who had his arms crossed. When we get to Chengdu, do you have a place to stay? If not, how about going with us? No, why? Is it because of Hyul Seung? As you can see, he's usually gentle. Don't worry, I'm more comfortable being alone. You're so unusual, rejecting a beautiful woman who's usually so favored. Even if it's a flower, it's not good to have a rose with thorns. Hyo Ranju's forehead twitched slightly at Pyawal's nonchalant words, but even then she smiled brightly with an innocent expression. Still, it's pretty. Only the appearance is pretty. Wow, how could you say that to a woman? I'm hurt now. Hyo Ranju grabbed her chest and looked like she was about to faint, but Pyawal's eyes looking at her were still cold. The brute force shown by Hyul Seung just before was very impressive. Although the enemy's prowess was not great, it was clear that they were still powerful even if they had no striking aspect. Although he couldn't confirm it with his own eyes, Godosa and Hyo Ranju must be similar to Hyul Seung in terms of their martial arts skill. Those 3 people were heading to Chengdu at the same time as Pyawal. There were many things that were ingenious to dismiss it as a mere coincidence. The biggest problem is their objective for them to go to Chengdu. Pyawal looked at Hyul Seung. When the 3 of them were together, he was the most insignificant. However, after the incident happened, Hyo Ranju and Godosa put Hyul Seung to the front. It felt as if they deliberately placed Hyul Seung to the front lines, when it was something Hyo Ranju or the Godosa could have handled quietly. The reason is unknown, but it was clear that the armed demonstration they showed just now was meant to be shown to someone. Who do they want to show it to? What do they gain from this? Pyawal once again looked closely at Hyo Ranju. Hyo Ranju was wearing revealing clothes. In particular, the chest area was clearly visible. Pyawal looked at Hyo Ranju's chest. Be precise, he saw the wounds passing over her chest. The wound was so deep that an ordinary person would have stopped breathing immediately. Deep wounds were seen not only on the chest, but also on the forearm. It wasn't just an injury suffered during training. It was a testament to the battle between life and death. She probably has more wounds in the other areas covered by her clothes. No matter how tough Jianghu is, the fights were not always so fierce that martial artists suffered such deep wounds. Unless they were participating in a war, it was rare for someone to suffer so much damage. They are mercenaries selling their skills for money. They are now demonstrating their force for their client to see so they can be hired. The enemies that came were nothing more than pitiful sacrifices to increase their payment. Is there a conflict happening in Chengdu that there's a need for independent mercenaries? Pyawal thought things were going to be fun. Chengdu is the center of Sichuan. Under normal circumstances, the sects of Sichuan, such as the Amei and Qingcheng, would have not tolerated such conflict in Chengdu. But since a conflict was allowed to happen in Sichuan meant that the Amei and Qingcheng sect were not in a good position to intervene and fix it. Maybe 7 years ago, the seeds of destruction he had sown had sprouted. Pyawal smiled, and Hyo Ranju looked at him. His smile was so eerily beautiful that she even felt the chills. The journey to Chengdu was uneventful. Even the enemies didn't want to fight anymore as they heard the news of their comrades being massacred. The rice carrier was anchored at a dock not far from Chengdu. From now on, they had to move by land instead of by water. There were wagons already waiting to load rice at the dock. Hurry up, I have to go to Chengdu tomorrow. Be careful not to burst the sack. Workers got on the boat and started unloading the rice. Pyawal and Hyo Ranju also got off the boat. Godosa stretched out. I think I will be able to live again if I step on the ground. Are you saying you've been sick for a few days? It's not like you're getting any old. Why is this bitching starting a fight again? Are you sexually frustrated, huh? Excuse me? Nothing. When Hio Ranju raised her eyebrows and grabbed the whip, Godosa took a step back. He deliberately spoke to Payawal. What are you going to do now? What? We're going to go straight to Chengdu. I'm going to stay here for one day. It was already evening time. There was no reason to rush out. Godosa made a disappointing expression on his face. Then we must separate here, since we have to arrive in Chengdu by tomorrow morning. Can't you just go with us? Hio Ranju, standing next to the late Taoist, had a pitiful expression on her face. I have something to prepare. What preparations? I'll help. Let's go together. I need to do it alone. Tusk. Hio Ranju licked her lips at Payawal's resolute answer. A look of sadness was evident on her face, but that was not enough to shake Payawal's heart. I'll contact you later when I go to Chengdu. Really? Yes. Hio Ranju relaxed his expression as if she liked Payawal's answer. The three of them bought horses at a nearby horse market and set off right away. Payawal, who was left alone, looked for a guest house nearby. All cargo loaded onto the ship was unloaded from there and loaded onto carts. Since this is a place where a huge amount of cargo goes through, there were a lot of large passengers that stayed in the area. The guest house which Payawal visited was one of those places. The inside of the guest house was already crowded with people. Most of them came from high-ranking countries. They were sitting together and eating. As Payawal looked around, a waiter one approached him. Welcome. Meals or lodging? Both. Ah, so you're going to stay to eat and sleep. Is there a room? There is a room left. But it's a little expensive. How much? 10 coins. And the cost of food is 2. As you can see, the seats are full, so even you will have to wait for a little while. Payawal silently took a coin from his pocket and counted it. Go up this floor and follow it all the way to the left corridor. You will find a room at the end. You can stay and sleep there. Okay, bring me my meal first. Yes, wait a minute. After giving a quick reply, the waiter ran to the kitchen. Payawal looked at the waiter for a moment, then found an empty seat and sat down. Hey, look. What kind of bastard is prettier than a girl? Is he really a man? Isn't he a girl disguised as a man? The martial artists who were nearby looked at the Payawal and gossiped. They weren't the only ones. Most of the people nearby were staring blankly at Payawal. It WSA because Payawal's appearance stood out. Payawal didn't even care about the chatter of people. He knew how great his appearance was. He was handsome in the first place, but not to this extent. After spending 7 years with the snakes, Payawal's appearance became so beautiful for a relationship. He didn't even know maybe it was the effect of having been with snakes for a long time. He thought it didn't matter at all. There was no need to deprecate himself just because he was seen as beautiful and not necessarily handsome. Having a beautiful appearance was also a great weapon. Coming from the underground cave to this place, Payawal was aware of that fact. The women who fell for his appearance lowered their guards, and they provided a lot of information to Payawal, both knowingly and unconsciously. Such information was of great help to Payawal. Payawal tapped the table with his finger and waited for the food to come out. Fortunately, the food came out quickly. The waiter asked while putting down the food, "By the way, would you like some alcohol? The sake brewed directly in our guest house is amazing. I don't drink. Okay, if you change your mind, call me anytime." The waiter nodded his head at Payawal and went back to his place. Payawal ate with chopsticks. At first, chopsticks felt unfamiliar. He hasn't used chopsticks in over 14 years, so he missed getting the side dishes several times, but he soon got used to using chopsticks. Payawal savored the food little by little. It was just the level of food that you can taste at any other restaurant. He couldn't say it was particularly delicious, but to Payawal, even such cheap food felt like heaven. This moment was the greatest luxury of his life. People here will not know how fortunate they were to pay a fair price and eat the right food. He could feel the sweetness of each grain of rice in his mouth. There was a smile on the corner of Payawal's lips. That was then. "Hey, you're a guy, right?" An unusually large warrior approached Payawal. He was wearing a sleeveless top which showed off his muscles. His forearms, exposed outside his clothes, were as thick as the torso of any woman. His face was also quite rough, and just looking at it would give anyone goosebumps. Payawal looked up at the man with the chopsticks still in his hand. Then the man revealed his yellow teeth and grinned. "My name is Jang Wurak, a member of the Gujin Payaguk Gujin Escort Company too. So, I made a bet with my coworkers. If you strip your clothes, they will give me a silver if you have a pepper." Jang Wurak looked at Payawal, who was in the left corner, smirking. There the leaders of the Gujin Payaguk had gathered. They were looking at Payawal with a look of interest. Payawal asked with an indifferent expression, "So which side did you take? I bet that you're a girl disguised as a man. I'm sorry. You'll lose 2 coins. Then you're a man. You'd better throw away those eyes. Can't you see properly? I don't know." Jang Wurak let out a sinister laugh. "Heh heh. Come on, take it off and let me check it out. If you take it off, I will buy you alcohol." Jang Wurak's colleagues whistled and shouted. The other people who were in the guest house looked at the scene with interest. They knew that the members of the Gujin Payaguk were making spiteful pranks, but they had no intention of intervening. because what was happening in front of them was both exciting and entertaining. They wondered, what kind of response will the man who looks like a woman show? They thought that maybe he would shed tears and squeal like a bitch. Jang Wurak clasped his big hand and said, "Come on, let's see where the peppers are, Cuke." Suddenly, Jang Wurak let out a desperate scream. In the eyes of such Jang Wurak, thin chopsticks were stuck imperceptibly. It was the chopsticks in Pyotwal's hand. You crazy bastard. My eyes." Jang Wurak looked at Pyotwal, clutching his eyes that were stabbed with chopsticks. Blood was dripping from his left eye. Pyotwal got up from his seat. "If you can't see what's right in front of you, it'd be better for you to not have your eyes. I'll take your other eye now." "What?" and "No." Jang Wurak hurriedly backed away. The speed at which he was approaching was much faster than the speed at which he retreated. Pyotwal approached Jang Wurak without making a sound. Only then did Jang Wurak see Pyotwal's eyes. His serpent's eyes, which had no emotion, were staring at him. Only then did Jang Wurak realize that he had mistakenly touched the wrong opponent. A person with eyes like his couldn't be normal. Pyotwal's face was the last scene he saw. "Puck, Kyug, my eyes." With the eerie attack, Jang Wurak's world turned into darkness. "Hey, you crazy bastard. What?" The complexion of the head of the Gujin Pyaguk, who had been watching with an interesting expression so far, has changed to a greenish color. Chopsticks were stuck in Jang Wurak's eyes. He cannot avoid being blind by taking out the chopsticks. He never thought that there would be a madman who would poke his eyes out with just one remark. It was also a man who looked as beautiful as a girl. They jumped over the table and ran towards Pyotwal. All of a sudden, they had weapons such as swords and daggers in their hands. They were planning to attack Pyotwal and save Jang Wurak. Pew pew puck, cock, hick, but before they could even get close, they screamed and collapsed. They had chopsticks stuck to their shoulders and sides. It was thrown by Pyotwal. How? I didn't even see him throw. The martial artists who were nearby were appalled. Although they acted rudely like a gangster, the leaders of the Gujin Pyoguk were still quite recognizable experts. Gujin Pyoguk was a medium-sized escort company in Sichuan province. It was entirely thanks to their strength that they were able to grow, even when they just started their company. Because of that, they were very proud of themselves and gradually became unruly. It was for the same reason that Jang Wurak tried to harass Pyotwal. He found his target and thought of molesting and humiliating him because he looked like a girl. The only problem was that Pyotwal turned out to be at a level they could not offend. Pyotwal had a cold expression. Suddenly, he had chopsticks in his hand. He used the soul-reaping thread to pick up a bunch of chopsticks. Juug. With the sound of chopsticks hitting the wall, one of the members of Gujin Pyoguk screamed desperately. The chopsticks that Pyotwal had thrown pierced his shoulder and made him stuck on the wall. The man struggled to remove the chopsticks stuck in his shoulder, but it was so deeply embedded that he couldn't pull them out by himself. "You crazy bastard. Do you know who we are?" Gong Jinhyok, the oldest of the Gujin Pyoguk members, shouted. In an instant, 4 people from the Gujin Pyoguk, including Jang Wurak, were suppressed by Pyotwal. The results were too fatal just because they made fun of a person because of his appearance. The Pyotis 3 here were the real power of the Gujin Pyoguk. Since they were now either blind or wounded, they could not even dream of working for a while. The fate of Pyoguk, whose members could be active, was dim. That was then. Esruk. Suddenly, Pyotwal appeared in front of Gong Jinhyok. Gong Jinhyok was surprised to see Pyotwal, who ignored the distance and appeared without any sign. The moment he saw Pyotwal's sunken eyes, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Pyotwal was looking at him with eyes that couldn't be defined. It would have been less scary if his eyes were as cold as ice or full of life, but the perfectly still eyes that show no emotion stimulated the feeling of fear deep inside Gong Jinhyok's heart. Kug. Gong Jinhyok let out a moan without knowing it. Pyotwal pushed his face up to his nose and opened his mouth. "Who are you? Tell me. Who are you guys?" "Kyuk, we are the members of the Gujin Pyoguk, so what do you guys do?" Gong Jinhyok could not speak properly. An invisible, intangible energy seemed to squeeze his heart. His face turned pale, and cold sweat was pouring down his body like rain, as if his whole body had run out of breath. "Did you think you'd be okay if you touched someone just because they look pretty? What were you thinking of buying me? So you're just going to take my clothes off and check me out? Do you still want to do that?" No, never. I haven't lived in the world for very long, but I do know one thing. You have to take responsibility for what you do. If you touch a person, you have to pay a price. What do you think? That's Gong Jinhyok couldn't answer. It was because he had an intuition that his fate would change depending on his answer. It was just a prank. Pyotwal looked like a girl, so they were interested, and as a result, obscene words that can usually be shared between men came out. They want to see if he's really a man. They said it would be fun to take off his pants and reveal his nether regions. They thought there would be no problem. It was because Pyotwal was alone and did not appear to have mastered martial arts. If they later apologized by saying it was a joke, they thought it would end without any problems. "What is this?" Jang Wurak, who played a prank, was now blinded and screaming, and his other colleagues were struggling like worms pierced by chopsticks. "What on earth is this nightmare sight?" He couldn't understand if they had done something so bad that they deserved this outcome. That was then. Hey, that's enough. There's a lot of other people here, but the situation is like this. Another martial artist, who was sitting on the other side of Payawal, smashed the table and said, his name is Owonhu. He was a man who had been friends with Gujin Payaguk for a long time. When Owonhu appeared, Gong Jinhyuk had an ecstatic expression on his face. Oh, Dihyup, Kyukyuk. Suddenly, Gong Jinhyuk screamed. Chopsticks were lodged in his shoulder and the figure of Payawal disappeared. Payawal was standing in front of Owonhu. Why would I stop? Owonhu's eyes shook. The figure of Payawal suddenly appeared in front of him. Payawal appeared suddenly without any sign. Owonhu was a well-known master in Sichuan, but such a master could not sense the movement of Payawal at all. The opponent in front of him was more stronger than he expected. Payawal asked again, Stop who? Isn't that enough? They must be reflecting too. Who decides that? Who decides that enough is enough? This is a matter between me and them, but why are you saying that it's enough? This matter can only end when I think it's good enough. Well, there is a line in everything. I just wanted you to keep that boundary. Line. There is a line of common sense, a line of discipline, and there are lines that need to be drawn somehow. But why didn't you keep that line? In an instant, Owonhu's eyes turned to Gong Jinhyuk. He stepped up because of his personal friendship with them, but he didn't really expect that Payawal would be such a non-communicative person. He regretted going out of his own way, but now he couldn't withdraw his remarks, because everyone in the guest house was looking at them. In Jianghu, Phase 1 was more important than anything else. The reason that he was able to receive treatment and work until now was because he had never suffered any loss of his face. Shit, in his mind, he wanted to pull out his sword and hit Payawal's neck right away, but his opponent doesn't look easy. The leader of the 9 Treasures Escort Corps was also a master with excellent martial arts skills, but those people were immediately suppressed using chopsticks thrown by their opponent, and now they were still groaning in pain. It was true that Owonhu's martial arts were superior to those of the 9 Treasures Escort Corps, but it was not enough to subdue all of the members in an instant. Payawal asked again, why didn't you keep the line? That his fate will depend on what kind of answer he gives here. A light of conflict appeared on Owonhu's face. An arc was drawn on Payawal's lips. The moment Payawal's white teeth were exposed through his red lips, Owonhu felt a threatening feeling. He had the illusion that the chopsticks in Payawal's hand would pierce his head at any moment. Hiik, don't look at me like that. Owonhu suddenly drew his sword and tried to swing it. Shiik, before his sword could even be pulled out, it was already blocked by Payawal. All human body parts are connected as one. While it might seem that the hands and feet are acting independently, but in reality, both can move organically if the two show cooperation. With the slight trembling around Owonhu's eyes and the spasm of his shoulder muscles, Payawal was able to predict Owonhu's next action. Above all, Payawal was able to roughly grasp his intentions through his opponent's eyes. Payawal called this ability of his own fine sense. Too, during his time in the dark, his fine senses developed terribly. His pair of eyes might be looking at the Owonhu who's right in front of him, but his other senses were still spread out enough to sense even the breath of every single person in the room. Hyuk, Owonhu raised his internal energy to pull out the sword. Tuck. At that moment, Payawal's finger touched his elbow. Kerhyuk. Suddenly, Owonhu let out a scream. His arms were bent to the opposite side. Payawal's simple hand movements destroyed his elbow joint. People nearby widened their eyes. They could not comprehend the situation that was right before their eyes. Owonhu was a master who could protect his body with his internal strength, but he couldn't believe that his elbow had been destroyed by just a simple touch of Payawal. What was happening right before his eyes was completely beyond his common sense, but it was no coincidence. It was the product of the bloody hard work of Payawal. Trapped alone in the dark, Payawal wondered how to effectively neutralize or destroy humans. He thought and continued to imagine. He merged the martial arts he already knew into one and fused the cultivation methods. He even got inspiration from the snake pit. The martial art that was born from this way was Agudo Chinese letter 3. It's a hungry man's martial arts. Payawal did not forget the hunger he felt when he first entered the underground cave, the desperate memories of having to scrape off the moss on the wall to survive. So he named the martial arts he created Agudo. The technique that Payawal used to destroy Owonhu's elbow was the human body destruction technique 4, which was the basis of Agaido. Payawal thought that the structure of the human body was complex yet simple. It would be infinitely complicated if you dug deep, but in simple terms, the human body was made up of axis and joints. He thought that if he destroyed the joint that connects one shaft to the other, he could easily incapacitate the opponent. From then on, Payawal thought about how to effectively destroy the opponent's joints. Thus, this kind of human body destruction technique was born. It attacks and destroys parts that humans cannot train. Owonhu's elbow was shattered. No matter how good a doctor is, his elbow cannot be completely cured. This bastard, Owen, who held out his shaky arms and unfolded his technique. It was a technique called Mayongek 5. However, his attack did not reach Pyawal, because Pyawal's fist was shot like an awl and smashed his knee. Pergiok, Kyuk, Owen, who collapsed with a scream. However, when Owen, who collapsed at this point, the inside of the guest house became quiet. Many of the people in the guest house were warriors who had mastered martial arts. However, even with their eyes, they could not tell what method Pyawal had used to destroy Owen Hu. An unidentified martial artist who instantly destroys a master like Owen Hu and who steals his opponent's eyes just by doing a bit of dirty talk. In their eyes, Pyawal no longer looked pretty. Behind that beautiful and seductive appearance, the cruel hands and killing intent made them frightened. A killing star has appeared. 6. Where the hell did this guy? They never heard of such a man in Jianghu, at least in Sichuan. Pyawal grabbed Owen Hu's collar and looked into his eyes. Owen Hu's eyes shook relentlessly in fear. His pants were getting wet. He was urinating without knowing it in extreme fear. Pyawal asked, "You still want to meddle?" No. Owen Hu shook his head violently. Because of that, he stuttered, but he didn't think it was embarrassing. His mind was filled with only the thought of not wanting to see Pyawal's eyes again. It was then that he released the hand holding him. Talkuk, Owen Hu's body collapsed. Tears flowed from his eyes. Shame and pain belatedly came rushing in like a tide. Seeing Owen Hu cry, the atmosphere of the warriors was somber. They didn't say anything, but in their heart they thought they were lucky that they didn't come forward. Since he was humiliated like that, Owen Hu's life as a warrior was almost over. He suffered indelible wounds not only physically, but also mentally, making it impossible to recover. Pyawal looked inside the guest house. The warriors eagerly turned or bowed their heads to avoid making eye contact with him. In an instant, a few people had their lives ended as martial artists, but no one wanted to meddle anymore. Seeing Owen Hu was enough for them to know that meddling was futile. Pyawal didn't say anything and went back to his seat, and casually ate his leftover food. The figure of Pyawal left a strong impression on people. A crazy man has appeared. He's a person that can never be matched. The atmosphere of Chengdu is so bad that even crazy people appear like this. Whether or not he knew the thoughts of such people, Pyawal continued to use his chopsticks. Clack, clack, only the sound of chopsticks hitting the bowl resounded in the silent guest house. The atmosphere in Chengdu sure is brutal. Jiashi Go looked around Chengdu and murmured. Half of those who walked down the street seemed to be armed. In general, no matter how large a city is, the proportion of martial artists is small. If there were 100 people, there were only 1 or 2 warriors. However, the percentage in Chengdu was excessively high. It was proof that the public security was so unstable that even ordinary people carried weapons. Hio Ranju said with a smirk, "It's a great opportunity for us. Other people's misfortune is fortune for us. What could be more tragic than this?" Namu Amidabutsu. "I don't want to hear that from you, you crazy monk. Why not? Who do you think is the most money-hungry person among us? Why are you so eager to save money that you don't even dedicate to the Buddha? Namu Amidabutsu Buddha, bless Sakyamuni. Please forgive this evil sentient being. You suck." Hioranju snorted and Diashi Go said, "Stop with the bullshit. Let's go to the place where our captain is. You know that he doesn't have much patience." When he mentioned of captain, the expressions of Hioranju and Hyulseung expression became serious. They hurriedly followed Dayashi Go. Place where the Dayashi Go brought them was the largest guest house in Chengdu. It was still early in the morning, but there were several customers eating breakfast in the guest house. A pleasant light flashed in Hioranju's eyes as she looked around the inside of the guest house. "Captain," she approached a man who was busy eating. The said man who raised his head looked at Hioranju. The man appeared to be in his mid to late 40s. He opened his mouth. "Vice Captain, you've arrived on time. Wow, it's been a while, Captain." Hioranju hugged the man tightly. The man patted Hioranju's back. The Dayashi Go and Hyulseung, who arrived late, also greeted the man. "It seems you've become more handsome in short time. I haven't seen you, Captain. It's been a long time, Captain." The man moved away from Hioranju and said, "We've finally met again after a long time. Hee, is there a lot of work to do? Didn't you already get a good rest thanks to me? That's why it's already a problem. I've run out of money after the long break." "Isn't that why we've all gathered like this? Are you really going to get involved in this matter? Why, is it burdensome? Then get out." Don't say that. Who said anything about that?" Jiashi Go shook his head and sat down quickly. Hyulseung and Hioranju also sat in the empty seats. There was a firm trust in the eyes of the three who looked at the man. The man's name was Zhang Muryang, the leader of the Black Cloud Corps. 7. The Black Cloud Corps was a kind of mercenary group. They sold their arms for money. Their main stage was at the disputed area of the border. It didn't matter who the client was. They fought on their behalf by entrusting themselves to a place that gave them even a little more money. People called them a group of money-crazed killers, rogues who only chase after money without any justice or cause. They gathered in Chengdu because Zhang Muryang smelled the money. Jiashi Go rubbed his palms and said, "Is it because of the King Cheng and Amei sect?" You must have heard the rumors. Doesn't everyone know that the two sects have been at odds since 7 years ago? That's right. The atmosphere seems like there will be a massive sooner or later. Zhang Maryang nodded his head. No one knows what exactly happened, but the Qingcheng sect and the Amei sect have had many disputes for the past several years. At first, it was only a couple of clashes between martial artists, but it soon escalated into an all-out battle. They collided against each other heavily, inflicted many casualties, retreated and fought again several times. The confrontation between the two greatest sects of Sichuan naturally resulted to a split in all of Jianghu and Sichuan. Among the sects in Sichuan, there were no clans that did not have a connection with the two sects. Many sects tried to stay at the middle ground in the beginning, but as the confrontation between the two sects grew longer, they were increasingly forced to choose between the two. Eventually, the sects of Sichuan were split into two. Heo Ranju asked Zhang Meryang, why the hell are they fighting? They're both prestigious sects recognized by Jianghu. Vice Captain, it doesn't matter why they fight. What matters is that we have a chance to make our dreams come true. Zhang Meryang smiled. The battle between the Qingcheng sect and Amei sect was a great disaster for all who live in Sichuan province, but unfortunately, it was a golden opportunity for the Black Cloud Corps and Zhang Meryang. There were men who opened the door of the guest house and entered. They immediately approached the seat where Zhang Meryang was sitting. Captain, what? Ranju is already here. You bear cub, that's why I told you to hurry. Shit. The two of them quarreled and approached Zhang Meryang. Both appeared to be in their early to mid-30s. One was overweight and the other had a cold appearance. Heo Ranju looked at the two and snorted. Hong, if Captain said to assemble, of course I would immediately come. You're so noisy. It seems that the old fern water has risen more. A man with a large body looked at Heo Ranju up and down. Heo Ranju flaunted her chest even more by squeezing it between her arms, thus making her breasts stand out. Pretty right. Will you give me a shot? Heh, you perverted bastard. You won't eat it even if I give it to you. Despite Heo Ranju's insulting remarks, the large man didn't make a single distasteful expression, but rather smirked. Is that my fault? What should I do if I just don't feel the desire towards girls? So you're only coveting guys like you. Heh heh heh. Heo Ranju shook her head when the large man gave a sinister laugh. The name of the man with the large body was Oyukpayo. Oyukpayo was a man whose hobby was sodomy. Heo Ranju looked at the man who had come with Oyukpayo. The name of the man who was now sitting next to Zhang Meryang was Yang Wuyong. He was in the same position as Heo Ranju. If Heo Ranju leads the atmosphere of the Black Cloud Corps with her unique charm, Yang Wuyong holds the discipline of the Black Cloud Corps using his sharp reasoning and relentless demeanor. Zhang Meryang opened his mouth. You worked hard to come a long way. What about the other guys? They are all dispersed and staying in different guest houses. Good job. Listen to me from now on. This is important for the future. Everyone remained silent at Zhang Meryang's words. Usually the Black Cloud Corps had a free atmosphere, but when they entered work mode, they boasted a discipline stronger than any other group. Dayashi go. Tell me, Captain. First, gather information in Sichuan. We need to find out which sects belong to the Amei faction and which sects followed the Qingcheng faction. Understood. Dayashi go nodded. Zhang Meryang's gaze turned to Yang Wuyong. The head of Yang takes a few children to the Qingcheng sect. Poke to see if there is room for negotiation and negotiate how much you can get. All right. Ranju, yep, you go to the Amei sect. You know what to know without me saying anything, right? Of course. If you can't understand the atmosphere, you can't even eat porridge or rice. Don't worry, I know it well. Okay. Oyukpayo. Yes, Captain, you keep a good eye on Ranju. If anything happens, report it immediately. Why do I have to be with this girl? It's an order. Understood. Oyukpayo replied with a look of not being able to do anything. Heo Ranju raised a brow and looked at Zhang Meryang. Can I rather move together with Hulseung? Hulseung has to do something else. Don't complain too much and move with Oyukpayo. Shit, okay. It was impossible for the members of the Black Cloud Corps to disobey Zhang Meryang's orders. No matter how selfish she was, Heo Ranju could not disobey Zhang Meryang's public order. Zhang Meryang, who gave each one a task, smiled and said, Nothing happened while you're on the way here, right? Has anyone seen any unusual trends or people who could be a variable? I don't know about the variables, but I've seen an unusual guy. Who is that? At the words of Dayashi go, Zhang Meryang showed curiosity. There was a man named Pyawal who looked even prettier than Ranju. Ho, was there such a person? He's a guy who didn't fall for the seduction of Ranju. Hong, what do you mean? I was deliberately being less seductive. Heo Ranju intervened in the middle, but Dayashi go ignored it and continued anyway. He had a very striking appearance, and his martial arts looked pretty strong. Have you ever seen him perform martial arts? Not really, but there was no change in his expression when he saw Hulseung in action. Seeing Hulseung run wild on a rural place, anyone would turn their heads away, but he looked at him insensitively, as if he was looking at a stone rolling on the floor. If he's not a martial artist, then he'll never have those kinds of eyes. Have you figured out his background? No, Ranju stuck to him like glue and flirted with him, but she still couldn't figure out anything. He seems hard to crack. Ranju's temperament might be dogshit, but with her looks alone, anyone can be tempted. Hey, what do you mean by dogshit? Hyo Ranju protested, but Jang Muryang and Daeashigo ignored her and continued their conversation. Did he also come to Chengdu? He will come in today or tomorrow. Okay, I'll see and judge him for myself later. Yes, Daeashigo laughed. He completely trusted Jang Muryang's abilities. It was entirely the work of Jang Muryang that the Black Cloud Corps could grow and maintain their influence this much. At that time, Oyukpyo opened his mouth. Is the boy really pretty? His eyes were already red and bloodshot. No one in their group would not know what it meant. Hyo Ranju got up from her seat. You crazy bastard, I saw him first. Heh, whoever gets him first. You want to try it, what can't you do? Oyukpyo also got up from his seat and looked at Hyo Ranju. At the untimely confrontation between the two, Daeashigo and Hyulsung sighed, but they didn't look too worried. Jang Muryang asked Daeashigo, what did you say his name was? I told you, it's Pyowal. By the time the sun rose, Pyowal came down to the first floor of the guest house. The 9 Treasures escort corps had already departed, so the inside of the guest house was empty. When Pyowal appeared, the owner of the guest house was extremely nervous. The uproar last night was because of Pyowal. The head of 9 Treasures escort corps, who lost his face, had a soulless expression. One of their members became a blind person, while the rest of the members were also injured, both large and small, that left them unable to act out and do missions for some time. The only reason why he didn't rush to get his revenge was because he knew how to grasp the overall situation. Even though the strongest members of the 9 Treasures escort corps united and rushed, they still ended up in that shape. The fact that he would receive even more damage if he rushed to get revenge made him restrain himself. Furthermore, the members of the 9 Treasures escort corps were also against the idea, so even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything. So he gave up on revenge and left with the rest of the members. Jang Murak couldn't do anything about it, but it was best to take the rest of the members to the doctor as soon as possible to treat their wounds. Pyotwal approached the owner of the guest house. The owner of the guest house looked at Pyotwal with a look of terror. The fear he felt was immense, as he had seen firsthand the ruthless nature that lies behind his beautiful appearance. Pyotwal asked the owner of the guest house, who here knows best about the internal affairs of Sichuan. By internal affairs, what exactly do you mean? The situation among the sects. In that case you should go visit the workshop street. 1 Workshop Street. After leaving the guest house, go straight to the left and you will see the workshop street. There is a signboard which says Fire Dragon Room 2 at the innermost part of Workshop Street, so go take a look. Fire Dragon Room. It is a sect created through the gathering of Sichuan's artisans long ago. Since they have been doing business with sect members in Sichuan for a long time, no one knows the inner situation better than them. If you buy a weapon from them first, they will gladly answer your questions. Pyotwal walked to the workshop street as the owner of the guest house had told him. Kankang. It was early in the morning, but the street was noisy with the sound of hammers coming from the workshops. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a sight, so Pyotwal stood in the middle of the street and listened to the sound of hammering. The sound of hammering coming from some of the workshops were dull, while in others the sound was too light. Countless noises were mixed, but Pyotwal's sensitive hearing was able to discern all the sounds one by one. Among them, there was a place where there was a particularly clear metal sound. Pyotwal looked around in search of the source of the sound. It didn't take long before he was able to find the place where the clear metal sound was flowing. It was the Fire Dragon Room. Pyotwal soon entered the Fire Dragon Room. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, he could feel the heat. The heat emanating from the furnace is filling the inside of the room. In front of the brazier, a young man in his early 20s was pounding a hot iron metal. He was concentrating on hammering, unaware that Pyotwal had arrived. Pyotwal looked at the man with his arms crossed. Kang, the man's hammering was heavy. Each time he struck the iron, it changed shape. That was then. Inside the workshop, a man with a goatee opened the door and came out. He saw a young man hammering, turned his eyes, and rushed in. Hey, you bastard, what the hell do you think you are doing? Who told you to use the hammer as you please? He kicked the young man. The young man fell to the floor without even screaming. You bastard, I told you. Never hold a hammer in the workshop. Just go and do the errands you've been assigned. He trampled the young man mercilessly, but the young man endured the violence without screaming. The young man's eyes, covering his head with both hands, were full of poison. Hayaka, you damn bastard, still not saying when you're in the wrong. In the end, the man with the goatee was the first one to get exhausted. At that moment, the young man patted off his clothes and stood up. You are banned from entering this place for the time being. Go to the back and do chores until I call you back. The young man nodded at the man with the goatee and went inside. That burns. What was the branch leader thinking, accepting such a bastard like The man with the goatee, who was cursing the young man, noticed that there was another person in the workshop. I didn't even know that a customer was here, so I showed something unsightly. What have you come to purchase? What did that man do wrong? That man? Oh, you're talking about Sachu. Sachu. Yeah, his name is Tang Sachu. I heard that he is a descendant of the Tang family, but he keeps trying to grab the hammer without permission. Can't the descendants of the Tang family hold the hammer? You seem to be new to Sichuan, in a way. Then that explains it. Did you know why the Tang family was destroyed? Isn't it because they were on the side of the demon sect in the old days? Because of that, they were forced to close their doors by someone titled the strongest in history, and after that, the sect rapidly shriveled up and collapsed. In the eyes of the Sichuan sects, the Tang family is a traitor who betrayed the Sichuan Jianghu. That's why no workshop ever passes down their secret techniques to anyone associated with the Tang family. They are afraid that the same history in the past will happen again. Even using the surname of the Tang family without any relation to the said sect was penalized. The existence of the Fire Dragon Room itself would be in jeopardy if they teach a person who was rumored to be a descendant of the Tang family. But it was not known whether Tang Sachu was really the descendant of the Tang family. This was because it has already been over 200 years since the Tang family went extinct. There was no guarantee that the bloodline of that time still remained, and even if it did, there was no way to trace and reveal his personal history. The goatee man was Buntaju 5. It was only in anger that he trampled on Tang Sachu. He went to a gambling house last night and lost a lot of money. He released his anger on Tang Sachu. In Sichuan province, there was still a perception that the descendants of the Tang dynasty could still be alive, so the descendants pay for the sins of the ancestors, who told them to stand on the side of the demon sect. It's the price that the Tang family chose for themselves. Oh, but what have you come to purchase this early in the morning? A flying sword. Hick, if it's a flying sword, it must be for throwing. Please follow me. All the weapons made in the workshop are on display inside. Buntaju was a very talkative person. He spoke non-stop as he made his way to the display of weapons. Many clans from Sichuan province order weapons from our Fire Dragon Room. Among them, my work is famous for its high quality. You probably won't regret it. Do you have a lot of orders coming in recently? Hee hee. The amount of orders has doubled since the Amei sect and Qingcheng sect started fighting in earnest. The atmosphere in Sichuan province has become chaotic, but on the other hand, we are enjoying the booming business. Even now, all the craftsmen in our workshop have their hands full in making weapons ordered by various sects. Buntaju continued to chatter and talked about how great their workshop was. Paiotwal listened attentively to his words. Buntaju was proud of his work, and his words contained enough information about the situation of Jianghu in Sichuan, which among the sects are associated with the Amei sect and which sects support the Qingcheng sect. All of this were the information that Paiotwal wanted. All kinds of flying sword are here. Pick one. There were different kinds of throwing knives placed on the shelves pointed to by the Buntaju. Paiotwal looked closely at all the weapons, but there was nothing he really liked. In fact, he didn't need the weapons. Buying a flying sword was just a ceremonial act to get information from the Fire Dragon Room. Paiotwal bought 2 of the most well-made flying sword and went out. Perhaps because of the name of the Fire Dragon Room, the flying sword was very expensive. However, Paiotwal, who did not know the price of weapons, paid the amount he wanted. After Paiotwal went out, Buntaju liked that he caught a pushover, but for a pushover, he's really handsome. I want to live with a face like that for just one day. After leaving the store, Paiotwal's gaze turned to the next alley. Who told you to go use the hammer? Are you crazy? How dare you grab a hammer that we've never held before? Some men were trampling on someone. It was the Tang Sachu who he saw in the workshop. He was being ruthlessly beaten with his back bent like a shrimp. The people trampling on Tang Sachu were the apprentices who were learning blacksmith work in the Fire Dragon Room. Her Dragon Room was basically a clan made by artisans. The Ark is operated, but the authority of the Fire Dragon Room comes from the craftsmen. That's why it was important to be an apprentice of a particular master artisan. Buntaju was a very good craftsman in the Fire Dragon Room, and there were countless apprentices who wanted to be taught by him. However, in order to become a formal apprentice, a lot of waiting was required, and in the meantime, it was an implicit rule to have to do chores. Tang Sachu broke that rule and grabbed the hammer. In a way, it was natural for the apprentices to be angry with Tang Sachu. This is for having such dirty blood of the Tang family. This is for breaking the rules every now and then. The apprentices spit out curse words and used violence. Even though Tang Sachu was beaten like that, he did not scream once. His eyes remained full of poison and his lips were clenched. His flesh was torn or burst and blood was flowing red, but his eyes never softened. Paiotwal looked carefully at the face of Tang Sachu. As time passed, the violence of the apprentices became more severe. However, Tang Sachu gritted his teeth even more and persevered. Paiotwal liked the poisonous eyes of Tang Sachu, because he himself survived with such an attitude. Tang Sachu's eyes turned to Paiotwal as he felt his gaze. Their eyes met in the air. Paiotwal's eyes, as if the flow of time had stopped, and Tang Sachu's eyes, which seemed empty but full of poison, were somehow similar. Thunk. Paiotwal threw the throwing knife which he just bought from Buntaju towards Tang Sachu. The throwing knife fell right in front of Tang Sachu's hand. Paiotwal replied to Tang Sachu's eyes, who had a questioning gaze, as if asking about the meaning of Paiotwal's action. Human beings are more ferocious than beasts. Once you look down on them, they will bite until they die. Their beating will not end if you put up with it like this. Don't endure it. If it becomes your habit to endure the pain and beatings, you will continue living like a wretched dog. When? It was only then that the apprentices realized that someone was standing in the alley. They had a puzzled expression. This kind of violence was usually done in secret. There was nothing good about going outside. The oldest of the apprentices said with a fierce expression, "Hey, customer, don't talk nonsense and just go. This matter only concerns our fire dragon room." His voice was polite, but the meaning of his words was. The very mention of the fire dragon room was used to pressure Payawal. In fact, the prestige of the fire dragon room in Sichuan was great. Although the force itself is declining, many sects in Sichuan province were connected with them, as they are the only clan that can supply high-quality weapons in large quantities. For that reason, some problems were resolved by using the name of the Fire Dragon Room. The apprentices were also aiming for that, so they used the name Fire Dragon Room. However, Payawal was neither intimidated nor scared by the name of the Fire Dragon Room. He already experienced too much to be terrified of such a threat. Payawal didn't even look at the apprentices, but only looked at Tang Sachu. Such an attitude of Payawal further fueled the anger of the apprentices. Go before, it was a moment when the atmosphere of the apprentices became even more sinister. Kyuk, suddenly one of the apprentices screamed. The other apprentices flinched and quickly turned around. They saw Tang Sachu biting the shoulder of the apprentice who had been screaming. With how deeply he bit, an enormous amount of fresh blood flowed from the apprentice's shoulder, staining Sachu's face and chest red. "You crazy bastard, come on, let go." The apprentices were frightened and tried to get rid of Tang Sachu's head from the apprentice. However, when Tang Sachu threatened to wield a dagger, they could not approach him ahead of time. Kikyuk. Having his shoulder bitten, the apprentice struggled with pain. Just before he lost his breath, Tang Sachu released the shoulder thaw he had bitten. "You crazy bastard, are you crazy? How can you bite a person like a beast?" The apprentices supported their bloody comrade and stared at Tang Sachu. Despite their accusations, Tang Sachu did not care. "When did you guys treat me like a human? You treated me like an animal. Do you think you'll be safe after this?" "It doesn't matter. Now I'm tired of being beat by you guys for no reason. I'm going to attack any bastard who abuses me again." Tang Sachu threw his dagger at the apprentices. Then the apprentices' eyes shook. There seemed to be naturalization in the eyes of Tang. Those bloody eyes made the apprentices feel weak. Even rats bite when they're cornered, and that's exactly what Tang Sachu did. The only difference is that the rat has only a small fang, but Tang Sachu has a dagger in his hand. It is also a dagger that has been forged in a blue color. "Damn, you, just wait and see." Crazy bastard, the apprentices eventually withdrew with the injured apprentice. When they all disappeared, only then did Tang Sachu spit. Cock, heek, blood was mixed in with his saliva. His internal organs were very badly damaged. "Shit." Payawal supported the body of Tang Sachu when he fell and asked, "House? No, take me to the dormitory inside the workshop." Payawal took Tang Sachu to the place he was talking about. Tang Sachu's accommodation was so poor that he could only escape the rain and wind. Even a pigsty couldn't be any worse than this. Inside the room, there was only a single, shabby lump of paper. Payawal looked into the room and murmured, "It's nice. You like this? Are you crazy? It's like an Avenger palace. I lived in a place infested with snakes. You don't have to lie. Do you think I will be comforted if you say that? Do you see me as a person who can comfort others?" "Not really," Tang Sachu said. It didn't seem like a person with emotionless eyes like Payawal could comfort others by telling lies. "Then is it true that he really lived in a snake pit?" Tang Sachu let out a sigh of relief. It was because he instinctively felt that Payawal's words were true. Payawal got up from his seat. Tang Sachu asked, "Where are you leaving? I have a place to go." "Where? Are you really that interested in other people's affairs? Didn't you also meddle in the affairs of a stranger?" "I guess so." Payawal looked at Tang Sachu. A face resembling himself was staring straight at him. "I've been there before. Thoroughly exploited, abandoned, and chased. So you want to get revenge, of course. Your opponent seems to be quite easygoing, seeing that you can even try to get your revenge." "Not really. They're pretty strong." "Who's your opponent?" "The Amei sect and Qingcheng sect and all the other sects that follow them." "Aren't you crazy? Are you going to declare war against the entire forces of Sichuan?" Tang Sachu raised his voice. It was a look of real excitement. Payawal shrugged. "Maybe it's crazy, but that doesn't mean I'm crazy." "Then are you really going to try it?" "I have no reason to lie to you. You're really crazy. Now give me back the dagger. I bought it because I needed it." "This trash." Tang Sachu looked at the dagger he was holding in his hand. "The trash is worth a coin. Heh heh. If you rush to get revenge on something like this, it'll break quickly. Just throw this garbage away." Tang Sachu threw the dagger away and searched in the far corner of his room. He showed up after a while with a leather belt in his hand. "Take it." "What?" "You'll know when you try it." Payawal took the leather belt and examined it. On the outside, it was just a simple belt, but looking inside, there's a bag with dozens of throwing knives stored in it. Payawal took out throwing knives and examined them closely. The sharpened blade was perfect for both balance and strength. A small ring was attached to the end of the handle of the throwing knife, so that something like a string could be connected. It was such an excellent item that Payawal immediately understood what Tang Sachu's words meant when he said that the dagger he bought in Bunta was garbage. Did you make it yourself? Who else would make them? Of course, I made them all myself. You must have had a hard time. Hard. It was only hard because I didn't have the time to make it secretly, but the process of making it myself wasn't hard at all. There was a sense of pride in Tang Sachu's voice. Is it really okay for you to give me something like this? You're going to take revenge on the King Cheng and Amei sect, right? So, the reason the Tang family collapsed was because of them, of course. It doesn't mean that the Tang family was good. In any case, it is wrong to stand on the side of the demon sect and betray Jianghu. However, I cannot forgive the fact that they pressured the Tang family in every way and caused them to fall apart. Tang Sachu inherited the Tang family's spirit and resentment, so you want revenge with this weapon. If my weapons can taste their blood, then it's enough. It's not a difficult request, but how can you believe in me and give me such a piece of equipment? This can make me a lot of money if I sell it in the market. Money is not important to me. His voice was full of resentment. Just because he inherited the Tang surname, the hardships he suffered were indescribable. Fire Dragon Room didn't fully come into his side either. It was unavoidable because of the pressures of the sects. The Fire Dragon Room was extremely afraid of the rebirth of the Tang family, so they are trying to keep a close watch on Tang Sachu, who has inherited the Tang surname. If he was a disciple, they would have allowed him to hold a hammer, but because he was just an apprentice, they didn't pass on their skills. Because of that, Tang Sachu learned secretly at night, and today this incident happened. Everyone told me to endure. You're the first one to tell me not to. I didn't know your circumstances, but your eyes must have impressed me quite a bit. Sometimes a dog whistle is sweeter than a cowardice. Okay, I will use this. Payatwal loosened the existing belt and wore the leather belt made by Tang Sachu on his waist. It was so luxurious that no one would even think that there were weapons in it. Payatwal moved his hand and picked up the stored throwing knife. The weapon came out without a sound. Payatwal repeated the act of inserting and removing the dagger several times. Tang Sachu couldn't hide his surprised expression at the speed of Payatwal's actions. It was because his eyes could not even grasp Payatwal's hand movements. It was as if the weapon was moving on its own. My eyes weren't wrong, he's the owner of my weapons. He did not know Payatwal's name or identity, but he was convinced that he was the owner of the things he had made. Oh, come to think of it, I don't even know your name. Payatwal, that's my name. I'll remember it. Whenever you hear this name, know that I'm using these phantom daggers. 1 phantom daggers. If such a good weapon doesn't have a name, it would be a waste. Phantom daggers, good. Tang Sachu smiled for the first time. It was a name that suited the object he had worked hard to create. Then take good care of yourself. My name is Tang Sachu. If ever the phantom daggers would break down, come to me anytime. I'll fix it for you. I will. Payatwal tucked the phantom daggers into his belt and went outside. Sachu, who was left alone, muttered as he watched Payatwal disappear through the door. Payatwal, I'm praying that your name will spread throughout Sichuan province. The more the name Payatwal is heard, the more likely the Amei and King Cheng sect will decline. He did not really believe that a single person could really do anything to the 2 major powers of Sichuan, the King Cheng and the Amei sect. He's just looking forward to it, in order to relieve his resentment a little by inflicting a certain amount of damage. Payatwal really liked the phantom dagger. It was nice to have the weapon completely hidden inside his belt. Furthermore, from the beginning, it seemed like that the phantom dagger fits well around his hand. A small phantom dagger was spinning on the palm of Payatwal. Just by moving the muscles in the palm of his hand, he can control the phantom dagger at will. One of the most important things to the assassin was the sensation of his bare hands. Payatwal's hand sense was very delicate, so he was able to freely use any of his muscles as long as he set his mind on it. As time passed, he became more proficient in using the throwing knife, and by the time the sun went down, the weapon could twirl freely on Payatwal's hand like a living creature. As he spent time playing with the throwing knife like a toy, Payatwal suddenly thought of how to connect it with his soul-reaping thread. If it can be used by connecting the soul-reaping thread at the end of the knife, its use will be endless. Is it possible? The biggest advantage of Payatwal is that he has no hesitation. If there is something that comes to mind, he could execute it immediately to satisfy his curiosity. For him, there were no side effects or backlash from experiencing failure. If he fails, he can try again, and he can endure the side effects. Payatwal has lived like that until now, so he took on another challenge again. His disposition did not change just because he went out. Payatwal operated the soul-reaping thread. An invisible thread of chi came out at the tip of his index finger. Payatwal moved the soul-reaping thread to grab the ring of the phantom dagger. At first, it seemed that the soul-reaping thread could carry the weight of the phantom dagger. However, as soon as he moved it a little, the soul-reaping thread could not bear the weight of the phantom dagger and broke off. For a moment, Payawal felt his inner chi flowing backwards. A recoil occurred when Teeth's soul-reaping thread was cut off. Payawal once again controls his inner chi and tries to attach the soul-reaping thread to the phantom dagger. The phantom dagger hanging from the soul-reaping thread swayed precariously. The moment Payawal moved his fingers, the soul-reaping thread ceased again. With that reaction, Payawal's complexion turned pure white. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up at this point. This was because if their internal chi experiences a repulsion, they may get caught in a painful backlash. However, Payawal's body was different from that of ordinary warriors. His blood veins were as flexible and tough as snakes, and they stood firm against any shock. Even if he felt the pain, he can endure the runaway of the inner chi to some extent. Payawal also knew that fact, so he was able to take on the challenge despite the continued failures. While walking on the road, Payawal did not stop practicing. At first, it was difficult to maintain a single angle. However, as the number of his trials increased, the length of time Payawal maintained the connection with the phantom dagger increased. The phantom dagger connected to the soul-reaping thread moved back and forth like a pendulum hung on a string. It's still dangerous, but the soul-reaping thread could now bear the weight of the phantom dagger. It was then that Payawal collected the soul-reaping thread and phantom dagger. There was a hint of fatigue on his face, but a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Now that he has learned to some extent how to deal with the phantom dagger through practice, all that remains is to get used to it through constant training. It is daunting to deal with just one ghost at the moment, but later, when his realm deepens, he will be able to handle all 10 ghost knives with his 10 fingers. Payawal suddenly raised his head and looked around. A large city could be seen in the distance. He came here while training using the phantom dagger, and he was getting closer to Chengdu. Chengdu was incomparable to any other city Payawal had ever seen. It was enough for him to be overwhelmed by its size just by looking at it. Payawal paused for a moment and looked at Chengdu. Numerous thoughts ran through his mind. However, Payawal shook his head and threw away all useless thoughts. From now on, every moment matters. A single negligence could cost his life, so Payawal once again strengthened his resolve. After calming down to a certain extent, Payawal moved towards Chengdu. Chengdu was bigger and more splendid than it looked from the outside. The road was wide enough to allow several large carriages to pass at the same time, and the huge pavilions continued endlessly. People of all kinds were filling the streets, and they were overflowing with vitality. However, there was a sense of tension in the faces of the people passing by on the street. There were a few warriors in possession of weapons. The confrontation between the Qingcheng sect and Amei sect is also affecting Chengdu. Payawal set out to find a guest house. As it is the largest city in Sichuan province, there were many large guest houses in Chengdu. Among them, Payawal entered the guest house, which is a place that was visited by many people. Hayu. As soon as he entered the guest house, the people's attention was focused on him at once. It was because Payawal's appearance stood out. Payawal didn't blush and simply found an empty seat. He already experienced receiving those kinds of looks and reactions countless times on the way to this place. As he sat down, a warm-looking middle-aged woman approached with a tray. Ho Hong, welcome guest. She was the hostess of the guest house. It was usually a waiter or servant who greeted the guests. However, due to Payawal's outstanding appearance, the hostess ran over and beat the servant to it. Oh my gosh, how can a man be so handsome? I've been running this guest house for 20 years, but this is the first time I've seen such a handsome man. The hostess looked at Payawal with a look as if possessed. Ho Hong, are you just going to eat? I'm going to stay for a few days. Is there any room? Of course. We have a very spacious and clean room. The other guests need 5 coins, but you only pay 3 coins. Ho Hong, a blush appeared on the hostess's face. If it was a handsome man like this, it wouldn't matter if she didn't get the extra 2 coins. Then I'm going to eat and stay. You thought well. No matter where you go in Chengdu, there is no place that is cleaner and has better food than ours. Okay, I hope you can give me some tasty food. Eiku, look at my spirit. What kind of joke is this for a customer who has come a long way? If you wait a little bit, I'll bring you some food. Ho Hong, the hostess went back to the kitchen, shaking her buttocks. The guests who saw the scene spoke. I've been coming here for a long time, but it's the first time I've seen the hostess have such a bright expression on her face. He's so handsome, so damn good looking. Even if I'm a girl, I think I'll untie my skirt. If I could live just one day with a face like that, I would have no wish. Payawal listened to them with one ear and let it out through the other. It was because he got used to it many times while coming here. Payawal looked out the window with an indifferent expression. Red lanterns were lit up one by one on the street as the sun went down. The street dyed with fire was colorful and beautiful. At that time, the voice of the hostess of the guest house broke Payawal's thoughts. Ho Hong, I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. I've mastered cooking, but now the food has arrived. Enjoy your meal, and if you need anything, please call me anytime. The hostess put down the food and smiled at Payawal. Payawal nodded his head without saying a word. As if regretful, the hostess looked at Payawal's face once more and returned to her original position. Then Payawal picked up his chopsticks and tasted the food little by little. The stir-fried pork, rice, and a few side dishes were all it took, but they were all delicious because of their good cooking skills. In fact, for Payawal, everything he ate outside was delicious. No matter what kind of food he ate, it was bound to taste better than moss or snakes. Payawal chewed the food tightly. Not even a single side dish was lightly chewed. That was then. It's Sianha. Clear Sky House's Wungo Siangak is also with her. Then is today the day of the Blue Moon meeting. The voices of people shouting came from outside. The murmur grew louder and louder, eventually leading to a guest house where Payawal ate. When Payawal raised his head with a slight frown on his forehead, 3 men were entering the guest house in the form of escorting 1 woman. All the men were young. They all looked different, but it was clear that they all had a good body and had a strong physique. Their eyes were all on the woman walking in the middle. The woman was like a gorgeous rose. She wore a beautiful dress made of heavenly silk with colorful ornaments on her neatly curled up hair. But what stood out most was her snow-white skin and beautiful features. The woman resembled a red rose. The people in the guest house lost their minds and looked at the woman. Sianha can obviously be said to have the most beautiful appearance comparable to that of the Yang Xiaoran from the main mountain of the Amei sect. I'm guessing that's why the young master of Clear Sky House lost his mind and followed her. Sianha lowered her eyes slightly and moved forward. Because of this, an unusually white neck was exposed above the collar. It was so alluring that people couldn't take their eyes off it. After entering the guest house, all she did was just walk gently. However, with that simple act, she completely took control of the atmosphere in the guest house. Sianha lifted her head slightly and looked around the inside of the house. A soft smile appeared on her lips, confirming that everyone's attention was focused on her. She had to get everyone's attention like this before her job was released. She hasn't seen anyone other than herself getting attention. Go Xiangak and the other 2 people in Clear Sky House who came with her were also mentioned as Nero in Chengdu. They always followed and courted her. Although Sianha did not directly set up the group, her followers naturally gathered and formed a group called Blue Moon. Today was the meeting day of the Blue Moon. For the meeting, the Blue Moon borrowed the entire floor of the guest house. It cost a lot of money to rent the whole floor as it is a very well-run business, but it was no problem for Go Xiangak and others who were blinded by Sianha. They were willing to pay a huge sum. It was to get closer to Sianha, even a little more. If I can marry her, I will sell my soul. She's really beautiful. How can a human be so beautiful? Whoever gets her can be said to be the luckiest person in the world. Go Xiangak and the others looked at Sianha, lost in their hearts. However, Sianha's eyes were focused on someone else. It was towards the beautiful man sitting by the window. Even though he was a man, he was more beautiful than a woman and had a strange atmosphere that could not be expressed in words. The moment she saw Payawal, she felt a chill in her spine. She couldn't hide the bewildered expression that took precedence over the unfamiliar emotions. It was the first time she felt such an emotion in her life. However, Payawal was only eating food as if he had no interest in her. Sianha was lost in the middle of her thoughts. Then Go Xiangak asked with a worried expression, "Are you okay? Do you feel anything?" "It's nothing. It was because I was dizzy for a while. Then shall we cancel today's meeting?" "No. I'm fine now, thank you Go Xiangak. You're always taking good care of me." "No, I just want Sianha to always be all right. I am always grateful for the consideration of Go Xiangak." Sianha smiled at Go Xiangak. Then Go Xiangak put on an ecstatic expression, and the crew members around him stared at him with jealous eyes. Those who followed Sianha gathered together and named it Blue Moon, but in reality they were nothing but competitors. If any of them wins the competition and takes priority, the Blue Moon will be disbanded on that day. Knowing that fact, she did not give her heart to anyone who took precedence, and she exquisitely walked the tightrope and burned the troubles of the crew. With a nonchalant look on her face, she took a step back. However, Go Xiangak was already staring at the place Sianha had been looking at a while ago. Although it was momentary, he realized that Sianha was looking at Payawal. A glimmer of envy flashed in his eyes. Payawal didn't do anything, but just because Sianha gave him his gaze, he got angry from the bottom of his heart. What made him angry more than anything else was Payawal's appearance. Even with their similar gender, his handsome face stimulated his inferiority complex. "I'll see him later." His poisonous eyes were shot at Payawal like a dagger. The first to notice this were the people near Payawal. People hurriedly turned their heads to avoid Go Xiangak's eyes. Clear Sky House, where Go Xiangak is the young master, was based on the outskirts of the city as one of the 4 rooms. 3 for that reason. His influence in Chengdu was greater than that of the Amei and Qingcheng sects. It was virtually impossible to stay away from the eyes of Go Xiangak in Chengdu. When Go Xiangak followed Sianha up to the next floor, some people looked at Payawal with regretful expressions. Among them, a middle-aged man who looked a little older spoke to Payawal. "Hey, if you don't live here, you better leave the city as soon as possible. It's all because I'm worried about you, so get out of here before the night is over. That's the only way for you to live." "Why should I do that?" I guess you're not really from here, seeing that you don't know anything about the young master Go Xiangak." Who is he? He's the Fire Lord of the Clear Sky House. He's easily jealous, so he'll never allow the Sianha to stare at other men. I have no interest in her. Your interest is not very important. First of all, the fact that the Sianha has given you her attention is important. Go Siaka wants the Sianha to see only him. He does not let anything get in the way. That woman is a pretty great person, right? Huh, do you mean you don't know the poisonous wasp, for Wu Sianha? She's the Fire Lord of the 100 Flower Room 5, which is made up of women. The 100 Flower Room is no different from the Amei sect's subfamily clan. So how could she not be great? Did you just say the Amei sect? Yeah, the 100 Flower Room is a follower of the Amei sect. Sianha is a very prized person in the Amei. A white smile appeared on Pyotwal's lips. That's interesting. More than 20 members gathered at the meeting of the Blue Moon Association. All of them were disciples of famous sects in Sichuan province. Many of the men gathered in that place to admire and look at Sianha's beauty. Sianha was a flower that many bees wanted. But she didn't want to end up being just a flower. I am not a flower waiting for a bee to fly. I will become the queen bee and put them all under my control. That was how the nickname Poisonous Bee was born. Although she did not reveal her overriding ambition, the people gathering around her saw through her acts and thus gave her the name Poisonous Bee, a queen bee harboring poison. That was how the public saw her. There was only one reason why Sianha stayed in the Blue Moon. It was just to help the Amei sect. To be precise, it was to set a big ball for the Amei sect. The 100 Flower Room is a subsidiary sect of the Amei sect. This also means that they share the same destiny with the Amei sect. The 100 Flower Room was working hard to help the Amei sect. It was also because of that reason that Wu Xianha tolerated the Blue Moon Party, which was made up of men who followed her around. All of the men in the Blue Moon were people who could be called the chiefs of Sichuan. Naturally, their influence was not small. So this would be a great help to Amei. Their influence in Chengdu keeps them from falling behind the Qingcheng sect. Even in the Amei sect, she was recognized for her work and was treated like a main disciple, but she never intended to be this satisfied with just this much. I will surely become the master of the Amei sect and command the entire Sichuan city. There were several barriers to overcome to do so. However, Wu Xianha was willing and ready to do anything to get over those barriers. Xianha thoroughly concealed her feelings and looked at the members of the Blue Moon Party with a smile. I sincerely thank all of you who answered the call of such a humble woman. If it's Wu Xianha's call, of course, we would have come running. Where are we? We are ready to join the Wu Xianha at any time. At the men's replies, Xianha's smile grew brighter. Again, the men were mesmerized by the sight. She was well aware that her appearance was very beautiful. She also knew how to use it to her advantage and attract men more easily. Suok, Xianha gently crossed her legs, revealing her white calves. The men were easily distracted as they tried to steal a glimpse at her exposed skin. She wanted to laugh at those men. Heh, all men are the same. They are all snobs. However, she hid her true thoughts thoroughly and continued to speak. The situation of the 100 Flower Room is not very good due to the pressure of the Qingcheng sect, but there is now room to breathe. Thank you very much. No matter how strong the Qingcheng sect is, they can't use their power and influence in Chengdu. But even if they do, it doesn't matter. We can still protect the 100 Flower Room. That's right, so you don't have to worry, Wu Xianha. The original owner of Chengdu was the Tang family. When the Tang family was still standing, no one could be said to be their rival in Chengdu. There was a time that even the Amei and Qingcheng sect had to pay attention to the Tang family. But it was such a distant story that she can't even remember. Then after the fall of the Tang family, Chengdu became free for all. Several sects have entered Chengdu since its owner has disappeared, but none of them have fully ruled over Chengdu. As a result, the small to medium-sized sects remained and fought in Chengdu. Although they were not large sects, their influence was never small. Xianha was holding the leaders of such influential sects under the width of her skirt. I may not be able to come to the next meeting. Please understand this in advance. Really, I may not be able to go to the Raramyon meeting, so I hope you will do your best for this first time. Wu Xianha cannot come. Is there anything going on? Since the movement of the Qingcheng sect has become unusual, there was a summoning order from the headquarters. All of the disciples or descendants of the Amei sect must enter the main mountain. The men felt sorry for her. Then Go Xianggek asked in a loud voice, would we be able to join the Amei sect too? I know your good intentions, but you can't. Is this because of the policy of the Amei sect? It's not that, but I feel bad, then there will be no problem. This Go Xiangak will climb Mount Amei 1 to protect Wu Xianha. The same goes for me. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the sake of the Xianha. I will also go and climb Mount Amei. In an instant, the floor became noisy. Those who follow Xianha said that they were all willing to climb Mount Amei for her. Xianha quietly took a glass of wine. A dark smile appeared on her lips, which was covered with a glass of wine. As the night deepened, many of the guests left, leaving only a few left in the guest house. Pyotwal was one of the few remaining guests. There was still some food left on the table, since Pyotwal ate so slowly and did not end up eating it all. Payawal left the leftover food and tried to get up. A loud noise was heard from the stairs on the other floor. Xianhe and the members of Blue Moon were coming down after their meeting. The atmosphere they had going on was very pleasant. Xianhe had a satisfied smile, because the results came out in the direction she wanted. It was clear that her influence would also increase if she led the members of the Blue Moon Assembly to join the Amei sect. As she was walking towards a rosy future, her gaze suddenly stopped at a certain man. The man that caught Xianhe's attention was Payawal. Their eyes met in the air. In an instant, a blush appeared on Xianhe's face. She involuntarily let out a sigh. She was instantly overwhelmed by Payawal's appearance and unique atmosphere. It was the first time for Wu Xianhe, who had seduced countless men with her beautiful appearance and manipulated her according to her will, was so mesmerized by another man. After staring at Payawal for a long time, she noticed that there was a soft red light in Payawal's eyes, but she found it more mysterious than ominous. She was greedy for those eyes that looked like rubies. Unknowingly, she turned to Payawal. She opened her mouth with a bright smile. It seems like this is the first time I've seen you here. Since the Dead Sea is Dongdo, that's our common name. I'd like to give priority to the department store. If it's not rude, I'd like to know the name of this young master. Payawal looked at Xianhe without saying a word for a moment. She felt my heart pounding heavily. His reaction was so unfamiliar that she was even embarrassed. Then Payawal opened his mouth. Payawal, since young Master Payawal is alone, are you perhaps a warrior? Think what you like. Is there something you can't say? Do you usually ask a man you've seen for the first time like that? Yes, I mean. Payawal's reaction was different from what she expected, so she could not hide her bewildered expression. Then Go Xiangak erupted in anger. Are you trying to mess with Wu Xianhe? Don't you think you should apologize? His face was full of jealousy. Xianhe had never shown such interest in himself before. She always showed a smile, but it felt like there was still an invisible line clearly drawn. However, when Xianhe saw Payawal, he couldn't see the line in between them. That fact made him angry. He couldn't be angry with Xianhe, so his anger naturally directed towards Payawal instead. Apologize. Yeah, get down on your knees and apologize politely to her right now. Otherwise, I won't let you go. What if I do what? No matter how blindly attracted you are towards a single girl, you have to recognize the other person before running wild. How dare you insult me? Unforgivable. Shayak. Go Xiangak pulled out the sword he was wearing around his waist and swung it at Payawal. HCK. Don't. Young master. Shit. The men standing beside him were all shouted in surprise, because the sword of Go Xiangak was already on the verge of reaching Payawal's neck. Go Xiangak's weakness was that when he got angry, he swung his sword recklessly without thinking. If a large sect such as the Clear Sky House was not behind him, all the accidents he had caused would not have been resolved. The men closed their eyes tightly, thinking that Go Xiangak would cause an accident this time as well. Go Xiangak's hands were so cruel that they could not bear looking at his unfortunate opponent. The wounds of the people that ended up suffering from his hands were so horrendous that they could not afford to open their eyes. People expected that the same result would happen this time too. However, contrary to their thoughts, Payawal's scream was not heard. When the men opened their eyes and looked up, they saw Go Xiangak's weapon being blocked by Payawal. They thought that Go Xiangak would quickly take care of the situation, but they soon realized that he still hasn't. As soon as Go Xiangak swung his sword, Payawal stepped back. The distance between Payawal and the sword was only about 1 finger. It was a situation where Payawal's eyes would have been pierced if he retreated late. People thought that Payawal just got lucky and avoided the sword of Go Xiangak, but the next moment they realized that it wasn't like that at all. Bastard. Go Xiangak once again opened his swordsmanship. It was the Thunderstorm sword technique, a sword technique of the Clear Sky House. The Thunderstorm sword technique consists of 7 deadly attacks, and it was a brutal sword technique that cannot be underestimated. The fact that he carried out the Thunderstorm sword technique was proof that Go Xiangak's anger had gone all the way to the tip of his head. Shisk. Go Xiangak repeatedly used the Thunderstorm sword technique to attack, but regardless of which technique he unleashed, he couldn't touch Payawal. Go Xiangak's sword could barely hit Payawal. There was always just a finger-size difference. Payawal moved only by a centimeter when he attacked, and when Go Xiangak stepped back to catch his breath, Payawal moved again by only that much. How is that possible? All the people watching were warriors who had mastered martial arts, so they know how great Payawal's actions were. If he miscalculates the distance, or if the sword sticks out even a little more, Payawal can easily lose his life. Constantly maintaining that centimeter gap to dodge Go Xiangak's attack meant that Payawal understood the breathing and limitations of his opponent. However, even if he understood everything about his opponent, it was impossible to show such a movement, not unless he's absolute confidence in his own martial arts. At least none of the martial artists who were currently watching could move at a level similar to that of Payawal. Go Xiangak rushed and swung his sword. Although desperate efforts were made one after another, his sword never touched Payawal, as his opponent dodged a gap of about a single finger. Go Seong-ak felt like he was dealing with a ghost. A. Are you using sorcery? 3. I can't forgive you. He defined the movement of Pyotwal that he could not understand as sorcery. It was impossible for him to comprehend Pyotwal's movement. However, the ghostly movements that Pyotwal was showing now were not magic. It was a synchronization based on his fine senses. It was a killing method that intuitively predicted and followed the movement of his opponent by matching his breathing and reactions with the enemy he was dealing with. Pyotwal accurately grasped the limits of Go Seong-ak through synchrony. He quickly grasped the length of his limbs, the limits of the sword, and the distance of his stride. So Pyotwal only moved exactly by a distance he needed to dodge the incoming attack. A single mistake can lead to his death, but Pyotwal remained unconcerned. Hyuk-hyuk, a shrill breath came out of Go Seong-ak. He looked like he had been possessed. This was because no matter how much he swung his sword, he could not reach Pyotwal. As he unfolded his technique with all his might without thinking, his stamina was exhausted in an instant, making him out of breath. Pyotwal looked at Go Seong-ak and muttered, "This is the limit." "What do you mean by limit?" Go Seong-ak became furious and ran towards Pyotwal again. He thought that this time, too, Pyotwal would use his cowardly technique to back down. However, Pyotwal's movements exceeded his expectations. He saw Pyotwal's body wriggling like a snake and suddenly went for Go Seong-ak's chest. It was a meandering walk that reproduced the movements of snakes. HCK. The moment Go Seong-ak opened his eyes wide in surprise, Pyotwal's palm already hit his chin. The force that hit his chin shook his brain. Go Seong-ak's eyes suddenly lost focus. Then his consciousness was blown away. "Young Master Go, come on and save him." Surprised by Go Seong-ak collapsing like a sandcastle, the men rushed towards Pyotwal at once. Whatever the circumstances, Go Seong-ak had to be saved from Pyotwal's hand. Only then could the status of the Blue Moon Association be maintained. That was then. See it, a dozen lines shot out from Pyotwal's waist. Puboverbuck, continuous firing echoed inside the guest house. Kyuk, HCKK. At the same time, the men's screams filled the room. The screams were from the same group of men who rushed to attack against Pyotwal. Small daggers were lodged in their shoulders and thighs. They tossed around on the floor, losing hold of their weapons. In an instant, about a dozen men were incapacitated by the throwing knives. This was the moment when the Ghost Knives One made its first appearance in the world. With just one hand movement, Pyotwal accurately used the 10 ghost knives on different opponents. It was at a level that no one other than him could do. Where did he come from? There were 10 more men still standing, but none of them dared to rush against Pyotwal. At the appearance of such men, Seonha made a contemptuous expression without realizing it. These useless guys, in comparison, the look that Seonha gave towards Pyotwal was filled with ecstatic emotions. His face was handsome enough for her to be captivated, and he was also so strong that she had no choice but to aim for his heart. If I can control that guy with my charm, it would benefit me much more than having a bunch of useless other guys like that. After completing her calculations in an instant, Seonha approached Pyotwal with an alluring expression. "Pyotwal, look at the girl's face and get rid of your anger. They are not bad people. They were just aggressive simply because they were worried about me. People must always take responsible for their own actions. Yes, you are absolutely right. So how about I take the responsibility on their behalf instead? You will take responsibility for him." "Yes, I will. Do you know what that means?" "Of course I know it well, but I don't think you would be making an unreasonable request. Am I wrong?" Seonha's pitiful expression was enough to touch the hearts of the viewers. "You mustn't, Lady Wu. You can't be put through such humiliation because of us." "Hyuk, we'd rather fight with our lives on the line." The men who saw the exchange between the two protested. Some were so resentful that they even shed tears. They thought that Seonha would make the sacrifice for them. Pyotwal quickly grasped such an atmosphere. "Not bad, her face is pretty and she thinks quickly." She knew how to make full use of her outstanding beauty and the situation she was in. To the men of the Blue Moon Association who followed her, it would seem that she sacrificed herself on behalf of them, making them feel resentful. And to Pyotwal, her demeanor, captivating her, was something that ordinary people could never imitate. "What shall I do for you to forgive them? Just tell me. I will follow what you say." Seonha passed the decision to Pyotwal. No matter what Pyotwal decides on, she had an expression that she would obediently follow. Pyotwal gently waved his hand. In turn, the dozen flying daggers that were stuck in the men's bodies were immediately recovered by Pyotwal. Seeing that, Seonha made an even more surprised expression. It was because in her eyes, Pyotwal seemed to have used telekinesis. The truth is, the phantom daggers were recovered using the soul-reaping thread, not through telekinesis, but Pyotwal was not obligated to tell her that. The ghost knives were then hidden in Pyotwal's belt. Seeing Pyotwal's action made Seonha even more greedy. "I will do what I can." She made a more pitiful expression. It was a look that could make any man's heart fall. However, Payawal, without a single change in expression, said, "Leave. Pardon, if I need you, I will call you separately, but your face might be pretty, but you have bad hearing." At that moment, a look of embarrassment appeared on Sianha's face, because no one had ever lashed out at her like this. Payawal was the first person to treat her with such a cold attitude despite her beautiful appearance. Sianha bit her lip without realizing it. However, Payawal did not care, walked past her and approached the hostess. "Where is my room?" "Oh, go out the back door, and it's the last room on the first floor of the annex. There are also no guests in the next room, so it should be quiet," the hostess responded quickly. A cold sweat was running down her back. She never dreamed that a man she thought only of as being handsome could be such a skilled warrior. All the people in the guest house were warriors who has quite a bit of influence and power in Chengdu, but no one dared to attack Payawal. They were overwhelmed by the presence of Payawal. Payawal went into the room the hostess had told him, without even paying attention to those who fell to the floor and groaned in pain. Sianha's eyes fluttered as she looked at Payawal's back. She went out for herself and didn't even pay attention to the men who had been beaten by Payawal. She gently bit his red lips. Payawal. Payawal entered the room and lay on the bed without taking off his clothes. He had caused a big scene, but he didn't regret it, because it wasn't done out of a momentary impulse. He was an assassin. Assassins never move without thinking. Assassins were the type of people who would only be convinced with their move once they had finished making a detailed plan, constantly improving their weaknesses and reviewing it dozens of times. So was Payawal. From the moment he heard that Sianha was connected to the Amay sect, his head started spinning at a frightening speed. A plan that would have taken an ordinary assassin over several days or weeks was laid out in an instant. "Now all I have to do is wait." Payawal lay on his arm pillow and stared at the ceiling. The room was silent. No one approached the room where Payawal was staying, given the rumors that a scary warrior was holed up in his room. Thanks to this, Payawal was able to spend some quiet time. The silence at night makes anyone think a lot. This was also the case for Payawal. As he was alone in a dark room with no candles lit, countless thoughts came to his mind, and all those thoughts had a consistent flow. Sarak, Sarak. The slight noise from the outside interrupted Payawal's thoughts. It was a sound so subtle that it could never be heard unless that person was on the same level as Payawal. After a while, he heard the door open carefully. However, Payawal did not rise and turned his head to look at the door. Esruk, the door opened and someone entered slowly. The beautiful woman who came into Payawal's room wearing a gorgeous dress was Sianha. Sianha went out of the guest house together with the Blue Moon Association. However, after she parted ways with them, she secretly returned to the guest house. In order to somehow convince Payawal, she even threw her face away. Even though Sianha suddenly entered his room, Payawal was not surprised. He already expected that she would behave like this after understanding the personality of Sianha. Sianha cautiously approached Payawal. Payawal raised his upper body and looked at her indifferently. Their eyes met in the dark. Payawal's eyes were a brilliant red in the dark. Sianha was captivated by the eyes of Payawal. "Payawal, I have something to tell you." At that moment, Payawal stood up. Sianha's shoulders flinched. But Payawal continued to approach her without hesitation. Sianha tried to hide her rapid breathing and spoke quickly. "I will give you a big reward if you can help me." "What reward?" "Whether it's gold, silver, or any treasure you want, just tell me. I'll get it for you." At that moment, Payawal placed his hand on Sianha's shoulder. He only touched her lightly, but Sianha's breathing already became quicker, with her cheeks burning up. Up until now, she had seduced many men, put them on the palm of her hand, and taken over their heads, but strangely, she couldn't straighten out her appeal in front of Payawal. Just by being close to Payawal, her whole body was trembling and she couldn't breathe properly. Payawal smiled. His smile was strangely visible even in the thick darkness. Seeing Payawal's smile made Sianha thunderstruck, as if her heart was being pierced with an awl. Payawal whispered in her ear, "I only want one person." Whu, as if an earthquake had occurred, the pupils of Sianha shook. Payawal's hand caressed her neck. She could not refuse his touch. I Tuduk. Clothes started to fall from her body piece by piece. Not once did she rebel. She just stood there like a statue waiting. Finally, all the clothes fell off her body, revealing her pure white naked body. Payawal slowly looked at her from head to toe and said, "Beautiful." Ah, Sianha's red lips parted slightly. She has heard countless times that her beauty is in full bloom, so for her, hearing the word beautiful was not that special. But when Payawal said it, it became a special word. "I'll only give you one chance." "What? If you want to leave, you're free to get out now, but if you choose stay, you won't be able to get out of my hands. I know words are needed. Decide by your actions." There was no answer that came out of her. Payawal hugged her smooth waist and said, "I'll take that as your answer." His lips touched Sianha's neck. Sianha trembled as if struck by lightning. Ha! A sweet breath escaped from between her slightly parted red lips. Payawal soon captured her lips with his own. From then on, she could maintain a clear memory of what happened. A feeling of bliss to the extent of blowing her mind took over her whole body. Wall persistently tormented her. She had nowhere to run and hide. Xianha moaned and whimpered all night. It was late in the morning when she woke up. Xianha's naked body was held in Wall's arms. She didn't feel the cold. It felt as if the heat of last night was still in the air. It had been a hot time. For the first time in her life, she passed out several times before coming to her senses. No other man had ever satisfied her so far. Xianha was staring blankly at Wall. Wall by nature was not just good-looking, but he also knew how to satisfy a woman. It was Xianha's first time meeting a man like him. Wall opened his eyes as if he had sensed Xianha's gaze. As she looked into the eyes that had soft red light, her whole body lost its strength again. Nonetheless, she tried to put on a casual expression. It was because she did not want to admit that she was completely bewitched by Wall. Still, she couldn't give up her desire to dominate Wall. Xianha put her white naked body on top of Wall. She pressed her soft chest against Wall's and looked down. This temptation was hard for any man to refuse. Knowing that fact, Xianha put her body against Wall's and looked at him with a gentle gaze. "What are you going to do now? Are you going to pretend we don't know each other? We're the only ones here. We have a physical relationship. So what do you want? Just do me a favor. If it's you, it won't be too difficult. I'll listen to it first and decide after. I ask you to only kill one person. Is this an assassination contract? It's a request rather than a contract. You can just take it as a light request between lovers." Wall did not answer right away, but looked at Xianha half-heartedly. Xianha did not dare to look into his eyes and turned her head to avoid his gaze. "Who do you want to kill?" "Nam Hassan. He's the young leader of the Thunder Clan." "To Thunder Clan?" Wall furrowed his brows slightly. The Thunder Gates was one of the 3 clans. They were the strongest power after the King Cheng and Amei sect. It was a powerful group that stood shoulder to shoulder with White Clan's 3 and Golden Heaven Clan 4. When Wall seemed to be interested, Xianha smiled and continued to explain. The Thunder Clan is originally not a sect from Sichuan province. It is a sect created by descendants of the Xiaolian Temple when the King Cheng sect and Amei sect came to visit. The situation changed when the power in Sichuan was greatly concentrated as the King Cheng and the Amei sect reunited. When there were no forces paying attention, the descendants of the Xiaolian Temple came in secretly and founded the Thunder Clan. When the King Cheng sect and Amei sect found out about it, the Thunder Clan had already firmly established its roots in Sichuan. T. Yonho, the sect leader of the Thunder Clan, recently sent someone to promote Soju and I to get married. If I refused, he threatened to ally their sect with the King Cheng sect. Because of that, the 100 Flower Room and the Amei sect are now in a very difficult situation. The reputation of the Thunder Clan in Sichuan was really bad. Among them, the reputation of Nam Hassan was at the lowest. Because he was warlike, many warriors in Sichuan were afraid of him. If Xianha married Nam Hassan, the Amei sect would gain a powerful ally, which is the Thunder Clan. Otherwise, their reputation could not help but fall, so Xianha couldn't just refuse the marriage proposal. As long as the Thunder Clan attached themselves to the King Cheng sect, the weight of the game will surely lean their way. It was a situation they couldn't help but accept, or else the Amei will remain inferior. "So you want me to kill Nam Hassan?" "Yes. You must have already calculated that if I failed this request, you can just argue that it's not related to the 100 Flower Room because no one was in contact with me." For a moment, Xianha felt goosebumps rising behind her back. He's too excellent. Besides being great in martial arts, he's also perceptive and quick-witted. Xianha indeed thought that far. Whether Wall succeeded or failed, it would cause no problem in the 100 Flower Room and the Amei sect. It was starting to feel more and more burdensome. It seemed like she had to offer a sweeter price to make Wall do her bidding. "If you can kill Nam Hassan, I'll tell my aunt from the Amei sect to repay you." "Who's your aunt?" "Jianhua. She's one of the great disciples of the Abbess of 9 Calamities, the sect leader of Amei." Wall blinked at the unexpected answer, but that was also for a while. Soon white teeth appeared along the corner of his mouth. "All right, Mount Amei could be reached by walking south of Chengdu for 3 days and 3 nights. The magnificent scenery, which has a height of more than 1,000 meters, was worthy to be a part of Sichuan province. When the people of Sichuan think of Mount Amei, 5 things come to mind. The first was the Sea of Clouds. Those who saw the Sea of Clouds covering the entire mountain range, leaving only the high mountain peaks, were overwhelmed by its immense majesty. The second was sunrise, specifically the sunrise from the Chengdu Plain on the eastern side of Mount Amei. No matter how many times the people looked at the scenery, they would never get tired of the landscape, which was dyed with a golden hue. The third was the light of the Buddha. A 7-light rainbow appears from summer to early autumn near the Jumjiangbang Peak, and when this rainbow illuminates a person, a phenomenon like the halo of Buddha occurs. People accepted this as the blessing of the Buddha. The fourth was the Holy Lantern. In summer, tens of millions of fireflies fly all at once and shine brightly. Its appearance is so sacred that it was accepted in Buddhism as a bodhisattva illuminating the world for the sake of the world. The fifth and last was the Imei sect. Imei, located at the foot of Jumjiangbang Peak of Imei Mountain, has been called as the pride of the people of Sichuan. Although they have declined, in comparison to when they belonged to the old demon faction, their prestige was still great. The Imei sect was a large Buddhist temple before being a sect. For that reason, many people come to Imei to offer Buddhist offerings, but lately people have stopped going. This is because, as the confrontation with the Qingcheng sect intensified, the Imei sect did not receive incense from the visitors. Instead, only the martial artists members of the sect related to the Imei sect visited Mount Imei. Numerous gates were installed on the mountain road leading up to Imei, and Imei warriors stood guard. In order to enter the Imei sect, a person had to go through several layers of gates. Sangyeon, a third-generation disciple of Imei, looked at the men and women standing in front of her with a keen eye. A bewitching woman in revealing attire and a man with a large body were looking into her eyes with a casual expression. "So you're saying that the Black Cloud Corps came to see the sect leader?" "That's right. We've come to meet the sect leader of the Imei sect under the command of our captain." The bewitching woman who answered with a smile was Hyo Ranju. She was accompanied by Oyukpayo. "It's not up to me to decide. I'll report it to the higher-ups first, so please wait here." "Ho ho, we can wait." Sangyeon looked at Hyo Ranju with distasteful eyes, who had revealing clothes that did not match the sacred Buddhist temple. Namu Amida Butsu. He said that his nickname is Hyoljeju Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, so he really looks like Sagal. Had she been in a situation where she could make her own decisions, she would never have accepted a woman like Hyo Ranju into the Imei. But now they were at war, and the Imei sect needed anything that could increase their power. She couldn't make a mistake just because of her personal feelings. Her reputation for subduing the enemies that attacked the rice carrier was passed on to the Imei sect. So Sangyeon knew that Hyo Ranju was a great warrior. Sangyeon brought out a carrier pigeon and waited for an answer. It didn't take long for a reply to come back. There was a message in the carrier pigeon that returned asking her to send them in. Sangyeon handed a bronze plate to Hyo Ranju and Oyukpayo and said, "If you climb the mountain road like this, you will come across a total of 5 gates. You can enter the main mountain by showing this bronze plate every time you pass through the gates. Ho ho. Thank you for your consideration. I'll see you when I come down." After winking at Sangyeon, Hyo Ranju passed through the gate with Oyukpayo. Sangyeon's disapproving gaze was felt on the back of her head, but she didn't care much. She wasn't even a great disciple, and her self-esteem didn't allow her to be afraid of a third-generation disciple. Mount Imei is said to be the absolute best in the world. Indeed, it's truly something to be proud of. Oyukpayo looked around and admired the scenery of Mount Imei. The superb view of Mount Imei was so great that it shook the hearts of Oyukpayo, who is usually indifferent to these external sights. But it's all meaningless if they lose the war against the Qingcheng sect. I'm sure they themselves would know best how miserable their end would be if they were chased out of Mount Imei. But why are they fighting the Qingcheng sect? Were they not on good terms? I don't know. 7 years ago, their relationship just got worse and they started fighting. We don't exactly know why they're fighting each other, but nonetheless, for us, this is a great opportunity to earn a lot of money. It was a match promoted by our captain, and there was nothing that didn't cost money. We can only believe in captain. Ho ho, of course. I don't believe in anyone else except for our captain. Hyo Ranju nodded at the words of Oyukpayo. It was the same with Hyo Ranju. Everyone in the world was suspicious, with the exception of their captain. As she thought of their captain, a person suddenly came to mind. Pyawal, she didn't know why he was coming to her mind at this moment. Maybe it was because he was so handsome. The image of Pyawal was still vividly etched in her mind. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking of that handsome guy? Shut up. Huh, I want to see him too. Don't set your eyes on the person I picked up first. He's not someone who you could covet. Don't be ridiculous. There is no male bastard who didn't get over because these 5 groups made up their mind. The laughter of Oyukpayo made Hyo Ranju's mood even worse. Why does she have to go with a bastard like him? She really don't know what Captain is thinking. It's all because Captain Sama's eyes are high. If it's not me, who will control the 4 years? Who controls who? Crazy bastard. The two turned their heads away from each other. After fighting like that, I arrived at Jumjiangbang Peak where Imei was located. Who you? Oyukpayo, who saw the Imei sect, whistled. Oyukpayo was a confident man who's not afraid of anything in the world, but now his face was full of tension. It was the same with Hyo Ranju. They had no choice but to feel that way. Establishments which boast the sect's immense power were spread out in front of them. If the buildings were only large, there was no reason for the two of them to be nervous, but a great momentum as enormous as the weight of the name the Imei sect was felt in the premises. Despite the fact that the Black Cloud Corps has been gaining momentum recently, it cannot be compared to the weight and presence of the Imei, who have been establishing its roots in Sichuan for hundreds of years. The aura that naturally radiated from being part of a noble family of a prestigious sect made even 2 people who have lived a rough life as a rogue withdrawn. A middle-aged woman approached them. The woman approaching with her back straight had an unusual momentum. My name is Chialshim. Are you too from the Black Cloud Corps? She was Chialshim, who was the current student of the Abyss of 9 Calamities. 7 years made her stronger. Her martial arts also progressed by leaps and bounds, securing the position of the third person following Jianghua. Hio Ranju replied politely, "That's right, master is waiting. Follow me." Chialshim took the two of them to the Dijian in Ame. Dozens of martial artists stood guard outside the Dijian. They stared at Hio Ranju and O Yukpyo with sharp eyes as if they were about to mutilate them. It's the first time they have seen an outsider, so they were wary. They really live up to their name of being a prestigious sect. Even the soldiers standing on the border have reached such a level. Hio Ranju felt a cold sweat running down her back. She could tell by looking at them what the power of the soldiers was. The quantity and quality of martial arts that have been systematically passed down from a young age were not something that a rogue group such as the Black Cloud Corps could match. The gap was so great between the two that no matter how much time passed, it could never be closed. Anyway, we just need to make money. The two groups were originally created for different purposes, so if she tries to compare the two groups, she would only feel inferior. She'd rather focus on the purpose of coming here in the first place. The door of Dijian opened, and the two went inside together with Chialsim. Inside Dijian, there was a large chair, and to its left and right were the disciples of the Ame. Most of the disciples were women and had a high rank within the Ame. Among them, there were 3 people who stood out: the old woman sitting in the middle, the one-eyed middle-aged woman sitting next to her, and the beautiful woman in her 20s sitting opposite her. They were special in different ways. The old woman sitting was Guasada, the oldest member of the Ame family. With her crow-like appearance and eyes, there was an overflowing sense of intimidation that made even Hio Ranju and O Yukyo swallow dry saliva. The one-eyed woman who wore an eye patch was the great disciple Jianghua. A ferocious momentum was radiating from her that was no less than the Guasada. She was staring at them with one eye, as if she was about to eat them. The woman as beautiful as the Sianha was Yang Xiaoran, the youngest disciple of the Guasada. 7 years of time made Yang Xiaoran even more beautiful. Even though they were both women, Hio Ranju fell in love with the appearance of Yang Xiaoran. "This is dangerous." Hio Ranju, who managed to come to her senses, bit her lip. At that time, Guasada opened his mouth. "Did the master of the Black Cloud Corps send you?" "That's right. Why did he send a messenger?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the voice of the Guasada. In ordinary times, a mercenary would not have been brought into their holy place. But now, the Ame sect was facing its worst crisis ever due to the confrontation with the Qingcheng sect. Hio Ranju, who picked up her breath for a moment, said their business. "Captain wishes to offer the services of the Black Cloud Corps to help the Ame sect. So you want to participate in the battle against the Qingcheng sect?" "That's right. There's no way a group of mercenaries would spill blood for free, so you must want something in exchange." "You are correct. We can't afford to suffer losses after all. How much do you want?" "We believe 500,000 gold is enough." The moment Hio Ranju opened his mouth, the atmosphere in the hall changed. "Such crazy things. How dare you demand such an enormous amount? There's no need to listen to them any longer, master. If we accept such a demand, our sect will become the laughing stock in Jianghu. If it was 500,000 yang of gold, a few years would be enough to run Ame on a budget." That's why a group of mercenaries were asking for such a huge amount of money a day. It was an amount that was absolutely unacceptable for the Ame disciples. Guasa's eyes narrowed. To assassinate Wu Gunseng of the Qingcheng sect, the amount requested by the Blood Shadow group was 500,000 yang of gold. However, there was little loss in recovering the gold that was given to them while destroying the Blood Shadow group and the riches hidden in the remarks. However, that did not mean that she could hand over such a huge amount to the Black Cloud Corps. "You don't expect us to accept your demand, do you? We can hire several other groups like yours with that kind of money. However, none of them will be as strong as our Black Cloud Corps. And what if I still refuse? A member of our Black Cloud Corps should have arrived at Mount Qingcheng by now. You're trying both ways, the impertinence." Chung. A strong wave was emitted from the Abyss of 9 Calamities. Kyuk. Herg, the complexions of Hio Ranju and O Yukpyo turned white. Dark red blood was running down their lips. They immediately suffered internal injuries from the aura emitted by the Abyss of 9 Calamities. Is this the prowess of the sect leader of Ame? It's scary to have this kind of momentum from such an old woman. The two had to use their internal energy to correct their trembling state. It was not because of nothing that Guasada managed to become the sect leader of Ame. It was because of her martial arts and leadership that Ame, who was inferior to the Qingcheng sect, was still able to survive. All the warriors of the Ame sect respected and followed her, even if they were ordered to kill a person from the Qingcheng sect. Even though there was blood on their lips, Hio Ranju and O Yukpyo tried their best to keep a calm expression. This was a fight of momentum. The moment they show weakness, they would be pushed by the momentum of the Abyss of 9 Calamities and be eaten up. The abbess of 9 calamities opened her mouth. Be honest. There's no way you think I would seriously give you 500,000 gold. Just tell me how much you really want. We are mercenaries who sell our strength, so we follow clients who's capable of paying more. If you give us more money, even when yang more, you will become our master. So you're not going to tell me until the end. Your core member must be saying the same thing to the Qingcheng sect. Ranju didn't answer. However, the Guwasada already accepted her answer as an established fact. You're so bold. It makes me want to see the face of your captain in person. If you ask us, it will be so. Guwasada's eyes softened a little. She wanted to give a lesson to the master of the Black Cloud Corps by cutting the 2 people in front of her at once. If it had been an ordinary time, rather than wartime, the Amei sect would have never negotiated with the Black Cloud Corps. The problem is that the confrontation with the Qingcheng sect has reached its climax. A large-scale conflict will soon occur. It is said that in order to defeat the Qingcheng sect, even a cat's hand has to be borrowed. It will be the same for the Qingcheng sect. They were superior to the Amei sect, but there was no guarantee that they wouldn't hire the Black Cloud Corps to win. Cunning, really cunning. Guwasada tapped the handle of her chair with her finger for a long time. Rumors that Goseongak and the Blue Moon Association had been smashed by just one person spread throughout the city in an instant. At that time, the stories of the guests who stayed in the guest house spread like wildfire. Chengdu was the largest city in Sichuan province, but it only took one day for the rumors to spread throughout the country. The name of the man who gave the Blue Moon Association disgrace, or even the sect he came from, remained unknown. Only one thing is certain. It was that his martial arts were very strong. And even though he was a man, it was said that he had an extremely beautiful appearance. The thick desk made of rosewood was shattered by the punch of the Clear Sky House's Kaijuhan. So you're saying that you came back from being beaten and humiliated by someone whom you don't even know nor from which he's from. So sorry, master. Goseongak knelt in front of Kaijuhan and trembled. Kaijuhan looked down at Goseongak with contemptuous eyes. Rumors that the successor of the Clear Sky House had been defeated by an unknown young martial artist had already spread throughout Chengdu. It was extremely rare for a warrior to fight 10 times and win all those fights. Such people who can do so eventually stand out, rise to the top, and become a powerhouse. Goseongak wasn't like that. If it's a matter of 10 fights, he will win around 3 or 4 times, and if you struggle for days or days, it is a description at the level of understanding 1 or 8. In fact, the Clear Sky House could not afford to write more than that. As such, Kaijuhan's expectations for Goseongak were not very high. He simply hoped that he would follow in his footsteps and lead the Clear Sky House without problems. However, Goseongak could not even act in accordance to his simple hope, to be defeated by an unknown scoundrel and damage the reputation of the sect. I'm sorry, master, but he was by no means a nameless fool. Shut up. Are you calling that an excuse? It's true, master. He is by no means a simple warrior. It is clear that he approached us for some purpose. For what purpose? At Kaijuhan's question, Goseongak shook his head. In fact, his words were just uttered haphazardly to defend himself. There was no evidence or fact behind his words at all. However, as long as Kaijuhan showed interest, he had to make up and say something. That guy must be connected with the Qingcheng sect. Since we're helping the Amei sect, it's possible that the Qingcheng sect sent him to interfere in our affairs. Qingcheng sect, Kaijuhan thought there was a reason. The Clear Sky House has been completely neutral until now. It was only purely because of Goseongak that the Clear Sky House became affiliated with the Amei sect. Because he likes Xianhe, he has no choice but to follow them. It's dangerous if the Qingcheng sect really intervened. The reason why Clear Sky House has been able to prosper so far was because they have been exquisitely riding a single tightrope while keeping an eye on both sides. Kaijuhan felt his heart grow cold. Until I have ascertained all the details, you should take care of yourself. Approaching the Wu Xianhe is also prohibited for the time being. Master, I'm fine with everything else, but please don't forbid me from seeing Wu Xianhe. She is my everything. Quiet, are you just going to endanger the security of the sect because you're blinded by a girl? It's not like that, okay? Be careful, as I said. I'll take care of the rest. You should know that if you break my orders, I'll never forgive you. Yes, Goseongak barely answered. The expression on his face shows that he couldn't accept the orders of his master, but he wasn't stupid enough to express any more dissatisfaction. As long as the master orders something, he has to pretend to listen. But that didn't mean the anger in his heart was gone. That bastard, I will never let you go. He vowed to take revenge on Payawal, who's responsible for putting him in this situation. Payawal came out of the guest house. Because of the rumors that a deity had appeared in Chengdu, many people came to visit. Some tried to confirm whether Payawal was as handsome as rumored, while others tried to figure out if he really was capable of exhibiting strong martial arts. Payawal left the guest house altogether, as things became more and more troublesome. The first thing he did when he came out on the streets was to buy a long scarf. The scarf covers his neck and up to his lips, revealing only his eyes and nose. That didn't completely hide his handsome face, but at least it prevented people's attention. Pyotwal walked through Chengdu with his face covered with a scarf. His destination was the Thunder Gates. Thunder Clan was located in an area called Jinteng County to the east of Chengdu. Jinteng County itself was a big city that was just a short distance from the capital. Thunder Gates was said to have perfect control over Jinteng County. To kill the young master Nam Hassan, Pyotwal had to figure out the topography of the area first. Securing a perfect infiltration route and a safe escape route was the first step in assassination. Pyotwal studied assassination techniques for 7 years, while another 7 years were spent learning the Agaido. That didn't mean that his assassination skills have rusted. The road to Jinteng County was well paved. The traffic between the two cities was so heavy that many people filled the streets. There were a lot of wagons being pulled around and many people carrying different kinds of goods. Many people in particular came from Jinteng County. Since Chengdu is the larger city, the amount of goods coming in towards Jinteng County is much higher. There were so many people moving along the street that no one paid any attention to Pyotwal. Thanks to this, Pyotwal was able to arrive in Jinteng County with ease. The first thing he did after arriving at Jinteng County was to directly examine the Thunder Gates. The Thunder Gate was huge in scale, as if boasting about its prestige. There were more than 200 fences surrounding it on all sides, and over a dozen or so huge, full-angled roofs above the high fence. The main gate was large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 wagons at once, and at the entrance, about a dozen soldiers stood guard. At a glance, it was clear that the security was tight. Pyotwal slowly walked around the wall, as if he had come out to view the spectacle. There were a lot of people watching with him, because the scenery around the Thunder Clan was rumored to be beautiful. Thanks to this, Pyotwal was able to look around the Thunder Gate without feeling out of place. The north looks the most lax, but in truth its security is the tightest. In comparison, since the west border looks perfect, there are a lot of soldiers being carefree. If I want to infiltrate, going through the west side is better. He simply didn't choose the west side just because it was easy to penetrate. It was also a good side for securing an escape route because it was directly connected to the downtown area where there were many small mansions. These buildings would make it easy for him to find a place to hide. Pyotwal changed his clothes. It was a garment made of cheap cotton cloth, which was mainly worn by the people of the mansion. He also changed his face a bit. It is an application of the face-changing art he learned from So Jokesen a long time ago. He didn't even touch his face much, just a few minor tweaks to change his overall atmosphere. When Pyotwal changed his eyes, the atmosphere was completely different from a little while ago. In his new state, Pyotwal walked around every corner of the mansion. The alley was very dirty. Because there are so many people living together, various kinds of filth were overflowing, resulting in a bad smell lingering around the area. Still, Pyotwal moved on without a change in his expression. To him, such a smell could not be called a stench. It took Pyotwal almost half a day to fully understand the alley. The thing he cared about the most was the ability of staying inconspicuous. When people feel someone is an outsider, they pay them more attention. That way, these outsiders would be imprinted in people's memories. To prevent such a situation, Pyotwal created the same atmosphere to blend in with the people living in the mansion. This was so that no one walking in the alley could feel the fact that Pyotwal was actually not from their place. After familiarizing himself with all the alleys, Pyotwal returned to his original form and stayed in a guest house near the Thunder Gates. The front door of the Thunder Gates was clearly visible from the guest house. Pyotwal sat by the window and carefully watched the people entering the front door. As if to show its power and influence, many people visited the Thunder Gates. Pyotwal carefully examined the faces of the people coming out of the Thunder Gates. He was trying to infer the mood of the people from the sect through their facial expressions. The facial expressions of those who came out of the sect were all rigid. It meant that they felt a lot of pressure while they were inside the Thunder Gates. Damn it. I can't do business like this. What kind of amount is that? It said that if you trade with the Thunder Clan, you will lose all of your profit. As if to prove Pyotwal's conjecture, the merchants who had traded with the Thunder Gates entered into the guest house and complained. Even as they sat in their seats, they continued on with their conversation. Pyotwal quietly listened to their stories. How much more do they have to squeeze from us to be satisfied? I feel like my soul has left my body. Did you see it too? 2 large warehouses full of grain. For them to pile up grain like that and still try to buy grain at a low price. Did they have some sort of grudge against grains in their past life or something? Who says they do? Seriously, the rich are always like that. The information coming out of the mouths of the merchants was just normal chatter. Still, Pyotwal listened to them without missing a single word. In the guest house where Pyotwal was located, there were many people who traded with the Thunder Gates. Probably because it was close to the sect. While Pyotwal was learning about the Thunder Gates, an unexpected person entered the audience. It was a Daoshigo who went with Hio Ranju. Daoshigo also found Pyotwal and made an expression of surprise. He then came closer with a smile on his face. Now who is this? What are you doing here? To see you here. What a great coincidence. What are you doing here? Heh heh. There are many things to see in Jinteng County, so I came to see it for a while. Diashigo sat down in front of Payawal as if it was natural. Oh, can I sit down? As you please. Heh heh. Thank you. It was boring to go alone, but it's nice to see a familiar face like this. Diashigo chuckled and laughed. His face was glistening with sweat as if he had been running out a lot. Diashigo called a waiter and ordered food and drinks. Payawal asked Diashigo, "Are you together with the rest of your party? Everyone's been separated for a while because of work." "Well, don't worry, we'll get back together soon. How about you? What are you here for?" "I have a job." "What is it? Just something personal?" "Is that so? I don't know what's going on, but I hope everything works out well for you." Diashigo fanned his hands and secretly observed Payawal's whereabouts. He was secretly collecting information about the sects in Sichuan under the orders of Jiang Muryang. He could have directly asked for information about the movement of the sects, but if he did, information that the Black Cloud Corps was slowly making a move could leak out. The most important to Jiang Muryang, the leader of the Black Cloud Corps, was the control of information. They had to quickly obtain any information that could be considered as a threat and prevent this information from leaking out. The person who did this best job was Diashigo. For that reason, Jiang Muryang entrusted Diashigo with the task of collecting information. "Oh, Ranju really wants to see you. She has a little bit of a temper, but she's not that bad. If we see each other again later, we'll give you a treat. I don't know if I'll ever see you again. As long as you stay in Chengdu, we will surely meet again. So will you be staying in Chengdu for a long time? I don't know if it's going to be months or years, but I'm planning on staying here for quite some time this time. Looks like you've caught a big bottle of water." "Water? What do you mean? It's nothing, just nonsense." Diashigo frowned and looked at Payawal. Interesting, does he know something? He suddenly had his doubts. From the moment they first met, he was somehow vigilant towards Payawal. Aside from his non-human-like appearance, his pessimistic aura and eyes made the viewer feel strangely wary. And we still don't know anything about his true identity and objective. After entering Chengdu, Diashigo moved around more than anyone else. He intensively delved into the powers and trends of the sects in Sichuan province. Because he was dealing with too many things at once, he had no choice but to neglect researching the identity of Payawal. But seeing Payawal again like this, he felt that he should have known about him more than anything else. "How long do you plan to stay in the Thunder Gates?" "It won't be long. Are you going to go back to Chengdu again? Why are you asking so much? Do I have to tell you every move I do? Why are you talking so harshly? I'm just asking because I'm curious. It's not normal to meet again like this, so can't I know that much? I disagree, you think differently. Heh heh, I'm usually a bit broad. As I get older, I get more curious. I hope you understand." If it had been anyone else, he would have been furious or embarrassed by Payawal's words, but Diashigo just smiled and replied. Payawal looked at Diashigo with deep-set eyes. It won't be easy to shake him off. Diashigo's eyes were insistently following him. Jiang Muryang could not sleep. He originally just sleeps a little, but there were many cases where he couldn't sleep at all, especially when he had more important things to do. That's what happened this time. It was a gamble trying to walk on the tightrope between the Amei sect and Qingcheng sect, the absolute two strongholds of Sichuan. If they failed, the Black Cloud Corps could disappear without a trace in the world. Although the Black Cloud Corps was said to be a group of rogues with strong military power, they could still not survive a head-on confrontation with the Amei and Qingcheng sect. So the tightrope was important. Neither the Qingcheng sect nor the Amei sect would have normally cared about them, but things have changed. The two sects were in sharp opposition to each other, and they were facing a head-to-head confrontation. In a situation where one sect's power was lacking, having the Black Cloud Corps join their sect could make it possible for the weight of the battlefield to lean on one side. Knowing this, Jiang Muryang boldly jumped into the conflict between the Amei sect and the Qingcheng sect. He knew his plan was going to go well, but he still couldn't help but get nervous. The lives of 350 men of the Black Cloud Corps depended on his decision. "I really should think about retirement after this." Jiang Muryang clicked his tongue. This was the biggest gamble in the history of the Black Cloud Corps. If they manage to succeed, they can gain a huge advantage, but if they fail, they will disappear without a trace. Jiang Muryang went out to wash his face. He stayed up all night with his eyes wide open, so his eyes felt heavy. At that moment, he saw the Diashigo come into the guest house. "Boss, have you just come back? I was going to come back yesterday, but I saw a familiar face." "Who?" "I met him by chance the other day, and he accompanied me to this neighborhood. The man named Payawal. Is he the guy who you said was super handsome?" "Yes. I met him in Jinteng County. That's the place where the Thunder Clan is located." Jiang Muryang touched his chin with his hand. "That's right. I went to investigate the Thunder Gates, then I stumbled upon him there. By chance, yes, it was actually a coincidence. Why, does that bother you, isn't it? To see him twice in Sichuan, not anywhere else. It may be a coincidence that the two of you met, but if you look at the circumstances, it is clear that there is a certain cause and effect at work. If that's what your senses are saying, then it shouldn't be taken lightly. Do you want to monitor him? Dayashi-go trusted Jang Muryang. Jang Muryang has a very good sense of intuition and sixth sense, so he never overlooks any unusual things, no matter how small. If he said it was strange, then it's strange. If he cared, then there must have been a good reason. That was the extent of Dayashi-go and the Black Cloud Corps' trust in Jang Muryang. Keep an eye on his whereabouts, but make sure he never notices that we've put a tail on him. Of course, I'll have Mon follow him. Mon was from the military and was the most nimble and quick-witted person in the Black Cloud Corps. For that reason, there was no one above him in terms of reconnaissance and surveillance. So, what is going on inside of the Thunder Clan? So young Master Nam Hasan seems to have fallen for Wu Xianhe of the 100-Flower Room. If the marriage takes place, he will probably stand on the side of the Amei sect. All right, is there anything else to be concerned about? Not right now. Still, remain vigilant. When did you see me not being vigilant? Don't worry. You know that I believe in you a lot, right? Of course. The conversation between the two ended like that. There were still many things they wanted to talk about, but other people came in, so their conversation was cut off. Boss. It was Hyo Ranju who came in, greeting Jang Muryang with her characteristic lively voice. However, behind Hyo Ranju's back, he saw not only Hyulseung, but also some new unfamiliar faces. Jang Muryang's eyes gleamed coldly. It was because he knew that a middle-aged woman who had her one eye covered with an eye patch was Jianghua, the second in command of the Amei sect. There was another woman with an outstanding beauty that greatly overwhelms even Hyo Ranju. It was Yang Xiaoran, who was said to have a talent comparable to Wu Gunseng, who was recently assassinated. Jang Muryang loosened his expression and greeted the people following behind Hyo Ranju. You've brought precious guests. Jang Muryang, the captain of the Black Cloud Corps, greets the honored guests of the Amei sect. I am Jianghua of the Amei sect. Jianghua answered in a cold voice. Her eyes, looking at Jang Muryang, were full of energy. It was not of her own will that Jianghua came here. She was only here because their sect leader, Guasada, understood the power of the Black Cloud Corps and hence ordered them to recruit them if they turned out to be useful. The woman who was beside Jianghua was the next person to introduce herself. I am Yang Xiaoran. I've heard the name of Yang Xiaoran a lot. You're beautiful as the rumors say. You are too kind. Anyway, it's nice to see you. Jang Muryang couldn't help but admire Yang Xiaoran's calm words. Yang Xiaoran of the Amei sect is said to be the best, but even the rumors could not even come close to describing the real thing. With her beauty, countless men would be willing to risk their lives for her. However, for some reason, Yang Xiaoran always stayed in the Amei sect and did not go out. While Yang Xiaoran's beauty was undeniable, Jang Muryang still did not take his eyes off Jiang Hwa. Jianghua was radiating a blade-like momentum without hiding it. Her momentum was terrifying, since she was the second in command of the Amei sect. The amount of pressure she gave off was enough to make an impression on Jang Muryang. If the pressure that comes off from a great disciple is already like this, how much force does Guasada or the 3 monks of White Moon 1 possess? The 3 monks of White Moon were twice as strong as those of the Guasada, and were hiding in Bikrionam, which was located in a remote part of Mount Imei. After the Guasada, the abbess of 9 calamities, became the sect leader, they stopped paying attention to world affairs and entered closed-door training. Looking at Jianghua, Jang Muryang felt the power of a prestigious sect again. Jang Muryang carefully spoke to Jianghua. Since the grand disciples of the Amei sect has come in person, is it okay to take this as a sign that the Amei sect is willing to make a deal with us? It will depend on the outcome of our negotiations. If you dare deceive our sect with mediocre strength, we will make the Black Cloud Corps pay dearly, even if we have to postpone the war with the Qingcheng sect. We are already resolved for that much. A smile appeared on the corner of Jang Muryang's lips. Although they were far behind the Amei sect, the power of the Black Cloud Corps could still not be taken lightly. Of the 350 men, only 50 could be called masters, but among the remaining martial artists, as many as 200 were from outside the country. Their power of collective warfare can rival that of the Amei and Qingcheng sect. Jianghua's eyes grew colder at Jang Muryang's confidence. She might have only one eye left, but the glow in her eyes grew much more intense than before. As a result, her martial arts level had risen dramatically. Jang Muryang bowed his head slightly and said, "Shall we match our conditions then? Please come in." He stayed up all night, but he didn't feel tired at all. In order to get the best results, he needed to be more alert and mindful from now on. Even after Dayashi-go returned, Piotwal remained in Jinteng County while observing the Thunder Gates and collecting information. In the meantime, Nam Hasan, the next-in-line sect leader of the Thunder Gates, has never appeared even once outside. Information on him was severely limited. He hasn't gone outside lately, so there wasn't much to find out. Furthermore, he could not ask other people directly for information about him or the current state of affairs of the sects. Because of that, it was difficult to dig out information about him. He could have stayed like this for a few more days and continue to collect information, but it would be a waste to spend his time like that. Time was never on the side of Payawal. Payawal slightly changed the features of his face. Just by touching his face little by little, his mood made a complete turn of 180 degrees. Payawal changed into a light jacket and wore the iron sword he had bought in advance on his waist. When night came, he went through the alleyway to the west and approached the vicinity of the Thunder Gates. The appearance of Payawal was no different from that of other ordinary warriors. People living in residential areas didn't think it was strange to see Payawal. This is because many martial artists lived in residential areas, and their atmosphere and vibe matches with Payawal. They consider Payawal as one of them, which is a person living in a residential area. Payawal proudly crossed the residential area and arrived at the western wall of the Thunder Gates. After confirming that there were no people around, Payawal lightly jumped onto the fence. As he climbed over the wall, the interior of the Thunder Clan came into view. The inside of the Thunder Clan was well organized, as he expected. Fortifications and gates were effectively placed to defend against external enemies. The security was also strict, with numerous torches lit everywhere and soldiers standing guard. No matter who manages the inside of the Thunder Clan, there were almost no blind spots due to the exquisite location of the martial artists. The security system was so perfect that no martial artists could even dare to try to infiltrate the Thunder Clan. However, Payawal did not believe in the word perfection. It was Payawal who has a history of assassinating Wu Gunseng by breaking through the inescapable net of the Qingcheng sect. No matter how perfect a system was, in the end it was up to humans to operate it, and he knew better than anyone that human concentration never lasts. Especially at night, after standing on alert for a long time, the attention of the soldiers would easily be disturbed. In fact, Payawal could see that the soldiers standing were somehow slacking off. Their faces showed a sense of conceit, since they don't think anyone would dare to infiltrate the Thunder Clan. Ha! The man closest to the fence let out a yawn. The yawn spread to those who were standing nearby. Payawal did not miss the opening and flew away. Payawal, who infiltrated the interior like this, immediately found a residence of Nam Hassan. Although this was the first time he had entered the Thunder Clan, Payawal already identified the abode of Nam Hassan. The conversations of the unsuspecting merchants who trade with the Thunder Gates gave him a clue about where Nam Hassan was staying. It was called Jumjujian. Too, the hall was made of golden pillars, hence its name of Jumjujian. The halls weren't actually made of gold but rather were made of similar materials that shine similarly like gold. Payawal could tell the owner's tendencies and inclinations just by looking at the residence. From that point of view, Nam Hassan, the rumored master of the Thunder Gates, had a strong bravado and was sensitive to external gaze. He was a lecherous man, flirting with Wu Xianhe regardless of the circumstances within his clan. It wasn't too difficult to find the Jumjujian. Because even in the dark, the pillars were shining like gold because of the illumination of the torches. The problem was how to approach him secretly. As it is the residence of a young master, an ironclad security network had been established in the perimeter. Dozens of martial artists surrounded the area, guarding Nam Hassan. Their gazes were directed in different directions. Payawal analyzed the directions in which their eyes were facing one by one. And he found the only space where their gaze did not reach. Payawal moved towards the space he had found. It was a very strange sight. There are obviously dozens of warriors, but none of them were aware of the existence of Payawal. Payawal walking in the blind spot of human beings. While the human eye is very precise and delicate, it also contains many loopholes. The human eye is divided into the main eye and the auxiliary eye. It is common to see the field of view with the main eye and assist with the auxiliary eye. For that reason, the eye that became the auxiliary vision had no choice but to lose its thrust. It would initially seem that a person could see everything with his two eyes facing the front, but that wasn't the case at all. The part that humans looked at attentively was only a fraction of the field of vision. Payawal digs into that point. There, he used his fine sense and synchronization at the same time. He used his fine senses to figure out where the other's gaze was headed, and he used synchronization to make them feel uncomfortable. For that reason, the soldiers were not aware at all even though Payawal was approaching openly. If there were more people or they were scattered more chaotically, Payawal would never have used this method, because the probability of success was not so high. It was a technique worth trying only when such special circumstances and special conditions were met. When Payawal reached the distance of the soldiers, he took a meandering path and passed by them. Thrack. Just like a snake flowing down a wall, Payawal passed through the soldiers without leaving a trace. It made the eyes of many people useless. Did something just pass? Belatedly, people felt a sense of incongruity and closed their eyes. But by that time, Payawal had already passed them and disappeared. The inside of the Jumjujian was very simple. Except for the fact that golden pillars were standing here and there, it was no different from any other pavilion. The security inside was so lax that no one stood guard. It was clear that they did not pay attention to the inside as compared to the outside where the security was so thorough. Pyotwal raised his senses as he stood in the middle of the Jumjujian. Only one breathing sound could be heard in the fairly wide front wing. The breath flowing through the darkness gave Pyotwal the exact location. Pyotwal moved to the place where the sound of breathing could be heard. It was the most splendid room in the Jumjujian. Furniture that must have been made by a craftsman filled the room, and in the middle was a man sitting cross-legged. Nam Hassan, the next sect leader of the Thunder clan, was a man with a handsome appearance and a well-rounded body. Except for the corners of his eyes which were raised nervously, there was hardly anything else to see. He didn't even know that the assassin had been hiding, and he was just focusing on feeling his chi. With each breath, the color of his face changed. Sometimes it was red, and sometimes it was blue. Then it turned to gold again. It was truly out of the ordinary. The cultivation techniques of the prestigious sects put stability first. Martial arts, whose keynote changes in such an instant, are bound to be excluded from the beginning. The fact that he learned this kind of cultivation meant that the Thunder sect was an orthodox sect. Pyotwal's eyes, who was looking at Nam Hassan, did not contain any emotion. He walked a meandering path and approached Nam Hassan. Even though Pyotwal came close, Nam Hassan did not notice at all and was passionate about cultivating. Esryung, Pyotwal raised his sword loudly. At that moment, Nam Hassan opened his eyes. The appearance of a stranger holding a sword in front of him gave a sense of urgency. The cultivation method he was practicing was the Zyolian Temples' 5 elements of Vajrapani. One, by training and maximizing the energy of the 5 elements, you will be able to use the method of the 5 elements of Vajrapani. It was a technique that even a rock the size of a house could be turned into powder at once. For a long time, he was facing an important turning point, so he could not stop. If it was forcibly stopped, his internal chi would experience an imbalance which could lead to serious internal injuries. Knowing that fact, Pyotwal was not in a hurry. He used his sword to stab Nam Hassan's heart. In an instant, Nam Hassan was forced to stop his cultivation and flew backwards. Puck, blood bursted out of his mouth. This was the normal reaction when one's cultivation is forcibly stopped. Knowing that if he continues to let his cultivation be interrupted like this, he will experience chi deviation, so Nam Hassan kept his mouth shut and tried to control his inner chi. Pyotwal followed the retreating Nam Hassan like a shadow. Shishk. A wave-like sword strike swept through him one after another. Kyuk, Nam Hassan opened the art of the Thunder Gates with his lips closed. However, because his body was a mess, his martial arts did not show his original power. Because he forced himself to perform martial arts, his complexion turned white and the blood vessels in his eyes were all drained. He wanted to ask the intruder about his identity. However, he could not open his mouth because of the rampaging internal energy. His footwork became twisted and his movements were a mess. Sit, see it. Pyotwal left a deep gash on Nam Hassan's body. His flesh and bones were seen all at once and blood splashed all over the place. Nam Hassan was drenched in his blood in an instant. You bastard, who are you? Nam Hassan squeezed his last energy and asked Pyotwal. He was genuinely curious about his opponent's identity, the reason why he has to die. He didn't want to die without knowing why, because that would be a dog's death. Puck. At that moment, Pyotwal's sword pierced his neck. Nam Hassan's eyes rolled back in extreme pain. That was the end of Nam Hassan. Even at the moment of his death, he couldn't ask Pyotwal the reason why. Pyotwal quietly looked at the body of Nam Hassan, which collapsed like a sandcastle. The countless scars he left behind Nam Hassan's body were clearly visible. It was then that Pyotwal felt a presence outside. The soldiers who heard the sound of Pyotwal and Nam Hassan fighting came running in an instant. Pyotwal exited the room before they arrived. Young master, are you okay? What's going on? The soldiers who arrived in front of the room asked about the well-being of Nam Hassan, but no matter how much they asked, they received no answer. So the warriors opened the door and entered. Young master, oh God, young master has been assassinated. The soldiers cried out, Biik, Biik. An emergency whistle rang through the Thunder Gates. The soldiers, who were sleeping deeply, woke up and immediately searched the area, but they were too late. Pyotwal had already left the Jumjujian. Inside the Thunder Gates, all of the personnel were mobilized to catch the unidentified assassin. The nearby military officials were also asked for their cooperation. Even retired martial artists in the Jumjujian moved. However, the assassin who killed Nam Hassan was never found. No one saw the face of the assassin, let alone his identity. Like a ghost, the assassin disappeared from the Jumjujian. Yonho, the master of the Thunder clan, clenched his fists and looked at Nam Hassan's dead body lying in front of him. His 2 eyes were bloodshot. The death of his one and only disciple made him angry. Hosanna. He approached Nam Hassan's body. The condition of the body was dire. Countless swords were engraved on Nam Hassan's body, like a stigma. Yonho looked closely at Nam Hassan's wounds. The martial artists in the Thunder Gates looked at Yonho while holding their breath. T. Yonho, who had been examining the body for a long time, muttered, "King Cheng sect, how dare those guys kill my disciple? What do you mean?" King Cheng sect, the sword image engraved on Hosan's body only appears when he is struck by the 72 sword waves, a technique of the King Cheng sect. That can't be. This sword image only appears when struck by the 72 sword waves. It is so unique that it cannot be imitated by any other sect. T. Yonho trembled in anger. His eyes were full of malice. In Sichuan, the Thunder Gates could not be said to be the strongest. It was the King Cheng and Amei sect who could be said to be the leading factions, which was why he could not help but give those two sects his attention. He did so by taking note of their martial arts. Did someone else imitate the 72 swords? The 72 sword waves is a sword technique that only verified disciples within the King Cheng sect can learn. The probability of it leaking outside is extremely rare. Even if someone from the outside has learned it, it is absolutely impossible to learn it to this level by themselves. Is it really the King Cheng sect? Maybe after realizing that we were trying to support the Amei sect through our marriage to the 100 Flower Room, the King Cheng sect chose to make their move first. T. Yonho decided that the King Cheng was bad water, but his subordinates were rather careful. However, to conclude that the King Cheng sect is bad water, no, it's clear that it's the King Cheng sect. They've always thought of our sect as a thorn in their eyes, just because we're a branch from Soryoamsa. Of course, we're closely related to Soryoamsa, but it's just not right for us to be treated like this. Get Hosan's body. We will climb King Cheng Mountain right away. Sect leader, I will show Hassan's body to the King Cheng sect and ask them, why was your sword technique found on Hassan's body? Everyone held their breath. No one dared to stop T. Yonho, who was furious. It was because it was clear that he would go out and see blood at this time. More than anything else, they were also outraged by Nam Hassan's death. In any case, Nam Hassan was the young master of the Thunder Gates. He was never supposed to die in such a vain way. What? You want trading rights beyond the Great Wall? Do you seriously think that makes any sense? Isn't it well within the realm of possibility if the Amei sect becomes the ruler of Sichuan? A mercenary should act like one and receive gold as a reward. You are far too greedy. I don't believe so at all. In response to Jiang Maryang's answer, Jianghua slammed the table with her palm. The table, made of thick rosewood, split in two in an instant and collapsed to both sides. If her hand had hit Jiang Maryang's head rather than the table, his skull would have been crushed and he would have died. Of course, Jiang Maryang had no intention of being taken lightly. However, if the confrontation intensified, it was a great loss not only to the Amei sect, but also to the Black Cloud Corps. He had to take a step back from this. In that case, we will give up on the trading rights. We won't ask for the 500,000 gold either. In exchange, please help us get settled near the Western Plateau. Was that what you were aiming for from the start, to acquire a place to settle down? As you know, we are a group of mercenaries. No sect wants us to settle near them. The same goes for our sect. That is why we are suggesting to settle down near the Western Plateau, which is far from the You can allow something like that, can't you? Jianghua crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Maryang. Jiang Maryang looked at her without avoiding her gaze. The right to trade with Sibi was literally the right to trade with Sibi. A large clan, like the King Cheng sect or the Amei sect, is likely to have relationships with numerous upper classes. In the upper classes of which they have a close relationship, they secretly look behind them so that they can trade with other forces, which is called the Sibi trade zone. The money earned by the merchants using the foreign trade rights was enormous. The money could never be given to someone else because it served as the source for the King Cheng and Amei sect. Jiang Maryang knew that too. From the beginning, he did not have a great desire for the foreign trade zone. Still, the reason he had to mention it was to obtain an area where the Black Cloud Corps could settle. None of Jianghu's sects want a group of mercenaries to settle near them. As such, the eyes of the Jianghu looking at the mercenaries were not pretty. Jianghua had to think about it for a long time. Normally, she would never have listened to Jiang Maryang, but their situation right now is not good. If even one person lacked power, it would have been a great help if the power was comparable to that of the Black Cloud Corps. The problem was that if they accepted them, they would only be useful now, but they may become a burden in the future. It was clear that the Black Cloud Corps would be a similar burden, as was the case with the Thunder clan located in Sichuan province. Providing those few a place to settle isn't difficult. We can dispose of them when they become a problem. Jianghua finished all her calculations in an instant. Very well, we accept your proposal. Negotiations are complete then. Yes, I promise you with the honor of the Amei sect. That's enough. A smile crept on the corner of Jiang Maryang's lips. Once they were able to settle in one area, earning huge sums of money would be easy. Jiang Maryang had already done the preliminary work. All right, things wouldn't have gone this well if we were negotiating with the King Cheng sect. The King Cheng sect was not as desperate as the Amei sect. After all, their power was superior to that of the Amei. Therefore, it would not have been easy for Jiang Maryang to meet his desired conditions. In fact, there has been no contact from Yang Wuyong, who was sent to the Qingcheng sect. This meant that negotiations were sluggish. As long as the negotiations with the Amei sect are complete, I will have to make Yang Wuyong return. From now on, the Qingcheng sect was not the subject of negotiations. They were now an enemy that had to be defeated after joining forces with the Amei sect. Jiang Meryang's gaze turned to Yang Xiaoran, who was beside Jiang Hwa. Yang Xiaoran didn't say a word after entering the room. As if Jianghua's negotiations had nothing to do with her, she had an indifferent attitude. However, Jianghua did not blame Yang Xiaoran at all. Even before, Yang Xiaoran was already famous for her lack of interest in worldly affairs even within the Amei sect. The only thing she was interested in was practicing martial arts. Her obsession of staying inside the training room and learning martial arts was famous even within the Amei sect. The only person who knew Yang Xiaoran's true growth was her master, Guisada. Jiang Meryang was curious about the capabilities of Yang Xiaoran. No, he was very interested in the woman named Yang Xiaoran herself. Yang Xiaoran's beauty was so great that it moved the heart of Jiang Meryang, who did not feel anything with Heo Ranju. Even though he was a little older when he looked at her, he could feel her heart pounding. Yang Xiaoran didn't spare Jiang Meryang a glance despite feeling his gaze. Jiang Meryang asked, trying to hide his bitter heart, "Will the two of you be heading back to the Amei sect? If you'd like to stay for a day, we will offer you a room. We will stay in the 100-Flower Room. 100-Flower Room. It is a place that is no different from the sect of the main family. The young master there is my niece." "Oh, I see." Jiang Meryang gave a sad expression. It was time for Jianghua to get up from her seat with a snort. "Boss, urgent news." Outside, Heo Ranju's hurried voice was heard. She ran into the room without waiting for Jiang Meryang's permission. Jiang Meryang frowned and scolded her. "Vice Captain, don't you know that no matter how urgent it is, you shouldn't come in like this? The young leader of the Thunder Clan, was assassinated." "What?" Instead of reprimanding her, Jiang Meryang stood up in surprise. It was the same with Jianghua and Yang Xiaoran. "How? Wait, was the assassin captured?" "Doesn't seem like it. But I think the Thunder Clan is convinced that it is the work of the Qingcheng sect. They say that the Thunder Clan's sect leader is now headed to the Qingcheng sect with the corpse of Nam Hassan." In response to Heo Ranju's reply, Jiang Meryang looked at Jianghua and Yang Xiaoran. The two were the most bewildered by the series of events. Even Yang Xiaoran showed her emotions. An assassin. A fire broke out in Jianghua's one and only eye. Rumors that Nam Hassan had been assassinated spread throughout Sichuan. Everyone living in Chengdu knew that the Qingcheng sect did not like the Thunder Clan, but no one expected such a sudden move. Especially at a time when tensions with the Amei sect are escalating at a rapid pace. So many people thought this incident was unexpected. For this reason, some people thought that the Qingcheng sect was not behind the incident. Instead, they considered the possibility that the Amei sect could have ordered the assassination. Whatever the truth, the assassination of the young master of the Thunder Clan stirred the entire Sichuan province. But the person who was most bewildered by this news was the 100-Flower Room's Wu Xiaohe. He was really assassinated. And the mastermind is the Qingcheng sect. How could this have happened? She was obviously the one who asked Payawal to kill Nam Hassan. As far as she knew, Payawal had nothing to do with the Qingcheng sect. But how come it was said that Nam Hassan was assassinated by someone who used the Qingcheng sect's martial arts, so he wasn't the one who killed him? Her mind was in a complicated mess. If it is true that Payawal killed Nam Hassan, then that would mean that Payawal was affiliated with the Qingcheng sect. But would a person connected with the Qingcheng sect kill a person like Nam Hassan knowing that it will harm his own sect? Intuitively, it didn't make sense. What the hell happened? Xiaohe shook her head. It was too much for her brain to come up with an explanation for the recent events. Everything turned out to be good. She doesn't know if it was Payawal or someone else who killed Nam Hassan, but nonetheless, what is important is that her troubles are gone. If the Thunder Clan caused a conflict with the Qingcheng sect, it would be good news for the Amei sect. And Tilda, with her mood improving, she hummed. That was then. "Sect leader, a guest has arrived from the Amei sect." A voice was heard outside. "Guest? Yes, you'll need to come out and see." "All right." Xiaohe went out in a hurry. Seeing the visitor's face, a wide smile immediately appeared on Xiaohe's face. "Aunt," it was Jianghua who visited the 100-Flower Room without warning. "It's been a while. How have you been?" "I'm all right." Xiaohe rested in the arms of Jianghua. Jianghua only patted Xiaohe on the back and smiled. It was a warm smile that she never showed to any of the Amei's disciples or outsiders. Even Yang Xiaoran, who usually accompanies her, had never seen such a soft expression from Jianghua. Jianghua introduced Yang Xiaoran to Xianhe. "This is my youngest junior sister, Yang Xiaoran. Say hello." The 100-Flower Room Xiaohe greets you. "Sister Yang Xiaoran, long time no see. How have you been, ho-ho?" "Thanks to you, I'm doing very well." Jianghua tilted her head at Xiaohe's laugh. "Did something good happen?" "I'm just in good shape, but what is Aunt doing here?" "I came down for work and stopped by for a while. I was originally planning to go back to the main sect right away, but I'll have to stay here for a while." Is it because of the Thunder Gates as well? Yes, their young master has been assassinated. While this piece of news is a good thing for us, it's suspicious that something like this happened all of a sudden. Jiang was one and only eye shone sharply. Just because this incident is bad for the Qingcheng sect, it doesn't automatically mean that it would be a good thing for the Amei sect. In particular, in the case of a case with a large ripple effect like this one, they had to analyze it more closely to find out the truth behind it. So she and Yang Xiaoran planned to stay in the 100-flower room for a while to keep a close eye on the situation. Do you know anything about this case? Me. Since you're in Chengdu, you must be well aware of the situation in the area, don't you? I wish I knew, but I don't know about this either. Xiaohe denied having any involvement with the incident. There was no guarantee that Payawal really killed Nam Hassan, and there was nothing good about them knowing that she had slept with him by mistake. Fortunately, Jianghua nodded without any doubt. True, what do you know? But from now on, you must use all the information networks of the 100-flower room to find out the truth. Do you understand? Of course. Great. Jianghua smiled softly and stroked Xiaohe's hair. Xiaohe felt a little guilty, but the feeling soon dissipated. Payawal returned to Chengdu. The iron sword and clothes he used to assassinate Nam Hassan were disposed of on the way. When Payawal was looking around to go a guest house, suddenly, wait, who is that? Is that your handsome Oraboni? Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. When Payawal turned his head to look, Hio Ranju was approaching with quick steps. Hio Ranju was smiling at the fact that she met Payawal by chance. Diashi Go said that he met you at Jinteng County. When did you come back? Just now. Really? Hio Ranju glanced up and down Payawal with narrowed eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Were you with another woman in Jinteng County? If you did, tell me honestly. My heart is wide enough that I don't get jealous. Just going to say nonsense, then shut up. At Payawal's cold words, Hio Ranju had a wounded expression on her face. Hayuk, you're the first man to say this to me, my heart. Payawal walked past Hio Ranju, who pretended to grab her chest. Then Hio Ranju hurriedly followed Payawal. Really? You're so rude, you're leaving just like that. Then why did you go to Jinteng County? Did something happen? Hio Ranju was really curious. Diashi Go said he had assigned Mon as a watchdog to Payawal. However, when Mon went to Jinteng County, Payawal had already disappeared. Because of that, Mon returned in vain without seeing Payawal's back. However, while Payawal was staying in Jinteng County, Nam Hassan was assassinated. To most people, it was rumored that the incident happened because of the Qingcheng sect, but Hio Ranju and Zhang Meryang did not believe the rumors. If there was even the slightest doubt, they had to dig into it tenaciously. Hio Ranju did not believe that Payawal was the assassin that killed Nam Hassan, but she doubted whether he was involved in the series of events. Didn't the Dayashi Go tell you that I went there for personal reasons? I'm curious what your personal business is. You definitely lack manners because you're a mercenary. When something's personal, it means it is something that can't be told to anyone else. What? In an instant, Hio Ranju's eyebrows rose to the sky. She has heard many times that she has a good personality, but this is the first time she's heard that she lacked manners in person. That's also because she picked up the word mercenary. This is pretty funny. I was nice to you because you're handsome. Do I look easy? Is that why? Frost-like momentum radiated from Hio Ranju's whole body. Although she usually acts coquettish and smiles, her strength is not inferior to that of Jianghu's famous masters. On the contrary, in practical terms, she was even superior. Those with handsome faces like this only have their appearance to back them up. They are easier to deal with when I break their spirits from the very beginning. Hio Ranju wanted to take this opportunity to correct Payawal's habit. She liked Payawal. Since she likes him, she wants to rip him off the way she wants. Hio Ranju said with both hands wide open, I'll give you 3 seconds, so come on. By the way, you'd better do your best, because after 3 seconds I won't even look at you. It was something she could say because she was confident in her power. Her position as the vice captain of the Black Cloud Corps was not obtained for free. It was acquired through her skill. Hio Ranju smiled as Payawal slightly frowned. Why are you scared? However, at the next moment, Hio Ranju's eyes shook. Payawal suddenly appeared in front of her. There was a distance of 3 or 4 steps between her and Payawal. However, without her realizing it, Payawal was already right in front of her. Hio Ranju was so surprised that she couldn't even speak and her eyes widened. What? She let down her guard and tried to attack Payawal. She was so surprised that she had forgotten her promise of giving him a handicapped. Jong. At that moment, Payawal stabbed Hio Ranju's abdomen with his index finger. Hio Ranju felt a huge shock in her abdomen. The shock immediately spread through her whole body like a wave, and she collapsed while suppressing her screams. When the pain reached its peak, she realized that she could not even let a scream come out. She couldn't breathe properly. Her body stiffened to the point that she couldn't even move. Her head went blank. She couldn't even think of anything. The excruciating pain that dominated her entire body made it impossible for her to wonder how Payawal shortened the distance or what technique he used to attack. Payawal looked down at Hio Ranju, who had her entire body stiffened in pain. You still want to give up 3 seconds. Hio Ranju vomited blood. Hyoranju looked up at Pyawal with an expression as if saying that she was deceived. She had initially guessed that Pyawal had mastered martial arts, but she didn't know that he was hiding such a tremendous force. She felt like she was being deceived by Pyawal. Rain cowardly. Her face was horribly contorted. It was painful and even shameful. The last thing Pyawal said before turning around was, "The next time you say something like that, I'll kill you." Hyoranju trembled as if she was splashed by cold water. Pyawal's words did not feel like a mere threat. "I was wrong. Pyawal is stronger than I thought." Hyoranju's eyes shone sharply as she looked at Pyawal's back as he walked away. Although she was devastated by an unexpected blow, she did not consider herself defeated. The thing she is most confident about is that her whip-wielding expedient is not like a wooden ball. Of course, that didn't mean the filthy feeling went away. It's rotten. It hurts terribly. Hyoranju stared at the back of Pyawal's head for a long time. Pyawal ignored Hyoranju's gaze from behind and moved on. He initially thought about stopping Hyoranju's breathing. However, he refrained from doing so because it seemed that there would be more harm than good. By killing Nam Hasan, the of the Thunder clan and King Cheng sect was brought about, but there was no need to get people's attention by killing Hyoranju. Pyawal found a guest house with an empty room. The place he found was Song Guest House. As the name suggests, it was a guest house run by a man having a Song surname. The size of the guest house is not very large, but since it was recently built, all facilities were clean. After getting a clean, isolated room, Pyawal ate on the first floor. On the first floor, quite a few people were gathering and eating. All of their topics by far were about Nam Hasan. Did the King Cheng sect really kill Nam Hasan? Wasn't there a trace of the King Cheng sect's martial arts on Nam Hasan's body? It can be imitated, right? What do you mean? I heard that the more difficult the technique, the more unique traces it would leave. Such traces can never be imitated. Then you mean that the King Cheng sect is really at fault? Why would they when they're in a situation like this? Who knows? Woo, let's just drink. People raised their glasses with anxious faces. Numerous other stories have been told. Pyawal listened to all the stories while eating. The little information he heard like this helped him a lot. That was then. Oh, did you hear that story? What story? I heard that the Amei sects Jianghua and the Yang Xiaoran have entered Chengdu. Really? Did those two really come to Chengdu? Yeah, a lot of people have already seen them. So they even come down from their main sect. This is really unusual. Right, in an instant, Pyawal's chopsticks stopped. It was because of the names Jianghua and Yang Xiaoran. There were several names in his life that he would never forget, two of which were Jianghua and Yang Xiaoran. In many ways, their names were deeply engraved in Pyawal's memory. Not knowing if Pyawal was listening, the men continued to talk. For what purpose did they come to Chengdu? How would I know that? I heard that they came to meet someone from the 100 Flower Room. 100 Flower Room. That's right. The 100 Flower Room is no different from the Amei sect. Maybe it's a standpoint that came out to crack down on the sect faction. After that, there was a lot of nonsensical chatter. Pyawal also turned his attention away from their conversation and fell into a world of his own. Jianghua and Yang Xiaoran came here. Pyawal thought that things were going more interesting than expected. It seemed that the work he did caused a bigger issue than he initially thought. Pyawal's white teeth were exposed through red lips. There was tension in the Qingcheng Mountain. It was because of the crowd who visited at sunset. The people who climbed Mount Qingcheng carrying a coffin with the body were Ti Yonho and the martial artists of the Thunder clan. The warriors of the Qingcheng sect looked displeased at the martial artists who visited without notice. It was not considered polite in Jianghu to make such a sudden visit with another sect without a message in advance. Much less, the Qingcheng sect is a sacred sect with ties to Taoism. There was no reason to allow a group with swords to enter without permission. However, the matter was so urgent that the Qingcheng sect had no choice but to let in the martial artist of the Thunder clan. They are now facing each other in a big hall in front of the Great Dijian. In the middle between the Qingcheng sect and the Thunder clan, there was an Ongwen held from the bottom of the mountain. At that time, the top leaders walked out from Dijian. As they appeared, the warriors of the Qingcheng sect bowed their heads. In the center of the leadership was Muryeongjin, the sect leader of the Qingcheng sect. Muryeongjin looked at Ti Yonho with clear eyes and said, "What are you trying to do with me, sect leader Ti?" "That's what I want to ask you, sect leader Muryeongjin. Let me hear the full story. For what reason have you brought this coffin here? Inside this coffin is my disciple's corpse. It's unfortunate that sect leader Ti's disciple died, but I don't think this has anything to do with our sect." "Do you truly not understand?" Ti Yonho's eyes widened as he looked at Muryeongjin. At that, the disciples of the Qingcheng sect were furious. "Show some respect. How dare you persecute the sect leader of our Qingcheng sect?" The disciples of the Qingcheng sect had the momentum to attack the martial artists of the Thunder clan at any moment. This was the home of the Qingcheng sect, so their power and numbers were superior. If the Qingcheng sect wanted to, they were capable of subduing all of the martial artists of the Thunder Gates who came up here in a hurry. Nevertheless, the reason why Mryonjin and the rest of the disciples keep their manners is because of their roots as a Taoist. Mryonjin raised his hand to calm down the agitated disciples. He then asked T. Yonho, "I really don't have any idea what you're talking about. Can you explain to me what happened?" As the news of Nam Hassan's assassination had not yet been reported to the Qingcheng sect, Mryonjin did not know why T. Yonho was making such a fuss. "Very well, in that case I will show you myself." T. Yonho opened the coffin lid. Then the body of Nam Hassan, lying in a miserable state, was revealed. Namu Amida Butsu Buddha. The appearance of a corpse full of terrible sword slashes was enough to shake the hearts of the Qingcheng sect warriors. "This is the body of my disciple. Do you not feel anything when you see this child? I express my deepest condolences to the disciple's misfortune. But what do we have to do with the disciple's death? Can't you see this child's wound? Even though it's a wound from the 72 sword waves. No way." It was then that the Mryonjin people and the rest of the department heads took a closer look at the scars left on Nam Hassan's body. Are you saying it's really the 72 sword waves?" They unknowingly let out a sigh. This was because the scars left on Nam Hassan's body were traces that appeared when the 72 sword waves was used. A confused expression appeared on Mryonjin's face. This is because the 72 sword wave was definitely a technique of the Qingcheng sect. T. Yonho shouted, "Are you still going to deny it? My disciple was assassinated by an assassin using the 72 sword waves of the Qingcheng sect. This cannot happen without the Qingcheng sect killing him." Sect leader T, "Calm down first." "How can I calm down? My disciple was killed by the sword of the Qingcheng sect. I'll get to the bottom of this. Do not procrastinate and give me a proper explanation. Is it because you think that if my disciple marries the Wu Xiaohe of the 100-Flower Room, we will be on the side of the Amei sect? Are you worried about the Amei sect that much, enough to commit such a cowardly thing?" At the words of T. Yonho, Mryonjin's eyebrows twitched. At that moment the lion's hood exploded. The imprudence. After the huge roar that resounded all over the Qingcheng sect, T. Yonho and the rest of the Thunder clan covered their ears and stumbled. At that time, a man with a cold expression jumped out from among the department heads. A middle-aged man reduced the space in an instant and appeared in front of T. Yonho. He was Mu Jiangjin, the strongest warrior of the Qingcheng sect. A ferocious light flashed in Mu Jiangjin's eyes as he looked at T. Yonho. Mryonjin, who saw it, cried out, "Don't. How dare you act in such a way after coming to the Qingcheng sect unannounced?" Mu Jiangjin did not care and extended his hand to T. Yonho. It was one of the techniques of the Qingcheng sect. "Thunderstorm palm when you mustn't, junior brother." T. Yonho quickly drew his sword and performed a defensive stance. However, it was not enough to block the sword of Mu Jiangjin. T. Yonho's body bounced back with the explosion. The sword he was holding split due to the formidable power of the wind thunder palm. Mu Jiangjin jumped and then followed T. Yonho. T. Yonho bit his lip at the unfamiliar flashing eyes and fierce momentum. Mu Jiangjin's wind thunder palm shook T. Yonho's internal organs so he couldn't bring out his power. "Junior brother, show mercy. You must not kill him, junior brother." Mryonjin and Muijin shouted at the same time. At that moment, Mu Jiangjin's hands pounded T. Yonho's whole body. "Perberbuk Ju," T. Yonho screamed and collapsed. Luckily, Mu Jiangjin controlled his attack, so T. Yonho did not stop breathing. But T. Yonho's appearance still looked very miserable. He knelt on the floor filled with his blood. Mu Jiangjin looked down at T. Yonho while holding his back. "Do you find our sect that laughable, to the point that you would try to persecute us with such an outrageous accusation?" "I didn't lie," T. Yonho answered with difficulty. Then Mu Jiangjin's eyes turned even colder. "Quiet. If you talk nonsense again, I will kill not only you, but also everyone who climbed the mountain." T. Yonho kept his mouth shut at the terrifying threat of Mu Jiangjin. There was a gloomy expression on his face. When he experienced the formidable power of a Mu Jiangjin firsthand, he couldn't dare to respond. Clearly, it was the Qingcheng sect who did something wrong, but they were the one being persecuted here. Tears wanted to come out from his heart. T. Yonho looked at Mryonjin. "Is this how the Qingcheng sect does things? To suppress others with force so that no objection can be raised? I apologize, sect leader T." Mryonjin hastily tried to make excuses, but before that, Mu Jiangjin kicked T. Yonho in the chest. Puck, T. Yonho couldn't even scream, flew away and lost consciousness. "Priest, why are you attacking him here? It will not be too late to find out the circumstances first and then act later. Once we subdue it, it is not too late to check the situation. The more we look at the situation, the more they would look at us with ridicule. Namu Amida Butsu." Mu Jiangjin replied coldly and went into Dejian. Mryonjin looked at his back and murmured, "What the hell happened to the priest in the past?" Although he was cold in the past, he was never that frenzied. At some point, Mu Jiangjin changed little by little. He became ferocious and vicious, and he couldn't hold back his anger. At first, he thought that Mu Jiangjin was just going through a sima in the process of learning martial arts. When anyone learns martial arts, they tend to experience a little bit of heart demon too, and most of them escape safely. King Cheng Sek's martial arts contain the essence of Taoism, so it is especially easy to escape from heart demon. So he didn't pay much attention to it, but as time went on, the brutality of Mu Jiangjin was increasing. The problem is that there is no way to control Mu Jiangjin right now. The martial arts of Mu Jiangjin could be said to be the best of the King Cheng sect. In order to control him, it was possible only at the level of Go Yopjin, an elder from the previous generation. However, he retired a long time ago, and it has been a long time since he left the King Cheng sect. Marionjin sighed softly and said to the Muijin, "Who, let the priest talk to you as soon as sect leader T wakes up. Give them a place to live, okay, Namu Amidabutsu." After the Muijin politely stood up, he approached the members of the Thunder Gates. Muijin was respected by many for his mild personality. He led those who were angry at T Yonho's injury and took them to their own quarters. In addition, a physician was sent to T Yonho to treat him. After the situation seemed to have calmed down to some extent, the Marionjin spoke to the nearby master of the Chengsu Korinsang. Chenggyob? Yes, sect leader. The name of the monk who responded politely is Chenggyob. He was a great disciple of the King Cheng sect, famous for his nickname as the swordsmanship scholar. 3. It looks like you'll have to head to Chengdu. Are you talking about me? Yes, something is amiss there. You should take some disciples and check the situation over there. All right, if you're struggling, go to Priest Wu and ask for his help. Even though you're heartbroken and let go of public affairs, I won't refuse your request. I will. Chenggyo bowed his head. Priest Wu, whom Marionjin spoke of, was referring to Wu Jinpyong. After the death of his son, Wu Jinpyong, who made the greatest contribution to the success of the King Cheng sect, has lost all his motivation and returned to his hometown. Marionjin quietly closed his eyes and muttered, "How the hell did things get to this point? O primordial heaven, please look over the King Cheng sect." His eyes didn't open for a long time. As night fell, the Song Guesthouse was as quiet as a dead mouse. This is because many of Song Guesthouse's guests just used the restaurant and returned home. There were not many guests who stayed overnight. Thanks to this, Pyotwal was able to spend time quietly alone. There was only one small lamp illuminating his room. Pyotwal leaned his back against the wall and looked at the oil lamp swaying. Even with the windows closed, the wind was blowing from somewhere and waving the lanterns. Pyotwal thought that the oil lamp resembled himself a lot. He lived a precarious life where he can't even see what's going to happen. If he wanted to, he could leave Jianghu and live comfortably. With his current ability, it was enough to enjoy a life filled with glory or wealth. Still, Pyotwal chose revenge, without hesitating. He was arrested at the age of 14 and lived without seeing the light properly for 14 years. He's been living like an angler in order to somehow survive in a hellish environment where his fellow captives were dying right next to me. For this reason, his emotions and way of thinking were remarkably different from those of ordinary people. Even Pyotwal knew that fact, and he realized one more thing. It's the fact that he will never be able to live like everyone else. Shruck. At that moment, the sound of someone pulling their skirt was heard in Pyotwal's ear. Someone approached his room. Pyotwal turned his head slightly and looked at the door. The sound got closer and closer and stopped right in front of his door. Then the door carefully opened and someone came in. Even though the woman who arrived was just wearing a light dress, she had a gorgeous rose-like appearance. It was Wu Xiaohe. Xiaohe, who came in with the door open, was looking straight at him. She had a surprised expression on her face, but it was only for a short time. She soon came to Pyotwal with a bashful smile. "So you're still awake? How did you know I was here? There's no place in Chengdu that our 100-flower room's eyes don't reach. It's not particularly hard to find a remarkably handsome man like you." Xiaohe naturally approached Pyotwal as if it was her own room and sat down next to him. When Xianhe sat down next to him, the fragrant body scent of Pyotwal stimulated her. "How did you do it?" "Do what?" "Young Lord Namhasam of the Thunder Clan. What did you do for the Thunder Clan leader to be so furious and accuse the King Cheng sect of being the culprit? Who knows? Aren't you the one who killed him?" Xiaohe had a confused expression on her face. It was her who asked Pyotwal to kill Namhasan, but she was not sure if Pyotwal really killed him. "Be honest with me. What happened? Why does it matter who the killer is? All that matters now is that he's dead. That's it, but whoever is responsible for killing him, you've accomplished your purpose anyway. Isn't that what you want?" In an instant, Xiaohe's eyes became hazy. It was because Pyotwal had a strong body scent that made her lightheaded. "You're right, nothing else matters." Xianhe's breathing became ragged involuntarily. At this moment, her mind is empty, and she can't think of anything else. All she had in her mind was the thought of wanting to be embraced by Pyotwal, and she did what she thought. Hey, as Xiaohe hugged Pyotwal's waist and looked up. She hugged Pyotwal without wearing anything. There was still a lot of heat on her face. She traced Pyotwal's chest with her white fingers. "You're like a bad guy," Xianhe said while looking at Pyotwal. Her appearance was alluring enough to make any man fall in love with her. However, Pyotwal only looked at her without any change in expression. It'll be hard for me to meet you for a while. I can't get away because an important guest has come. An important guest. I told you before that the Amei sect's first disciple, Abbess Jianghua, is my aunt. She's come to the 100-flower room along with her junior sister. She has quite a fussy personality, so I have to attend to her personally. What is Abbess Jianghua doing in Chengdu? I've heard that she is here to hire a group of mercenaries called the Black Cloud Corps. The Black Cloud Corps, yes. I hear they're quite powerful among the mercenary groups. They said that they had no choice but to sign a contract because the Amei sect's power is inferior to the Qingcheng sect. Xiaohe answered every question that Piatwal asked, unaware that she was already leaking confidential information. She was just talking about whatever came to her mind. Thanks to this, Piatwal was able to lay still and get a lot of information. When will Jianghua return to Mount Amei? I think she'll be staying in the 100-flower room for a while. Really, it's a pleasure seeing my aunt, but it's annoying to keep seeing that girl. That girl, I mean my aunt's youngest junior disciple, Yang Xiaoran. Why, I just hate everything about her from head to toe. She always likes to be alone with her eyes looking like she seems to know everything. Anyway, I hate her. I want her to disappear from this world. If I ask you later, can you get rid of that girl? If she disappears, Aunt will take care of me more. I think my aunt is somewhat conscious of her. If you're a samurai in the Jianghua situation, wouldn't you also become a magistrate? Who said that a bitch like that is the chief? A bitch with no such foundation. Xiaohe's expression turned into a ferocious one. Piatwal noticed that she was jealous of the Yang Xiaoran. Yang Xiaoran, Piatwal recalled memories from 7 years ago. Even though he has only seen her once, the memories of that time are so strong that he can remember everything clearly. Yang Xiaoran, who was calm and collected, felt more threatening than Jianghua, who had a fiery personality. It was still the same today. He doesn't care much about Jianghua, but strangely, he was more concerned about Yang Xiaoran. If we meet in person, will I know why? As long as they stay in Chengdu anyway, they will end up meeting someday. It's just a matter of timing. At that moment, Xianhe whispered in Piatwal's ear, "Don't worry about that bitch. Don't even think about her. You just have to move for me." Her breathing grew hotter. Xiaohe went back to the 100-flower room before dawn. During that time, he had 2 more rounds with her. Piatwal left the room a long time after Xiaohe left. The sun was already in the middle of the sky, and quite a few customers were seated in the restaurant on the first floor. Piatwal also ordered a light meal and sat down. Wow, that a man's face. The guests who had been eating for a long time looked at Piatwal, lost in their hearts. However, Piatwal did not even look at them and only looked outside. He was now accustomed to the people's gazes and gossip, so getting their attention wasn't a big deal. Even Piatwal was aware that his appearance is vastly different from others. He had a unique decadent atmosphere that attracted people. It wasn't like this before. He was handsome, but not enough to attract people like this. It was evident that this had happened after spending 7 years with numerous snakes in the snake pit. The clean skin without any blemishes resembles that of a snake, and the red-lighted eyes looked unique. At times, his appearance was burdensome, but now he has decided to accept the reality. After a while, the waiter brought food. There were only a few side dishes, including rice and fruits. The waiter placed the food down on the table and glanced at Piatwal's face. He's really handsome. I want to live just one day with that kind of face. Then the women will all line up before him. Even in the eyes of a young waiter, he was enamored because of Piatwal's appearance. At that moment, Piatwal called for the waiter. "Hey, yes, oh, I'm sorry, you're so handsome," the waiter replied in amazement. He thought Piatwal was angry, but Piatwal had no intention of blaming him. The reason Piatwal called the waiter was for another reason. Do you know how to get to Tangjiachuo? If it's a Tangjiachuo, are you talking about the old hometown of the Tang family? Yes. Excuse me, but why do you want to go to Tangjiachuo? The waiter asked, why with a subtle fear in his eyes. It is also because it was taboo to mention the name of the Tang family in Chengdu. The Tang family once ruled over Sichuan beyond Chengdu, but now it has been completely destroyed, leaving only a few traces of it. This is because the rest of the sects in Sichuan have completely erased the existence of the Tang family. Since I'm here in Chengdu, I'm just going to take a look. Ah, it's just watching. Yes, then I will tell you. Leave our guest house and go west. After walking for almost half a day, you will come to a village with 3 large trees standing at the entrance. If you go 26 more miles south of that village, you'll find Tangjiachuo. But there will be nothing left there since they had already collapsed a long time ago. Okay, hey customer, this is just rambling from an old man, but don't use the word Tang family recklessly. It doesn't matter to people like us, but the warriors of Sichuan are very sensitive. Why is that? It's just because they're afraid. The delusion that the Tang family might be resurrected and rule Sichuan province still lingers among the martial artists of Sichuan. That's why they treat those who use the Tang surname more harshly. What the waiter said was true. Now, the Qingcheng sect and the Amei sect were fighting for supremacy, but in the past, the Tang family was unparalleled. The Tang family, which was synonymous with poison, fell and left almost no traces, but its name still lingered in people's minds together with a feeling of fear. Anyway, since I told you, I'll now go. The waiter nodded at Pyotwal and ran towards the kitchen. Pyotwal, who was left alone, ate and went out immediately. The sun was hot. Sichuan province, a basin topography, was famous for its hot temperatures. Thanks to that, there has been a bountiful harvest of rice for the farmers, but people suffered from one heat. People walking on the street all walked close to the wall to avoid the midday sun. However, Pyotwal did not care and moved forward while receiving the sunlight. Even the hot heat that makes people suffer has no effect on him. Pyotwal moved towards the direction the waiter told him. After walking for almost half a day, he came to a village with 3 large trees standing in the shape of a nest. After turning south from the village and walking about 20 li, he finally came to Tangjiachuo. As the waiter said, Tangjiachuo was thoroughly demolished. Only a few stones were left in the ruins of Tangjiachuo. Even the tiles and bricks were taken by the people who lived nearby. In the ruined space, only the bushes were overgrown. It was a sight that felt the passing of time. Pyotwal looked at Tangjiachuo indifferently, underlying fear. The reason Pyotwal dared to come here was because of the Sichuan people's perception of the Tang family. More than 100 years have passed since their fall, but fear remains in the minds of people. It was possible because the name of Tang itself remained a source of fear. This was exactly what Pyotwal, who was completely alone, needed. SSSRuk. At that time, a foreign movement was felt at Pyotwal's feet. He looked down and saw a small snake crawling at his feet. It was small in size, but seeing the triangular shape of its head, it was clear that it was a venomous snake. The viper wriggled past Pyotwal. A normal person would have been terrified and made a fuss, but Pyotwal did not change his expression. Pyotwal had lived in a pit full of snakes. A snake with this kind of venom did not pose any threat to him. Pyotwal expanded his senses. Then he felt the movement of snakes all over the bushes. He didn't know if it's because the Tang family dealt with poison, but there were a lot of poisonous snakes there. SSSS. Pyotwal clenched his lips and made a bizarre sound, like a snake licking his tongue. Then the snakes hiding in the bush raised their heads all at once and looked at the Pyotwal. The sight of thousands of snakes staring at Pyotwal was terrifying to see. However, there was no trace of fear on the face of Pyotwal, who was stared at by numerous snakes. Snakes would be feared by ordinary people, but to Pyotwal, they were the most familiar. SSSSSS. When Pyotwal made another bizarre noise, the snakes bowed their heads and led the way. Good. Qingyob looked at the Thunder Clan with calm eyes. After descending from Mount Qingcheng, he immediately led his disciples to the Thunder Clan. Since Mu Jiangyin seriously hurt Ti Yonho, the master of the Thunder Clan, they had to find out the truth behind the Thunder Clan as soon as possible. As his recovery time increases, the confrontation with the Thunder Clan will intensify. It was not difficult to subdue the Thunder Clan with the current power of the Qingcheng sect. The problem was Xiaolian Temple, which could be said to be behind them. Ti Yonho was arguing that the Thunder Clan is a completely separate school from the Xiaolian Temple, but there were no people in Sichuan who believed in that fact. Today, it was the prevailing opinion of Sichuan that there was the support of Xiaolian Temple in the background of the growth of the Thunder Clan. That is why Maryongjin also sent his most trusted disciple, Qingyob, to rectify the situation. Qingyob, with the cooperation of the Thunder Clan sect members, inspected the place where Nam Hassan died. So the young leader of the Thunder Clan was murdered here. As if to tell the situation at the time, the situation in the room was miserable. Blood was splattered everywhere, and all the furniture were broken. Jingsan, a great disciple who had followed Qingyob, stroked the sword traces left on the wall with his finger and said, "It's a little rougher than what I've seen before, but they're without a doubt traces of our sect's 72 sword waves." Similar to Qingyob, Jingsan had a calm personality and sharp eyes. There was no doubt in his voice when the words 72 sword waves came out of his mouth. Among the external disciples, who has mastered the 72 sword waves, as far as I know, there's none. Even in the main sect, only a small number of students have learned the technique, so it is more impossible for an external student to learn it. But there was a time when the transcript was leaked. The transcript only contained the sword movements. Without the support of our sect's cultivation technique, they wouldn't be able to bring out even half of its true power. Jingsan shook his head. The martial artists of a prestigious sect seem to be playing separately, but eventually, when they reach the top, they are connected as one living thing. In order to demonstrate the proper power, it is necessary to learn the related techniques and martial arts at the same time. But with only a copy, only the form and the formula exist. So a person can't ever be successful with such an incomplete book. More than anything else, the assassin who learned martial arts using the copy was eventually killed by senior brother Mu Jiang. Is there any guarantee that he is the only one who has mastered the 72 sword wave from a copy? I'm not sure, but I think that it is impossible to learn and bring out its full power with just a copy, at least with their own strength. What if it was a sect? then it's a different story. They'd be able to create a cultivation technique by reverse engineering the movements. However, considering its efficiency, it would be better to create a new martial arts method instead. There's no guarantee that a right cultivation will be appropriate, and above all, you never know how long it will take. So we're back from the beginning. I think it would be faster to trace back the path of the assassin by figuring out how the assassin got here than to figure out how the assassin learned how to use the 72 sword waves. At Ching San's words, Qingyob nodded. He was also aware that there was only one way to solve the situation as quickly as possible. Everything was blurry, as if obscured by fog, but there was one thing that was still clearly visible. It was the presence of an assassin. Eerie, it felt as if all the hairs on their body had stood up against the opponent, who they had not yet been able to identify his face or his identity. It was the first time they felt this way since the assassination of Wu Gunseng 7 years ago. It couldn't be the assassin we saw 7 years ago, could it? Ching San immediately denied his thoughts. 7 years ago, that assassin was already killed by Mu Jiangjin. It is certain that they infiltrated through this mansion. Qingyob made a slight impression on Ching San's tired voice. Just finding the assassin's infiltration route has already consumed a lot of mental energy. Finding its traces was as laborious as finding a needle on a sandy beach. Dozens of times he searched for a place where he could infiltrate, but he couldn't find any traces. In the end, they had to change direction and reason by analyzing the most efficient penetration route from the assassin's point of view rather than looking for traces. In doing so, they found the mansion to the west of Thunder Clan. Qingyob questioned whether the assassins had actually used the mansion where there were many people, but he had no choice but to follow Ching San's inference. He's a clever guy. He purposely picked a place where people can see the most. It's the same reason that if you want to hide a tree, it's best to hide it in the forest. Ching San seemed to have a strong sense of pride for the assassin whom he did not know. He was completely focused as he searched for the assassin's whereabouts. The disciples who had come with him at his command dispersed and explored the people of the mansion. Even now, the people of the mansion held their breath and watched the masters of the Qingcheng sect. They had thus become accustomed to being on the lookout for strangers other than themselves. Ching San was sure that if he asked them, he would find out the stranger who had visited that day. He also lived in such a place before entering the Qingcheng sect, so he knew the habits of the people well. He was confident that he would be able to find the whereabouts of the assassin before this evening. But to his surprise, until the sun went down, he did not once meet any person from the mansion who testified that they saw a stranger that day. No, does this make sense? That many people didn't see a stranger that day. Ching San muttered with a puzzled expression on his face. Qingyob comforted him. Maybe the assassin broke in through another route, so don't be heartbroken. That doesn't make any sense. This is obviously the best route. Who? It's getting late today, so let's try again tomorrow, but think of the other disciples as well. At that moment, Ching San looked at his disciples. The second and third generation disciples were looking at Ching San with a straight face. They were very tired from exploring Ching San's command all day. It was unreasonable to push them further. I apologize, everyone. Namu Amidabutsu. Then we're going to rest today at a guest house and look for the assassin again tomorrow. You thought well. But is there an inn that can hold this many people? Why are we going to an inn? When you go to Chengdu, there is the Golden River Clan SS. Oh, Ching San let out a sigh. Golden Gate is a sect closely related to the Qingcheng sect. They were located north of the Chengdu, ready to provide accommodation for the Qingcheng sect at any time. We must hurry to enter the Golden Gate. Okay, let's go. Yes. The two left Jinteng County with the disciples of the Qingcheng sect. In order to get to the Golden Gates, one had to pass through the downtown area of Chengdu. As the dozens of disciples moved, people looked at them with curious eyes. It was because they recognized that they were the masters of the Qingcheng sect. It was not easy to see the disciples of the Qingcheng sect on the streets, no matter how strong they were. It was even rarer for such a large number of disciples to travel in a group. People looked at the disciples of the Qingcheng sect as if they were a rare spectacle. Qingyob was concerned about the gaze of those people, but he worked hard to pretend he was calm and moved on. But when he arrived at the center of Chengdu, his footsteps had no choice but to stop. It was because of a group of people walking from the opposite side. Unlike the disciples of the Qingcheng sect, the other group was dominated by women. Qingyob's expression turned cold because he knew the identity of the opponent. Amei sect. They were the disciples of the Amei sect in Biquabang, whose main focus was on Jianghua. The Amei sect also recognized the disciples of the Qingcheng sect. The disciples of the Qingcheng sect are coming down here. Jianghua's expression, who was at the forefront, changed terribly. With a look as if she was about to devour them, she glared at the Qingcheng sect's disciples, including Qingyob. It was the same for the disciples of the Qingcheng sect, Qiang. When the disciples of the Qingcheng sect unsheathed their swords in unison, the martial artists of the Amei sect took out their weapons as well. A sudden tension flowed between the two forces, but they did not. It was because they believed that a sudden without any preparation would only lead to destruction. Chingyob raised his hand to make the disciples restrain themselves and then stepped forward. Of course, on the side of the Amei sect, Jianghua came out. It's been a while, Jianghua. Heh. What did you come down here for? To eat. Your nickname is Swordsmanship Scholar, so you should keep living in the mountains like one. Are you not coming down because of something urgent, Jianghua? It would be overwhelming just to protect the main sect, but you have the time to worry about other things, no? Do you not understand the situation properly? Shut up, Chingyob. Heh, the fart guy got angry. That's exactly the case. Who created this situation in the first place dares to shout it out? Explosive momentum flowed from Jianghua and Chingyob. Although they started fighting 7 years ago, the two were friends before that. It was clear that the both of them would lead the Amei sect and the Qingcheng sect, so they greeted each other right away. The situation suddenly changed after the assassination of Wu Gunseng 7 years ago. When it was revealed that the person who commissioned the assassination was the Amei sect, the Qingcheng sect erupted. Due to his uncontrollable anger, Mu Jiangjin attacked the disciples of the Amei sect who had entered the underground cave with him. Jianghua was also there. Jianghua had to face the humiliation of escaping with only a few disciples. The Amei sect pleaded innocent, saying that it was nothing more than a delusional accusation. The public opinion of Sichuan province was divided because the Qingcheng sect could not provide any clear evidence other than Mu Jiangjin's words. The Qingcheng sect was greatly outraged by the Amei sect's behavior, who was denying it to the end. In the end, the two sects clashed violently, inflicting numerous casualties. After that, they collided frequently, and the emotional rift deepened as time went on. Jianghua looked at Chingyob with eyes full of malice. She wanted to kill all of the Chingyob and Qingcheng sect disciples right away, but given the opponent's power, it would not be easy to do so. Even the martial artists of the 100-Flower Room joined, so the weight was still inclined towards the Qingcheng sect. The results of the last few big clashes show that the Qingcheng sect was stronger. Yang Xiaoran, who was beside Jianghua, whispered, "Now is the time to step down. If we with them for no reason, our damage will be greater." Quiet. Are you talking about escaping in front of the Qingcheng sect? Aren't you ashamed? Jianghua criticized Yang Xiaoran. Yang Xiaoran sighed and backed away when her words didn't reach Jianghua. Jianghua looked at Chingyob again and said, "Did you order the assassination after knowing that the young master of the Thunder Clan and the sect leader of the 100-Flower Room were having an affair? That's amazing. Qingcheng sect, you threw all the people in the trash. Where are you going to dig your ears? You've invested 7 years to kill the most promising member of our sect. Where did you learn such devotion?" "Oh. Of course you learned from your master, the abbess of 9 calamities." "Quiet." Jianghua, who could not even find the main temple, was furious and looked at it. The eyes of some martial artists were so intense that anyone would tremble just by looking at their eyes. However, Chingyob did not blink an eye even when he looked into her eyes. Although he was often underestimated compared to his friends because of his gentle personality, he was still a great disciple of the Qingcheng sect. His achievements were not far behind compared to Jianghua. Knowing that fact, Jianghua only taunted but did not attack. There was an atmosphere that they were about to stab each other at any moment, but neither the Chingyob nor the Jianghua made such a move. This was Chengdu. It was the center of Sichuan province and the place where the largest number of people lived. All the wealth of Sichuan went to this place. It was clear that if a riot were to happen here, they would lose a huge amount of money along with the people of Chengdu. If they really had to fight, they had to do it somewhere other than Chengdu, at least far from the center of Chengdu. After all, this is what it is. Yang Xiaoran, who was standing behind Jianghua, sighed softly. If possible, she wanted to return to MT. Amei immediately, but that was impossible. There should not have been such a collision between the Qingcheng sect and Amei sect in the first place. Where did we go wrong? The root of the problem was clear. It was the Amei sect. No matter how many words and excuses she made, that fact did not change. Yang Xiaoran did not deny that fact. She was the only one who felt regretful about what happened, since she could have stopped the situation before it deteriorated out of control. 7 years ago, that assassin was the problem. He crossed the inescapable net from which everyone can't come back while killing Wu Gunseng. After that incident, all escape routes were blocked. At the edge of a cliff with nowhere to retreat, the two sects were facing each other. If it wasn't for that, the situation wouldn't have gotten this far. The more he thought about it, the more amazing the assassin's feats became. Because of one assassin, the Qingcheng sect and the Amei sect had to make such a life-and-death decision. Even the assassin died 7 years ago. Just as San Sima was being harassed by the dead Zhuge Liang, the Amei sect and Qingcheng sect were still being influenced by what the assassin did. But in the end, we don't even know his name. Yang Xiaoran sighed and looked around. In the confrontation between the two factions, all the people nearby came out to watch. Most of the eyes contained fear and curiosity at the same time. However, there was a pair of eyes that felt like her chest was pierced like a dagger. Yang Xiaoran looked in the direction where she felt the gaze, but she didn't see any strange eyes. Was I mistaken? Her senses are sharp as ever. Haiwal, who disappeared from the crowd, softened his eyes. It was the first time he saw Yang Xiaorang in 7 years. It was a face he couldn't forget, even if he tried to forget it, because it was engraved so deeply. Yang Xiaoran and Jianghua, both of them were people who had entered the underground cave after chasing Paiawal. Of course, the impression was bound to remain strong. He heard from Xialha that the two had entered the city, but seeing them with his own eyes like this was different. The same was true of the martial artists of the Qingcheng sect. Although Qinggyob and Qingsan were not the warriors who participated at the time, the reason that they were disciples of the Qingcheng sect alone was enough to attract Paiawal's interest. Paiawal left the seat quietly after imprinting the faces of the Qingcheng sect and Imei sect as they confronted each other in his mind one by one. They were fighting sharply as if they were going to fight right away, but he knew that it was only for show. To make them really fight, they needed a proper spark. Still, it's not a bad start. Both sides still have quite a few giants. All of the great disciples of the Qingcheng sect and the Imei sect were among the most prominent in Jianghu. If he can keep the fire bigger, he will be able to lure out all the humans who are still hiding in the mountains. Paiawal came back to the guest house, organizing his thoughts. However, an unexpected person was waiting for him in the guest cup. Hio Ranju. It was Hio Ranju who wore clothes that showed off her breasts and voluptuous body. However, it was not only Hio Ranju who was waiting for him. There was a man with a strong impression who seemed to be in his mid to late 40s with Dayashi Go. When Paiawal came into the guest house, Hio Ranju stood up and greeted him. "Where are you coming from like that? We had waited a long time." Hio Ranju smiled bashfully. It was a bright smile, as if she had been captivated by Paiawal. Paiawal looked at her without saying a word, then shifted his gaze to a man in his mid to late 40s. He gave off a similar atmosphere with Hio Ranju. He felt the wildness that only those who lived roughly and freely could exude. Even the Dayashi Go, who usually likes to joke around, looked like he was restraining himself by his side. That meant that a middle-aged man was superior to Dayashi Go. Paiawal immediately recognized his identity. This is the leader of the Black Cloud Corps. When Paiawal's gaze reached him, a middle-aged man stood up. As Dayashi Go said, "He's a good man. I'm Zhang Muryang, the leader of the Black Cloud Corps. It's nice to meet you. Why are you here? I'm here to see you. I have no business with you. They said you punched Ranju, whom I cherish like my younger sister. I think this is enough for me to visit." Zhang Muryang gave strength to both eyes. It was usually Zhang Muryang who was casual and friendly, but when he gives strength to his eyes like this, the atmosphere changes like other people. A good person can never lead a group of mercenaries like the Black Cloud Corps. It required strong leadership and cruel hands to unite these ruthless people. Zhang Muryang was a leader who possessed both qualities perfectly. Paiawal also recognized that fact, but he wasn't scared nor discouraged. Paiawal narrowed his eyes and said, "So you want to get revenge on your sister? What revenge? I just came here to see your face because my sister, who I love, was beaten." Zhang Muryang's face was red as he was forced to hold back his laughter. Hio Ranju clicked her tongue. "Ak, who got hit? It's just rubbing. Cheat the person you want to deceive. You had a deep internal injury. Don't you remember that the doctor stayed up all night to treat you? They said 4 weeks of work was exhausted from cleaning out cheap passives. Damn. Do you really have to say that out loud?" Hio Ranju protested, but Zhang Muryang ignored her and looked at Paiawal. "So let's say we have dinner together. Isn't that what we can do? We are not enemies of any kind." He was looking at Paiawal with a smile on his face, but his eyes were not smiling at all. The four of them sat around a round table. Paiawal and Zhang Muryang sat opposite each other, and in between them, Dayashi Go and Hio Ranju sat. The place they were sitting was a private room inside of the guest house. It is an isolated space where other people's gaze is blocked, so it is suitable for sharing confidential information. Zhang Muryang ordered the most expensive food from the owner of the restaurant. Paiawal sat down without a word and looked at Zhang Muryang. Zhang Muryang looked at Paiawal with his body buried deep in the chair, while Dayashi Go and Hio Ranju were smiling. The most surprising thing was Hio Ranju. She was looking at Paiawal with deep eyes, as if she had no memory of being beaten by him. She was rather curious about Paiawal's reaction. Usually people get flustered when they are in this kind of situation. Most of the men she saw were like that. She expected that this time will be the same too. However, contrary to her expectations, Paiawal did not have a single change in his expression. "Tusk, you're no fun in the end." Hio Ranju pouted her lips with a sullen expression. Then Zhang Muryang opened his mouth. "As you can see, I'm having trouble because you're being a nuisance." "Why am I annoying? You went outside and got yourself hit, so it's a problem. Is there anything you can do well? Damn it." Hio Ranju, who couldn't say anything, rubbed her lips. Although she found nothing scary in the world, Hio Ranju had a bit of a hard time dealing with Zhang Muryang, the captain of their group. This is because Zhang Muryang is not only superior in strength, but also leads the Black Cloud Corps by setting clear goals with his outstanding leadership. His strength and strong leadership united the mercenaries of the Black Cloud Corps. Although it is said that Hyo Ranju possessed a brilliant way of thinking, she was also a member of the Black Cloud Corps. All of her actions were carried out only within the limits of what Jang Muryong tolerated. Ranju, from my point of view, has mastered some great martial arts, so it's really amazing for you to be able to subdue her immediately. If you don't mind me asking, can you tell who your master is? He's the one who raised such a great disciple, so he must be also great. Don't get me wrong, I'm saying this because I'm just genuinely curious. I also want to offer a friendly relationship. You're very reticent. Were you always that way? Or is it because you're uncomfortable at this moment? You already know the reason why I'm like this. This time, Jang Muryong closed his lips. He's not going to be easy to deal with. He was a martial artist who overpowered Hyo Ranju instantly. Although she had an outgoing personality and an unruly temper, she was still strong. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for her to become the vice captain of the Black Cloud Corps. Although it is said that she was careless because she did not anticipate Pyawal's instantaneous movement, that is not an excuse. It was true that she had lost, so it was certain that Pyawal was that much of a threat. So he tried to confirm Pyawal's capability. This is because if it was a warrior with enough skill to subdue Hyo Ranju at once, then that would mean he would have learned martial arts from a proper master or a master with a high reputation. However, Pyawal was consistently silent. He had an expression of someone resolute of not telling them anything about himself. This young friend is very suspicious. I was taught to doubt everything except for myself. Is that so? Then you learned it right. Jang Muryong laughed out loud. Food came out in the midst of such meaningless conversations. As the top-class dishes from the guest house came out one after another, Godi Osa trembled with his chopsticks. Let's chat while eating food. When you're hungry, good words don't come out. Yeah, I've been starving all day and I'm hungry. Hyo Ranju also hurriedly picked up her chopsticks. As the two of them livened up the atmosphere, Jang Muryong also smiled and raised his chopsticks. But until the end, Pyawal did not raise his chopsticks. Do you think the food is poisoned? No, I'm just not hungry. Then why didn't you tell me right away? If I had, I would have ordered a little less food. But you're going to eat it all right. But Jang Muryong smiled and looked at Hyo Ranju and Daeashigo. The two were playing with their chopsticks like crazy. Where their chopsticks passed, the food disappeared. The two of them ate and ate the food as if they were obsessed with face. Thanks to this, more than half of the food has already disappeared into their stomachs. It seemed that there was no need to worry about the food having leftovers. Jang Muryong knew that it would be of no use to drag the horse beyond this. Although he hadn't said a few words to Pyawal, his personality was already pictured in his mind. He has a lot of doubts and he doesn't trust people easily. He also draws a clear line and refuses to let anyone in. For such a person, it might have been more effective to bring out the main point in a straightforward way than to speak in a roundabout manner. I've researched your past. Nothing came out. Oh, don't be offended. Isn't it natural that you want to know about someone you're interested in? The reason I say this is because I'm interested in you. Interested, yeah. I would be lying if I said I'm not interested on someone who overpowered Ranju in a short span of time. I want to recruit you into the Black Cloud Corps. From your point of view, it may just be a group of rogues, but I have a dream. My goal is to make it a proper sect. To do that, I need at least one more talented person. I won't ask you what your past is or why you came to Chengdu. I can also promise you the best treatment, so join the Black Cloud Corps. Jang Muryong looked directly into Pyawal's eyes. Pyawal thought his eyes resembled those of a bear. At first glance, he looked more honest than any other animal, but in fact it was the bear that was cunning which no other animal can rival. With the overwhelming power that came from its huge body, the cunning brain, and the brutality of eating its prey alive with its breath attached, the bear was a top-notch beast. If you are deceived by that person's nice smile, you will surely be eaten. I'll give you anything. If you want, I'll give you Ranju as well. Or a bony, Hyo Ranju shouted, but Jang Muryong did not care and continued. No matter what her personality is, her looks make up for it. I don't know how the nights with her are like, but all the guys she slept with seemed to be satisfied. Oh. Really? Hyo Ranju groaned as if angry, but Pyawal knew she wasn't mad. No matter how angry her expression was, there was something she could never hide. It was the movement of the fine muscles around the eyes. Pyawal was able to grasp the emotions of the other person through such fine muscle movements. Hyo Ranju was not angry. Rather, she was expecting a positive response from Pyawal. Hyo Ranju's slightly shriveled breath was telling Pyawal how she felt. That bitch really likes that guy. Daeashigo looked at Hyo Ranju and smiled slightly. Hyo Ranju was never a virtuous woman. In fact, it would be strange if a woman who had been a rogue for many years was quiet. Hyo Ranju was not called the Black Ranju for nothing. She was a woman who had to possess a man she liked. The red blush that appeared on her face as she looked at Pyawal was proof that she longed for him. Even if you look at the same guy, that guy's face is amazing. If it's Ranju's personality, I'll leave it in the room and get bitten and kicked. Jang Maryang looked at Pyotwal with a grin. It was as if he was looking forward to Pyotwal's decision. It was his idea that a man could not refuse a beautiful woman like Hyo Ranju. However, Pyotwal's reply betrayed his expectations. It's not that compelling. Which one do you not like? Joining the group or giving away Ranju? All of it. You're more greedy than you look. You're still not satisfied. I'm not very fond of food that I'm sure I'll get sick of eating. Jang Maryang's eyes grew sharper. Hyo Ranju's face, sitting next to him, was red with anger. How dare you reject me? I've met many men so far, but Pyotwal was the first to reject her. Her face was full of shameful light. Hyo Ranju bit her lip until it bled. Tension lingered over Pyotwal's refusal. Diashigo wiggled his fingers and looked at Pyotwal and Jang Maryang. If Jang Maryang's command is given, he is ready to bounce at any time. That was then. Puhahaha. Suddenly, Jang Maryang burst into laughter. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth. I'm joking. Why are you making such a serious expression like a fool? No matter how much I like to have you, do you think I'll give you Ranju? What a big person you are. I just wanted to make fun of you because of your serious expression. Well, it doesn't seem to work. But I want to say something like this. If possible, I hope we don't run into each other. I love to talk, but the other guys don't. Actions take precedence over brains. These words are all for you, so I hope you will listen to them. I'll say something too, I'm listening. If one day you go down the street with your head falling off your body and you see your world ending, it's okay to think it's because of me. At Pyotwal's unexpected words, Jang Maryang's expression hardened. I'm joking. What makes you look so serious? Like a fool. Pyotwal smiled, but Jang Maryang couldn't laugh anymore. Jang Maryang and his party left the guest house. When he came out, the smile disappeared from Jang Maryang's face. He looked at the guest house with a dry face. To be precise, he was looking at the private room where he and Pyotwal had been sitting before. Pyotwal's face could be seen through the window of the private room. Pyotwal was also looking at him. That guy, Jang Maryang's face, which had been dry, turned colder. A mercenary's life is hard. They have nowhere to go and no one welcomes them. The only places where they are most useful are where disputes or big fights between sects take place. Most of the mercenaries only learned miscellaneous skills, let alone a proper martial art. So the reality was that they were not treated properly. However, the Black Cloud mercenary group led by Jang Maryang was different. There are about 50 warriors who can be called masters, about 100 who can be useful, and the remaining 200 are horsemen. With this level of power, any clan could be annihilated overnight. Nevertheless, they wander the battlefield because no one in Jianghu welcomes them. Existing sects did not welcome the arrival of mercenary groups such as the Black Cloud Corps under a territory of their jurisdiction. There was no strong sect that would welcome the arrival of an armed group made up of wild savages. It would have been nice to be able to trample the existing sects by force and take their place, but it was not easy. Most of the existing strong sects were connected by a close relationship. In the Qingcheng sect, numerous branches, military officers, Pyoguk Security Escort Company, and aristocrats were affiliated with them for over hundreds of years, which have led to a sense of community. It was the same with the Amei sect. They usually work individually, but when the group they belong to is threatened, they will unite and fight as one. The power of the Black Cloud Corps was undoubtedly great, but it was just them. Unlike the Qingcheng sect, they didn't have their own aristocrats, and there was no other sects to help. Above all, they did not have a proper system and hierarchy. Although the hierarchy is maintained with the strong leadership of Jang Maryang and the power of the vice-captain Hyo Ranju and Yang Wujiang, they have not reached the depth and vastness of the powerful sects such as the Qingcheng sect and Amei sect. For that reason, they did not dare to rub and intervene in the area occupied by those existing clans. That was also the reason why they had no choice but to remain as a mercenary group despite possessing a powerful force. In the case of Thunder Clan, luck followed. They settled in Jinteng County, where the War of Demons in Heaven took place, and at that time the Qingcheng sect and Amei sect were living in a dark period. Thanks to that, they were able to become the owner of Jinteng County in Sichuan without any checks. However, such luck did not follow the Black Cloud Corps. If a huge war such as the War of Demons in Heaven happened again then, they could do the same, but there was little chance of that happening. Therefore, he saw the current conflict in Sichuan as a golden opportunity. The exact reason why the Qingcheng sect and the Amei sect are fighting is not known, but if they can stand on the side of the Amei sect and inflict a heavy blow to the Qingcheng sect, they're sure that they'll be able to occupy a place near the Western Plateau. If they exercise their acquaintance and influence with foreign personnel who have built up this place long ago, they will soon be able to establish themselves as a prestigious sect. If only the Black Cloud Corps could settle down, there were many rogues that could be attracted. If they absorb those who wander around the world like vagrants, then they won't have to be afraid of the Amei sect either. That was Jang Maryang's grand plan. However, a stumbling block appeared before his plan even started. It was Pyotwal who was just looking at him from the window. When he heard that Hyo Ranju was the one who lost, he thought that Pyotwal's martial arts was only great. If he was such a great master, it was worth bringing him into the Black Cloud Corps, so he came to recruit him directly. However, the person he saw in person was not someone who would be under him. The moment he saw Payawal for the first time, he felt goosebumps coming up his spine. As he led the Black Cloud Corps, he participated in numerous battles and met so many people. So Jang Muryong prided himself on having an accurate eye on judging people. Payawal was the first person to make him feel such a creepy feeling at first sight. It wasn't just because of his strong martial arts that suppressed Hyo Ranju at once. If you simply line up the warriors who will subdue Hyo Ranju with no feats, there will be more than enough to go around a large lake. There were many masters in the river, and there were also many martial artists who reached a level that could not be guessed. Jang Muryong was not afraid of them. This is because even if their martial arts were strong, they could still understand their inner feelings. But Payawal was different. From the moment he first saw him, he couldn't read anything. Not only his thoughts, but also the changes in his emotions, habits, and others could not be grasped. It was like facing a deep, dark darkness. It was the first time in his life that he felt this way. If he had encountered it elsewhere, he would have just ignored it. No matter who the opponent is, if it has nothing to do with him, he can just ignore it. But this place was Sichuan. It was a place where the Black Cloud Corps decided to start anew. Any small variable could not be tolerated. Diashi, go, tell me, Captain. Add Mon and a few more boys to him. We must keep a close eye on him from now on. All right. And Ranju. Hyo Ranju didn't answer. Her lips were torn and bleeding. It was so shocking that Payawal had rejected her. There was a dark life in her eyes. I'll kill him. At the creepy voice of Hyo Ranju, Jang Muryong smirked. Of course you should, because he dared to reject my offer. But not now. There is no profit in dealing with him. Does wealth matter when my self-esteem is broken? Ranju, you fool. A person needs wealth to take care of their self-esteem. When this is over, I will let you do whatever you want, so be patient. For now, we need to set up our base in Sichuan province first. Do you promise? Of course. Jang Muryong's smile widened. Even if it wasn't because of Hyo Ranju, he had no intention of keeping Payawal alive. This is because Payawal's unique atmosphere and eyes were ingrained to his heart. Surely he's going to cause some problems. Golden Gates was originally a simple sect located in the Jumchon area. However, when Chengdu became a land without its owner because of the collapse of the Tang family, their base was boldly moved. Together with the support of the Qingcheng sect, they were able to successfully settle in Chengdu. After that, they were called out terribly, and they became the most reliable companions of the Qingcheng sect. Yo Sanwei, the sect leader of the Golden Gate, was a martial artist in his mid to late 50s. Even though he was walking downhill after his heyday as a warrior, his eyes were still harsh. He welcomed the masters of the Qingcheng sect who suddenly came and willingly gave up his dormitory for them. Yo Sanwei treated the disciples of the Qingcheng sect with the utmost respect. It is inevitable that the Golden Gates would not have grown as it is now if the Qingcheng sect did not take care of it. If there is anything lacking, please tell me at any time. I will do everything I can. I will always be grateful for the help of sect leader Yo. When I return to the main mountain, I will definitely tell our sect leader about this. Heh heh, there's no need for that. Yo Sanwei liked Qingyob's words. Qingyob was the most likely talent for the next sect leader. If he strengthened his relationship with him, it would have been beneficial to the Golden Gates, but if not, then there was also nothing to lose. Although the Qingcheng sect and the Amei sect were fighting fiercely, Yo Sanwei was certain that the Qingcheng sect would win. This is because the power of the Qingcheng sect was superior. After talking with Qingyob for half an hour, Yo Sanwei retreated. Qingyob, who had finally found his freedom, sighed softly. Yo Sanwei is all good, but talking so much was a problem. Because of that, after talking with him, it felt like all of his energy was drained. Namu Amidabutsu. At that time, Qingsan suddenly entered his residence. Qingyob shook his head and calmed himself down. Are you here? Yes. What are the movements of the Amei sect? They're staying in the 100 Flower Room and not moving. Are you sure? Yes, I have some of my disciples waiting near the 100 Flower Room just in case. If there is any strange movement, I will contact you right away. Good job. As a disciple of the Qingcheng sect, of course I should do it. Qingyob smiled at Qingsan's answer. Although they were from the same sect, the dispositions of the great disciples were all different. If Qingyob was careful, his immediate disciple, Qingming, was quick-tempered, while Qingsan had a meticulous personality. Thanks to this, he was able to believe and entrust this kind of work to them. The task that Qingyob entrusted to Qingsan was to monitor the movement of the Amei sect. Fortunately, the between the two sides just ended with provocation. If the balance of the two sides had been disrupted and a sword fighting had occurred, half of the disciples of the Qingcheng sect here would have lost their lives. Amei sect's Jianghua also took a step back because an unexpected fight was burdensome. I don't know how the situation got to this point. True, Qingyob and Qingsan sighed at the same time. Although the Qingcheng sect was aiming for the hegemony of Sichuan province, the Amei sect was a burdensome existence. Their intention was to avoid head-on collisions as much as possible. However, this was the policy of the Inquisitor, so there was nothing he could do about it. We have to find out the beast that killed the young master of the Thunder Clan. Only then can we understand the truth of the situation and respond appropriately. Of course, that's why I want to contact Haemon. Haemon, yes, they probably know what's going on at the bottom the best. They must know who had access to the Thunder Clan that day. Well, their attention is indeed spread like a spider's web here in Sichuan. I'm a bit reluctant to use them, but there's nothing we can do about it. To save time at a time like this, we have no choice but to use them. I'll leave it to you. I won't let you down. Okay. Qinggyob nodded his head. Qingsan was the priest he trusted the most. Kingaming, the strongest force, was far from easy to deal with. If he had brought him in, he would have only been a hindrance. More sects than I thought were involved. The Golden Gate and White Clan Hell. He don't know what kind of trouble it will be if he don't catch the assassin. Pyotwal slept right where the bed faced the wall. His senses have now become more sensitive, and it is possible for him to detect in advance if there are any beings hiding their presence or approaching. However, he couldn't break the habit of sleeping with his back against the wall to protect himself for a long time. Even if his martial arts become stronger now, even if the senses become sharper, such a habit will never be erased. Pyotwal squatted like a shrimp and slept with his back against the wall. His breathing was so quiet and long, no one would be able to notice the change as he inhaled and exhaled not until they concentrated all their nerves. While he was sleeping, Pyotwal was instinctively practicing the turtle breathing technique. After reaching the highest level of the turtle breathing technique, he can naturally use it even when he sleeps. Because of that, it was almost impossible to detect Pyotwal's presence or breathing from the outside. A puzzled expression appeared on Mon's face. It was 2 o'clock before he was ordered to watch Pyotwal from Daoshigo. Shortly after receiving the order, he and 3 of his colleagues came to the guest house where Pyotwal was staying. Zhang Muryang designated Pyotwal as a first-class surveillance target. The first-class surveillance target in the Black Cloud Corps was a generic term for dangerous people among the strong masters. At least 4 members were attached to the first-class surveillance target, and they took turns monitoring them. It was Mon who was in charge of everything. Mon was so capable that it could be said that he specialized in this kind of work. Not only is he excellent at monitoring, tracking, and hiding, but he is born with the ability to understand the opponent's trends, psychological state, and nemesis. So whenever this kind of thing happened, Zhang Muryang entrusted the task to Mon, and Mon never disappointed Zhang Muryang. The place where Mon took place was boldly in the room right next to Pyotwal. While the rest of his members were waiting in the guest house or on the other side of the road, they were not as good at stealth as Mon, so there was a high chance of getting caught. So indeed, they were observing the movements of Pyotwal through the window of the guest house. I've definitely checked that he was inside. Mon's eyes narrowed. He put his ear close to the wall of the guest room and tried to listen to Pyotwal's breathing. But no matter how hard he tried to raise his hearing, I couldn't hear Pyotwal's breathing. Does this make sense? Mon carefully opened the window and looked into the other side of the room. His eyes met with those who were watching from the other side. Mon asked if Pyotwal had ever gone out in sign language they learned in advance. Those on the other side of the guest house replied that there was no movement. Then I'm sure he's still inside. Mon sensed that he had met the most difficult enemy of a lifetime. Shit. Unknowingly, he let out a sound and covered his mouth with both hands in surprise. He quickly put his ear back to the wall in the room where Pyotwal was sleeping, but there was no sign of any sign in the room. What the hell, is he really inside or not? The only way left was to drill a hole in the wall and see it for himself, but that method was more likely to be caught. Eventually, Mon had to spend the night leaning his ear against the wall. It was such a boring time. There was not even a minute left before dawn. The movement of those targets on top-of-the-line monitoring were to be reported. Well, I wonder if there's anything to report. Mon looked at the comrades who were watching from the other side. Then he nodded with a look that his colleagues knew. One of them sneaked out of the guest house. Zhang Pyong was the youngest among those monitoring Pyotwal. Zhang Pyong recurred as much as Mon, but he was still young and did not have much experience. For that reason, he mainly acted as a liaison between the two sides. They should go to captain as much as possible. It was never easy to keep a top-level target under surveillance all day. The 4 had to take turns monitoring organically. As long as Zhang Pyong is away, the burden on the rest of the people increases. Because of that, Zhang Pyong ran through the streets of Chengdu at dawn with all his might. The inexperienced Zhang Pyong did not know the fact that someone is secretly following him. Even if he had a lot of experience, it was impossible to notice the existence of the pursuer. It was Pyotwal who was secretly pursuing him. The moment Zhang Pyong began to move, Pyotwal also moved. In the room next door, Mon was watching with his nerves on his nerves, but he couldn't sense his movements. Pyotwal escaped silently like a snake, assimilated with the darkness, and followed Zhang Pyong. Zhang Pyong, unaware of this fact, eagerly ran to the guest house where the Black Cloud Corps were staying. The guest house was too small to accommodate the 350 men of the Black Cloud Corps. Still, the reason why the Black Cloud Corps is renting the guest house's annex was that not all of the members have joined yet.